This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Ji-sun woke up and found himself in a completely unfamiliar room. Two thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. The first one was to get the kidneys, and the second one was to be a trap. This was a closed room with cement walls all around. There was nothing else except a bed and a toilet-like cubicle. There were no windows or furniture, and it looked like a prison cell, an escape room, or a themed love room. But it was definitely not a proper room. Ji-sun was lying on the big bed, naked, and in a bad mental state. Next to him, there was a woman, also naked. After a few glances to confirm, well, everything was visible. This was a beautiful body, with fascinating and delicate skin, plump breasts, and a face that was so delicate that it felt a little weird. What's going on? The sudden good fortune did not make Ji-sun feel ecstatic, but he instinctively became alert. He tried to recall whether he was hungover or hit by a club. But the memory in his mind was very clear. He fell asleep normally last night, and woke up in this strange room. It was not a dream. Ji-sun quickly confirmed this. Although his waist was so sore that he could hardly stand up straight, there was no wound and his kidneys were obviously still there. No group of tattooed strongmen rushed in to give him money. So it shouldn't be a trap or a scheme. After taking another look at the beautiful woman who didn't react at all, Ji-sun reached out and touched her, wanting to wake her up and ask about the situation. But with this touch, he frowned. It was an abnormal touch. No! Ji-sun's expression suddenly became serious, and he reached out and touched her skin carefully, which was plump, delicate, and elastic. But the strange thing was that it was cold. This was not the body temperature of a living person. Dead? A strange color flashed across Ji-sun's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he reached out and probed the naked woman's carotid artery. He immediately seemed to have discovered something abnormal, but his expression became more and more solemn. As expected, he did not feel a pulse. At this moment, he confirmed that this was a corpse. Strange. Ji-sun looked at the corpse in front of him, and the solemnity in his eyes gradually turned into doubt. It's not that he had never seen a corpse before, nor was he afraid that he had slept with a corpse all night. It's just that he had never seen such a strange. Compared to the fleeting surprise, this bizarre scene made him feel that something was wrong. Ji-sun carefully checked again, and there were no obvious wounds on the woman's body. Except for the lack of heartbeat and breathing, and the lower body temperature than normal people, the other physical characteristics are almost the same as those of living people. This is the incredible part. Under normal circumstances, the body temperature of a person will continue to drop at a rate of 1 degree per hour within 10 hours after death. In other words, it will take about a day for the body temperature to be the same as the ambient temperature. Ji-sun had just confirmed when he touched it that the body temperature of the woman in front of him was almost the same as the room temperature. From this perspective, it can be inferred that she died about 20 hours ago. But the problem arises again. The body will begin to stiffen half an hour after death, and will be completely stiff in about 12 hours. But the skin of the body in front of him is as delicate as usual, the skin is plump and elastic, and the joints are not stiff. Zombie? This is incredible. The environment is fine, the temperature is fine, so what went wrong? For the first time, Ji-sun began to doubt his own judgment. Could there be other factors that affect rigor mortis? Or, is this not a person at all? A prank? With this thought, Ji-sun carefully examined the body again. He pinched it up and down, identified the details of the hair, and confirmed that she had normal bones and internal organs, and there was body fluid in her mouth. In other words, what was in front of him was not a prank simulation silicone doll, or something weird. But it was a real human corpse. Ji-sun really couldn't understand it now. How could I wake up and sleep here? Why is there such a strange corpse next to me? Ji-sun's eyes turned frequently, and he pondered for a moment. He stopped looking at the corpse, and looked at the environment in the house. This house was also very strange. The rusty iron door was closed tightly, and there was no lock inside the door that could be opened. It looked like a prison. However, judging from the strangely heavy and complex structure of the door lock, it looked more like a bank vault door. Or maybe a laboratory that holds some high-risk existence. From the rust, it seems to have been abandoned for a long time. However, when he was observing, it seemed as if a mysterious force responded to his thoughts, and an even more bizarre scene appeared. You touched the extraordinary, and gained enlightenment. Ji-sun looked at the extra line of words in front of him, and almost thought he was dazzled. Blinked, it was still clear. Looking at the body on the bed again, he saw a line of words at this time. Fallen which detailed explanation, first order B-level disaster, mental pollution body, a distorted witch who controls desires. It is good at mental attacks and survives by sucking human essence and soul. If you can't kill it, maybe having fun at the end of your life is also a good choice. Fuck, it's really not a human. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. Although he didn't know what this enlightenment was, he suddenly seemed to understand. Since he couldn't use normal thinking to understand the current situation, then change another way. All these abnormal conditions seemed to point to another idea. At this moment, a strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind. What if I travel through time? Various signs indicate that this is most likely not the original world. After a moment of surprise, Ji-sun's face did not show much strangeness, but a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes, repeatedly pondering whether this assumption is valid. Obviously, once the assumption of travel through time is added, all the previous puzzles suddenly become clear. This is the perfect way to explain why he is here, and why the body on the bed is so strange. Oh right. It's not a body. What is this B-level disaster? Spiritual pollution body? Maybe a monster? Or a humanoid creature from another world? Ji-sun changed his mind and re-examined everything in front of him. He didn't know what the words inspired by some mysterious power in front of him were, but things were obviously developing in an increasingly weird direction. He looked at the description of the corpse, and knew that it would absorb people's spirits. He also knew that staying with it now was obviously not a good choice. Let's leave first. Glancing at it, the clothes were scattered under the bed. Ji-sun stood up and wanted to put on his clothes and open the door to go out to see if he could find some other clues. However, as soon as he stood up, a feeling of weakness suddenly hit his heart. His legs suddenly softened, and he fell hard on the female corpse beside him. Baji. The waves rose and fell, and it was full and soft. Ji-sun tried to stand up in the delicate touch, and his eyes twitched suddenly, and he understood something. Looking at his body with rows of ribs, he finally understood why he came through. And at this glance, he actually saw his body data. Chapter 2. A row of numbers appeared in front of him. Ji-sun. Strength, 0.71. Constance, 0.58. Agility, 0.62. Spirit, 4.73. Description, weak, data panel, this is intuitive. Since Ji-sun could accept the fact that he had traveled through time, he didn't find it strange to look at this panel. On the contrary, when he saw these data, he immediately analyzed his physical condition. Spirit power suddenly. 4.73. It's probably related to time travel, or maybe it's himself. But the other values are too low. He estimated that the values of various attributes of a healthy body should be around 1, but now they are basically only 50% to 60%, as weak as a patient. And what's more terrifying is that the data is still decreasing while observing. You have touched the cursed power pollution, and your physical fitness has decreased by 0.002. You have touched the cursed power pollution, and your physical fitness has decreased by 0.001. Mental erosion immunity, you will continue to be polluted if you get close? No wonder it's so weak. Ji-sun complained in his heart, and immediately realized that the mental pollution was like nuclear radiation, which continued to cause harm if it got close. Obviously, he had to stay away from the person on the bed. After checking, the clothes were not his own, but the body was still a familiar body. He put them on and replaced the original owner, without any memory. He glanced at the woman under him again. The monster was a monster, but he had to say that it was really pretty. Ji-sun complained to himself, and carefully avoided the naked body on the bed, for fear of waking it up for some reason. Being naked was not a good option, so he picked up all the scattered clothes under the bed, and put them on one by one. A dirty tactical suit, leather boots with hardened steel plates, a puncture-proof tactical vest, and a simple gas mask. It looked like some kind of field equipment. What surprised him was that there were 2 large-caliber revolvers, and some ammunition on the equipment belt covered by the clothes. Thinking about it again, it's not strange to carry a gun in a world with monsters. Ji-sun held the gun, and his index finger on the trigger moved slightly. He checked the bullets and sighed in his heart. The gun craftsmanship in this world is not bad. The revolver was obviously made in a small gun workshop, and there were irregular traces of manual polishing on the parts. But whether it was the structure or the steel, the appearance of this revolver was pretty good. With such a large caliber, one shot could probably turn a person's head into a rotten watermelon. The bullet head also had special silver lines, which was probably not just for decoration, but had some special purpose. Obviously, this gun was not only used to fight against humans, but also to kill monsters. What kind of world is this? Ji-sun was getting more and more curious. After getting the pistol, He wanted to turn around and shoot the person on the bed. But he just thought about it and let it go. If the gun could easily kill this B-level disaster monster, the original owner probably wouldn't have died like this last night. Although he didn't know why the monster didn't wake up for the time being, it was definitely not dead. At least not in his own definition of death. Leaving this room was the first priority. Ji-sun put on his equipment and walked to the exit of the room. This is an iron door with a complex structure that can be seen from the inside. The iron door is rusty and looks very old, and the craftsmanship is also very old. There are some slight dents on the iron door that seem to be violently hammered. Maybe someone tried to violently destroy the door, but failed. Ji-sun put his ear to the door and knocked. The sound was dull and thick as expected. He didn't plan to force it, and carefully observed the structure of the iron door. Fortunately, there was a vent on the door that looked like a food delivery vent. He pulled out the dagger from the leather case, and was ready to try whether there was any possibility of unlocking it with technology. Unexpectedly, just as he was knocking around, he suddenly heard a series of metal friction sounds coming from the iron door. The lock of the iron door opened by itself. Coincidence? Or did he touch some mechanism? Ji-sun looked back and saw that the body behind him did not move. Now that the door was open, he had to face whatever happened outside. After thinking about some possible situations, he put on a gas mask and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the closed passage in the style of a doomsday bunker still came into view. Gas lamp. This is an antique from 200 or 300 years ago. Ji-sun saw the flickering wall lamp in the corridor at a glance, and speculated in his mind about the age of this building. What exactly is this place? A strong desire for knowledge appeared in his mind, and at this time, a line of words appeared in front of him again. You have gained enlightenment. The different dimensional space 407 abnormal biological shelter. The disaster level has been assessed. B. Space exploration progress, 47.1%. The mortality rate of this space, 69.4%. Keyword survival. Mission, this is a mysterious research institute that holds distorted monsters. You need to survive here for 3 days. Clearance reward, random output of spell energy materials in the space, finished cards. The higher the exploration evaluation, the richer the final settlement. Ji-sun saw this and roughly understood it. This is a bit like a special space in a game copy. However, his understanding of this world is not sufficient, and he cannot accurately understand what this different dimension means. But this nearly 70% mortality rate is very eye-catching. The danger in this bunker is probably not just the person lying in the room behind him, but also others. Maybe there are more people than just himself. There are others. Before he leaned out of the door, Ji-sun's hand was already on the revolver at his waist. He carefully observed the surroundings. This closed passage has no windows, and seems to be an underground project. In addition to his room, there is an iron door of the same specification every 10 meters or so. It is estimated that there are at least 20 or 30 rooms in sight. Is there a monster locked in each of these rooms? Just as this thought came to Ji-sun, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening, and the door of the next room was pushed open from the inside to the outside. Something is coming out. Ji-sun immediately became alert, and pulled out his revolver like lightning, aiming at the figure that jumped out of the door. But obviously, the guy next door had already noticed that there was someone in the corridor. And he moved even faster. The moment the two met, their weapons were aimed at each other. After recognizing that the other party was human, Ji-sun, who was obviously a second late in drawing his gun, did not pull the trigger. Because the other party did not move either. More importantly, Ji-sun looked at the muzzle on the other party's right arm aimed at him, and his eyelids under the goggles slightly raised. What is this thing, mechanical arm? Or can it be called a single-soldier steam-powered high-pressure jet cannon? Ji-sun didn't know how to accurately describe the other party's equipment. It was a set of steampunk-style mechanical equipment, with a metal barrel with a diameter of about 30 millimeters on the arm, a well-made brass valve, and a barometer device, and a metal arm guard, and 3 high-pressure gas pipes connected to a small steam boiler on the back. There were also complex mechanical structures on the chest and leg joints, a bit like a complete set of single-soldier mechanical exoskeleton. And the boiler was humming with white smoke, which was obviously a weapon that used steam as kinetic energy. But forget about the black technology of mechanical equipment. What caught Ji-sun's eyes was that this guy had a layer of shield-like cover on his body. The primitive steampunk black technology matched with the magic light shield gave people a very bizarre cognitive shock. Magic punk? Ji-sun thought that he had a gun, and even if there was a conflict, the chances of winning were 50-50. But the guy on the other side actually knew magic. Looking at the opponent's magic light shield, He immediately realized that the technology tree and power system of this world were not normal. Oh, it was not normal since the naked corpse before. The equipment was 8 streets behind. It was obviously not a wise choice to have a conflict. Ji-sun felt that his situation seemed a bit bad. Chapter 3. The resident next door looked like a human. She wore a gas mask with a brass skull pattern, and her ragged linen cloak covered most of her body, so her face could not be seen clearly. The moment she rushed out, her eyes were as sharp as a knife. However, when she caught a glimpse of the door behind Ji-sun, the murderous intent in her eyes instantly disappeared, and she blurted out in surprise, "You are not dead yet." Her voice was deliberately low, but it could be heard that she was not very old. Perhaps she recognized me, so she did not attack me. Ji-sun listened to this, and complained in his heart. He died once. But this woman seemed to know him? Ji-sun had just come here, and didn't know anything. His intuition told him that it was better not to speak carelessly. At this moment of confrontation, the girl with the mechanical arm on the opposite side seemed to have thought of something. She took the lead in putting down the steam cannon in her hand, and made a friendly gesture. She looked at Ji-sun's empty clothes, and obviously guessed something. She was even more puzzled and murmured again, "After spending a night with the fallen witch, you are still alive?" Ji-sun listened and still didn't say anything, and also put down the gun in his hand. The other party immediately said that there was a fallen witch in the room, and obviously knew a lot. The mysterious woman looked at Ji-sun, who didn't say anything, and pondered for a moment, as if she thought of something, and asked straight to the point without any fuss, "Are you a lone hunter or do you have a team? I mean, are you interested in cooperation?" She spoke very straightforwardly. As she said that, she was afraid that the guy in front of her didn't understand his current situation, so she added, "Otherwise, in your state, if the fallen witch comes to your door tonight, you probably won't live to see tomorrow." What? Ji-sun listened, and quickly calculated the information in this sentence. The woman's tone was very unfamiliar. Maybe she had only met him before, but she probably didn't know the original owner. This also saved a lot of trouble. But from the sound of this, he couldn't survive tonight. What did he get from this? This woman obviously had a lot of information he urgently needed. Ji-sun's thoughts turned, and he didn't show his expression, and asked tentatively, "Cooperation?" "Yes." Seeing that he didn't refuse directly, the mysterious woman said bluntly, "I am interested in the materials provided by the fallen witch. If you are willing to cooperate, we can hunt this B-level contaminant tonight. Although I can't guarantee success, at least I will do my best to kill it. Only by killing the monster can you leave the space alive." After a pause, she added, "Of course, I will also try my best to keep you safe." Ji-sun heard that this meant killing monsters to get materials. This different dimensional space seemed to be a real game copy, or something like that. He wanted to find out more, but he knew too little about this world, and didn't know where to start in a short time. The girl with the mechanical arm was obviously thinking clearly. She keenly caught Ji-sun's hesitation, thinking that he didn't believe her, and said in a strange tone, "Although I don't know how you survived last night. But you don't think fallen witch will let you go now, right?" Ji-sun still didn't speak, but his mind was thinking about the naked body lying inside. Anyone who got close would be contaminated by radiation. This was a monster that he couldn't understand. Moreover, the man in front of him was so well equipped, and he was not sure he could kill him during his conversation, which further confirmed his previous judgment that he should not be able to deal with it. However, this person's words may not be completely believed. Ji-sun fell into a moment of contemplation. He still hesitated. If ordinary people were targeted by a B-level disaster, wouldn't they quickly agree to help? Seeing his hesitation, the girl with the mechanical arm obviously filled her brain with something on her own. Could this guy not have a clear understanding of the horror of the fallen witch? She thought of something and asked in surprise, "Did you come in directly without buying any information?" The look in her eyes was like looking at a fool who was recklessly seeking death. Ji-sun was just wondering how to get information from the other party, and he took it for granted when the other party said that. He asked, "Are you saying that the fallen witch will come to me again?" Hearing this, the mysterious woman's mask showed a helpless expression. She pondered for a moment and explained, "Then you should have seen enlightenment. This is a spiritual B-level disaster. It can lock onto human souls. You have been with it for a whole night. No matter where you hide in this space, it can find you." Ji-sun's eyelids slightly raised when he heard this. It turned out that enlightenment was not only visible to him, but also a certain rule of this world. He understood what she said, that he was marked by the monster. And he immediately understood that the reason why this woman wanted to cooperate was obviously not because of his combat power, but because she wanted to use the marking characteristics of the monster and needed a bait. However, after hearing this, Ji-sun dispelled all his concerns. After all, they didn't know each other, And no one would help you for no reason. Even if he was being used, he didn't take it to heart. Cooperation with value exchange is more stable. He pondered for a moment and asked the question in his mind, can we kill it now? I mean, he wanted to say that the monster was still dormant and didn't seem to have any attack power, so it should be easy to kill. But he was interrupted. The girl with the mechanical arm looked at him with an expression that this guy knew nothing, and rejected it. If it was so easy to kill the B-level disaster, so many people wouldn't have died in this different dimension. Regardless of whether you can destroy its body, even if you can, no matter what method you use to kill it, it will be resurrected intact at night. This has been tried more than once. And anyone who gets close to its body will be left with a hate mark. When night falls, the marked person will die. Oh! This plan really doesn't work. He was just asking. Jason raised his eyebrows. Dead? Yes. The girl with the mechanical arm said firmly, as far as I know, there are no exceptions. If you don't believe it, you can try firing 2 shots. You've been marked anyway. As she spoke, she looked at Ji-sun again, obviously wondering why this guy didn't die, and added, I'm curious, how did you survive last night? Ji-sun didn't intend to explain that the original owner was dead, nor could he explain why he was still alive. But in this situation, he had no choice at all. Although he didn't believe everything the woman said, he could basically confirm a few points. First, the monster inside is really difficult to deal with. At least I can't deal with it myself. Second, the other party is well equipped, so there is no need to say so much to kill me. It seems the same to tie it up as bait, or maybe I need to cooperate with it to be bait. But no matter what, at least before killing the fallen witch, I am still useful. If I am valuable, I will not be in danger for the time being. Ji-sun knows nothing about this world, and he just needs a source of information right now. He said without hesitation, I agree to cooperate. He added, but before that, can you share some information? I mean, about this space. Sure. The girl with the mechanical arm was obviously relieved after hearing this. I'm afraid of encountering a fool who doesn't understand the situation. With a bait, it will be much easier to hunt the disaster by myself, she said, and pointed to the room 2013 she just came out of, saying, but it's still 12 hours before dark, and I still have some preparations to make. If you want to live until night, you can stay in the room. Or if you are not afraid of encountering monsters, follow me. But I can't guarantee your safety. Ji-sun said decisively, I go with you. Obviously, it's safer to follow this person. Chapter 4. You really didn't buy any intelligence from the intelligence dealer, and just came in directly? Yes. Haha, no wonder you dare to live in room 2012. This 407 abnormal biology shelter, it has been found that there are 4 floors, each with 100 rooms. Some rooms have monsters, and some are empty. The 12 hours when the iron door is closed is night, and the monsters will riot and wander in the corridors of the bunker. Anyone who leaves the room will be killed, and occasionally they will break into the room and kill people. Now the 12 hours when the iron gate is open are daytime, and the monsters will be trapped in the room. This is also the best time to explore this different dimension. However, it is not absolutely safe. If you want to kill monsters and get materials, you have to explore the room. And when you open the door, you will face unknown monsters, which is why the mortality rate is so high. How severe is the B-level disaster? It is currently known that there is a B-level disaster monster in each of the 4 rooms 1099, 2012, 3045, and 4011. Except for the corrupted giant in 1099, it has been killed. The other 3 B-level disasters have not been killed so far, but at least hundreds of people have died. After all, this space limits the rank of those who enter, and it is difficult to kill B-level disasters without a large team. What about you? Fallen Witch is very special, and she is a spiritual type. She has her own weaknesses. I have some special methods to restrain her, which will be much less difficult. I will tell you some details later. Although this girl with the mechanical arm spoke with an instinctive indifference and caution towards strangers, she didn't hide what she had to say. She was straightforward and didn't waste words. Ji-sun also felt that she was quite suitable for him. He tried his best to ask some ambiguous questions to cover up his ignorance, and gradually learned some useful information. This mysterious magical world also gradually lifted a veil in the conversation. This seemed to be a world where humans and monsters had extraordinary powers, and there were some magical items, such as steam machinery and magic cards. Open the door, be on guard, search. The girl with the robotic arm can handle it all by herself. Ji-sun doesn't need to do anything, just follow behind and be a burden. Along the way, more than a dozen rooms are empty. Ji-sun walked leisurely. He didn't feel the danger of the 70% mortality rate at all. However, as he walked, he seemed to have discovered something unusual, and suddenly his expression was startled, thinking silently in his heart, the door is 20 steps apart. Is there really a problem with the layout of room 2012? He didn't know what his little discovery meant, and he didn't say anything, and continued to follow forward. The gas lamps in the corridor were not stable, and the dim light made the shadows look long. As the two talked, they came to the door of room 2049. Like before, the girl with the mechanical arm planned to go in and take a look. But as soon as she pushed the iron door open, something strange happened. The sound of the door opening startled the monster inside. With a clang, the heavy iron door was suddenly pushed open by the strong wind and hit the wall heavily. A stench of rotten meat mixed with a fishy wind blew in his face. Seeing this, Ji-sun's pupil shrank suddenly. After opening so many rooms, this is the first time I encounter a monster. Before he could react, a two-headed hound that looked like it had been skinned rushed out. It was obviously a deformed dog, but it had a body like a lion, and the oppressive feeling was like seeing a demon. He also instantly saw the hint on the monster's head. Base two-headed hound detailed explanation, a first-order D-level disaster body, a hell-type deformed dog-shaped creature that is good at mental shock, with amazing burst speed and biting ability. Mental shock? The monsters in this world are not normal. Ji-sun immediately understood what the real oppression was, and the hand on the revolver at his waist also exerted force instantly, in a self-defense posture. But obviously, the girl with the mechanical arm was faster. She didn't seem to be surprised that a monster would jump out of the house. She raised the steam gun on her right arm like lightning, and pulled the trigger calmly. The high-pressure gun suddenly deflated, and her body shook. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded in the corridor instantly. The monster was clearly within a foot of the girl's eyes, but the moment the steam and white mist erupted from the muzzle, the lion-like body stopped in the air. Then, after a moment of stalemate, the muscles were torn apart by the high pressure, and it was instantly broken into a ball of blood mist. Swish! The sky was full of scarlet spray. The steam disappeared in an instant, and the vision became clear. The whole room was filled with radiating flesh and blood, and the smell was so bad that even the gas mask made people feel nauseous. What an exaggerated power. Ji-sun looked at the steam-black technology, and suddenly felt that it was a wise choice not to have a conflict before. In such a narrow bunker, this is much more useful than bullets. The killing range of the ultra-high pressure cannon is simply invincible. Maybe this person is also using this method to warn, don't play tricks in front of me. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking, this thought is straightforward. He glanced at the empty barometer on the mechanical arm with his peripheral vision, and silently estimated the charging time in his mind. It should be more than 30 seconds, which is also a shortcoming. If this temporary teammate has any evil thoughts, this point can be used. The girl with the mechanical arm killed the monster in seconds, looked back at Ji-sun. She wanted to say something but swallowed it in her mouth. This shot was indeed meant to show strength. But she was surprised that this guy was not shocked by the disaster. Talent in strengthening mental power? She muttered to herself, and walked into the room without saying much. There are about 40 rooms on the second floor, and they explored more than 2,049 rooms, but only encountered 2,049 rooms with monsters. Those rooms that were not opened were marked by the intelligence dealer as unknown risk rooms. The target of the girl with the mechanical arm was very clear, that was the fallen witch, so she had no interest in the monsters in other rooms. She also had no intention of taking the elevator to other floors. However, what surprised Ji-sun was that, apart from the two of them, there were no other people on the second floor, but there were more than a dozen broken human bodies. Ji-sun wanted to get more information, so he asked, is there no one else on this floor? The burden didn't cause any trouble along the way. The girl with the mechanical arm's tone was obviously much better. She explained, most of the deformed monsters on the second floor are mental. This kind of monster usually has some weird attack methods, which is very troublesome to deal with. The easy-to-kill monsters were almost cleared yesterday, and the remaining ones are troublesome monsters that require some means to deal with. So ordinary hunters will not look for bad luck on the second floor even if they go to the third floor with a higher mortality rate. This is a team space for 100 people. There should be dozens of living ones upstairs and downstairs, but it is best not to meet them if you can. Then, she added, don't touch the unopened door. No one knows what's inside. Once you encounter a disaster of level C or above, you may be wiped out. Yeah. Ji-sun didn't say much. This is the benefit of buying intelligence. You won't bump into some monsters that you can't solve. The girl with the mechanical arm, let's go to the next room. Just as Ji-sun and the others were searching the empty rooms on the second floor, outside room 1099 on the first floor, more than 20 well-equipped guys were cleaning up the bodies of the Level B disaster corruption giant. This group of people are not ordinary treasure hunters. They are the pioneers of the Blackwater Mercenary group. If informal professionals want to hunt B-level disasters, only an elite team like them with tacit cooperation can do it. Even so, there are still many casualties. But looking at the harvest, the mercenaries smiled again. Ha ha ha, a finished contract card of shining silver quality was produced, and it is a rare Club 4 mysterious sequence. This time I'm going to make a fortune. Yes. If this thing is put on the auction house, it will definitely be a hot commodity. This time, dividends will definitely be distributed. Hey, did you notice? Even if the Yaoyin card was released, the boss was not interested. What materials did he come here to find? What do you know? Didn't you hear the captain say that this boss is a real big shot from Shangqing? We think that the silver talent card, which is hard to come by, may not be a big deal in the eyes of those big shots. That person obviously wants more rare materials. And the development progress of this different dimension is less than 50%, and it is obvious that there are still many hidden plots that have not been developed. Maybe there will be a legendary golden card. Oh, that's true. So what? Killing this corrupted giant, both elite teams of our mercenary group suffered heavy losses. Who can kill those B-level disasters on the second, third, and fourth floors? Yeah. This space also has a fucking limit on the entry level, and the monsters are ridiculously strong. I have explored dozens of different dimensions, and I have never encountered such a weird one. Who cares? The boss has gone to the fourth floor in person. We are paid to do the work, so we just need to wait here. Chapter 5. After walking around the second floor, Ji-sun and the girl with the robotic arm returned to room 2013. This was where they planned to ambush and kill the fallen witch. The teammates had no intention of taking risks on other floors, and Ji-sun naturally had no intention of either. Both of them planned to stay alive after killing the monsters here. This alien space is in survival mode, and you can get out in 3 days. Let's survive tonight first. Finally, the arrangement is done. The girl with the robotic arm placed the last card in the room, muttering to herself, if this space wasn't too restrictive, there would be no need to arrange such a troublesome barrier. The most important thing is to find a suitable bait, then the disaster will definitely come to this room. Ji-sun silently watched her arrange the cards in the room according to specific positions, and did not ask any more questions. Including 2013, there are 2022, 2034, 2045, and 2066, a total of 9 rooms and 108 cards. In addition, there are several rooms that are obviously just a feint, probably because she doesn't want people to see her complete arrangement. Ji-sun found out, but didn't say it out loud. He was more interested in the cards themselves. These cards with mysterious rune patterns were the source of the magic he had seen before. These were cards with magical powers. Ji-sun had heard the term curse card master from this girl more than once, thinking that the power system of this world seemed to be related to cards. And it was not just these magical cards. The physical fitness of humans in this world also had big problems. Before, Ji-sun silently observed every move of this girl. She could easily push and pull open the iron door that she had to use all her strength to do. Her nerve reaction speed was also ridiculously fast, and her physical strength was abnormal. Ji-sun estimated that her strength value alone was at least above 5.0, which was many times as 0.71. Professional athletes in previous lives were far from reaching this level. And judging from the girl's words, this was not some kind of innate supernatural power, but a normal ability that all humans in this world can possess. Extraordinary power, magic cards, disaster monsters, steam equipment, puzzle pieces pieced together to create an increasingly bizarre painting. Ji-sun gradually realized what a special world he had come to. After the girl finished everything, she sat on the ground. The cloak she was wearing covered her whole body, making her look even more mysterious. There was nothing to explore on the second floor. All they had to do was wait until night, until the witch came to them herself. At this time, she glanced at Ji-sun sitting on the bed, and seemed to remember something. She took out a test tube of red liquid and said, "This is the energy potion produced by the Hydra Alchemy Factory. Drinking it will make you feel better. Of course, 8,500 per tube. If you can get out, this money will be deducted from your share of the spoils." Okay. Ji-sun was not polite. He caught the test tube thrown to him. Without hesitation, he pulled open the oak cork and drank it in one gulp. It was cool at the entrance. His dry grass-like body suddenly felt moisturized, and he felt comfortable all of a sudden. Looking at his physical attributes again, he was recovering slowly and visibly. Seeing him drink the potion so decisively, the mechanical girl asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid it's poison?" Ji-sun's eyes flashed with a light smile, showing no concern at all, and he asked back, "Is it really poisonous? Last night, he was sucked half of his life by the disaster, and now he is out of breath after walking for a while. In his physical condition, if he doesn't drink the potion, if there is an accident, he estimates that he will not even have a chance to escape. Hesitating when there is no choice is meaningless except wasting time." After being asked this question, the girl was stunned for a moment, and replied lightly, "No." The gas mask covered her face, and her expression could not be seen clearly. But she felt that such a decisive teammate would save a lot of time and effort in cooperation. Very good. Ji-sun did not dwell on this topic and asked, "By the way, how can I cooperate with you tonight?" Hearing that they were talking about business, the girl with the mechanical arm immediately became alert and said carefully, "The fallen which is good at mental control, her body is invulnerable, and it can be repaired if it is damaged. So if you want to kill it, don't do it rashly. Once it needs to absorb human essence, it will expose its weak mouthparts, and then it will be the best time to kill it." As expected, he needed his cooperation to kill the monster. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. He also understood that he would lure the monster with his body, and then wait for the monster to reveal its true form before taking action. The risk sounded quite high. The girl already had a complete plan, and there was no need for him to interrupt. But he was more curious about something else. After a moment of silence, Ji-sun asked a question that had always been in his mind, and said meaningfully, "You seem to know this monster very well." His teammate knew it too well. Just like playing a game, it is absolutely impossible to have such a mature killing strategy without killing many times. But she said before that no one has killed this monster. And almost everyone who has seen this monster has died. The basis of cooperation is a certain trust, so this question is not abrupt. The girl with the mechanical arm obviously expected to be asked this question, and said directly, "Although the classics of the City of Innocence are very scarce, I happened to see this rare disaster in a classic I have read. I got information from the intelligence merchant that there is a fallen witch in this different dimension, so I came in to take a look. Innocent City? It seems to be a place name." Ji-sun silently wrote it down. He listened and smiled without comment, but he didn't think it was all true. Although the two had known each other for a short time, some details were enough to reveal a lot of information about a person. This girl was well equipped, and could casually throw a potion that should not be cheap to a stranger. Obviously, she was not short of money. Although she deliberately concealed it, the temperament that was unintentionally revealed in her behavior could not be covered up by disguise. Why would such a rich, knowledgeable and educated person take risks to hunt monsters personally, unless she is 100% sure that she can get out, or there are other reasons that force her to come? Full of mystery. But Ji-sun didn't think it was a bad thing. The stronger the teammates are, the better it is for him at the moment. After all, the mortality rate in this different dimension is nearly 70%. Ji-sun was very tactful, and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them sat in silence in the room. Not long after, he discovered that the girl opposite was sitting cross-legged, and a layer of invisible energy field gradually lingered around her body. This seems to be some kind of breathing method or meditation secret method of cultivation? Ji-sun was also amazed. The two of them spent several hours together quietly, tacitly not speaking. And the energy potion helped a lot. After a few hours of recovery, Ji-sun's body data recovered by about 20%. Although the weak label on the attribute panel was still there, it was much stronger than before. At least I didn't feel my hand shaking when holding the large revolver. Finally, night fell. In the room of 2013. Unconsciously, the familiar click, click. A metallic sound rang out. The iron doors on the entire second floor were locked. It was nighttime. This was the time when the monsters would riot. They would wander in the corridors, and any human who did not hide in the room would be killed. The girl with the mechanical arm also looked at the pocket watch on the mechanical arm, and then turned to look at Ji-sun, who was lying leisurely on the bed, with a slightly surprised tone. "You are calmer than I expected." A Class B disaster was about to strike, and she didn't know why the man in front of her was so calm. Ji-sun also sat up and responded casually, "Panic is an unnecessary negative emotion for humans. It can only cause hormone disorders in the human body and make some wrong judgments, but it is of no help in solving problems." The girl with the mechanical arm did not comment. She knew very well that this guy's calmness was not fake. During the few hours of waiting, she found that he was observing her. And she had been observing that guy. In an alien space with a mortality rate of up to 70%, it is difficult for ordinary people to maintain this calmness, let alone facing a B-level disaster. She just couldn't understand why such a seemingly rational guy would come in so recklessly. Thinking of something, the girl added, "The monster will come soon. If you are still conscious, try to stay calm. Monsters don't like food with strange tastes." "Yeah," Ji-sun laughed. Was he afraid of being scared to pee? However, before they could communicate more, the girl suddenly seemed to sense something and her expression suddenly became serious. "Get ready, the witch is coming." Ji-sun also noticed it, because he also saw the familiar enlightenment, mental erosion immunity. The distance was too far, and the mental pollution did not cause substantial damage. But it was obvious that the monster was outside the door, and getting closer and closer. Chapter 6. When the bunker enters the night, all the surviving adventurers will hide in the room. As long as they survive tonight, they can leave this different dimension tomorrow. However, what no one knows is that after the door lock is closed, in the 4th floor, where the mortality rate exceeds 90%, in room 4001, a group of people are secretly planning something. There is a white-faced young man, with an indifferent look in the room, and he is followed by an old man in a tuxedo. The room is also filled with a group of well-equipped Blackwater mercenaries. The pale-faced young man had been waiting in the secret room for a long time, with a look of burning expectation from time to time. Others only knew that this 407 abnormal biological shelter was a treasure space that produced rare materials and devil-mark cards. But he knew more. Their Chow family inherited a top-secret file from 1,000 years ago, which mentioned that there was a mysterious 407 research institute in the old continent, where a shocking secret was hidden. He didn't expect that he actually found it. The exiled wasteland of Innocent City is the legendary old continent, and those hunters actually found this different dimension with the same name as the one in the ancient archives in Devil's Cross. If the record is true, then this place may have sealed one of the 52 demon god source cards. That is the top demon mark sung in the epic. It is even one that no one has ever seen. If he really finds it, it will be enough to make him soar to the sky and change the situation of his Chow family, and even the entire continent. The young man could not hide his expectation. At this time, after the old man arranged a hexagram formation, he turned to the young man and said respectfully, "Master, everything is ready." To ensure that everything is safe, the white-faced young man personally confirmed, "Have the conditions for activating the T-level disaster source been met?" The old man responded, "It has been completely met." The news was spread before. More than 500 people have died in this different dimension. The soul sacrifice is completely enough. Hearing this, the white-faced young man showed a determined smile and said, "Then let's get started." The witch was in a dormant state before, and the mental pollution was not too strong. But now the monster has awakened and is standing at the door. Ji-sun clearly feels a kind of mental charm that is getting stronger and stronger. Looking again, the thick iron door seems to be twisted, and a transparent figure slowly condenses. The skin is whiter than snow, standing proudly, and the graceful figure is visible at a glance. It was obviously a corpse before. Now it is really alive. Looking at this weird and bizarre scene, Ji-sun is also curious about its way of passing through the wall, thinking, particle state passing through the wall? Or is it the mind that penetrates the wall? Watching the monster pass through the wall out of thin air, he was sure that the temporary teammate hiding in the barrier in the corner did not lie to him. This monster will really come to find him. No matter where it hides, it can be found. According to the information given by the girl with the mechanical arm, ordinary people will fall into mental control as soon as they see this fallen which enter the field of vision, and will not realize the danger until they die. This is the tricky part of this B-level disaster large-scale group mental control. But at this moment, Ji-sun, who was lying on the bed, was still thinking clearly. The words of mental erosion immunity kept appearing in enlightenment. But as the monster got closer and closer, the words of enlightenment gradually turned into rose, mentally polluted, confusion +1. Ji-sun felt that the reason he could hold on until now was probably directly related to his super high mental power. If he were an ordinary person, he would have lost his mind long ago. The witch was getting closer and closer, and the sense of charm was getting stronger and stronger. This was a kind of evil charm ability that did not rely entirely on seducing consciousness to make the body react. Ji-sun's face flushed, and his blood was surging. The monster seemed to like this smell very much, and he didn't hesitate to float directly to the bedside. It seemed that a gust of evil wind blew through, and the pink fragrance in the nose gave people an extreme pleasure of floating in the air through the gas mask. The figure that made people's blood boil was completely exposed in the air, and every hair was visible, which impacted the visual senses at all times. It seemed to be within reach again, and the charm reached the extreme in an instant. Ji-sun's eyes were slightly blurred, but he took a breath of cold air in his heart. Although his mind felt that the crisis of death was approaching, his body was very honest. In this state of extreme spiritual pleasure, he gradually developed a depraved thought that he would rather die in a romantic way than have his beautiful dream shattered. This thought was getting stronger and stronger, and it was about to destroy all his reason. This was the terrifying thing about the fallen witch. He couldn't even draw his gun, and it was impossible to kill the monster. Fortunately, he was not alone. Ji-sun glanced at his teammates, who were still calm, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. This person has not been affected by the monster, nor has she been discovered by the monster. Her strength must be stronger than what is seen. What I have to do in my mind is to be a good bait, and wait for the witch to transform into a feeding form. I don't know if it is an illusion caused by the hormone secretion stimulated by the charm technique, or if there is really a fragrance. The monster is already close in front of him. The strange fragrance in Ji-sun's nose has made his blood boil, and he greedily sucks it uncontrollably. Seeing that the erotic scene is about to be staged, however, a terrifying scene appears. Ji-sun had always thought that this monster was absorbing vitality through intercourse, but it wasn't. That naked and beautiful body was just a prop to make the food more delicious. The witch confused the target and began to show her true form. It seemed that some monster was about to emerge from its body that made people daydream. A creepy muscle-tearing sound came from its body. Rip! Rip! Ji-sun watched the monster's waist and abdomen tear apart, all the way to the neck. Its entire chest and abdomen turned into a bloody mouth, revealing hundreds of densely packed sharp teeth like those of a hellish creature. Deep inside the squirming pink flesh, there was a strange baby face that made one's scalp tingle. This is the true form of the witch. You have touched the cursed power pollution, and your physical fitness has decreased by 0.005. You have touched the cursed power pollution, and your physical fitness has decreased by 0.008, and your attributes are dropping madly. Ji-sun clearly felt that his body functions were being drawn away by a mysterious force. He could even see the blood under his skin being drawn out, condensed into blood beads, and swallowed into the monster's mouth. After finally recovering a little with the potion, his body fell into weakness again. It seemed that he tasted it, and it was not bad. At this time, a more terrifying scene appeared. A sharp mouthpart slowly stretched out and stabbed Ji-sun's lower abdomen. Now, suddenly, the girl with a mechanical arm hiding in the corner barrier suddenly moved. She took a deep breath, raised her left arm, and made a warlock seal like lightning, and suddenly a mysterious power surged from her fingertips. Instantly, the barrier beneath her feet lit up with dazzling blue light, and mysterious runes solidified the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, she conjured up a card with a chain pattern between her fingers like a magic trick, and shouted, "Earth 100 Chain Barrier Seal." As soon as the voice came out, the runes in the huge room shone brightly, and rune chains surged out from all directions, and instantly the fallen witch was tied up on the spot. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. Very smooth. The girl was obviously happy. It's done. Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. The situation went smoothly, and was exactly the same as the steps the two had expected before. Next, as long as they act according to the plan, they will most likely be able to kill the monster. But they never thought. Just when the two were killing the witch according to the plan, an unexpected change happened. Without any warning, the entire different dimensional space shook slightly. It was as if some mysterious power awakened, and enlightenment appeared again. This is the prompt that everyone in the bunker sees. The explorer triggers the hidden main line, and the disaster level of the alien space is increased, unknown. The current exploration degree is 29.7%. A mysterious force has eroded the entire bunker, and the disasters have violently mutated. The cabin door lock has been opened, and they will actively hunt all humans in the bunker. The survival mode is transformed into the escape mode. If you want to survive, you need to find the correct exit of the bunker. Ji-sun saw this, and was full of question marks. This is different from the plan. Chapter 7. What happened? How did the hidden main plot get triggered? Also, what is this? Escape mode? The sudden change made Ji-sun's first reaction to be that he was being concealed. But he glanced at his temporary teammate. He immediately dispelled this suspicion. Even though she was wearing a gas mask, the trembling of the girl with the mechanical arm at that moment also indicated that she was extremely shocked by the change. It turned out that Ji-sun was not the only one who was confused. His teammates were also confused. This mysterious invasion actually gave the monster a violent state. The most intuitive thing was that the prompt on the witch's head changed from B-level disaster to A-level. Its spiritual field was as strong as a stone dropped into the calm water, and the whole room was rippled with invisible waves. Its strength had increased significantly. This made the difficulty of the two people's originally smooth hunting plan several times more difficult. Ji-sun could barely stay awake just now, but now facing the evolved disaster, his mind seemed to be hit by a club, and it was a mess. Various danger warnings flashed frequently. The data on the attribute panel dropped rapidly. Death was closer than ever. Ji-sun didn't know what this catastrophe level change meant, but his teammates clearly understood. The girl with the mechanical arm clearly sensed the monster's power and spat inwardly. How could it become an A-level mutant? Almost at the moment, when the mutant power surged, the invisible energy field on the body of the Witch of Disaster rolled, and suddenly the spell chain that had been locked tightly just now was shattered into pieces. The barrier can no longer control the monster, but the bad situation does not end there. The card in the girl's hand was crushed into powder as the barrier collapsed. As she was shaken by the backlash, a scarlet whip came towards her like lightning. Snap! There was no way to avoid it, and the long whip hit the girl. The whip made a bursting sound in the air, and the shaking air caused her cloak to break apart instantly, and then hit her chest firmly. The power of this whip was so great that even the metal mechanical exoskeleton on her chest was deformed and twisted, and a bloody wound was left on her flesh. Puff! A mouthful of blood foam spurted out, and the figure flew backwards. Bang! It hit the wall heavily. Looking again, the scarlet whip turned out to be a centipede-shaped long tail emerging from the monster's body. At this moment, the fallen witch had completely transformed into an unexpected monster form. It not only had a bloody mouth, but also grew a centipede-shaped long tail and 4 spider-like long legs. Because she spit out a mouthful of blood, the eyepiece of the mechanical arm girl gas mask was scarlet, blocking her vision, so she tore off the mask and gasped. But as Ji-sun guessed, she was not very old. Although there was a blood-stained scarf covering her mouth and nose, and her face was not clearly visible, her skin was tight at the corners of her eyes, her eyebrows were delicate, and she had a pair of deep black pupils, sharp and bright. Fallen which it revealed its complete monster form, and its combat power soared. It realized that the human behind it was a great threat to itself, and its hatred was instantly transferred. After the long tail whipped the mechanical arm girl away, the monster no longer paid attention to Ji-sun the food, and its 4 spider legs grabbed the ground and moved rapidly. Seeing the bulky body moving extremely fast, the blade-like spider spear had already stabbed past in a blink of an eye. The girl with the mechanical arm had a cold look in her eyes, and she raised her hand and pulled the trigger of the steam high-pressure cannon on her right arm. Bang! With a muffled sound, white steam instantly covered the entire square room. In the fog, the huge body of the monster was also blown away by the high-pressure airflow. However, the scene of the monster being sprayed into blood plasma by a single shot was not seen. The girl pupil shrank sharply, and she keenly caught this point. She reacted very decisively, taking advantage of the recoil to jump back violently, and pulled out a few cards in midair. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind passed by. The 3 cards flying out in a triangular shape turned into 3 vortex wind blades in an instant, cutting into the mist. Ji-sun, who was not far away, was also quite surprised when he saw this scene. They were clearly a few cards, but they turned into wind blades while flying? His thoughts flashed. Clang! 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 There was no cutting sound, but a sound like touching metal came from the mist, and the girl's face changed suddenly. She didn't have time to breathe when she landed, and the fatal crisis had already hit her. She pushed the ground hard again, instinctively trying to dodge. However, even though she reacted so quickly, she was still too slow. Almost at the moment when she exerted her strength, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the mist again. The girl had no time to dodge. With a crisp sound of bang, the centipede's long tail blew up the magic shield on her body, and the whole person was thrown out again and hit the wall. This whip was several times more powerful than before. The girl felt a spicy sensation in her throat, and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of turbid blood. In a blink of an eye, the mist dissipated, and when she looked again, the monster had changed again. At this moment, a ripple-like spiritual field lingered all over its body, and its entire body was covered with scales. On the centipede's tail, 3 faint cut marks could be seen, which were the cuts made by the wind blade card just now. Intact, not even an A-level disaster. Seeing this scene, the girl with the mechanical arm changed her expression, thinking of some incredible possibility, and blurted out in shock, "Secondary distortion. How could it appear on a first-level disaster?" The girl with the mechanical arm was hit again, and was already seriously injured. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse, and they were about to be wiped out. No one expected the situation to turn out like this. Ji-sun, who was lying on the bed not far away, was also affected by the high-pressure shock wave of the jet cannon and fell heavily into the corner. Fortunately, this corner was safer. The monster's attention was attracted by the girl. Ji-sun was thrown down and regained his consciousness and control of his body in that abnormal mental state, and calmly observed the two sides of the battle. The monster easily broke free from the barrier that had been set up for a long time, which clearly showed that it had overwhelming combat power. Without other means, the two would almost certainly die. But Ji-sun didn't think that this temporary teammate of his was the only one he could do. He looked at his partner who flew backwards and vomited blood twice, and murmured in his heart, "If you have a trump card, it's time to show it now." From the beginning to the end, the girl with the mechanical arm only showed her strength for people to see. But Ji-sun's intuition told her that she was hiding her weakness. As for Ji-sun himself, even in such a critical moment, his mind was still extremely clear. Fear, if he was destined to die, those negative emotions that would only affect his thinking were completely unnecessary for him. As expected, at this moment, he was on the verge of death, and there was no room for hesitation. The girl's eyes flashed with a coldness, as if she had made a decision, and she shouted softly, "Relieve." Ji-sun looked at his pupils, and shrank suddenly. After hearing that light shout, it seemed as if some mysterious power was released, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. He knew that his teammate had used his ultimate move. At the same time, with a snap, the witch's tail whip came for the third time. The speed was faster than before. It was obvious that this monster was contaminated by the mysterious power mentioned by enlightenment, and was still getting stronger. If it had been the previous whip, the girl would have been seriously injured again. However, the next scene was unexpected. The long whip was so fast that it left a fan shadow, but the girl with blood on her chest did not show any panic on her face, nor did she have the slightest intention of avoiding it. She stood up and raised her hand like lightning, but the centipede whip stopped 1 foot away from her palm. It was as if there was an invisible force field lingering in her palm. She pinched it hard, and the tail was like a poisonous snake stuck in the neck, struggling hard but unable to escape. Looking again, the girl with the mechanical arm suddenly changed her momentum. Her silver hair moved without wind, and she was cold. A layer of flaming cold field lingered on her body's surface, and the corrosive acid sprayed by the monster was blocked by this field. Behind her, a translucent and bizarre shadow loomed. At this moment, she was like a demon descending. Ji-sun only glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and he felt as if he was being watched by a demon, and his scalp was tingling with palpitations. So strong. What kind of power is this? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the energy emitted by this teammate at this moment was more like a demon than that of the witch. The aura of his temporary partner suddenly changed, and suddenly became unfathomable. Ji-sun was not too surprised to see this, and thought to himself, the material that needs the witch to explode really has spiritual abilities. But what is this, telekinesis, and the ice power is not normal coldness. He was very curious before. His high mental power was still affected by the monster, but his teammate was always like nothing happened. If it is not the resistance effect brought by the equipment, then his own mental power value is also very high, so he can be immune to the mental pollution that the witch spreads all the time. Now it can be seen that the mental power is super strong. No matter the mechanical equipment, cards, and melee skills she showed before, they are obviously all disguises. The real trump card is the super strong mental power and ice ability at this moment. No wonder it's so mysterious. This ability seems to be quite recognizable. Although Ji-sun didn't know much about this world, looking at her form of using a big move, such a highly recognizable ability is definitely not ordinary. But she is hiding it. I'm afraid her identity is not open to the public. But now is not the time to think about these things. The girl with the mechanical arm suddenly changed her momentum at this moment. She no longer dodged the monster's tail whip. Her fists condensed a ball of cold air and rushed forward fiercely, attacking the monster crazily. Boom! 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 The room was filled with muffled sounds like bells. The girl was not afraid of mental pollution. Her fists were shrouded in frost, and she hit the monster's body heavily. Every time she punched, a large piece of the monster's armor was frozen, and the monster was beaten back step by step. But after all, it was an A-level disaster, and under the rank suppression, it took a while to determine the winner. Ji-sun squinted at the battle in the corner, and said to himself, it seems that it's still a little short. I thought I wouldn't need my meager fighting power, but looking at the current situation, I have to do something. The disaster in this world can be roughly understood as a boss. This silver-haired girl can fight against an A-level disaster head-on, so her strength is definitely the best among the same level. But obviously, it is not enough. Fallen, which is a spiritual monster, and its melee ability is not strong. But its body is very hard, and it is very difficult to kill it. It seems that the girl has the upper hand, but it may be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. These are not the key issues. The problem is that the battle between one person and one monster is very noisy. There is more than one monster in this alien space. Gunfire sounds were heard outside the door, and it was obvious that someone was engaging in a firefight with other monsters. We couldn't drag it on any longer. Ji-sun made a decisive decision when he thought of this. He stretched out a hand and made a tactical gesture of holding a gun. Obviously, his teammates saw it very keenly. Although she saw it, a hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the girl with the mechanical arm. How could this guy help? Chapter 8. Is this guy trying to get me to help? The girl with the robotic arm naturally noticed Ji-sun's actions and instinctively thought, what can he do to help? But this is an A-level disaster. Is this something you can consider getting involved with your combat power? Wouldn't it be better to just be a bait and live? After a day together, the girl with the robotic arm could see that her teammate was not only weak because he was sucked dry by the witch, but he was also weak himself, and couldn't even sense the fluctuation of this guy's magic power. But at the same time, watching that action, she immediately realized something else. This guy was not mentally polluted. Under normal circumstances, non-professionals, who were in the same room with the Fallen, which would have been mentally controlled long ago. Not to mention the secondary distortion A-level disaster. But this guy was not controlled at this moment, and he even calmly signaled to help. If he was not mentally confused, he really had some other means. Could it be that the demon mark of the mental power direction has been awakened? At this moment, the girl suddenly understood something. Why did this man stay with the witch for a whole night last night, and still survive? But his mental strength is strong, which cannot cover up his weak combat power. Why not let him try? The silver-haired girl was conflicted for a moment. Although she didn't think this temporary teammate had the ability to help, she had no choice at the moment. The monster was deformed twice, and although she still had a chance of winning, she couldn't kill it in a short time. Now the monsters in the entire different dimension were out of control. How could she not hear the gunshots coming from outside the door? If it really takes too long, the monsters outside will rush in, and the risk will be infinitely magnified. Thinking of this, the girl with the mechanical arm also made a decisive decision to let him try. Anyway, the situation can't get worse. She knew very well that the monster's weakness was its mouthparts. This was the only fatal injury that a gun could cause. But the monster was very cunning. It hid its mouthparts tightly when fighting with itself. The girl with the mechanical arm had an idea, and she deliberately revealed a fatal mistake in the battle. She grabbed the monster's tail whip with one hand, and was forced to grab the monster's attacking forelimb with the other hand. Both hands seemed to be restrained in an instant. The monster immediately felt that it had caught the fatal flaw of this human, and without hesitation, a thorny fleshy mouthpart suddenly ejected from the monster baby's mouth with a horrible crack. Swoosh. Very fast. The girl with the mechanical arm looked at the mouthpart piercing her chest directly, and her pupils shrank suddenly. It finally appeared. This is the best opportunity, almost at the same time. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the room. The timing of the shot was just right. It is difficult for ordinary people to catch such a fleeting flaw. The girl with the robotic arm breathed a sigh of relief. That guy was pretty good. He didn't miss the opportunity. But then, just as this relief emerged in her heart, a scene that amazed her even more happened. Almost at the moment of hearing the gunshot, scarlet exploded in front of her eyes. This? The girl with the robotic arm couldn't believe it. This shot was not only at the right time, but also accurate to the extreme. The mouthparts were very fragile, and ordinary magic-breaking bullets directly broke the spiked mouthparts. The girl looked at the blood mist that exploded in front of her eyes in astonishment, and her mind gradually began to believe what she saw. One shot hit. She knew that since the other party dared to help, his shooting skills must be good. But the difficulty is not only the shooting skills, but also to hit the target under the interference of mental pollution. It is very difficult for normal people to stay calm in the fear of death and mental confusion. How did this guy do it? There seemed to be no tension or fear that affected the shooting at all. After a moment of thinking, the girl with the mechanical arm understood that the guy had anticipated her intention and predicted the monster's response, so he could hit the target with one shot. Such a calm response. Even if it was her turn, she might not be able to do better. Not bad. The girl with the mechanical arm murmured in her heart. I thought it would take several more opportunities to succeed, but I didn't expect it to be solved in one shot. But this was not the time to be surprised. The monster's mouthparts had been hit hard by the bullet, and the whole space was filled with shrill screams. Kill the monster first. The girl's eyes were stern, and the secret technique had been condensed. The shadow behind her had a strong momentum, and the invisible telekinetic field on her body instantly boiled up. It was as if the two forces collided with each other. After only 2 breaths of stalemate, the strange face in the crack of the fallen, which several meters away suddenly exploded, and the ground was covered with blood and flesh. Ji-sun looked at the monster that suddenly exploded. He didn't understand what his teammates did, but it didn't prevent him from understanding that this move was very powerful. Telekinetic attack? Ji-sun put down his gun and lay against the wall. His body was not that of a superhuman. He was affected by the battle just now, and now it felt like he was hit by a truck. His internal organs felt like needles. The monster was dead, and the girl with the mechanical arm breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the monster's corpse on the ground, and then looked at Ji-sun in the corner. Her eyes were complicated, as if she was struggling with something. But everything calmed down after a moment. Ji-sun keenly noticed the struggle in that look, and raised his eyebrows. How could he not guess what the other party was thinking? After the prey died, the bait was actually no longer valuable. Now that the treasure had been revealed and his secret had been exposed, normally, a more ruthless person would have killed the witness at this moment. With such a huge gap in strength, Ji-sun didn't even have a chance to resist. And in fact, she didn't need to do it herself. If she really wanted to kill someone to silence him, she could have used the monster to kill herself during the previous battle with the monster. But she didn't do that. She would rather trouble herself than burn bridges, and tried not to affect herself in the battle. She fully abided by the previous cooperation agreement. Of course, if he hadn't been sure of this before cooperating, Ji-sun would not only aim at the fallen witch. Even if he risked being killed by the monster, he would shoot this teammate first. This is healing agent. The girl's eyes were no longer entangled. Instead, she threw a red potion at Ji-sun and said, "A very rare material has appeared. If you can get out alive, I will give you your share." This time, I didn't say I would give you money, but I said I would pay you back. Ji-sun took the potion and drank it in one gulp with a smile. It was considered a good person that he didn't get stabbed after crossing the river, so why ask for a settlement? He naturally saw the silver light emerging from the corpse, and found it amazing. Is it really an explosion of equipment? The girl silently pulled out the dagger bound on her thigh, then fiddled with the monster's corpse, and took out a piece of translucent amber-like object. She thought Ji-sun wanted to see the material, so she gestured this. The secondary alienated pituitary gland of the fallen witch quality, excellent silver. Detailed explanation, extremely rare spiritual material, containing a strong power of catastrophe. Ji-sun looked over, and the amber was surrounded by a layer of spiritual force field like the previous monster, but more terrifying. Looking at it, it seemed as if the sensory world was distorted. Enlightenment appeared again, and was mentally polluted, chaos +3. Ji-sun's eyes twitched. This thing is a radiation source. The girl with the robotic arm didn't look at it anymore. She took out a blank card and shouted, "Contain." The hexagram array on the back of the card lit up, and the pituitary gland disappeared on the spot, and then the front of the originally blank card showed a pattern exactly the same as the material just now. The mental pollution was gone in an instant. Ji-sun was amazed at what he saw, a space containment card, another card with magical effects. The material was already in hand, and the girl with the robotic arm looked at the card in her hand, but her eyes were a little complicated. Originally, I just wanted to find a witch material, but I didn't expect to get such a top-quality material. The best material quality of the first-level disaster is silver, and there is a very small probability of getting the top quality. Shining silver, which is a rare material that is better than ordinary silver. However, I didn't expect that a piece of shining silver material with the prefix excellence would appear. This is almost a 1 in a million probability. The moment she touched it just now, she had clearly felt the majestic spiritual power in the material. This is the most ideal material for refining a career card. After all, this is an unprecedented secondary distortion disaster. The girl didn't think much, and picked up the card in the white light that slowly condensed on the corpse, and said, "I need materials. This card is for you. Your mental power is good, just keep it to save your life." As she said that, she flicked her finger without greed, and the card flew over. Ji-sun caught it, and took a look. Witch's Gaze quality silver. Detailed explanation, one-time silver skill card, consumes 1 point of mental power. After use, it can cause mental pollution to the target within 5*5m range that is not higher than the second level. causing at least 1 second of continuous mental hypnosis, and the control time is affected by the target's mental power value. In the previous battle, Jisun saw his teammates use a card that can turn into a wind blade, and looking at this skill, he was not surprised. Ranged mind control, this card is very powerful, and its value is definitely not cheap. He still asked, "Give it to me?" The girl said lightly with an expression that she would not take advantage of him. "This is what you deserve." Hearing this, Jisun was not polite, and flipped the card to take a look. There was an eye pattern on the front of the card, and a mysterious hexagram formation on the back. It was his first time to come into contact with a magical object, and he also found it very interesting. "But I wonder how to use this thing?" The girl seemed to see it, and reminded him very considerately, "This is a mental card, very rare. Grasp the hexagram spell, and you will naturally know how to use it." After hearing this, Jisun tried it. For a moment, it felt like holding a pistol with the index finger on the trigger, as if it could be triggered with just a thought. What a good thing. A card can hypnotize the target. What else can it be if not magic? Jisun played with it for a while, and his interest in this mysterious world became stronger and stronger. The relaxed look seemed to show that they had no fear at all after just walking on the brink of death. But the look in the eyes of the girl with the mechanical arm was not as calm as his. He had found the materials he needed, which were 10 times better than expected, and the purpose of the adventure was achieved. The only minor drawback was that someone saw his extraordinary talent. But this was not a big problem. The problem was that something had happened in this different dimension. That is, the previous battle was decisive, and the cooperation was tacit, and the two of them killed the fallen witch without wasting much time. And not long after killing the monster, the intensive firepower outside suddenly stopped. I don't know if those people outside died or retreated to the first floor. Anyway, the situation is not optimistic. The girl with the mechanical arm didn't dare to be careless, rushed to the iron door, took out 2 cards and stuck them on the door. Barrier start. Now that the door lock has been opened, they have to prevent monsters from rushing in. Barrier card. It can temporarily seal the breath, but it won't last long. The girl with the mechanical arm stuck to the door to sense the situation outside, and her expression became more and more solemn. A decision must be made as soon as possible. The girl with the mechanical arm was also seriously injured in the previous battle. After taking the medicine, she put on her gas mask again and changed into a spare mechanical exoskeleton. Jisun watched silently from the side. Perhaps she noticed the gaze. The girl with the mechanical arm did not turn back, and said coldly, "This barrier will not last long. It is useless to hide in the room in the escape mode. The monster will actively chase and kill humans. I sense the energy fluctuations of at least 10 powerful monsters outside the door. They will come sooner or later. Under normal circumstances, everyone hides in the room at night, and monsters are triggered by passive hatred. Except for monsters, like fallen witch that can pass through walls, they occasionally wander around and take away a few unlucky people randomly. There is almost no danger. After 3 days, you can go out. But now, if you don't find the exit, no one can get out alive." What she meant was that she wanted to rush out as soon as possible. Maybe there would be a chance to fight for her life. "You can take care of yourself." Jisun listened to this and didn't care at all. He had done his best by not destroying the bridge before, and he didn't expect the other party to lend a helping hand at this moment. At the critical moment of life and death, he naturally wouldn't bring a burden. But at this moment, his expression became subtle. Not only is he strong in combat, he is also good at perception, and the key is that he doesn't steal equipment. Isn't this a perfect teammate? Jisun had all the information obtained through careful analysis in his mind. He felt that he had grasped some of the key points of this space. The girl with the mechanical arm adjusted her breathing, and looked like she wanted to break through the door and rush out alone. But at this moment, Jisun suddenly spoke, "Are you interested in continuing to cooperate?" Chapter 9. Continue to cooperate? Hearing this, the girl expression immediately turned bad. This guy hasn't understood the current situation yet, and he still wants to take him out. At this time, even she herself is not sure of her life, let alone taking a burden. But she also patiently explained, based on the current situation, the 2 known B-level disasters on the 3rd and 4th floors may have mutated into A-level. Other monsters may have mutated as well. I am not sure I can get out alive. Jisun knew that the other party had misunderstood his meaning, and explained, "No. I mean, have you ever thought about changing your way of thinking to pass the level?" When the girl with the robotic arm heard this, her eyes turned into doubt. Her first reaction was that this guy probably wanted to seize the last chance to survive. But looking at the calm eyes as always, she was instantly conflicted. Although the two of them had not been together for a long time, They had a certain understanding of each other. She knew very well that although her temporary teammate was weak, he was definitely not a fool. Just like when they first met, she said. Cooperation, which actually meant, I need a bait. Both parties understood each other tacitly. And now, the underlying meaning of this sentence she heard was, I have a way to get out, but I need a teammate. Although the girl with the robotic arm still found it incredible, she hesitated for a moment and asked, What do you mean? Ji-sun did not answer directly, but asked meaningfully, if the exit is somewhere on the 4th floor, how sure are you that you can get to the 4th floor alive? The mechanical girl didn't understand why he asked this, but she said truthfully, I'm not sure. Ji-sun asked again, do you think it's possible for someone else? The mechanical girl's eyes flashed with a strange color when she heard it, and she pondered, almost impossible. She knew very well that her strength had reached the peak of a card master apprentice, and with many secret cards, she was already one of the few people at the top of the pyramid of combat power below non-professionals. This statement was already very conservative. If she really can't survive, then it's even more impossible for others. Ji-sun smiled mysteriously. So, here comes the problem. Although he guessed that this teammate was very strong, but after hearing her confirm it in person, he also confirmed his guess. The difficulty of this dungeon is beyond the scope, although Ji-sun has not yet fully understood what kind of existence this world's different dimension is. But with the information he has learned so far, and the scene of seeing the monster die and explode equipment and materials with his own eyes just now, he confirmed his guess. That is the other dimensional space, just like a game, a level test with a reward mechanism. Pass the level and get a reward. Levels that cannot be passed by players are meaningless. The existence of the game level designers painstakingly came up with so many exquisite settings, definitely not to make the players wipe out. Since the monsters are beyond the player's killing ability, then the idea must be wrong. Therefore, this other dimensional space must have a correct way to pass the level. For example, the secret passage. Or maybe some plot item needed to clear the level. Coincidentally, Ji-sun had discovered some clues before. Ji-sun didn't beat around the bush and said what he thought. In the current situation, it is almost certain that the monsters in the entire different dimensional space have been eroded by that mysterious power, and have become stronger than normal. Not to mention the monsters on the 2nd floor, the 3rd and 4th floors, forcing through is almost a dead end. Since the space limits the rank of the adventurers, the corresponding monster strength should also be limited. But the monsters are so strong that even top players can't kill them. So, either the monsters have special ways for players to kill them, or forcibly killing monsters is not the right way to pass the level. Hearing this, the girl remained silent. It's not that she didn't think about this idea, and she also felt that it made sense. Before she could think about it, Ji-sun said, and there's another point. It's clear that we have discovered that there are 4 floors in this space before. But the exploration rate has never exceeded 50%. And the previous hidden plot was somehow triggered, but the exploration degree dropped from 50% to about 30%. Then the problem comes, the unexplored area must be more than those unopened rooms. So even if you can survive to the 4th floor, you will probably not find the exit. Yes, there is also the ignored exploration degree. Hearing this, the girl looked at Ji-sun with a changed look. This guy is so meticulous that he even wrote down this subtle change. But I understand the reason. But? Now, apart from going to the 4th floor and trying her luck to find the exit, what else can she do? At this moment, she gradually felt that the guy in front of her seemed to have a way. Ji-sun did not speak again, but looked at the girl meaningfully, as if waiting for something. Seeing this look, the girl immediately understood and said lightly, if you find the right clue, I can agree to cooperate. Hearing this, Ji-sun smiled slightly. This is the promise he was waiting for. The previous cooperation made Ji-sun feel that this temporary teammate was very suitable for his appetite. It happened that he was in poor physical condition now, and he also needed a reliable partner with strong combat power. And a teammate who keeps his promise and is strong is the perfect match. After a pause, the girl asked, so what should we do now? Ji-sun didn't beat around the bush, stood up, pointed to the wall beside him and said, break the wall. Impossible. Upon hearing this, the girl with the robotic arm suddenly felt a little disappointed. If it was so easy to break, someone would have tried it long ago. She looked at Ji-sun and explained seriously, this wall is part of the rules of space, and it can't be broken by external force at all. Ji-sun smiled mysteriously. How come he didn't realize that this wall couldn't be broken? We fought so hard before, but the walls of this room were intact. Generally, walls cannot be broken by external forces. He didn't explain much, but marked out a space of 1.5*2.2 m door frame size beside him, and said, not somewhere else, but here. Hearing this, the girl with the mechanical arm showed a suspicious look. They are all walls, what's the difference? Ji-sun knew that he had to come up with some reliable explanations, so he directly explained his discovery. I took 75 centimeters each step. We passed all the rooms on the second floor before, and I clearly counted the distance between the doors of each room. I walked 20 steps. So the interval is a very standard 15 meters. But before, between 2012 and 2013, I took an extra step. Hearing this, the robotic girl, who had just been full of suspicion, suddenly became thoughtful. She immediately understood the meaning of this. There is a mezzanine space in the room. At the same time, she was very surprised. How did this guy do it? Depending on the stride, he followed behind me during the day, and I thought he was just a burden, but I didn't expect him to calculate the distance to the door and find such a detailed difference. Expectations are accompanied by fear of disappointment. Measuring the distance by stride doesn't sound very reliable. Could it be that the calculation was wrong? A series of questions popped up in her mind. Ji-sun didn't wait for her to think about it, and continued, and the distance in the room is also problematic. Although it looks the same, the wall at the door and the wall next to the bed are also nearly 1 meter shorter. So the shape of the room is not the rectangle we see, but a trapezoid. After a pause, he said the conclusion in a firm tone, that is to say, there is a space hidden behind this wall. Hearing this, the expression of the girl with the robotic arm changed instantly. When she was reminded, she immediately found the problem. Chapter 10. Trapezoidal. The girl was not stupid. After hearing this explanation and observing the layout of the room, she suddenly understood. The vision was deceived. This room is a single cement color, and in this color tone, long and short lines are the easiest to be misjudged by the naked eye. And the most important point is that this is room 2013. Under normal circumstances, the cabin next door 2012 is where the fallen witch stays, and the several rooms near it are all mentally polluted. No one would hang around here. Even if someone passed by, their mental power would be disturbed, and they would ignore those details. Visual deception plus mental interference, which also caused the slight difference in the distance between the iron door to be ignored. The difference in the distance between the doors was a new discovery that the most detailed information from the intelligence dealers had never recorded. What a clever design! The girl with the mechanical arm figured out everything, and then looked at the man who was so weak that she thought she could kill him with a casual blow, her face full of disbelief. With such interference, this guy actually noticed something unusual. This is not a problem that can be explained by carefulness. Ji-sun finished speaking. His expression was calm, and he didn't think it was a big deal. In fact, he had discovered this problem a long time ago, but didn't want to make a fuss. And at that time, he didn't trust this temporary teammate enough, and wanted to survive until the third day, so he didn't say much. But now it's different. In fact, in addition to what I said, there are many details that Ji-sun didn't explain. The structure of this bunker is very simple, a shaped building, with 100 rooms on each floor, and only one rusty elevator between the upper and lower floors. This design itself has problems. First of all, the purpose of this bunker is in the name. For O7 Abnormal Biology Shelter, it is obviously a bunker for a research institute or something. But the laboratory is only a place to lock up monsters. A normal structure of the research institute can probably easily analyze the location of other rooms, so such a misleading parallel structure was created. Following this line of thought, checking the room structure one by one can also find problems. Of course, the premise is that it cannot be disturbed by the abnormal mental field on the second floor. Ji-sun himself has a keen observation of the environment that is different from ordinary people. He found the problem after walking a few steps. Then he reversed the problem of the entire space design. Since it was confirmed that this was a copy of Clear the Level, Reward, the most interesting part for Ji-sun was not to decipher the secret door. Instead, he reversed the designer's motivation for designing this level. The girl with the mechanical arm had completely put aside her contempt for her temporary teammate. Time was running out, and she walked directly to the wall drawn by Ji-sun. The door frame was also marked with a symbol in great detail. The girl did not delay, raised the mechanical arm that had been fully charged and aimed at the mark, and reminded him, "Stand back." Ji-sun naturally hid behind the girl. Then, with a bang, the air wave almost knocked him over. At the same time, they heard the sound of bricks breaking in the wall. It's really broken. The girl with the mechanical arm looked at the big hole in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. Although she had just been told the reasoning process, she still felt like she was dreaming to find a new way to pass the level. This meant that the way to pass the level of 407 abnormal biological shelter might really be as the man said, and they found a new way to pass the level. Ji-sun looked at the hole without any joy, because he had already determined it. He looked at the dark hole with a thoughtful look. Breaking the wall was easy, but it did not mean that the hidden plot triggered was not difficult. Instead, he felt that the designer was very confident in his subsequent design, so he didn't do more on the wall. Before he had time to think about it, the smoke and dust from the broken wall had not yet dissipated, and the two of them saw new inspiration at the same time, triggering a hidden plot, increasing the exploration degree by plus 5%, and obtaining additional settlement rewards. The girl with the mechanical arm carefully looked at the hole in front of her. It looked like a laboratory area. The green light was gloomy and terrifying, constantly giving people a psychological hint of a monster ambush. Ji-sun seemed to be completely indifferent and called out, "Let's go in and take a look." The girl with the robotic arm glanced at him, but still stood in front of Ji-sun and took the lead to walk in. She was very clear about her position in the cooperation. Before, she was the leader, but now it was this guy. This was a very messy laboratory, with traces of battles everywhere. There were dried bloodstains, and several dried corpses in white coats on the ground, and scratches left by unknown creatures on the metal instruments. There were messy medicine tables filled with scattered beakers and reagent bottles, dissection operating tables, monster specimens soaked in yellow-green liquid, and various strange tools. All kinds of instruments had a strong steampunk black technology style, and a strong sense of magic and mystery came to the face. It looks like an alchemy lab, and also like a biological lab. The girl with the robotic arm walked cautiously in front, scanned the area, and said, "This should be the research room in Bunker 407. Sure enough, the research institute couldn't just be a place to imprison monsters. Ji-sun looked around and nodded, "Yeah. Let's go find some useful clues." The girl with the robotic arm glanced at him. For some reason, this guy sounded very confident, as if he would definitely find something. There were also gas lamps in the lab, and the atmosphere was gloomy and scary, but the visibility was good. The laboratory was very large, and there were rustling sounds in the darkness from time to time. No one knew what kind of monster it was. Ji-sun glanced at the layout of the laboratory, and walked straight to the row of rooms on the left. The girl with the robotic arm followed him without saying anything. Ji-sun walked all the way, and the single rooms were all functional laboratories. He took a look at some of them, and just looked at some of them at the door, and passed by directly. "What are you looking for?" "I don't know yet." The girl with the robotic arm suddenly felt a little puzzled. This guy didn't look for the exit, but was looking for clues that he didn't know what it was. But soon, Ji-sun stopped in front of a room, and said in a deep voice, "It should be here." The robotic girl saw that this room was larger than the previous ones, and seemed to be the management office. Before she could figure out why he stopped here, Ji-sun had already walked in, and then rummaged through the boxes and cabinets for a while, and soon found a safe in the corner. Safe? It was obviously an important plot item. Before the robotic girl could marvel at why this guy was sure there was something here, she watched Ji-sun take out some crooked iron pieces, put his ear on the safe, and started to tinker with the lock. "This is the master key." Ji-sun made it when he had nothing to do during the day. It was originally used to deal with the iron door lock in the cabin. Although there are extraordinary powers and magic cards in this world, the locks are still mechanical locks, and no matter how complicated they are, there are ways to open them. Fortunately, this safe is not complicated in Ji-sun's opinion. The girl with the mechanical arm watched quietly on the side, and did not disturb him. This guy's calmness gave people a very reliable feeling. She was not in a hurry to find an exit. The lab was very quiet, with only the sound of the gears creaking and grinding. Suddenly, there was a metallic sound. Ji-sun smiled and whispered, "It's open." "So fast?" The girl with the robotic arm was also a little surprised. Looking at his professional safe unlocking skills, and thinking of his expression when he analyzed the wall problem before, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is your profession?" "Profession?" Ji-sun hesitated for a moment, and responded, "I'm an actor." The girl with the mechanical arm, "I'm asking about the occupation sequence." "Thief?" "I thought he was a spiritual supernatural being, but it seems not." Ji-sun couldn't answer. He was an actor before he crossed over. A clown actor who was adopted by a circus since he was a child. The inexplicably high mental power is related to this occupation. The clown played too many roles, and one day he found that he didn't know which one was the real him. Or maybe each one is a part of himself. Ji-sun clearly felt that there were many selves in his mind, playing different roles. Just like he has always been calm, it's not that he doesn't have the emotion of fear. It's that he is suppressed by other roles such as reason, curiosity, excitement, knowledge, twisted madness, etc. This overload of mental activity makes him learn things quickly, and has a meticulous and active mind. This also makes him master almost all the difficult juggling in the circus. What about tightrope walking, knife throwing, underwater extreme escape, guns, flying cards, lock picking? It is a required skill for underwater escape. But that mental power also troubled him. He could not feel the emotional fluctuations of normal people, such as happiness. This made him like to pursue excitement more and more before the time of crossing. Use that kind of sensory stimulation to find some ways to vent mental distress. The thoughts in his mind turned in an instant, and then turned back. Ji-sun opened the safe and took out a stack of information. The things inside were very messy, as if they had been searched by someone, and some were missing. The girl with the mechanical arm also came over, and the two of them were attracted by this look. Enlightenment translated an unknown text similar to cuneiform into a readable form. On May 3, 2401 of the Talon calendar, the S-level catastrophe source was unsealed and research began. In the 1001 experimental chamber, the extraordinary ability of the awakened experimental subject number 1144 has changed again, showing a high tolerance to dark elements. After being injected with 10 times the dose of Himes Type 7 ash reagent, the body's tolerance continued to increase, and an unknown direction of distortion occurred after 5 days. Conclusion: this source card has an S+ level dark element affinity growth. In the 1099 experimental chamber, the subject number 815 tried to implant the contaminated limb's giant power magic muscle. The potion induced a surge in strength, and the physical attributes miraculously broke through the upper limit without changing jobs, but the subject lost his mind for 14 days, and became uncontrollably distorted, and died on the same day. Conclusion: the source of catastrophe has a high growth potential in the power system. 2012 experimental chamber, no number 549 experimental subject tried to merge, mental distortion occurred. It is recommended to continue to observe for 7 days. The distortion evolved into a B-level disaster fallen witch, possessing the ultimate charm ability. Conclusion: this source of catastrophe has a strong growth in the mental system. Continue to study in this direction, and the distortion state of the experimental subject tends to be stable. The 16th injection of T3 reagent successfully induced secondary distortion. The experimental subject evolved into an A-level disaster fallen witch. Conclusion: the source of catastrophe has growth potential. 3045 experimental chamber experimental subject secondary distortion into an A-level mysterious disaster curse gambler, curse is death. 4011 experimental chamber experimental subject secondary distortion into an A-level assassin disaster shadow sting, hidden in the shadow. August 16, 1145. Summary report: after the fusion of the catastrophe sample, each experimental subject awakened a different talent. So far, the experiment has confirmed the growth direction of 31 special talents. It has been confirmed that the source of the catastrophe is an epic source card that has never appeared in history. Preliminary conclusion: the fusion of this card requires ultra-high basic mental power, dark affinity, manic telekinesis, and other incomplete cognitive conditions. The Research Institute recommends that the current probability of fusion distortion of the experimental body is 100%, and there is a risk of spillover and spread of pollution. It is recommended that the ban level be changed from S level to T level, and it is permanently banned. This is the key clue that Ji-sun is looking for. Chapter 11. Neither of them spoke, and the only sound in the room was the rustling of files. The safe contained some experimental reports, which were very long, but Ji-sun read them very quickly. The girl with the mechanical arm obviously knew the meaning of the file levels better than Ji-sun. Seeing the key point, she exclaimed inwardly, "This 407 abnormal biology shelter is actually researching a T-level disaster source." Ji-sun listened to the imperceptible murmur while reading 10 lines at a glance. This is what he was looking for. Some key clues to pass the level. In the archive, he saw not only the fallen witch in room 2012, but also the corrupted giant in room 1099, the cursed gambler in room 3045, and some others. The most difficult disasters discovered so far are all recorded. But obviously, Ji-sun had guessed wrong before. This bunker is not about studying the imprisoned monsters. These monsters are just experimental products of the research. The real research object is that disaster source. Although I didn't understand what the source of the disaster was. But from the description, it should be a dangerous item with extremely strong pollution. And he kept paying attention to the girl with the mechanical arm flipping through the files. It is not difficult to infer that this is probably something extraordinary. The two did not communicate. Ji-sun flipped through the files quickly. At this time, he opened another file bag and found an accident report. Sealed file, S719 accident report. Accident rating D level. Details: on July 19th, the central experimental monitoring data was found to be abnormal, and the deformed bodies in each cabin of the laboratory had a short period of abnormal disturbance. After careful investigation, no suspicious conditions were found, and it was determined to be a low-level risk. Solution: strengthen inspections. Investigation Specialist, Dr. P. Luo. File correction: on August 2nd, a mutant riot occurred in the experimental bunker. At this moment, I realized that I might have made a big mistake. This is an S-level disaster accident. In fact, the source of the disaster leaked and contaminated a long time ago. We have been contaminated unknowingly. My perception, and even the perception of everyone in the laboratory, has been eroded by some mysterious force, which made us misjudge the risk level and unable to stop it. Everything is too late. Terror has already arrived. Seeing this, the puzzle-like clues in Ji-sun's mind seem to be connected. Although there are still a few pieces missing, he has roughly restored the cause of the incident in 407 Abnormal Biological Shelter. Someone once studied a dangerous catastrophic source in this bunker, and then created these monsters. However, a contamination leak occurred during the research, and the entire laboratory was infected. The monsters rioted and killed everyone in the laboratory. It's not a very complicated plot. Ji-sun looked at the remaining files, and saw that there were not many left. While continuing to look through them, he casually reminded the girl with the mechanical arm beside him, "Be careful, the monster should appear." When the girl with the robotic arm heard this, she thought he had discovered something, and her expression immediately froze. But after sensing for a moment, she did not find any monsters. Although she was very confident in her perception, she thought about it and confirmed, "What did you find?" Ji-sun did not find anything, and chuckled, "It's just that in the normal plot, we got the key clues, and it's time to increase the intensity." The girl with the robotic arm was confused by this jargon? I guessed it too. Ji-sun smiled and shrugged, and then realized that the other party's thinking did not follow his words. He pointed at the data and said, "At present, these data are all necessary clues to pass the level. So if there are monsters, they will definitely appear after we get the data. Otherwise, the monsters will kill us as soon as we enter, and those exquisite level settings will be meaningless." The girl with the mechanical arm was still a little bit unbelievable. Guess? What kind of logic is this? Just like they found the files of these key clues inexplicably, she still didn't understand why this guy was inexplicably sure that the monster would appear soon. Ji-sun looked at the empty laboratory, without much explanation, and said meaningfully, "We know in a while." In this different dimension, he felt something unusual. It just confirmed some conjectures. However, the monsters didn't come, but the two waited for some outsiders. Just when they were still browsing the archives in the archives room, they heard dense gunfire. It seemed that the people on the first floor rushed up and planned to force their way to the third floor. The firepower was fierce, but the monster was obviously more fierce. The sound of gunfire was suppressed near the elevator on the second floor. Damn it, the monsters on the second floor are all mentally polluted. It's hard for us to get to the third floor if we rush like this. Captain, should we retreat? It's a dead end if we retreat. Find a way to exit. Hey, there's a hole in the wall of room 2013. Go into the room and hide. I don't know if it was a coincidence, or if they opened the doors one by one. The guys outside the door rushed into room 2013, and found the hole. There were a lot of people, and those guys also entered the laboratory. Through the glass, Ji-sun saw that this was a team of fully armed elites rushing in, about a dozen people. The girl with the mechanical arm recognized the badges on these people, and reminded them, "Be careful, they are mercenaries of the Blackwater group. They are bloodthirsty guys." Succinctly speaking, Ji-sun also immediately knew that these people were probably not good people. He turned his eyes and asked, "Can you beat them?" The mechanical girl didn't say anything, just glanced at him. The meaning of her eyes was very clear. "I can protect myself. The key is you, the burden." Ji-sun immediately understood, and smiled and didn't care. Compared with the intensity of the level he was about to encounter, he felt that the threat of these mercenaries was nothing. On the contrary, more people would give more opportunities for trial and error. After all, they were professional mercenaries, and the group of armed personnel could easily find the traces of the two from the traces on the ground. "Captain, there are people here." After Ji-sun and the other man were discovered, both sides were very cautious. They couldn't fight. With more than a dozen people on the other side, the probability of accidentally injuring a rookie was very high. Ji-sun signaled his teammates not to be impulsive, spread his hands, and took the initiative to say, "Everyone, we have no intention of being your enemy." Seeing him raise his hands and walk out of the room, the bald strongman who led the other side took a look and also let down his guard, and asked again, "Did you kill the monster outside?" In this situation, everyone knows that the biggest threat is the monster, and it is not a rational choice to rush into a conflict. "Yes," Ji-sun responded, "we were lucky. We smashed the wall while fighting the monster and found this place." As soon as he heard this, he guessed that these mercenaries didn't recognize the blood and flesh outside. Not everyone knows the A-level disaster fallen witch. At least in this copy, those who have seen its monster form before are dead. Otherwise, if they recognized it, the attitude of these mercenaries would definitely be more polite than now. Ji-sun said, and did not forget to inquire about the situation. "Everyone, what happened? Why did this space suddenly become more difficult?" The bald man obviously knew something, but did not answer. He looked at the two of them and asked, "Did you find anything?" Probably because he thought that Ji-sun's side was just two scattered people. This guy's behavior and demeanor revealed their arrogance and domineering in numbers. With more than a dozen guns pointed at his head, Ji-sun also looked tactful and responded, "Oh, we just found a safe, but we can't open it." After all, he is a professional actor. At this moment, he played the lucky life of a chicken-stealing adventurer who survived to this day by luck perfectly. Safe? Although the bald man was suspicious, he didn't see any flaws. But obviously, the keyword safe attracted everyone's attention at once. Intuition told them that this was the key clue. Ji-sun and the other man were pointed at by the black muzzle of a gun, and they retreated tactfully. Two mercenaries walked in to confirm and shouted, "Captain, there is indeed a safe." The bald captain immediately ordered, "Sixth brother, go find a way to open it." In the team, a sharp-nosed and monkey-faced mercenary walked in. Yes. A mature mercenary group must have various professionals, such as the thief sequence, who are good at opening treasure chests and breaking traps. When Ji-sun saw the lock-picking tools that the man took out, he knew that this person was very professional. But he was not worried that the other party would find it empty after opening the safe, because time doesn't allow it. Before, the two of them were small targets and made little noise. Now there is such a big noise. If there are monsters, they should come by now. He pulled the girl with the mechanical arm beside him, and found a place to stand against the wall, so that at least there would be no monsters behind him. Sure enough. Suddenly, everyone obviously felt an inexplicable chill. The girl with the mechanical arm was the first to discover something, and reminded in a solemn tone, "Be careful, something is coming in." Her eyes swept everywhere fiercely. Ji-sun was quite relaxed. There is risk only when there is a fight. If you can't win, there is no need to consider the risk. His strength is so strong that even worrying is unnecessary. Just leave the fighting to your teammates. In his mind, he was sorting out and analyzing the complex information in the materials he had just found, classifying them one by one, and then selecting the ones that might be useful, and then making a backup plan in light of the current situation. His thoughts were running fast. There were obviously some extraordinary people with perception among the Blackwater mercenaries not far away. After a moment, they also discovered something and exclaimed, "Captain, there is a breath of disaster approaching." As soon as these words came out, more than a dozen mercenaries immediately entered combat mode, forming a professional-looking iron barrel defense formation. Gun muzzles pointed at the passageway in the distance of the laboratory. For a moment, the huge space was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and the breathing became heavy. Now the difficulty of this alien space has been raised to unknown, and no one knows what kind of monster will appear. The atmosphere is very tense. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly flashed at the corner of the passageway in the distance of the laboratory, and several humanoid spiders quickly crawled out from the ceiling. It was like cold water dripping into an oil pan. At that moment, the huge experiment began to boil. Da-da-da. Dong-dong-dong. Various guns and cannons poured down like a rainstorm, and the sound was so loud that it seemed as if a person was stuck in a drum and beaten randomly. The fire gushing from the muzzle was like a light elf in the darkness, flickering and jumping, illuminating the terrified and nervous faces. It must be said that the combat effectiveness of these Blackwater mercenaries is directly reflected in their equipment. Various heavy guns and steam black technology burst out with super lethality, such as steam war hammers, high-pressure spray guns, and mechanical flying forks. The individual boilers equipped on these strong men are larger in size and more powerful. More than a dozen people cooperated well, and the firepower alternated to cover, giving the monster no chance at all. As soon as the humanoid spiders appeared, they were beaten into sieves. Compared with the monsters, Ji-sung was curious about the magic cards. During the battle, he saw a new kind of magic card. He watched the bald men fly out a few red cards, and suddenly they exploded like grenades near the monster. Many cards can be sent out at a time, and as long as the card flying skills are good enough, they can be accurately blasted. This is much more useful than a grenade. But in a blink of an eye, the monster at the end of the field of vision was lying on the ground and turned into a pool of rotten meat. However, the crisis was far from over. The girl with the mechanical arm sensed something and her expression became more and more solemn. And Ji-sun also felt that monsters of this level were far from the expected strength. Sure enough, the crowd had just killed a wave of monsters and had no time to catch their breath. At this time, a monster more than 2 meters tall slowly walked out from another passage. This is a monster with a human-like body and a dog-like body. It has a hideous face and a broken hand. Ji-sun looked over and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is so recognizable that it is obviously the B-level disaster on the 3rd floor, 3045. But now it is not the B-level in the intelligence. Curse Gambler detailed explanation. First order A-level disaster, it was a gambler who cheated and had one hand cut off. Even if it has been deformed into a monster, it still retains the bad nature of a gambler. It is a mysterious pollution body, and is good at curses. It will gamble with you. The bet is life. Whoever loses will die. It is a skilled gambler. Don't dream that it will not cheat, and don't dream of escaping. If you don't gamble, you will die. This is a curse-type boss. Seeing this, everyone, including the girl with the mechanical arm, changed their faces. Because this monster has a nickname in the mouths of hunters, called, whoever touches it will die. Chapter 12. The one who deserves death is the gambler on the 3rd floor. How did it become an A-level disaster? This monster is immortal, hurry up. As the intelligence said, the bullets hit the monster like hitting asphalt, and after ripples, they recovered. It had no killing effect at all. The faces of the more than 10 mercenaries were all terrified. They had all heard about the horror of this disaster. No one who was found by it survived. Even the girl with the mechanical arm changed her face, and reminded Ji-shu now beside her. This monster is a curse. Whoever it finds will die. I can't resist that curse either. As she said this, she cursed inwardly, damn it, how could this disaster be here? She was confident that she could fight other monsters head-on. But cursed monsters can't be dealt with by conventional means. It's weird. It's still weird. Avoiding is the best choice. Ji-sun's expression didn't change at all, and he didn't think it was bad luck. On the contrary, he thought that after encountering this monster, the strength was normal. Before she finished speaking, the dozen or so mercenaries showed the correct posture to face this monster. The bald captain shouted, "Run!" There was no intention to fight, and the mercenaries chose to run away immediately. The bad news is that whoever this monster finds will die. The good news is that it only finds one person at a time. At this moment, everyone is betting in their hearts. Betting that the monster will not find them. However, since this disaster has appeared, someone must die. The group of mercenaries had just run for a while, when they suddenly saw a black shadow flash by. When they looked again, the gambling dog, who was 100 meters away, appeared in front of the group of mercenaries like a flash. Ji-sun's eyes narrowed slightly surprised. Teleport? It's one thing to hear about it, and it's another to see it with your own eyes. And the mercenary in front of the cursed gambler didn't expect that he was chosen, and his face turned pale. Although the bald captain and other mercenaries couldn't bear to watch, they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It's good that he didn't find me. The bald man's eyes trembled left and right. Without hesitation, go, don't worry about him. Everyone knows that if you are chosen by a monster, no one will survive. There is no point in staying. As soon as the voice fell, the group of people didn't care about their companions at all, and they didn't care about the safe. The monster completely ignored the mercenaries who escaped, and spread one hand, and 2 glowing poker cards appeared in front of him. He showed that one of them had a spade ace pattern on it. In a dazzling flash, the 2 poker cards changed positions countless times. It was a very simple 2-choice bet, which seemed to be a bet on eyesight. The monster made a low voice like a devil in his throat. Let's bet. Which card is the spade ace? The chosen mercenary looked ashen, as if he was restrained by some mysterious power, and stood there in a daze. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, not wanting to choose, but if he didn't choose, he would surely die. If he chose, it seemed that he still had a 50% chance of survival. I choose this one. The dog-headed monster looked at the card he chose, and the devil-like horror dog face showed a sarcastic anthropomorphic smile, and said hoarsely, "Congratulations, you guessed wrong." The answer was revealed. The selected card was turned over, and it was empty. The other card was the ace of spades. As soon as the words fell, the horrified expression on the mercenary's face froze instantly, and the whole person lost his vitality and died on the spot. Not far away, Ji-sun, who had just run a short distance, looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. This is a curse. What a weird way of killing. Originally wanted to see how the monster killed people. This time, it was completely beyond cognition. As the intelligence said, this instant death curse killing method is not immune to conventional means. The group of mercenaries also saw this scene, and they were so scared that their souls were scared, and they ran away faster. However, after killing one person, the dog-headed monster teleported away again. Before the mercenaries could react, the dog-headed monster had already blocked the mercenaries. After all, with more than 10 people, the probability of being selected by the monster is much higher. And this time, the one selected by the monster was the locksmith, Old Six. Just like before, the other mercenaries decisively abandoned their teammates and ran away. But obviously, the mercenaries also found that they were more numerous and more targeted, and were more likely to be targeted by the monster. During the escape, the bald captain's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and without warning, he shot 2 cards at Ji-sun and the other person in the distance. The girl with the mechanical arm was quick to notice, and raised her hand and gun like lightning, smashing the 2 cards several meters away with 2 shots. However, what was unexpected was that the 2 cards actually exploded, and the ground was covered with powder like fluorescent powder. Seeing this, the girl with the mechanical arm instinctively dodged, but because the distance was too close, some of the powder still stained Ji-sun, who was trying to avoid it. The girl looked at the powder, and her face changed. Oh no, this is a dirty bomb card. This powder is bait made from the poison glands of zombie worms. The smell is strongly attractive to most disasters. Take off your vest, and get out of here. Ji-sun took a look at the powder on his body. Although he didn't know what kind of worm it was, he guessed the purpose of this thing. He said in a tone that was not surprising, the mercenaries didn't take action before. In fact, they planned to do this now. In their eyes, the only value of keeping us alive is bait. But it doesn't matter. The girl with the mechanical arm felt something was wrong when she heard what he said. She knew you were on guard, but you stood there foolishly and got caught, but now is not the time to say more. She led this burdensome teammate and retreated all the way. Ji-sun was indeed not surprised. At least, he guessed the guy's intention the moment the bald mercenary turned around. Ji-sun took off his tactical vest calmly, and kept paying attention to the ongoing gambling game. He wanted to find out something. The monster still took out 2 cards, and asked the same question to Old Six. Let's bet, which card is the ace of spades? Old Six was already sweating with fear, but this guy obviously had an idea. He turned his eyes, and pointed to a card. I guess this one. As he said that, he suddenly grabbed the card and said, I guess this one is not it. Since the monster would cheat, Old Six guessed that the cards in his hand had been changed. So he played a little trick and chose first and said later. Then, Lao Lu died suddenly. He guessed wrong again. The card in the corpse's hand was still blank. The gambler's tricks were better than Lao Lu's judgment. 100% sudden death. After 2 people died, Ji-sun understood it in his mind. It seemed that there was a 50% chance of survival, but in fact, Chi-Di had already made it clear that this dog-headed monster would definitely cheat. So normally, no matter which card you choose, you will lose. The monster can teleport, so it doesn't matter how fast you run. On the contrary, running around in this unknown laboratory is more risky. Thinking of this, Ji-sun slowed down after turning the corner and said to the girl with the mechanical arm beside him, If we are selected later, don't worry about me and go first. I will try my best to delay time. With your speed, you should be able to run farther than those mercenaries. Of course, if I am not dead, you can come back to pick me up. The girl with the mechanical arm was stunned when she heard it, and thought she had heard it wrong? What she didn't say before was that if you are selected by the monster, although I want to save you, I can't do anything. But what does this mean? From the tone, this guy seems to think that he can survive in front of Gambler? Where does he get the confidence? Before she asked more, Ji-sun explained the motive for what he said just now. Since those mercenaries can't kill this spell Gambler, then sooner or later we will have to face this monster, or other monsters. The risk of exploring unknown areas is not necessarily lower than facing this monster, so let those guys go and test the mines first. Besides, the girl with the robotic arm saw Ji-sun stop, thinking that her temporary teammate was frightened and said something wrong. But listening to his calm tone that never changed, she suddenly felt that something was strange. But after thinking about it, she felt that what this guy said was indeed right. Since the gambler on the 3rd floor can come to hunt them, what about the more terrifying mysterious disaster on the 4th floor? Or what about others? This alien space is only more than 30% explored now, and the invisible crisis is much more dangerous than this gambler. In the Battle Royale mode, it is impossible to gamble on luck to avoid all monsters. But now, what else can she do if she doesn't run? The girl was conflicted for a moment. After a pause, Ji-sun's eyes flashed a barely perceptible crazy smile, and then he said the last sentence, "Besides, I also want to take a gamble." Chapter 13. The girl asked in confusion, "A bet?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, his eyes sparkling, his tone firm and calm. "A bet on whether my reasoning is correct." Hearing this, the girl really couldn't understand what her teammate was thinking. This guy's tone was so calm that one couldn't hear any fear or anxiety. Instead, one could hear a kind of eagerness to gamble his life. He took the initiative to gamble with a monster. This guy is not afraid of death. At this moment, only one word popped up in her mind: crazy. Maybe it was because of the fluorescent powder, or Ji-sun's bad mouth. Not long after the two stopped, a foul smell suddenly hit them, and a dog-headed monster appeared in front of them. Face to face, the terrifying oppression of the A-level disaster was like a substance. Moreover, the cursed monster gave people a sense of infinite and mysterious terror, as if they were facing the abyss. However, the monster did not choose Ji-sun, but stood in front of the girl with a mechanical arm. The girl's expression suddenly changed, her face darkened, and she cursed inwardly bad luck. With so many people looking for her, she could only sigh that she was unlucky. But even at this time, she was not in a desperate situation. The mercenaries had no way to deal with this disaster, but that didn't mean she had no way. The girl had an ancient relic that could forcibly leave the dungeon and teleport. Once used, she could get out immediately. The only drawback was that after using that treasure, she couldn't take out anything she got in the space, including the witch's pituitary gland that she had obtained before. If she missed it this time, she didn't know if she could find such suitable professional materials again. She didn't want to give up until she had no other choice. But now, looking at the hideous face of the dog-headed monster in front of her, she was already in a desperate situation. There was no choice. The girl with the mechanical arm felt sad. What a pity. At the same time, she also felt sorry. Once she left, her teammates would definitely die. She had promised to do her best to protect them. But this was also a situation she was powerless to change. Oh, she sighed slightly. However, before she considered using that special relic to force her to leave the dungeon, something unexpected happened. She never expected that at this moment. A question with a strong sense of provocation suddenly came to her ear. "Do you dare to bet with me?" The girl widened her eyes, and looked at Ji-sun, who was talking beside her in disbelief. For a moment, it seemed that her thoughts froze. After a moment of stun, she realized what Ji-sun did. This guy, he is provoking the monster? He is provoking the monster. Sure enough, the monster can tolerate this ridicule. For gamblers, there is nothing they dare not gamble. It immediately gave up its current target, and turned to look at Ji-sun, with a sarcastic smile on its head. Which card is the ace of spades? This incredible scene played out, and the girl with the robotic arm was completely confused. She was puzzled. This guy actually saved her, but why did he do this? Even if they were partners, it shouldn't be that serious. At this moment, the girl finally understood what he meant by "we just now." This guy had said before, "If we are chosen, let her escape first." In other words, no matter who the monster comes to, he has already made preparations to face the monster, but no one has ever survived in front of Gambler. Why did he do this? The girl with the mechanical arm really couldn't figure it out. She looked at Ji-sun, and suddenly had some subtle complexities about this temporary teammate. Is Ji-sun possessed by the Virgin Mary, and sacrificed himself for others? No, it was his absolute rationality that made him analyze the current situation clearly. This bodyguard teammate died, and Ji-sun was 100% sure that he would not survive next. The chances of those well-equipped mercenaries surviving were extremely low, let alone himself. Any small monster could bring him a fatal crisis. So there was no point in escaping now, except to live a little longer. If he couldn't kill this dog-headed monster, he would definitely die in the end. What's more, there was a more important factor. He needed to verify a conjecture. The information he had obtained was enough, and a little clue was strung together in his mind. He had already understood part of the rules of the game of this different dimension. This is the confidence he has for speaking. The 30% exploration of the dungeon has just begun. Only by verifying those conjectures, he feels that he has a real chance to complete the dungeon alive. It is undeniable that this verification process does have an element of gambling. But for Yu Jixuan, if he is still indecisive about his own firm judgment, how boring such a life would be. Besides, there is an idea in his heart that is eager to try and can no longer be suppressed. He really wants to take a gamble. TSK. What's the bet? Is it more exciting than betting your life? I choose. Ji-sun had a calm expression on his face, and deliberately delayed for a while. Looking at the struggling girl beside him, he guessed that this teammate was probably going through some complicated psychological activities. But staying here now is not a good choice. He raised his eyebrows, and made a look to run away quickly. Seeing this, the girl with the mechanical arm had a tangled expression for a moment, as if she felt that it was unethical for her to abandon him and run away after someone else saved her. But seeing Ji-sun's urging eyes, she narrowed her eyes, knowing that it was meaningless to stay any longer, and said, "Take care." As soon as the voice fell, the whole person quickly evacuated to the depths of the corridor, and the back disappeared in a blink of an eye. The teammates left, and the last possible factor that could lead to an accident was gone. Ji-sun's eyes were no longer worried at this moment. At this moment, it was as if the beast in his heart was awakened, and a sense of excitement that made his blood spurt surged into his heart. He looked at the monster in front of him without fear, but instead raised a provocative arc at the corner of his mouth. Like a clown walking on a tightrope, even if he slipped and would fall, he still had a weird smile on his face. The monster also looked at him with a face full of sarcasm. I choose this one. Ji-sun put one hand in his trouser pocket and made a choice. He picked a card at random and turned it over directly. This casual pull actually made a choice between life and death. But a magical scene appeared. The Ace of Spades pattern appeared on the turn card. The gambler on the other side looked at the scene, with a sarcastic smile still on his face, but his expression was already stiff, as if he could speak. How could it be possible? In an instant, the gambler seemed to understand something. It seemed that he had just lost a second of memory, and he was disturbed by his mind. But the rules are the rules. The established rules of the curse have never been changed. At this moment, this cursed gambler, like all gamblers, wanted to grab the last straw to survive. But the backlash of the curse has already hit like a tidal wave. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the dog-headed monster in front of him, and smiled brightly. It seems that I am lucky, I guessed it right. The dog-headed monster didn't have time to say anything, and the vitality in his eyes quickly disappeared. This bet is about life. The monster lost the bet, and the curse backfired and died on the spot. Ji-sun looked at the body of the disaster that fell down in front of him and exhaled comfortably. At this moment, the morbid pleasure brought by the stimulation made him feel as if his soul was sublimated. Although Ji-sun played poker well, he was not arrogant enough to compete with the A-level disaster in gambling skills. Just like the monster would cheat, he also used some dishonorable means. The hand in his pocket was holding the Witch's Gaze skill card that he got when hunting the fallen witch before. After releasing it, it can cause mental hypnosis to the target within the range. The spell Gambler on the 3rd floor is much more threatening than the fallen witch on the 2nd floor. But in terms of mental power, the latter is probably stronger. If this spell is not exempted, it will cause forced hypnosis for at least 1 second. When drawing the card just now, Ji-sun used this hypnosis, and didn't give the dog-headed monster a chance to cheat, and turned it over directly. He was lucky and chose it directly. Even if he didn't choose it, time allowed him to turn over another one. Sure enough, he won. It also confirmed his guess. When the disaster died, a ball of green light slowly condensed on the monster's body. Ji-sun looked at the card floating in the light ball, confirmed the guess again, and murmured, "Sure enough." Gambler's Broken Hand Quality, Silver. Details: One-time Mystic Curse skill card. After release, it will release a curse on a single target below level 2 whose mental power is not higher than 100% of its own. There is a 50% chance of death if triggered. If it fails, the curse will backfire and the caster will suffer the same damage. The monster exploded another skill card, which is the Weird Curse Gambling skill. Force 50% mortality rate, very strong, also unsolvable. Ji-sun carefully read the effect of the card, and a gleam of wisdom flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he finally confirmed something. This is indeed a gamble. But what is being gambled is not the luck of choosing between two options, nor the cheating skills, but the understanding of the rules of space. Since the boss cannot be killed by force, it can only be killed by rules. This is what Ji-sun wants to verify. On a deeper level, he understands the thinking of the designer of this different dimension. A-level disaster gambler died, and the cursed power in the monster's body lost control. Ji-sun stood beside the corpse, and enlightenment appeared again. The curse power is out of control, and it is polluted and eroded, and the physical fitness is reduced by 0.02. There is still a glowing substance on the chest of the corpse, which may be another extraordinary material. But Ji-sun does not have the magical space storage card. Even if this material is dissected out, it is too hot to handle. However, at this time, a figure slowly walked out from the corner of the corridor not far away. It was the teammate with a puzzled face. The monster can teleport to find people, so running away is not very meaningful. The girl with the mechanical arm was hiding in the ventilation vent not far away before, which was the limit of her perception distance. I originally thought that I would wait for the breath of my temporary teammate to disappear before I escaped. But I didn't expect that after waiting for a while, before my teammate died, I sensed that the breath of the disaster suddenly disappeared. Although I couldn't believe it, it was the fact in front of me. Ji-sun watched her return as promised and smiled lightly. His teammate was still loyal. The girl with the mechanical arm looked at him, then looked at the corpse on the ground, and her expression changed several times. A guy who was probably dozens of times weaker than me actually killed the cursed A-level disaster alone. It really felt like a dream. Chapter 14. The girl with the mechanical arm knew that Ji-sun had the witch's gaze in his hand, and actually guessed the method to kill the monster. What if it doesn't work on the monster? Are you daring to gamble with your life? Ji-sun knew his teammates were stunned, but he pointed at the monster's corpse and reminded them, I think this monster has produced materials. The difficulty of this level is not to guess the way to break the game, but to dare to really try it. The girl with the mechanical arm looked at his expression that seemed to be completely indifferent after gambling with his life, and there was a lingering suspicion on her brows. But she also drew out her dagger, cut open the monster's chest, and pulled out a heart covered with green crystals. The secondary alienated heart of the cursed gambler quality, excellent silver. Details, rare mysterious material, containing super rich curse pollution power. It carries the ultimate physical explosive power and speed. With the heart in hand, the girl clearly felt the majestic energy surging in the heart, and she also felt incredible. She had never seen a first-level material with such strength. This is not inferior to the witch pituitary gland she had before. She said, this is the best material for almost all meat-type professional cards. If you want to advance to the melee professional sequence, I have never seen a better material of the same level than this. She glanced at Ji-sun and said, I will help you collect it. It takes a very high-quality collection card to collect such high-level materials. Obviously, even if her teammate sells all his equipment, he can't buy one. Thank you. Ji-sun was not polite. This material is valuable without even looking at it. Whether it is useful or not, it can add some wealth to myself when I first arrive in this world. And my teammate is also very considerate. She did not participate in killing monsters, and she did not say that she wanted to share the spoils. More and more questions came to my mind. The girl calmed down and handed the card to Ji-sun, but she couldn't help asking directly, how can you be sure that witch's gaze can kill this monster? Although her tone was calm, her inner desire for knowledge was already overflowing. A guy who is not even a transcendent actually killed an A-level disaster, which is simply a miracle. At this moment, she also completely understood what Ji-sun said before. Gamble. Meaning. Judging from the results, the confidence of her teammate is not just a gamble of luck. Listening to the inquiry, such a suitable teammate, Ji-sun did not mean to hide it. Change your thinking. He said directly, thinking from the perspective of an adventurer, you must be thinking about how to crack this level. But if you stand in the designer's position, you will think about how to design the level. It should be subtle and challenging enough, but not completely impossible for the player to pass. This is the only way I can think of to kill the monster. You can understand that the witch is the guardian of the second level, and it guards the relevant clues. In order to prevent this clue from being useless, its existence must be the key to subsequent decryption. That skill card is the key to linking the subsequent levels. The girl with the mechanical arm frowned as she heard this. Behind the calm tone of her teammate, there was an extreme calmness, wisdom, and meticulous logical thinking ability. And, crazy, Ji-sun continued, when I found that there was a problem with the wall, I guessed that this different dimension had a very clever and logically meticulous level design. The bunker has a total of 4 floors, and each floor has a B-level disaster that is obviously stronger than other monsters. With such a difficulty, the setting of the boss should definitely not be unrelated. The girl was also very smart, and seemed to have guessed what he was going to say immediately, but she interrupted him. What if there is no connection? Ji-sun smiled mysteriously, as if there was something else behind his words. Without a connection, those exquisite designs are meaningless. He then added, and, if there is no connection, then with this level of strength, Do you think anyone can survive under the mutated a disaster? If I'm not mistaken, the normal clearance procedure is that someone kills the A-level corrupted giant on the first floor, and then gets some key props to kill the fallen witch on the second floor, and then the cursed gambler on the third floor. The levels are like iron doors, and you need a corresponding key to open them. And these disasters have the key to pass the level. But we didn't. The girl wanted to say that they didn't go to the first floor, but she stopped talking halfway. Jason helped her explain the reason, because you are too strong. This teammate of his was so strong that he killed the disaster on the second floor directly, and then he skipped the level. From this perspective, the strength of this teammate of his is indeed abnormal. Even when she was selected by the gambler before, that kind of calmness, Jason could almost conclude that she had other means to escape. Hearing this seemingly compliment, the girl did not feel happy, but fell into deep thought. Although they did not communicate much, she felt that her secrets were seen through by this man. With this explanation, her thoughts became clear all of a sudden. But there is one more thing. She asked, what if you guess wrong? Jason pondered for a moment, and did not speak. Originally, the girl thought that this guy was hiding something, and did not say it, but after a moment of silence, she heard a faint answer. That's why there is an element of gambling. Jason's eyebrows moved slightly, and he soon smiled calmly. Indeed, everything before was speculation, and verification must be risky. But in his eyes, some things are much more interesting than death. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire sounded from time to time in the dark laboratory. The group of Blackwater mercenaries, who escaped before encountered trouble as expected. After collecting the spoils from the corpse of the disaster, Jason called out, let's go and take a look at the front. This level's bet was right, and the next level, for him, was like an open book test. Although he didn't know what he was facing, Jason was confident. The girl with the mechanical arm didn't say anything, but she also acquiesced. At this point, she still didn't understand that her teammate was definitely not as weak as he looked. That was her own problem. But the old question came again, how could such a smart guy dare to come to this different dimension alone, and stayed with the witch for a whole night? Could it be that he was seeking some special excitement? Normal people would not risk their lives to try it. But this guy is so crazy, it's possible that he is really like this, not to mention the fact that he slept with a witch for a night, and actually survived. The girl didn't know what she was thinking, and quickly waved away those strange thoughts in her mind. But she had to admit that this guy was indeed extraordinary. The two of them walked along the corridor of the laboratory, looking for clues everywhere in the laboratory from time to time, and at the same time, they could also collect some spoils from the bodies of mercenaries on the road. The two of them walked and looked for small things. It was as if the Battle Royale mode had turned into a casual exploration mode. The girl with the robotic arm also felt very strange. She didn't know when the feeling of the death cloud hanging over her head had faded. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this feeling came after she killed the gambler. It seemed that calmness could also be contagious. This guy next to her had never been seen panicking. Every time she encountered a crisis, she could turn it into a safe place. However, as her thoughts were drifting, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps and anxious curses from afar. Captain, Akuin's leg was cut off. Damn it, did you see where the monster is? Kill it for me. No, I didn't see the monster. It should be the unknown disaster on the 4th floor. Help, Captain, don't leave me. The laboratory is a closed corridor, and the sound can be heard far away. Before anyone can be seen, there is a burst of ghosts howling. Ji-sun listened to those familiar voices. Who else could it be if not the group of mercenaries before? And the girl with the mechanical arm beside him also found something, and said solemnly, there is a very strong aura of disaster nearby, which is stronger than the previous cursed gambler. Ji-sun naturally didn't dare to be careless. But someone stepped on the landmine, which saved them a lot of trouble. He thought of something, suddenly pulled out his pistol, and pulled the trigger at the gas lamp near his head. Bang, the light went out. A corner of the corridor fell into darkness. Ji-sun looked at his teammates, who had entered the combat state, shook his head, pulled her to stand in the darkness, and said, let's see the situation first. The girl with the mechanical arm tilted her head and glanced at him, as if she had a question. Not running? In her opinion, someone attracted the hatred of the monsters. Isn't this the best time to escape? Ji-sun didn't explain. The girl hesitated for a moment, and chose to believe him, so she didn't ask any more questions. The two figures quietly retreated into the darkness. After a few breaths, the sound was getting closer and closer. The two watched a bald, strong man and 4 mercenaries running back in panic, as if they were being chased by some monster. There were more than a dozen people before, but now there are only 4 left. And as they ran, a strange scene appeared. Without any warning, the head of the mercenary who fell behind suddenly flew up, blood like a fountain, and the whole person fell down with a bang. The neck was broken smoothly, injured by a sharp blade. Ji-sun watched intently, his eyes stern. Chapter 15. Ji-sun carefully observed the shadows of the panicking mercenaries. Just now, he clearly saw that before the man's head was cut off, the shadow on the ground first had a cut, and then the neck was broken. In other words, some mysterious power killed his shadow. Then the man died. Another incomprehensible method. Ji-sun whispered to himself. It looks as weird as the previous curse. This must be the legendary disaster on the 4th floor of the bunker that no one has ever seen. The intelligence said that if someone went to the 4th floor, someone would die inexplicably. The wound was caused by a sharp blade, but no one had ever seen the monster. The girl with the mechanical arm beside her felt a chill on her neck when she saw this scene. Even she couldn't defend against this kind of attack. She glanced around her. Although she couldn't see clearly in the dark, she didn't panic at all when she heard the subtle heartbeat. She knew that this guy was still as calm as ever. The girl with the mechanical arm didn't know why the two of them were hiding here, and it seemed that they were really not discovered by the monster. But she was thinking about her teammate's action of breaking the gas lamp just now, and she seemed to have a vague guess that the dark environment could avoid the monster's perception? How did this guy find this out? The girl with the mechanical arm felt that she had grasped the key point. However, before she could think about it, the guy next to her suddenly drew his gun again. Bang. Bang. Several gunshots pierced her eardrums. The girl's eyes twitched inexplicably, and then her face changed suddenly, and she turned her head to look over with incredible eyes. The disaster chased several mercenaries away. Originally, if the two of them had just hidden here quietly, they would have a high probability of escaping. However, what people never expected was that a gunshot went off nearby. The girl with the mechanical arm was also stunned when she saw Ji-sun suddenly raise his gun and extinguish 5 nearby gas lamps. Is this guy crazy again? Wouldn't shooting at this time attract monsters? But before she could understand anything, she heard a fast but clear battle plan in her ear. The disaster is hiding in the human shadow. It will definitely attack me in a while. Tell me if you sense it. If I make a mistake, you kill it. The girl with the mechanical arm heard this and understood in her heart, this guy fired the gun to attract the monster? But how do you know that the monster definitely will come to find you? And he didn't even accurately sense the monster situation. How did he know that the monster was hiding in the shadow? Hey, shadow. If the monster is hiding in the shadow, then if there is no shadow, then there is no place for the monster to hide. When is there no shadow? When there is no light. Suddenly, she realized why this guy broke the light and hid in the dark. Ji-sun knew that his behavior would definitely confuse his teammates. After all, they were the ones who relied on him for combat power, so he had to explain. Light allows people to see things, but sometimes it can cover up the bright stars in the dark. Before the monster came, he said, once we lose our target, it will be very troublesome when it comes to us next time. The girl with the mechanical arm suddenly realized. Indeed, after the shadow disaster kills those mercenaries, it will definitely come to find the remaining living people in the laboratory. If they are attacked passively at that time, the risk will be infinitely magnified by the monster's silent stealth method. She also instantly understood why this guy chose to lure the monster now. She also guessed what he was going to do. Although she roughly understood the reason, this is the strongest and most difficult disaster known in this alien space. This guy gambles his life every time, without even a trace of hesitation. A few sudden gunshots also attracted the attention of the 3 mercenaries, who were facing desperate situations. They were stunned at first. Who was shooting? Then, they were overjoyed after surviving the disaster. Those 2 idiots actually led the monster over. That's not right. These 2 guys are not dead? Did the dog-headed monster not find them? But it doesn't matter, escaping is the most important thing now. The 3 of them wished they had more legs at this moment, and in just a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared in the passage. Ji-sun didn't wait for the monster to kill all the mercenaries before taking action. After all, he needed the bald guys to continue to stir up trouble and trigger the unknown dangers behind. It's better to keep the monster alive. The gunshot only attracted the monster's attention, but it didn't lock its hatred. In order to prevent the monster from taking the bait, Ji-sun took out the lighter directly. As soon as it was lit, Ji-sun's figure in the dark was illuminated by the swaying flame. The firelight illuminated the face with the gas mask, and his eyes reflected the flames, which were bright and energetic. The lighter was placed behind him, and his swaying shadow appeared in front of him. The girl with the mechanical arm already knew what he was going to do. This guy wanted to use me as bait to kill the monster. The guy's decisiveness didn't even give her time to think. At this moment, she could not think carefully. She quietly retreated into the darkness, and was on full alert. If her teammates made a mistake, she could still make up for it. Sure enough, it came. The girl perception was fully released, and she suddenly found the target. Here it comes! Ji-sun also received the signal reminder at his head that was like a needle. This kind of mental communication was a method agreed upon by the two, and it was much more efficient than speaking. Almost at the same time, Ji-sun released the gambler's broken hand skill card to his own shadow without hesitation. As he made the move, the enlightenment in his eyes came into his mind. Shadow Demon detailed explanation, First Order A-level disaster, dark pollution body, good at shadow assassination, it is a demon hidden in the shadow, can take your life silently, death is like the wind, like a shadow. Another A-level disaster. It is the monster on the 4th floor of the bunker that no one has ever seen. Because everyone who has seen it is dead. Once it possesses a person's shadow, the person will be dead the moment they see it. However, before the disaster kills, a mysterious force descends. Ji-sun predicts and releases the card-directed skill gambler's broken hand to his own shadow. A mysterious curse is released, and then enlightenment is seen. Release the curse on the target, with a 50% probability of success, and the target is dead. Ji-sun survived. And his shadow also squirmed and deformed, and fell to the ground. A closer look revealed that it was a dark dwarf monster, the A-level disaster shadow demon. Watching the monster being killed, the girl with the mechanical arm also appeared beside Ji-sun in the first place. She looked at the corpse on the ground with an incredible look on her face. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and the A-level disaster was killed again. It was so simple that she felt like she was dreaming. The previous gambler was like this, and the current shadow demon was also like this. It was killed in one encounter. If she hadn't personally hunted a fallen witch of the same level and slightly weaker strength before, and it had been severely injured, she would even suspect that the difficulty of this different dimension had been reduced. Ji-sun had explained before that the girl with the mechanical arm knew the so-called secret to passing the level. She also knew that the curse card in Ji-sun's hand was the key to passing the level. But even with the card, there was only a 50% chance, half the chance of killing the monster, half the chance of dying suddenly. How dare this guy? Moreover, no one had ever seen the appearance of the elusive monster on the 4th floor, and even the most complete intelligence that he bought from the intelligence dealer only contained a few words. How did this guy know that the monster was hiding in the shadows? For a moment, she even suspected that her temporary teammate was actually a human disaster. Otherwise, how could he know so much about this different dimension? And he slept with the witch for a night, and didn't die? With these thoughts, the girl asked in a strange tone, "How did you know that the monster was hiding in the shadow?" Hearing her tone, Ji-sun obviously guessed that the girl had misunderstood, and said with a smile, "It was recorded in the previous files." Otherwise, what do you think is recorded in such an important clue? As he said that, he roughly repeated the contents of the file again. The experimental subject in the 4011 experimental chamber was transformed into a Class A assassin-type disaster shadow sting, hiding in the shadows. Hearing this, the girl realized that she had thought too much, but then she was extremely shocked. After hearing this, she had a vague impression that there seemed to be files recording some monster research. But that thick file would probably take several days to read through, but this guy remembered it completely after flipping through it. The information was in her storage space at the moment. The girl said in a strange tone, "You have read all the thick files? I was threatened by monsters the whole time, so how could I have time to read carefully?" Ji-sun explained casually, "I didn't finish reading all of them. I picked some important ones to read, and I saw that the description of the monster matched the information you said, so I paid more attention." His mind is very active, and it is not difficult for him to read 10 lines at a glance. He reads alone, and his efficiency is equivalent to that of several people reading at the same time. This is one of the few benefits brought by a morbid mental state. But there is no need to explain so much. The girl with the mechanical arm heard this, and understood something. Could it be that this guy has awakened some mysterious talent, such as wisdom? This is the only explanation. No wonder he is so weak, but he has been very calm from beginning to end. But remembering is one thing, and actually taking action is another. The girl frowned and asked, "But that card has only a 50% chance of success. Aren't you afraid of losing the bet?" "Obviously, I bet right." Ji-sun spread his hands indifferently. "Of course, it's not just that." He looked at the eyes beside him, who would not give up until he gave an explanation, and could only explain, with a 50% probability, if you don't consider other things, this level is indeed a gamble of life. But now it can be completely confirmed that there are other forces in this space. The girl with the mechanical arm still didn't understand. It couldn't be explained in a few words, and Ji-sun didn't want to explain more, saying, in a while. We have passed this test of the different dimension, and now we should be approaching the last level. There was indeed a gambling element when I met the gambler before, but it's not like this now. When he saw the gambler's broken hand, he was sure that he could kill this shadow demon. Chapter 16. The spoils of an A-level disaster will not disappoint. However, this time, the monster did not drop any materials, but all the energy of the corpse was gathered into a card. It is not a one-time skill card, but a training card. The front of the card is a black monster pattern, and the back is a silver pentagram. Skill Shadow Stealth Detailed Explanation. Silver Skill Training Card. Requires a dark affinity of 15. After fusion, Master Shadow Stealth, LV0, you will have the ability to blend into the darkness. The girl with the mechanical arm looked at this card and exclaimed, "Huh, it's a training card." Ji-sun was confused again. He understood the words, but he didn't understand the true value of this card. The girl with the mechanical arm seemed to be used to his ignorance from time to time. This guy is obviously very smart, but he doesn't seem to know a lot of common sense. Oh, this kind of training card is not accessible to low-level hunters, so it's normal to be surprised for a while. She explained, it is said that this is a card imprinted by the divine thoughts of ancient curse card masters. The probability of its appearance is extremely low, even lower than that of Yang materials. It is more efficient than martial arts secrets. No matter who you are, as long as you meet the conditions for fusion, you can directly master this skill. This is also one of the most sought-after commodities in the upper class, and its value is very high. Moreover, this dark stealth should be a lost assassin secret technique, at least I have never seen it, so it is best not to sell it easily. Ji-sun finally understood after listening. This is the invisible ghostly body technique of the monster before, which can hide the real body in the shadow. If an assassin really masters it, it will be very effective whether it is life-saving or assassination. Ji-sun also thought it was amazing that he could master skills without practicing hard and directly engrave his soul. This thing is indeed attractive enough for rich people. As she said that, the girl handed the card to him without hesitation and said, "I am not an assassin, so this card is useless to me. Then I won't be polite." Ji-sun glanced at her and took it without refusing. His teammate was unwilling to take advantage, and he had seen this before. And she said it was valuable, so it must be valuable. But looking at myself, the dark affinity value is only 1. It's too early to fuse this card. In addition to this training card, another ordinary black card appeared on the monster. The card has no effect at all, just 2 lines of words. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Before dawn comes, someone has to illuminate the darkness. Ji-sun looked at the card, and it felt as if it was hinting at something, and said, this should be the last key to pass the level. Unlike the skill card that dropped when killing monsters before, which could kill the boss of the next level. This time, the card only had 2 sentences. The girl with the mechanical arm pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure out what the card was for. She could only ask, what does this card mean? Ji-sun, a clue. The girl with the mechanical arm was speechless. Of course I know it's a clue, but the key is what the clue points to. I don't know either. Ji-sun understood her expression and spread his hands. He really didn't know, and asked helplessly, you don't think I know everything, do you? The girl with the robotic arm didn't say anything, but the atmosphere was already like this, and her expression indicated that it was not what you had shown along the way. It seemed that she had a habit of thinking. When she encountered a puzzle, she would always decipher it from a tricky angle. Ji-sun guessed her thoughts, and shook his head with a smile. He said, it's like playing a puzzle game. The mastermind behind the scenes was afraid that you couldn't find the answer to the game, so he deliberately left clues, but was afraid that the clues would be too obvious, so he made the clues obscure and difficult to understand. Until the moment you need it, you will suddenly realize it. This kind of broken clue will definitely not let you guess its intention the first time you get it. This statement is obviously convincing, and the expression of the girl with the mechanical arm under the gas mask also agrees. Ji-sun thought about it and said, we should go to the last level. Usually, the last level is either the most difficult or the most unexpected. As he said, he looked at the card and added, now it seems that it should be the latter. The girl with the robotic arm didn't say anything, looking at the 2 lines of words on the card, thinking. The 2 packed up their spoils, and continued to walk deeper into the laboratory. It seemed that they were about to face the last level as Ji-sun guessed. So after killing the shadow demon, they didn't encounter any threatening deformed creatures. Some scattered monsters would occasionally run out from the corners of the laboratory, and the girl with the robotic arm could always find them in advance and kill them easily. As the two walked, Jisun suddenly said, "By the way, I'm sorry to ask, what's your name, miss?" From the beginning to the end, neither of them asked each other's name, but thinking that they had been through hardships together, he asked casually. Hearing this, the girl with the robotic arm walked on her own without responding. Just when Jisun thought that the other party didn't want to pay attention to him, he suddenly heard her respond lightly, "Chujo." Jisun pondered. Chujo? It's obviously not a serious name, but a code name. But it doesn't matter, it's better than being called the girl with the robotic arm. Jisun also introduced himself. "Jisun? Nice to meet you." Chujo listened and kept silent. Jisun didn't care. Although his teammate was a little cold, he was still a good person. The two continued to walk deeper. After all, the laboratory had an end. Not long after walking, they came to a rusty elevator. Someone moved the elevator. Well, it should be those mercenaries before. The two checked the passage and took the elevator after finding no danger. No matter how you look at it now, this is the road to the exit. This is like a mine elevator that has been abandoned for decades, rusty and creaking on the way up, making people tremble with fear that they will suddenly fall down. Fortunately, there was no accident. After rising more than 20 floors, they reached the top of the elevator. After walking through a narrow passage, they came to a wonderful mirror world. The floor was white, and the ceiling and walls were all mirrors of various sizes. Without sensing the monster's breath, the two walked in. At first, there were only a few simple mirrors, but later, there were more and more mirrors. They saw countless of themselves, all kinds of strange selves, and countless pairs of eyes staring at each other. There were many strange things in the mirrors: doubt, stupidity, anger, caution, fear, and desire. In the mirrors, they seemed to see everything in their hearts. There were also some distorted mirrors, which were distorted desires. TSK, interesting. Jisun walked forward steadily. Others might feel uncomfortable looking at so many mirrors, but he has gotten used to this situation. The picture in his mind at every moment is like this, with countless of himself arguing. Now seeing the mirror image, Jisun doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. But Chujo beside him doesn't know what she saw in the mirror image, and her breath is obviously a little disordered. Fortunately, Jisun noticed her abnormality and patted her shoulder. "Let's go." Chujo came back to her senses from that nightmare-like state. This mirror house. It didn't seem to be difficult, and I didn't know what the test was. The two walked all the way. Suddenly, they reached the end. Chujo was surprised and asked, "Dead end? Maze?" She was thinking about where she went wrong before, but Jisun narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "No. We are here." As soon as the voice fell, the mirror light around him dissipated like the tide. Looking again, the two had appeared in a closed iron cage. Enlightenment appeared, entered the unknown space, and found a special hidden main line, exploration degree plus 5%. Chapter 17. Jisun looked around quickly. This was a mechanical-style secret room. In addition to their cage, there were two other iron cages. Each cage held two people. In one cage were familiar faces, the bald captain of the Blackwater Mercenaries, who had escaped before, and one of his men. In the other cage were two strangers, one old and one young, wearing black suits. They didn't even wear gas masks, which made it clear that the young man was arrogant and the old man was humble. Chujo recognized the identities of the two and whispered, "The fourth young master of Chao's family, the governor of Wuzu City." "Oh!" Jisun raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "It seems that these two guys triggered the hidden plot of the different dimensional space before." Compared to the confusion of the two mercenaries, the master and servant were obviously well prepared, with calm expressions, as if they were expecting something. And there was no trace of the two along the way, so they must have come from some special way. So it is not difficult to infer that these two guys are the culprits for the sudden increase in the difficulty of the space. Seeing Jisun and his two newcomers, the two bald mercenaries were dumbfounded. These two guys were not dead yet? The four young masters of the Chao family were also a little surprised to see Jisun and his two companions. With such a difficult space, it was already surprising to have two survivors. Now there were still two. But they just took a glance and didn't care. Their attention was not on the people, but on something else. It looked like they were going to play a game. When everyone arrived, the game began. At this moment, crack. The sound of gears rubbing against each other was heard, and the six people looked at the scene. A hole suddenly opened in the middle of the iron plate in the middle of the three iron cages, and a rusty mechanical clown rose from the bottom. The clown hat, the funny red nose, and the crooked smiling face. The red and blue paint had faded, and there were mottled rust everywhere, leaving traces of time everywhere. Clown Jason saw this weird mechanical clown, and a touch of inexplicable intimacy flashed across his eyes. It has been here for many, many years, waiting for someone to come here in the lonely and long years. Like looking in a mirror, Jason seemed to see himself, and he also felt the same loneliness. The clown's feet were springs, which made it shake its head and look weird and strange. Just as everyone was looking at this strange mechanical clown, it came to life and laughed. Welcome to the Clown's Fright Feast. The following is the last level of the game. As long as you can pass it, you can leave alive. The mechanical voice was full of jokes and weirdness. Hearing that they could get out, the 6 people in the iron cage had different expressions. No one thought that this last level would be easy. At this time, the 4th young master of the Chow family seemed to be eager to verify something and asked, I want to know if the source of the disaster is here? He had been preparing for so long just for that thing, and now he was about to get out, and he hadn't seen any shadow yet, so he naturally had to ask. As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun and the others also looked over. The eldest young master's words were very obscure. If Ji-sun and the others hadn't read those files before, they would have had no idea what he was talking about. Source of the disaster. What does it mean? Ji-sun clearly remembered that there was a paragraph in the file. On May 3rd, 1141 in the imperial calendar, the S-level disaster source was unsealed and research began. The source of the entire bunker disaster was actually that disaster source. What was even more unexpected was that the mechanical clown actually responded, of course. Those who finally passed the level will naturally get the epic source card. The clown directly said what the disaster source was. Ji-sun was not surprised that there was a final level, but this clown seemed to be an intelligent NPC. So, this seems to be the final boss that does not need to be killed. But he instinctively felt that this level would be more difficult. While speaking, there was an indescribable evil and teasing in the clown's expression. However, only the living are qualified to know the truth. Hearing this, the 4th young master of the Chow family looked playful, and it was obvious that he was waiting for this result. Ji-sun didn't know what epic source card was. The 2 mercenaries seemed to have never heard of it, and their faces were full of confusion. But Chujo on the side obviously knew it, and she murmured in shock, it's really true. Because he had no idea what a source card was, Ji-sun had no interest in it for the time being. He carefully looked at the layout in front of him. The 3 iron cages formed a shape. He glanced at the top of his head. At the same time as the clown appeared, rows of iron spikes also showed their sharpness. The iron cage was completely locked, and there was no possibility of forcible escape. In other words, if the iron spikes fell, the 6 people in the cage would die. The last level was not so easy to pass. As soon as the mechanical clown finished speaking, a platform slowly rose from the 3 iron cages, on which was placed a colorful revolver that looked like a toy gun. The clown's creepy voice sounded again. The last level of the game is called Wheel of Fortune. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. 1. There is a bullet in the revolver in front of you. This is the only way to leave the space. You can leave by firing. 2. You can only shoot at each other once, and then take turns. Until someone dies, and the living person leaves. 3. The iron saw above your head will drop 1 meter every 15 seconds, which means that if you have not decided whether to live or die after 1 minute, you will be stabbed into a sieve. Please follow the rules of the game, otherwise you will all die. Okay, the game begins now. Only by killing teammates can you get out alive? Sure enough, the last level is the most difficult. Ji-sun carefully recalled the rules of the game, with a confused look in his eyes. This level tests humanity. The moment the mechanical clown finished speaking, the bald mercenary in the cage grabbed the revolver in his hand like lightning. His intuition told him that no matter what the situation was, it was best to hold the initiative in his own hands. As for the other 2 cages, Ji-sun and Chujo did not move. The 4th young master of the Chow family, and the old man did not move either. Obviously, they all felt that this level was not as simple as it looked. They were all waiting to find another way to break the deadlock. Another thing, they were all waiting for the bald man and the other man to try the rules of the game first. However, shortly after the clown announced the start of the game, a sharp metal friction sound was heard, and the iron spikes above their heads fell rapidly, reminding them to make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise everyone would die. The threat of death was right above his head, and the bald mercenary didn't feel that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He raised the revolver in his hand, but he couldn't stand the fear of death in his heart. He shouted, "Brother, I'm sorry." Then he decisively pulled the trigger. Click. The hammer hit, and made a crisp sound, and the mercenary on the opposite side trembled violently. However, no bullet was fired. Empty gun. At this time, it was not over. The bald man's first shot missed, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. He decisively pulled the trigger again to fire the second shot. Ji-sun, who was not far away, watched this scene of brothers killing each other with great interest. He had seen the cruelty and cunning of this bald man before. His teammates in the same cage did not expect that the captain, who was regarded as a brother in life and death, would want to kill him. However, the strange thing was that no matter how hard the bald man tried, he could not pull the trigger. At this time, the colorful revolver disappeared in his hand and appeared on the table again. The mercenary on the opposite side grabbed it in his hand, with a fierce and resolute look. "Since you shot first, don't blame me." He pointed at the bald man and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. Fate is like a clown. It likes to play tricks on people. The gun is empty again. Another rotation. The bald mercenary heard the gunshot for a moment, as if his soul was trembling. When he came to his senses and realized that he was not dead, he was ecstatic and quickly grabbed the revolver. As if racing with the god of death, he did not give his teammates any chance to react and decisively pulled the trigger for the second time. This time, with a bang, flame spurted out of the muzzle, and the mercenary on the opposite side fell down. Seeing this, the bald man's pupils quickly dilated and he gasped heavily. After a moment of stunness, his face showed the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. The ecstasy of saving a life from the face of the god of death made him laugh crazily. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a twisted light gate appeared on the corpse opposite, and the bald man also saw enlightenment, and he could go out. "I can really escape from this damn place." The bald man was ecstatic. Along the way, the dark cloud of death has been hanging over his head. At this moment, this damned alien space has finally ended. But that's human nature. Without the worry of his life, he thought of something else. The mechanical clown just mentioned. The source of the catastrophe, the source card. All signs indicate that this different dimension clearly hides some treasure. Greedy, he immediately felt that he had come here at the risk of his life, and it would be a pity to leave like this. However, at the moment of hesitation, a cold and disdainful sneer came from his ear. "Why, do you still want to stay here?" The fourth young master of the Chow family saw the bald man's thoughts and warned him coldly. "If you hesitate for another second, I guarantee that my Chow family will make your Blackwater mercenary group expelled from the innocent city." This sentence seemed to be more threatening than the revolver just now. The bald man's eyelids twitched, and he shuddered with fear. In an instant, he understood what this Chow family meant. This young master was the behind-the-scenes boss, who hired their Blackwater mercenary group. Although he didn't know his identity before, the leader bowed in front of this boss, so it could only be the Chow family of the governor's mansion in Shangqing. If this person died, he would not be afraid of the threat. But if two survived and one survived, one of them, whether it was this young master or the butler, would definitely be able to get out alive. Even if he did get some treasures as rewards, he would not be able to enjoy them. The bald man was also a man who changed his attitude according to the situation. He weighed the pros and cons in an instant and immediately smiled and said, "Master, I don't mean that. I just want to ask you if you want to." The fourth young master Chow interrupted him and said disdainfully, "Get lost." "Yes." The bald mercenary wanted to curry favor with him, but after hearing this, he could only smile awkwardly and turn away. He walked to the twisted light door and disappeared in an instant. Killing your companions can really get out. The remaining four people witnessed the scene of life and death teammates killing each other. They also understood that following the rules of the game can indeed save lives. However, before they could think about it, with a moment's delay, the iron spikes above their heads fell again. There were still more than 30 seconds. If they didn't do something, the people in the cage would die together. Ji-sun was not in a hurry, and watched with interest how the master and servant were going to choose. Chujo didn't grab the revolver, and seemed to be thinking about something. The master and the servant did not move. Everyone guessed that there must be other options at this stage. After a few breaths, Chao Xishao picked up the revolver and observed it. The gun seemed to be fine, but he always felt that something was wrong. The old man opposite had no intention of robbing, so he stood quietly. But he did not shoot, but observed something carefully, and looked at the mechanical clown not far away, thinking. After a few breaths, the iron spike on his head fell off again. The old man couldn't help but urged, "Master, shoot quickly, or it will be too late. If it doesn't work this time, you can try again next time." The iron spikes above his head creaked, as if it was a countdown to life, urging the four to make a decision as soon as possible. As a servant of the Chow family, he is already prepared to die. Is this the only way? Although the fourth young Master Chow realized that this method was probably wrong, he had no choice. It was indeed as the old servant said, if it didn't work this time, then come in again. Anyway, this alien space has been almost completely understood, and I can slowly figure it out after I go out. With this thought, Chow Si Shao also made a decision, and decisively raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Click! The gun was empty. The rules of the game are that you can only shoot at the opponent once. This time it was the old man who picked up the revolver. Ji-sun and Chujo also watched to see if the scene of the servant killing the master would be staged. However, what the two did not expect was that the old man picked up the revolver and did not aim at the opponent, but shot himself in the head without hesitation. Gotcha, another empty gun. The old man put the gun on the table in front of him and urged, Master, please shoot quickly. Suicide? Seeing this scene, Ji-sun's expression was solemn. Whether it is blind loyalty or something else, loyalty is worthy of respect. This old man actually made such a choice, so this young master will definitely survive. It can be regarded as following the rules of the game. His old servant chose to sacrifice himself, but Master Chow was calm, took the revolver, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet sprayed out from the muzzle. A blood hole appeared between the old man's eyebrows, and he fell to the ground. The twisted light gate also appeared on the corpse. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the expression of the fourth young Master Chow was not much fluctuating. He didn't look at it more, nor did he choose to leave, but turned to look at Ji-sun and the other person in the cage. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 18. Less than 20 seconds left. The remaining difficult choice was left to Ji-sun and the other person in the last cage. When Ji-sun saw this, he didn't know what he was thinking of, and there was a hint of teasing in his expression. But Chujo on the opposite side was not as calm as him. His eyes trembled constantly, and it was obvious that his inner activities were very intense. The facts were in front of him, and only by killing his companions could he get out alive. In the moment she hesitated, a hand reached out to the revolver. Chujo was not surprised at all. He saw it, but did not stop it. Instead, he felt relieved and thought, have you made a choice? If Chujo wanted to grab the revolver, she would definitely be able to grab it even if Ji-sun made the first move. But she didn't do that. Since the guy made the decision, she didn't have to worry about anything. Regardless of whether the first shot had bullets, she decided to use special props to leave this different dimension at the moment the other party pulled the trigger. Although she might never miss the pituitary gland of the fallen witch. But she never thought of killing a person who had no grudge against her for her own selfish interests. As for the epic source card, this may be a fatal temptation to others, but it is not so attractive to her. Besides, the guy on the opposite side has saved her. When she met the cursed gambler before, the monster was originally looking for her, but this guy stood up to block it. Although she has a way to escape, she still owes a favor. Now that he chooses to take the gun first, he naturally has the idea of killing her. It can be considered that they are not owed anything to each other. Sure enough, when faced with a life and death decision, even the most rational people will choose to protect themselves. After figuring this out, Chujo no longer had any entanglement. She recalled the journey and only sighed, what a pity. No one else knew that in just a few seconds, Chujo had gone through a long and complicated psychological process. However, this unexpected space full of surprises once again had an unexpected situation. The guy named Ji-sun on the opposite side got the gun, but instead of shooting in a hurry, he teased him in a hateful way, you hesitated. Chujo did not respond. At this moment, she looked at Ji-sun as if she was looking at a stranger who had done his best. But as she looked at him, she felt something was wrong. The guy's expression was as calm as ever, and she couldn't tell what was wrong. There was no anxiety and urgency about the coming of death, only the calmness that had never changed from beginning to end. When she thought about it, it seemed that she had never seen fear in this guy's eyes along the way. Is this guy sure that he won't grab the gun? Click. The metal friction sound above her head was so harsh, and the iron spikes fell again. She still couldn't help but remind her, if you don't shoot, if the bullets are in the last few, even if you want to survive, it will be too late. Rotation also takes time. Ji-sun was still not panicked, and asked with a smile, aren't you afraid that the first shot will have bullets? There is still plenty of time. No rush. At this moment, Ji-sun was sure that his teammate must have a special way to leave the other dimension, so he pretended to be ignorant and teased a few words. When he encountered the dog-headed monster before, he was just suspicious, but now, he is 100% sure. But the price must be high. Otherwise, he would not be so entangled. He would rather bear the price than do it. TSK. Ji-sun looked at his teammate and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, his smile seemed to overlap with the smile on the face of the mechanical clown. This level tests human nature. Just like the mirror house before, the dark and twisted side of human nature is exposed to the sun. There is the darkness of human nature, and there is also the brilliance of human nature. It is really rare. The iron spike is already 1 foot above his head, and there are less than 10 seconds left. The oppressive feeling of death above his head is like a big stone pressing on his heart, and even breathing becomes heavy. The fourth young master of the Chow family frowned. Now that the exit has appeared, his life is safe. He originally wanted to observe whether there are other keys to breaking the deadlock. However, what he didn't expect was that the two people opposite actually chatted with each other. Are they going to be lovers with the same fate? His intuition told him that these two guys must have something extraordinary to be able to come this far and remain so calm. Or maybe they have discovered some key clues. But time waits for no one. The situation does not allow him to stay any longer. If he really wants to stay, his life will also be at stake. After waiting for a few more breaths, the two people on the opposite side still did not shoot. Chao Si Xiao's eyes turned cold. Finally, he could not bear the infinite oppression of death above his head. After hesitating for a moment, he still walked towards the twisted light gate and disappeared instantly. Not only did the fourth young master of the Chow family lose his patience, but the expression in Chujo's eyes changed from indifference to confusion and anxiety. She didn't want her concession to go to waste. Is this guy crazy again? 10, 9, 8, 7, 65. There are still 3 seconds. However, at this time, Ji-sun suddenly moved. Others didn't know that even at such a dangerous moment, Ji-sun was still counting down the time in his heart. After he watched the third party, who was in the way, leave, he put away his smile and raised his gun instantly. But what people never expected was that he didn't aim at the girl opposite, but put the gun against his own chin. This scene stunned Chujo on the opposite side. She thought the other party couldn't help but shoot, and was ready to leave immediately, but she didn't expect this guy to put the muzzle of the gun against his own chin. Before she could figure out why, and before the astonishment in her eyes spread across her face, she suddenly heard click, 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 click. 5 crisp sounds in a row. Ji-sun fired 5 shots in a row, 5 empty shots. How is that possible? Chujo's first reaction was that he was too lucky, and all 5 shots were empty. But her mind turned instinctively, and something was wrong. The rules of the game don't say that one person can only fire 1 shot. So why did this guy fire 5 shots in a row? The series of changes came too suddenly, and Chujo felt that her thoughts were in a mess. But before she could think about it, the guy on the opposite side had already pulled the trigger for the 6th time. This shot was still aimed at himself. Crazy! Did this guy commit suicide? No wonder he didn't panic before. If he had fired 6 shots at himself, it would have taken only a few seconds. But why? Chujo showed a shocked expression that she had never had before. It was as if someone had hit her head hard, and her thoughts were stagnant. She stared at the scene in front of her with a stiff gaze. Bang! A familiar explosion that she had heard twice. Flames spurted out of the muzzle. The only bullet was fired. At this moment, time seemed to slow down 100 times, and a brilliant color exploded in Chujo's eyes. There was no brain explosion. The last bullet blew up a piece of colored powder on Ji-sun's face, making him look like a clown. At that moment, the player who mocked the rules of the game was grinning, as if enjoying some kind of spiritual extreme pleasure. The bet was right again. Chujo was stunned for a moment, then realized something. Paintball? Then, she also understood that the guy in front of her saw through the rules of the game that she didn't see. They passed the level. Chapter 19. After the gunshot, Chujo finally came back to her senses from the shock of falling from the clouds. She had never had such an exciting experience. At this moment, she seemed to see a clown walking on a tightrope. Not only was he not afraid, but he grinned at the god of death in the abyss, full of mockery. This guy played a trick on the god of death. He must be crazy. No matter how calm Chujo was, she couldn't hold back her excitement and curiosity at this moment, and asked very quickly, You knew there was something wrong with this gun? She saw 2 people die with this gun, but only the one in their cage had a problem? Ji-sun smiled and shook his head, denying this statement. No. The gun is fine. Chujo also thought it was not a problem with the gun. Then why can you fire 6 shots? The rules of the game are that you can only shoot 1 shot at others, but not at yourself. Ji-sun's mouth corner slightly raised, as if he was still immersed in the excitement of gambling on life in the roulette game. And I said before that the factors that influence the level are not just the space rules themselves. As he said this, he looked at the iron spikes above his head meaningfully. The time had passed, but the iron spikes did not fall. This meant that they had passed the level. Both of them passed the level alive. He also passed the level in a way that the other two contestants in the iron cage did not choose. After taking another look at Chujo's eyes full of curiosity, Ji-sun turned to look at the mechanical clown standing there, and asked meaningfully, "Isn't it, Mr. Clown?" But the clown did not respond, and watched quietly, but it seemed that the smile on its face was getting more and more weird. At this moment, Chujo had a lot of questions, just wanting to know what happened. Ji-sun was very impressed with his teammate, so he naturally didn't hesitate to say anything. Now that he had passed the level, he had understood everything. He talked freely. If it was just a simple roulette killing game, it would be so boring, and it would make the planner look very unskilled. With such a sophisticated plan, how could such an ordinary ending be set? Chujo listened to this and agreed. This different dimension was the most sophisticated one she had ever experienced. If you can get out of the last level just by killing people, it seems that the level has dropped, and it is not worthy of the previous brilliant layout. This is what the guy opposite said before. But how did he know the problem with this gun? Ji-sun smiled mysteriously and slowly revealed the truth. Do you remember that sentence? When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you? This is actually a clear enough hint. When you stare at the evil of human nature, the evil will stare at your heart in turn, and reveal the truest self. Chujo suddenly realized, you mean that card? She suddenly realized that they had killed the Shadow Fiend before, and a card was revealed. They all guessed that this was the clue to the last level. Now it's used. No, it's not used. What do these two inexplicable sentences have to do with passing the level? This guy shot himself in the head 6 times. He must have discovered something else to bet like this. Ji-sun explained, when I entered the mirror house before, I had a rough guess. So when I entered the iron cage and saw the layout, I guessed some more. After listening to the rules of the roulette game, I completely guessed the idea of the person who set it up. As he said this, he grinned, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. So this final level, what we really want to test is never the luck of the roulette. Nothing is more profound than testing human nature. Chujo, I heard all these words, but I didn't think she understood them. She didn't say anything, otherwise she would feel stupid. After a pause, Ji-sun continued, the essence of the different dimensional space is to pass the test and get the reward. The purpose of the level is to select some people who meet the designer's targeted characteristics, so that they can pass the level and get the final reward. From the previous Break the Wall, which, Gambler, Shadow Fiend, and the current Joker game, you will eventually find that those who pass the level must have such characteristics: desire, restraint, courage, wisdom, firm belief, and perhaps kindness. Of course, this space is special because it also tests some special things, such as gambler mentality, cunning, madness, and paranoia. Only adventurers who meet all the above characteristics can get the final recognition. After a pause, he continued, and another sentence, before the dawn comes, someone must illuminate the darkness. The designer gave the final hint that the people selected by the space are those who can make people see the light in the endless darkness. So from the beginning, whoever raised his gun and aimed at his companions was actually out. Teammates can't die, so there is only one choice left. Shoot yourself. Chujo realized the deep meaning of the two sentences. So, this guy shot himself 6 times. There must be some other factors. She didn't think it through for a while, but thought of something else and wanted to ask, before that. Ji-sun didn't wait for her to finish, and said directly, do you want to ask if the old servant shot at you several times before, and you can get through? He asked himself, no, it's impossible. He was able to get out alive, but he didn't pass the level. The greatest respect for the planner is to follow the rules of the game and pass the game. Although we skipped some small levels along the way, it doesn't matter. And the master and servant appeared here directly, obviously taking a shortcut. They should have some special information in their hands. Brought in from outside, not discovered by himself in the space. Without those characteristics, he will not get the final reward anyway. It's okay to play the game with a bug, but you will lose some necessary clues and game experience. You can get some rewards for passing the game, but not all. This is inevitable. Chujo thought for a while. Ji-sun also agreed that Guy is actually very smart, and he obviously realized this, so he didn't take the gun until the last moment. But even if he guessed it, he didn't dare to gamble. If he died, everything would be gone. If it were anyone else, they might hesitate. After all, power and status are also a kind of shackles in some ways, which will make people lose the spirit of adventure. This is destined by fate, and has nothing to do with wisdom or anything. Listening to Ji-sun sorting out and explaining all the levels and plots, Chujo felt that the mixed thoughts in his mind became clear. But how could a normal person shoot himself 6 times based on these 2 clues? Chujo couldn't help asking, all this is your speculation. What if you bet wrong just now? If you lose the bet, you will die. Ji-sun responded lightly. His tone was calm, as if he was not talking about his own life or death. Then, the face under the gas mask smiled brightly. He looked at the mechanical clown, as if he saw himself in the mirror. After a pause, Ji-sun said in a low voice, for me, the outcome of this gambling game is more attractive than death. These exquisite levels made him experience the long-lost, morbid, and extreme pleasure of reaching a cranial orgasm. Having seen it twice, Chujo was already used to it. She knew that this guy seemed to have fallen into that arrogant and crazy state again. It is the same for it. As if sensing some eyes looking at him in the darkness, Ji-sun said again, I made a wrong bet, I will die, but it lost. If I didn't die, we both didn't win. It won't let itself lose. Chujo didn't understand it. Ji-sun smiled, yes. Another way to describe it is the designer of the space? Or is it the will of space? The final level boss? Anyway, that's what it means. Ji-sun asked again, do you know why I'm saying this now? Chujo wanted to say, isn't it for me? But she immediately understood what he meant, so she asked, why? Ji-sun smiled slightly, because that guy has been spying in the shadows. Chujo was slightly startled, looking around, but if you say this, will it? Ji-sun shook his head, I was telling it to him. Solving a perfect puzzle is a pleasant experience. As a level designer, when someone praises his level and understands the exquisiteness of the design, it is 100 times more fulfilling than killing and playing with players who can't feel the pleasure of the level at all. Chujo's head was full of black lines, and he automatically identified himself in his heart. Why do I feel that the stupid player you were talking about is me? Paused. Ji-sun looked at the weird mechanical clown again and asked for the second time, isn't it, Mr. Clown? This time, the clown responded, yes, adventurer. The corners of its already exaggerated mouth raised a smile that seemed to split its entire face, and said, congratulations, you have completed the test. Ji-sun also responded as if he had met his match, thank you. It was a very pleasant experience. The iron cage slowly opened. The clown smiled slightly. As he smiled, the smile gradually solidified. The already colorful paint color also quickly dimmed, as if a person had lost his life at the end of his life, and suddenly lost its color. The mission of the mechanical clown ends here. At the last moment, it said the second sentence on the card, before the dawn comes, someone must illuminate the darkness. It seemed as if a whisper from ancient times was heard. Ji-sun listened silently, and thought seriously. He looked at the dead mechanical clown for a long time. At this time, enlightenment reappeared. You heard the description of darkness in the whisper from the abyss, and you touched the miracle. Ji-sun looked thoughtfully at the ordinary black card he had received before. At this time, it has changed. It turns out that the disaster recorded in the file has actually been in his hands for a long time. This is a great poker card. Ace Grey Joker quality, epic. Category, demon mark. Extraordinary entries, 1, trickster, perception plus 10, photographic memory, cognition cannot be erased or tampered by any external force below the level of card rules, probability to interpret the whispers of the devil. 2, doomed gambler, the clown's life seems to be cursed by fate, always plagued by bad luck, he will grow in despair and pain, like a dancer on the edge of a knife. Finding the meaning of existence and seeking excitement, the crazier the desperate situation, the better the luck. 3. Universal card, unlimited body storage, tolerance to all elements and growth. The fusion is not restricted by sequence, and can use any professional card to advance. 4. Demon Feast, you can draw extraordinary characteristics from corpses. Evaluation, Joker card is also the most special card in poker. It is an ace and a universal card. The Joker ridicules the hypocrisy of the gods, laughs at the incompetence of the god of death, and also ridicules the greed and cowardice of human nature. He walks alone in the shadows, and peeks into the whole world. This is a card that is recorded in history but hidden in the dust of history. It is one of the legendary 54 demon source cards, pointing to a certain indescribable high-level demon. The fusion fit is 97%, and the probability of distortion of the fusion mark of the demon is no more than 5%. There is also a line of hand-painted words written under the card. Although Ji-sun does not recognize that kind of words, he understands it. Is this the slavery contract of the devil? No, on the contrary, this is the conquest mark of the cursed card master to control the power of the devil. Signature M. Chapter 20. Is this the T-level catastrophe source? Ji-sun looked at the card in his hand. It had 2 lines of text before, but now it had turned into a funny clown wearing a tricorn hat. It was clearly a 2-dimensional image, but the clown on the card seemed like a 3-dimensional creature that had been reduced in dimension, and it was extremely real. His eyes were full of mockery of the world and sarcasm of death. He grinned, and the playful smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to be possessed by a demon, raised high, giving people a feeling of horror. Just looking at it, a strong sense of mystery and evil came over him, making people feel a little nervous. But Jisun felt no discomfort. He felt like he was looking in the mirror before. He saw his own shadow on the card, familiar and somehow fitting. The clown's appearance gradually became his own. And when the clown pattern appeared on the black card, it seemed to activate some kind of ritual, and the whole card seemed to melt, and turned into a group of black bright spots lingering around Jisun's body, and gradually merged into his body. This is not a card that everyone can see the true face of. At least Chujo, who was standing by, didn't see the clown image on the card. But she just glanced at it, and didn't look at it anymore. She didn't see clearly which source card it was, nor did she want to see it clearly. Jisun didn't know the value of this card, but Chujo knew it very well. The black iron quality demon mark found on the black market in the dungeon is already a rare card that ordinary people can get. Silver is even more rare and precious. Gold cards are strategic resources that are almost monopolized by the upper class. As for legendary cards, for ordinary people, they only exist in legends, and may never see the real treasure in their lifetime. Of course, above the legendary cards, there is another kind of card that very few people have actually seen in this world. That is the 52 epic source cards recorded in history. The 52 epic source cards correspond to the 52 powerful demons in the legend, who will give the cursed card master the purest demon power. This is an ancient relic before the cataclysm. It is said that each card is the work of ancient gods. If one card appears in the world, it will inevitably cause a dispute. But Chujo had no intention of taking it for herself. She knew very well that treasures choose their owners. Only those with a high enough degree of compatibility can fully see the demonic power on the 52 demon source cards and merge them. Otherwise, the probability of distortion is very high. Just like this different dimensional space 407 abnormal biological shelter, those files show that this was once a secret bunker for studying this source card. But without exception, all the experimental subjects were distorted, but they still didn't know what kind of card it was. This card has been preserved here for thousands of years. Chujo looked at her teammate, who was fusing the card and awakening, with a complicated look, and said nothing. She looked at the twisted light gate that appeared in front of her, and knew that she could go out. Fusion still needed some time, so Chujo planned to go out and see the situation first, so she walked over without hesitation. But as soon as she approached the twisted light gate and looked at the settlement reward, her face was rarely happy. Such a difficult different dimensional space, the clearance reward is also beyond imagination. After an unknown amount of time, Jisun came back to his senses from that strange feeling. The black card Grey Joker in his hand had disappeared. Am I a superhuman? Jisun understood what had happened. This was a world of cursed card masters. From the information currently available, the Devil's Mark was the key to unlocking the ultimate secret valve of the human body. After awakening, a person could obtain superhuman powers beyond the limits of human beings from a demon god pointed to by a certain card. At this moment, the door to a new world opened. He took another look at his attribute panel, but then he complained, strength, physique, agility, etc. have not increased at all. This card looks very powerful, but at least the attributes that can enhance the physical body have not increased at all. The basic attributes on the panel have not changed. Elemental tolerance and comprehension are all hidden attributes. But his feeling of supernormal is very real. It's like a new life. At this moment, he feels that the world in his eyes is different. He clearly senses those tiny particles in the air, which are the 4 basic element particles of earth, wind, water and fire. What a magical sensory world. Jisun enjoyed the feeling of his senses being infinitely magnified, and the whole world became clear to him. Trickster, doomed gambler, wild card, and devil's feast. The abilities described in the 4 entries were all very exaggerated. He didn't know much about this world, and he couldn't fully understand what the gain brought by Grey Joker meant. But the most intuitive thing was that there was an active skill Devil's Feast LV0, 1/500, added to the panel. Can it absorb the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse? He turned around and looked at the other 2 iron cages nearby. The bodies of the old servant and the mercenary were still warm. How about giving it a try? Jisun thought, and walked over without hesitation. At this moment, The body whose blood had not yet dried up looked completely different in his eyes. Its body was emitting wisps of light smoke. This was the out-of-control spell power and extraordinary characteristics. The mysterious substance that was originally invisible to the naked eye was now materialized in Ji-sun's eyes. This was a very wonderful experience. He tried to use the feast, and a layer of gray mist rose from his body, and then he touched the blue smoke. It was like a giant whale opened its mouth and swallowed a lot of sea water in one gulp. You use the feast to swallow. Physical fitness plus 0.001. You use the feast to swallow. Strength plus 0.001. You use the feast to swallow. Toughness plus 0.0007. You use the feast to swallow. Fire element affinity plus 0.04. The corpse had just died, and the extraordinary characteristics overflowed very strongly. Even if you swallowed a lot, more continued to pour out. The attributes have increased, continuously increasing. Not only the attributes, but also the elemental affinity can be devoured. Ji-sun looked at the constantly changing values on his panel, and was in high spirits, directly devouring to increase his own attributes. Although it is subtle, it is really increasing. Feast turned the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse into his own. The door to the new world has opened. Although the absorption is a bit slow, this feast is simply a late-stage magic skill. Ji-sun looked at his constantly changing basic attributes, and sighed in his heart. The later the level, the stronger it is. I don't know how long it will take to devour the extraordinary characteristics of the two corpses, but I estimated that it would take at least 6 hours to increase the strength by 0.1. This is obviously related to his lack of proficiency in using skills. After LV0 is upgraded, there should be a lot of room for improvement in devouring efficiency. But it is obviously not a good time to devour now. Although the different dimensional space has been cleared, other potential crises are not small. I got the final reward of this different dimensional space, but not everyone can be as unenvious as my teammates. At least the fourth young master of the Chow family would never agree. Moreover, we still don't know what the outside world is like. Judging from the fact that dozens of people died in an alien space before, this world is probably very cruel. However, Ji-sun felt that he liked it more and more here. He didn't delay, and walked to the twisted light gate to go out. At this time, Chi-di appeared, and he exclaimed in surprise, "There is actually a settlement reward. Not only that, but it is also very generous." Chapter 21. Congratulations on clearing the 407 Abnormal Biological Shelter. Maze Exploration Degree 87%, get A-level reward, fixed reward 100%. Excellent strategy, random card draw reward plus 30%. Monster Slayer, extra card draw reward plus 20%. Weak victory over strong, extra card draw reward plus 25%. Minor injury, fixed reward plus 2%. Boss kill, A-level fallen witch special reward plus 5%. A-level spell gambler special reward plus 7%. A-level shadow fiend reward plus 7%. Complete hidden plot exploration *3, hidden reward plus 15%. Comprehensive evaluation S, get clearance treasure chest *1, get special settlement treasure chest *1. Note, treasure chest has a probability of extracting items. The higher the settlement reward evaluation, the greater the probability of extracting high quality. Ji-sun looked at the series of settlement evaluations and didn't quite understand. But thinking that these major bosses have been killed, the reward should be good. He looked at the two treasure chests floating in the air again, and with a light touch, the plot treasure chest opened 5 6-pointed star cards. There is also enlightenment below, 30% probability of drawing white cards, 57% black iron cards, 10% silver, and 3% special. The second special treasure chest only has 1 card. Draw a card? Ji-sun looked at it and laughed. It was another gambling game. Choose 1 from 5. He clicked on 1 card at random. Without the silver light, 2 cards suddenly appeared in front of him. Open the clearance treasure chest to get skill advanced firearm specialization *1. Open the special settlement treasure chest to get relic clown's universal mask *1. Ji-sun looked at the attribute introduction of the 2 cards in his hand, and his eyes lit up. The plot treasure chest did not draw the 10% silver card, but it was not black iron. The reward looked better than expected. He looked at the card. Did I draw the 3% special? Skill advanced firearm specialization detailed explanation. Black iron skill training card, requires intermediate firearm specialization. After using it to master advanced firearm specialization, you will have amazing shooting skills. After years of hard training, I have only reached the intermediate level of gun skills. And this card is advanced. Another skill training card. Ji-sun looked at the card with a gun pattern and muttered in his heart. He remembered that Chujo said that skill training cards were extremely rare, and the most valuable among cards of the same quality. He didn't expect that he would get 2 cards in this different dimension. In other words, the luck of drawing cards is actually not bad. It seems that the settlement evaluation should be high, resulting in a high probability of drawing hidden cards. Anyway, I won the draw. Looking at the attribute panel, I just happened to be intermediate firearm specialization, 654/800, which allowed me to use this card. With a thought, he crushed the card. Use skill advanced firearm specialization. You have mastered this skill. Exaggeratedly, the skill panel was updated to advanced firearm specialization, 1554/3000. This skill card is awesome. In order to figure out how this card works, Ji-sun has been carefully feeling the difference in his body before and after using it. Obviously, he felt that a mysterious force seemed to have added something to his memory. It was as if he had a short but fulfilling dream. He swam in his dream, and then, he really learned to swim. Ji-sun felt very good. After integrating the card skills, he instinctively touched the revolver at his waist with one hand, and instantly felt different. Before, the gun was still an external tool for him. But now, when his hand touched the revolver, it was as if it was a part of his arm extending out. He had a feeling that if he really drew his gun, he would definitely shoot wherever he pointed. In his previous life, he had read interviews and military reports, and some top gun masters had said that their realm was the feeling that the gun was an extension of the body. Is this the advanced gun expertise? It's really amazing. Ji-sun suddenly felt that he had gained a lot. Perhaps guns are not too strong in this world with extraordinary power, but his body is weak now, and the most direct way to increase combat power is gun skills. This skill card cannot be said to be the best, but it is definitely the most practical one at present. Without thinking too much, he turned around and looked at another card. Relic. Clown's universal mask description. The mask cannot be taken off after being worn for a long time. Detailed explanation. An ancient relic exclusive to the sequence that has lost its divinity, with super strong mental erosion. After wearing it, it consumes 10 mental power/H, can change the phase at will, and based on its own mental power attributes, it gains illusion resistance plus 35%, curse immunity plus 20%, mental detection immunity plus 70%, mystery plus 30%, dark affinity plus 20%, insufficient mental power, mental distortion. Can absorb mental power amplification attributes, and improve the quality of this relic, exclusive relic? Ji-sun looked at the card with a mask pattern in front of him. The mask was flesh-colored, like a freshly peeled human skin. This was a piece of equipment. Ji-sun didn't understand why equipment had to be sealed in a card. But as soon as he thought about it, the mask appeared in his hand, and he immediately guessed the reason. A human skin mask as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand, light and fluttering, but holding it made people feel dazed. Enlightenment appeared, mysterious erosion, mental power reduced by 0.01. This mask, like the extraordinary materials in the monsters, has energy pollution like nuclear radiation. Ji-sun now has a better understanding of supernatural pollution. It's not something that should be mentioned. It's probably because my body is too weak now, and can't withstand some overly powerful alien energy. It's like sunbathing. If you are too close or too long in the sun, it will harm the human body. Sealing the equipment in the card is probably to protect the user and prevent the supernatural properties of the equipment from leaking out. Just like a kitchen knife will rust when exposed to the air, putting the equipment in the card will prevent the supernatural properties from being lost. Ji-sun didn't think much about it. He would have enough time to explore this magical world in the future. Ji-sun estimated the use time of this equipment in his mind, thinking, wearing it will continue to consume mental power. In other words, can I use my mental power for more than 10 minutes now? Normally it should be used for more than 20 minutes, but he didn't think it was a good idea to drain his mental power. The attributes of this mask are some words that are not easy to understand accurately, and Ji-sun doesn't know whether it is strong or not. But suddenly, after putting on the mask, he saw a very intuitive numerical change in a series of status buffs on his panel, Dark Affinity 25. His original Dark Affinity was only 5, and this mask temporarily increased it by 20. Hey, Dark Affinity has reached 25. Can I learn that skill Shadow Voyage now? Ji-sun took out the skill training card reported by the Shadow Demon in his pocket and tried it. The enlightenment display really works. Compared to masks and the like, he felt that this Shadow Voyage was the life-saving skill at the moment. Ji-sun didn't think much about it, and used the training card directly. As the card crumbled into dust in his hand, the dreamlike inspiration swept across in an instant, and the word Shadow Voyage LD0 appeared on the skill panel again. He really learned it. Compared to the gun expertise, a skill he had mastered in his previous life, this Shadow Voyage was really an extraordinary ability. Ji-sun felt very wonderful. After trying to use the skill, a magical scene unfolded before his eyes. He watched his body gradually merge into the darkness and disappear without a trace. How to describe that state? It was like swimming or diving. The dark element suddenly wrapped and concealed his body. He felt that his whole body was trapped in the dark element. The dark element that he had felt completely empty before was now like water, and he could clearly touch it. However, a few seconds later, a staggering figure emerged from the darkness. Ji-sun watched himself emerge from the darkness again. It was his first time using his supernatural powers, and he was still immersed in the magical experience. It was like a fish in water. But suddenly he fell onto the shore again. He immediately understood something. There was no blue bar. The data panel showed that the mana was January 13th. This mana was the extra mana from the supernatural characteristics of the two corpses he had swallowed before. Ji-sun thought to himself, the mana is the mana of the mana card master. There should be some secret breathing techniques in this world. He had seen Chujo meditating before, and that kind of regular breathing might be the secret method of cultivating mantra power. It seems that I have to pay attention to this aspect after I go out. Ji-sun thought so. The experience of a few seconds opened up too many ideas for him. If he could sneak in the dark for a long time, this ability would be a must-have at home. Wearing a clown mask consumes mental power quickly. Ji-sun took it off, and the dark affinity also changed from 25 to 5. Then he found that the skill Shadow Submarines turned gray. Without such a high affinity for darkness, the dark element cannot be sensed. The skills are imprinted in the mind, but the body cannot do it. It was like swimming in water before, but now it is like swimming in the air. The movements are the same, but I can't swim. As expected, Ji-sun didn't think much and walked towards the twisted light gate that left a different dimension. He was going to see this new world. Chapter 22. The surroundings changed, and Ji-sun found himself out of the weird secret room. It was a magical experience, like time and space teleportation, and stepping into the twisted light gate was another world. He just wanted to observe the environment, but there was thick fog all around, and visibility was extremely low. There was also a strong smell of sulfur in the air. When Ji-sun was guessing where this place was, he heard a familiar and urgent voice next to his ear, "Follow me." The person who came was Chujo, who was the first to leave the alien space. What Ji-sun didn't know was that when he entered the S rating on the settlement page, a drastic change occurred outside the alien space at the same time. Every alien space is a treasure cave for treasure hunters. This 407 shelter found in the Devil's Cross ruins is a well-known high-yield treasure space. Naturally, explorers are indispensable. There is a temporary camp not far away from the space, with a blazing bonfire. There are dozens of people from the Blackwater Mercenary group stationed here, and 100 or 200 treasure hunters who are preparing to enter the space next time. In a shed in the corner of the camp, the leader of the Blackwater Mercenary group was respectfully guarding a young man in a suit. The bald captain who came out alive was reporting something to Chow Yu, the fourth young master of the Chow family. After leaving the different dimensional space, Chow Yu's frown never relaxed. He just received a B-level evaluation for passing the level, which was far from his expectations. He kept thinking about how to choose the last clown game in the space to get other better solutions. Although a loyal old servant died, fortunately it was not completely worthless. At least valuable information was obtained. Now that it has been confirmed that the T-level disaster object is in the space, he must get it no matter what means. The bald captain was still talking about his experience of leading 2 mercenary teams all the way from the first floor of the bunker to the end. "Master, those monsters are too ferocious, if it weren't for our sufficient firepower." This guy didn't know how Ji-sun and the others survived to the end. It seemed that they were just lucky. Every time the monsters were attacked, it was their Blackwater Mercenary group that rushed forward, and those 2 guys hid far away and were not targeted by the monsters. In his perspective, if they had not attracted the hatred of the monsters, those 2 would never have survived to the end. Of course, even if there were some vague guesses, they could not say it at this moment. He only exaggerated how brave their Blackwater Mercenary group was, how they encountered various terrible disasters along the way, and how they made it to the end without relying on anything else, all thanks to his bald head's command strategy and the bravery of his teammates. At the end, the bald man did not forget to add, "Alas, it's a pity for the brothers." After listening to the bald man's experience of passing the level, Chow Yu not only did not understand the doubts, but the doubts in his eyes became more and more intense. He personally triggered the hidden main line of this space. How could he not know the danger? It stands to reason that except for the group of people who followed him, the rest would not be alive. But I didn't expect that even with this almost certain death, there were actually a few people who survived. The bald man described it in detail, such as encountering the A-level cursed gambler, encountering the mysterious A-level disaster on the 4th floor, and how many people died along the way, etc. These were all within his expectations. But when Chow Yu heard about the hole in the wall of room 2013, he felt something was wrong. Can the wall be broken? He had previously used the secret method recorded in the family inheritance archive to find the passage to the laboratory, and then he directly entered the central control room of the bunker. So there is such a thing as breaking the wall? His train of thought suddenly opened up. After listening, Chow Yu asked, "You mean, when you went in, the wall of room 2013 was already broken?" "Yes." The bald man still hasn't figured out why there is a hole in the wall of room 2013. Everyone has tried, but the wall can't be broken. But it was broken in that room. He was also very smart, and didn't talk too much about things that had nothing to do with his own achievements. But the more Chow Yu thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Since the hole was in room 2013, it made no sense not to meet the fallen witch in room 2012. He asked again, "Didn't you meet the fallen witch on the 2nd floor?" The bald man also felt strange about this question. No. Did she get killed? A thought popped up in Chow Yu's mind, but he immediately thought he was overthinking. Since it wasn't the mercenaries who killed her, how could those two random people have the ability to hunt down the fallen witch? It's probably just luck that they didn't encounter her. After all, this different dimension limits entry to only card master apprentices, and the strength of that fallen witch is impossible for these lower city hunters to kill. The only reasonable explanation is that the two random people didn't know what kind of luck, accidentally broke the wall, and survived to the end. That's not right. No matter which monster in the laboratory behind the wall, two people can't handle it. Is it really the luck that the bald man said, and he avoided it every time? Chow Yu always felt that something was wrong. The picture flashed in his mind, and he thought of the last moment just now. The two guys didn't even take their guns until the last moment. That kind of calmness was definitely not luck. Or maybe he really saw it wrong, and they were just a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks? Chow Yu didn't figure it out for a while, and looked at the bald man in front of him again, and asked coldly, "Is that all you want to say? Anything else?" The bald man looked at the young master's expression, and suddenly felt something was wrong. But he had said everything he needed to say, so he responded, "Nothing." Chow Yu waved his hand lightly, and gave an order to someone unknown, "Kill him." Since everything he needed to say had been said, it was no longer valuable. Seeing this, the bald man's face changed drastically, and he realized something in an instant. The young master definitely didn't kill him for anything else, but because he heard that secret. The mechanical clown said that there was an ancient disaster object in this different dimension, which was an epic source card. Young master. He was about to beg for mercy, but before he could open his mouth, a bloodline appeared on his neck. In a blink of an eye, the head fell to the ground, and blood spurted 3 feet. The blood mist gushed, and only then could the naked eye see a transparent figure flashing in the air. This was the governor's mansion's secret guard. The leader of the Blackwater mercenary group, Yu, glanced at the human fountain in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and cold sweat instantly covered his back. At this moment, he didn't dare to say a word to speak up for his subordinates, and only hoped that he didn't hear any secrets that he shouldn't have heard. Although the Blackwater mercenary group has thousands of people, it is considered a good mercenary group in Innocent City. But in front of this person, it would only take a word to wipe out the group. Chow Yu ordered the bald man to be killed, without even looking at him, and only muttered to himself, "Strange, what went wrong? This bald man is the only survivor in this space besides himself, and he must die. The secret of the epic source card must not be exposed." Chow Yu got the information from the bald man, and he already had a comprehensive understanding of the layout of the entire different dimensional space in his mind. He also guessed that maybe he was stuck at the last moment, because he took a shortcut and missed some key clues to break the situation. He also thought that next time he went in, he would send someone to try the path of breaking the wall from room 2013 to see if he could find any key clues. Some mercenaries had already been sent to guard the exit of Space 407, as well as several captains of card divisions. No one had noticed anyone coming out for so long, and he was sure that the two guys had died inside. Chow Yu couldn't think of any other possibilities. What if it was, there was no such thing? No matter what, they were just two apprentice card masters. Thinking of this, he waited in the camp. Waiting for a few hours, the alien space would restart, and the portal would condense again. But he never expected that a certain person in the space was not an ordinary person. It was because of this negligence that a big change happened. As time passed, the fog outside the Devil's Cross camp became thicker and thicker, and the visibility was almost only a few meters covered by the campfire. Although this ruins is always covered with thick fog, it always feels like the fog is even thicker today. This made Chujo feel a little irritated. I don't know if the humid air and pungent volcanic ash made him uncomfortable, or if it was because of something else. If it weren't for the T-level disaster, why would he come to this ghost place where only people from the lower city would come? However, at this moment, someone suddenly shouted in the distance. "Hey, Captain, it's bad. The portal to the 407 different dimensional space has disappeared." How is it possible? How could it disappear? For a moment, the whole camp was in an uproar. The fourth young master of the Chow family heard the news, and he stood up with his chair, his face instantly turning pale. Although he couldn't believe it, he guessed something. It was the two guys who had just passed through the other dimension. He shouted, "Go find that person." Chapter 23. Ji-sun was originally curious about what the outside world was like, but as soon as he came out, he heard Chujo's voice. The urgency in his tone already showed something. Without any hesitation, he followed and dived into the fog. There was thick fog all around, and Ji-sun didn't know where he was, and it seemed to be night, and there was no light. Fortunately, he had merged with the Joker card before, and his night vision ability was greatly enhanced, so he could see things without any hindrance. The ground was cement, and looking at the shadows around, it looked like some very tall buildings. Ji-sun guessed that this should be in a certain building complex. Weeds, cracks, and shadows of unknown creatures were all signs of decay left by the years, and it looked like the remains of an ancient city. Chujo did not speak, but led the way in front, walking quickly all the way. They stopped only when they reached a platform. Ji-sun looked around, and it looked like the roof of some building. There were taller buildings in the mist above, and some low ones below. Before he could figure out where this place was, Chujo suddenly took out a bottle of medicine and sprinkled it all over Ji-sun like disinfectant. Before Ji-sun could figure out what was going on, he heard his teammates say, "This is deodorizing potion." Chujo knew that with this guy's IQ, he would definitely figure out the reason, so he didn't mean to explain more. Ji-sun immediately understood the intention when he heard it. Just by hearing the name, he knew that this was a means to prevent tracking. His teammate was as cautious as ever. At the same time, it also confirmed his previous conjecture that he had broken through the different dimensional space and got into trouble. Although there was a small probability that Chujo was also coming for the things on him, facing this teammate who had shared the same hardships, he was definitely better than the young master of the Chow family. "Hold on." After Chujo finished using the potion, she suddenly shouted softly. Time was running out, and she had no intention of explaining at all, and she grabbed Ji-sun's tactical vest. Then she jumped down the cliff that was filled with fog and unknown depth. Although she had seen that this guy was very smart, she still had to admit that his physical fitness was really terrible. If he jumped by himself, he would probably fall to death on the spot. Although Ji-sun guessed that they were running away, the action of jumping directly off the cliff also made his eyelids twitch. Before he could react, his body was carried by Chujo to fall rapidly. Yes, it was a free fall like bungee jumping. The soul was still on the platform, and the body had already fallen into the abyss, chasing wildly. Chujo ejected the steel cable on the mechanical arm in midair. The steel wire stretched with a hissing sound, and then it sounded like it was hung on an iron frame with a clang. Ji-sun immediately felt a downward buffer in his body, and his soul finally caught up. The cold wind blew, and it was wet. A layer of mist appeared on the gas mask. He twisted himself with one hand easily, like a swing between the misty buildings, just like a swing. Although this method is a bit scary, the displacement speed is very fast. After about 7 or 8 times of catapulting the steel cable, they have already left the previous building far away. Clang. Ji-sun stepped on the ground with both feet. Looking closely, they were standing on a huge metal pipe. The fog was thick, and the bottom of the pipe was still invisible. The sound of gurgling water could be heard, and it was estimated that the height was at least 20 to 30 meters. Chujo did not look back, and continued to walk in front to lead the way. As she walked, she reminded, "Be careful, there are some deformed monsters in the ditch below. It will be very troublesome if you fall into it. If you make a noise, people will notice it." Yeah. The fog was everywhere, and the water vapor stuck to the pipes, making them wet and slipping if you were not careful. Ji-sun walked carefully. At this time, he finally had the chance to say thank you. Obviously, this teammate had just helped him a lot, even saved his life, so it was only natural to say thank you. Chujo's tone was very calm, still the tone of not wanting to owe anyone a favor. It's not a matter of thanking, it's just cooperation for each other's benefit. Without you, I would not have been able to come out of that alternate dimension. She knew very well that without this guy's incredible thinking, she would not have been able to come out of the space smoothly and have such a rich harvest. Not only did she get more job transfer materials than expected, but she even got an A+ rating when she came out to settle accounts. It is very rare to get an A+ in an alternate dimension of this difficulty. This allowed her to draw another card that matched her. So Chujo felt that she owed this favor. But it was precisely because of the high evaluation that she guessed that it would cause big trouble. She knew very well that she had received an A+ evaluation, and that teammates' evaluation must be higher. S evaluation? The probability is very high. But once someone in the other dimension gets an S evaluation, the entire space will inevitably collapse and disappear. At that time, it will inevitably cause big trouble. Chujo stayed. Sure enough, she waited nearby for a while, and the 407th dimension suddenly collapsed. The fourth young master of the Chow family probably thought they were dead, or they were just apprentices of card masters, so he only sent some mercenaries from the Blackwater group to guard. Moreover, after the space collapses, the exit location will become random. This also gave Chujo the idea of helping out. Fortunately, everything went well. It was too easy for her to deceive some mercenaries. She used some tricks to make the fog thicker. Before those mercenaries could see the situation clearly, she had already found the person. Ji-sun listened to this and smiled and said, "Miss Chujo, you are too polite. Without you, I would not have been able to come out alive." After a pause, he said, "Besides, you have saved me again now." Chujo listened and said nothing more. Both of them were smart people, so there was no need to beat around the bush when talking, and there was no need to be polite to each other. They walked a little further on the pipe, and Chujo in front jumped down and landed on another horizontal pipe 4 meters below. This was probably the height that a superhuman could easily jump to, but Ji-sun, the weak chicken, looked at this height and his eyes twitched slightly. His mind was not afraid, but his physical condition did not allow it. He thought that whether he would hurt his legs if he jumped down was one thing, but falling off the pipe into the unknown depth of the fog was a high probability event. Ji-sun was not embarrassed at all, and said with a smile, "Miss Chujo, if I fall, can you catch me?" Chujo looked up and glanced at him. This guy's domineering aura of controlling everything in the other dimension, and his timid demeanor, when jumping on a pipe now really seemed like two completely different people. However, it seems that seeing him like this, Chujo feels that some thoughts in her heart are balanced. Seeing that she agreed, Ji-sun jumped directly. Landing. Bang. With a sound, the weak chicken's body swayed left and right, and he was about to fall down as expected. The moment he lost his balance, a hand pulled him back. Ji-sun stood firm and said again, "Thank you." Chujo did not respond, but continued, "The S-level evaluation will disappear after passing the alien space, which means that now everyone knows that the most important treasure in it is in your hands. The fourth young master of the Chow family will never give up if he finds that the things in the space have been taken. Besides, the 407 space is already famous, and many people in the Devil's Cross camp are watching it. Before the news spreads, you better hurry back to Innocent City. Once you enter the city, even the governor's office will have a hard time finding you." Speaking of this, Chujo suddenly stopped. Epic source card. Not everyone has heard of it, and she wanted to remind them of the value of that thing. But as she spoke, she felt that her words seemed redundant. Such a smart guy couldn't have thought of this. But Ji-sun was stunned when he heard it, and then what? He could think of threats. But he knew nothing about this world. What? Devil's Cross Camp and Innocent City were, he had no idea what was going on. I wanted to get more information from Chujo, but she didn't say anything. Ji-sun guessed her thoughts, but now it was obvious that information was more important, so he asked directly, "So what do you think? How can I return to Innocent City to be safe now?" Chujo felt strange when he heard this, thinking that this guy shouldn't ask such a question. But he also responded, "In half an hour, the Hunter Guild's transport train will leave Devil's Cross. Now that the news hasn't spread, it should be the best opportunity for you to leave." Ji-sun silently took note. "So there is a train. If you want to leave, the sooner the better." The eldest son of the Chow family values the epic source card so much that even if he knows who took it away, he will never publicize it. Leaving this ruins before the news spreads is the best choice. Of course, the premise is that he can leave smoothly. The two walked along the pipeline for more than 10 minutes. This looks like a super large steel plant with various large and small pipelines. The style of the surrounding buildings is also unique, tall and slender, like a tower. There are also various pipelines and corridors on each building, with a strong magical punk style. If Ji-sun remembered correctly, Chujo mentioned the name more than once. It seems to be called Devil's Cross Ruins. As they walked, they reached a platform, which was very high in the ruins, and the view was suddenly clear. The fog was like a sea of clouds, accumulating at the waist of the building. The two were at the waist at the moment, and there were tall buildings all around. The traces of broken, old, and vicissitudes of time were everywhere, and the whole city was filled with a mysterious and ancient charm. However, what surprised Ji-sun even more was that this was actually an underground city. He looked at the sky, but did not see any stars. It was all dark. The light source of the entire city seems to come from some underground plants, and the materials of the buildings themselves have a faint fluorescence. There is also a volcano in the distance. Is there a tall, active volcano at the end of the field of vision? Yes, an underground volcano. Ji-sun also suddenly realized it. No wonder he felt that there was always a smell of sulfur in the air. The red magma flowing out of the crater is particularly conspicuous in this dim, underground world. Looking more closely, the layout of the buildings in the entire ruins presents a huge cross shape. Looking down from a high place, it looks like a mysterious symbol with some kind of magical effect. No wonder this relic is called Devil's Cross. Ji-sun was amazed. What a spectacular underground city. What is going on in this world? It seems that such a spectacular city is just an ancient relic. The city of innocence where humans live is somewhere else. Not far away, a building was glowing with fire, and there were people everywhere. It was probably the hunter's camp. Chujo stopped here and made a gesture to say goodbye. The camp is in front, and there are no abnormal monsters nearby. Let's say goodbye now. Yeah. Ji-sun nodded. Escorting him here was very generous. He could walk the distance behind by himself. He thought Chujo had some intention to help him, but now he realized that he was overthinking. This teammate really didn't want to owe him any favors. Before leaving, Chujo reminded him, one more thing. No matter who asks you in the future, you'd better not say you've seen me, otherwise it will cause you endless trouble. Also, don't tell anyone about your gains in this different dimension, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Ji-sun knew it. Take care. Chujo didn't say anything and jumped down. Ji-sun watched the agile figure disappear in the thick fog. Without his teammates, the breeze around him seemed to be full of murderous intent. He didn't delay and walked towards the camp. Chapter 24. After his teammates left, Ji-sun walked cautiously towards the direction of the fire. He climbed down the rusty stairs and could already overlook the bustling camp from halfway up. The fire dispelled the fog, and the camp was crowded with people. It was a mechanical town, and the treasure hunters used the iron plates and huge rivets removed from the ruins to patch together a tall steel wall. The town was brightly lit and bustling with people, and it was roughly estimated that there were tens of thousands of people. Almost every building had chimneys belching smoke. Ji-sun had thought that the steam technology tree in this world was a little off, and now he saw that it was indeed the case. He saw at a glance the steam train in the town that looked like a giant steel python, and large mechanical hoisting arms were hoisting various goods. Even the workers who were carrying the goods had some strange-shaped mechanical exoskeletons, which allowed them to easily carry tons of goods. Just now, he was a little worried that his outfit would be remembered and he would get into trouble. Now, after observing the hunters' outfits in the camp, Ji-sun immediately felt that he was worrying too much. Tactical vest with boots, this is the standard outfit of the ragtag street. 7 or 8 out of 10 hunters in the camp are dressed like this, and even the style of gas masks is similar. Ji-sun also felt relieved, climbed down the stairs, and landed on the ground. Walking over, the gate of the camp was open, and several hunters on the watchtower leaned on the arrow tower, looking around boredly. As long as there is no monster attack, no one will care who enters the camp. There are many people coming in and out, and people are excitedly talking about various stories in the ruins. Ji-sun mixed in the crowd and walked in without any surprise. This is the camp built for exploring the ruins. All the facilities inside are for hunters. Card shop, gun shop, mechanical modification shop, potion shop, material shop, in short, all kinds of supply shops. Ji-sun passed by those shops and looked at the dazzling array of guns and individual mechanical equipment, and was very envious. He thought his revolver was pretty good before, but now it's just a basic model. There are dozens of bullets, such as magic-breaking bullets, armor-piercing bullets, exorcism bullets, and incendiary bullets. He took a look at the price at the door of the shop. Armor-piercing bullets, 3 coins high-explosive grenade, 300 coins M127 revolver, 1,300 coins double-barreled demon hunting rifle, 2,550 coins individual mechanical strong assist skeleton, 800 kilograms, 32,500 coins. Clearly marked prices. The same large caliber revolver on his waist is only worth 1,300 yuan, while better equipment can easily cost tens of thousands. There are also daggers, leather armor, tactical boots, zip lines. In short, as long as you have money, you can buy a better set of adventure equipment. Equipment is the tool for making a living. Hunters will naturally not be stingy with money. These shops are full of hunters of all kinds. Ji-sun walked along the way, bought a tactical backpack, and also updated some necessary equipment. Mechanical skeletons, and the like were not looked at. Too expensive. The carrying target is too big. He continued to walk forward, and there was a large shop in the core position of the camp, with Heisen Chamber of Commerce's card house hanging. There is a beautiful glass display at the door, with magic cards of various colors inside. Wind Blade card, 3,000 coins explosion card, 5,000 coins arcane combo, 15,555 coins. Most of the cards in the display are one-time skill cards, blank containment cards, energy cards, various strange and incomprehensible psychic cards, and arm cards. Ji-sun took a look and didn't enter the store at all, muttering in his heart, is it because of the cheapness? Before in the other dimension, he saw Chujo and those mercenaries use several kinds of magic cards. But they are rarely used. More often they are guns. Now that I see the price, I immediately know why. The power of magic cards is indeed much stronger than guns, and they can also meet various combat needs. But the price is outrageous. A grenade is only 300, while a first-level explosion card costs 5,000. The physical damage is similar, but the price is more than 10 times different. But there is nothing to be confused about. Guns and the like can be produced on factory assembly lines. The steam machinery in this world is so advanced that the manufacturing cost is definitely not high. Cards involve magic and magic power storage, and it seems that they need to be refined manually. There is a reason why they are expensive. And the upper limit of magic cards is obviously higher. Grenade is already one of the most powerful ammunition in individual equipment, but it is only as powerful as the lowest level card. Those high-level cards with ridiculously high prices, just by looking at the name, Ji-sun can guess that they are very powerful, and they also have some extraordinary magic effects. For example, a chain lightning with a price tag of more than 100,000. The skill effect is to instantly cause group lightning damage and paralysis to targets in the range. Can the body control the power of thunder? This was very difficult in the previous life's technology. Ji-sun was amazed, and full of expectations for the extraordinary power that humans in this world can master. In addition, there is a pharmacy next door, which also has some alchemical potions that sound magical. Ji-sun was almost dazzled by the rows of potion labels. He picked a few necessary basic potions, and didn't look at them anymore. High-level potions are still expensive. Ji-sun only had a little cash from the mercenaries' corpses in his pocket, so he couldn't afford high-level potions. He didn't know the price level in this world, nor did he know the purchasing power. But he soon found a reference. There was a simple tavern in the camp, where a group of hunters were eating, drinking and chatting. Ji-sun walked on the street, and took a look. Black bread was 15/piece, and drinking water was 3/L. It wasn't expensive. After walking for so long, he was hungry, so he took out money and bought a piece of black bread that was as long as his arm. It feels a bit like a baseball bat in the hand, hard. He tried it. Not to mention, except for the hardness that might knock out your teeth, it tastes pretty good. After biting it, the carbohydrates are broken down by saliva, and a sweet taste sweeps over the taste buds. It's like the compressed biscuits in the previous life, not caring about the taste, but giving priority to ensuring energy supply. Ji-sun took a few bites, and soon felt that the calories were sufficient. Everything in the Devil's Cross camp is new to Ji-sun. He planned to walk around if possible, or sit in the tavern. Listen to what those people are talking about, and learn what this world is like. But now is obviously not the time. Ji-sun bought some supplies, and hurried to the train station behind the camp. As he walked, he was also observing. The camp was a small town, not very big, and it didn't take long to arrive at the train station. This is a very simple platform, which looks like an ancient relic, with traces of time everywhere. The station is very lively with people coming and going. Workers were busy carrying various materials found in the ruins onto the train, and treasure hunters, who had reaped a lot of rewards, also boarded the train in groups of 3 or 5 with smiles on their faces. After the treasure hunt, if they were not dead, they must have earned something. The hunters would take this train back to Innocent City and spend a long period of life in luxury. Ji-sun's observation ability was extremely sharp. As soon as he came, he immediately noticed something unusual. "Are you from the Blackwater Mercenary group?" In the busy and bustling crowd, Ji-sun could tell at a glance that several guys looked unusual. Other hunters were eager to get home and get on the train, but they were looking around the crowd with their peripheral vision, as if they were looking for something. Ji-sun was not sure if those guys were looking for him. But even if they were looking for him, they probably had very limited information, maybe only knew that they were a man and a woman. He was wearing a gas mask in the other dimension before, so the fourth young master of the Chow family did not see his appearance clearly, and there were not many clues exposed. As long as he did not reveal his tracks, the probability of being discovered was not high. However, this world has extraordinary powers. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless. He imitated the joyful and light steps of passers-by, mixed in the crowd, did not shrink at all, and walked towards the train openly. Chapter 25. The acting skills of a professional actor made Ji-sun easily deceive those searching eyes. But he did not rush to get on the train, but deliberately walked around the carriage. He wanted to observe the train. What if something special happened? How could he escape after getting on the train? But after a circle, Ji-sun found that this train was very special. This was a steam train with 16 carriages. The carriages were much wider than the trains in his previous life, like a fat iron beetle. What was even more exaggerated was that the front of the train had a metal horn like a demon's head, and each carriage was nailed with thick steel plate armor by thick rivets. There are no windows, only some ventilation holes covered with iron sheets. I guess the tank defense in the past life was not so exaggerated. Judging from this posture, it is naturally to guard against monsters. After all, there are still scratches and dried black blood on the armor of the carriage left by unknown monsters. It is safe, but not ideal for Ji-sun. Getting on the train is like getting into an iron barrel, as if there is no place to run. For a moment, Ji-sun hesitated, whether it would be too risky to leave by train now. Hey, that guy just now had a supernatural characteristic? Does a living person have this thing? Ji-sun didn't know if his eyes were blurry. When he was observing the train, he seemed to see a guy who got on the train among the crowd, and had a moment of irregular supernatural characteristics. It looked like he was out of control, but it disappeared in an instant. I don't know if I saw it wrong. It was a coincidence that when Ji-sun was observing along the train, he happened to hear the two people arguing about something. One of them looked like a station manager, and the other guy in a windbreaker and a hat was trying to persuade them. Stop the train? Why? An order from the upper city? Oh, it seems that a big shot has come to our Devil's Cross camp. Your Blackwater Mercenary group wants to sell their asses to those nobles in the upper city, but our hunter guild is not interested. Just say it directly if there is anything going on. Don't be so fucking secretive. You big shot, that doesn't work here. Unless a monster attacks the camp, no one can stop the train. Although Ji-sun only heard a few words intermittently, he understood. The guy in the hat wanted the conductor to stop the train, but was ridiculed by the conductor. Ji-sun was also surprised when he heard that. Isn't the Chow family the governor of the Innocent City? How come they don't even have the power to stop a train? This was what he was most worried about before. He was afraid that the eldest son of the Chow family would use his power to block the entire camp, and then he would be caught in a trap if he checked one by one. But now it seems that the governor's face is not that big. The hunters in this Innocent City are quite something. No wonder Chujo asked her to take the train before. It turns out that she should have known that the Chow family had no ability to stop the train. Woo woo woo. Just then, the train whistle sounded. Hurry up and get on the train. It's about to leave. The hunters who were still smoking and chatting under the carriage heard the whistle and greeted each other and got on the train. When Ji-sun saw this, he didn't hesitate any more and squeezed into the train in the crowd. As soon as he entered the carriage, Ji-sun frowned. The train had no windows, and the smell was simply too strong. It was probably difficult for hunters to take a shower outside. The smell of sweat, feet, cigarettes, blood of corpses, and all kinds of strange smells mixed together, and the hot air was everywhere, like a sauna. The hunters in the carriage were used to it. Some of them even wore gas masks for adventures to filter out the smell, and some ate and drank as usual, looking completely immune to all poisons. But when Ji-sun saw this situation, he thought that this environment was favorable. Chujo used the deodorant before because he was afraid that someone would follow him. In other words, this world must have extraordinary abilities to enhance the sense of smell. So in Ji-sun's view, the deodorant itself is a flaw. It was right to use it before. But now that someone is really chasing him, If you find that one of the smelly people is very clean, then people will immediately become suspicious. The turbid smell in the car just covers up this flaw. There were about 200 or 300 people crammed into each carriage, without even a seat, and the smell had already mixed together. Some people squeezed into the car at the back, and Ji-sun followed the crowd into the carriage. Just as Ji-sun got on the train, several teams had to rush onto the train. The Chow family's face did not allow the Hunter Union to stop the train, so the people of the Blackwater Mercenary group had to get on the train to see if they could find anyone. As Ji-sun expected, the young master of the Chow family knew that the T-level catastrophe source in the other dimension. If it was taken away, it would not be publicized. After all, if a person knows, even if it is lost, he can slowly find a way to get it back. But if the news really spreads, there may be more people coveting that thing. No matter who gets it, it will be more difficult to get it back. So he could only send people to search secretly. In carriage number 1, a 4-member elite reconnaissance team also hurried over and got on the train. A flat-headed strongman wearing a military green vest, a brown-haired woman with a black leather jacket, a skinny man playing with a dagger, and finally a wretched man with rosacea. "Hey boss, what's our mission? Why are you calling us so urgently?" "It's an urgent mission just said by the superiors. We must find 2 people on this train." "Who?" "They say it's a man and a woman." "That's it?" "That's it." "Fuck, there are either men or women on this train. We can't arrest them all, right?" After discussing this, everyone felt overwhelmed. But this is the intelligence from the head of the group. "I do have a clue. Just now someone in the group sent a message saying that the 407 space has disappeared." "What space?" 407. "That's impossible. Someone has cleared that space? I heard from people in the group that even if we enter that space, we may not be able to deal with several B-level disasters. There are also restrictions on the entry level. It is impossible for a card master apprentice to break it. The news has not spread yet. But that's the fact." "Oh, isn't that space guarded by our group? So it seems that the captain was pecked in the eye by someone, not by our people?" After hearing this, the 4 of them knew who they were looking for. The 407 abnormal biological shelter was first discovered by their Blackwater Mercenary group, and it was almost private property. In the eyes of several people, if an outsider took away the treasure that should have belonged to their group, they naturally could not let it go. The captain has issued a death order, and those 2 people must be found. I guess something very important may have been lost. That other dimension has produced a lot of rare materials, and even silver cards. If we really pass the level, we might get a gold quality demon mark. We really can't let him go. Yes. Our things were stolen, and the leader must be angry. No wonder the mission is so urgent. Just now I was hunting the deformed monsters in the ruins, and I was urgently recalled. The situation may be worse than expected. The leader means that we must do it at all costs. This is related to the life and death of our Blackwater group." "Ah, it's a matter of life and death? Is it that exaggerated?" Several people also realized the seriousness of the matter immediately, and vaguely guessed something. But no matter how urgent it is, it sounds like a fantasy to find a man and a woman with thousands of people on the train. But with this little information, how the hell can we find someone? Old dog, stop complaining. Besides, it's not that there are no clues at all. First, he just came out of the other dimension half an hour ago, so he may have a special smell on his body. He got on the train within the last half an hour. Pay more attention to those who don't have seats. Second, he is a card master apprentice. Third, his height. Fourth, he may be traveling alone or in pairs. Be more careful, it's enough to find someone. Boss, you're making it too difficult for me. The smell in this carriage almost made me faint, and you still want me to find someone? The higher-ups have issued a death order. Use that secret card. Really? If I use it, my nose won't work for several months. And I got that card with great difficulty. Use it. After hearing what the captain said, Rosacea reluctantly took out a card with a hound pattern on it. He pursed his lips and shouted, "Solve." Looking again, the hexagram formation behind the card lit up with blue light, and the extraordinary power contained in it merged into his body, and the body of the man with rosacea immediately changed. Just heard a series of crackling sounds of bone growth, and the man with rosacea grew 1 foot taller on the spot. What's even more weird is that his face slowly bulged and turned into a long-nosed dog face. Looking at the whole person again, the man with rosacea turned into a slender hunting dog standing on 2 legs. The old dog reluctantly covered his face with his hood and muttered, "Boss, I go around the carriage first." On the other hand, Ji-sun was playing poker with the hunters in the carriage. Chapter 26. clang, clang, clang. The train started moving. The vents finally had air flowing, and the smell was much better. The carriages were heavily armored, and the speed was not fast. Ji-sun estimated that the speed was only 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. You shouldn't die if you jump off the train. At this moment, carriage number 15. It was crowded. For treasure hunters, who earn money with their lives, there is no better way to entertain themselves than gambling and women. Come on, another flower card and I get 20 points. Bull, bull, bull. A table was cleared, and dozens of hunters were playing a poker game around it. They were playing cards, a bit like blackjack in their previous lives. Among the gamblers, Ji-sun, who was wearing a half-face gas mask, was also betting. If they lost money, they would curse, and if they won money, they would be so excited that their faces would turn red. No matter if they knew each other or not, as long as they were gambling, the gamblers would quickly become familiar with each other. He had no interest in this kind of low-level gambling. He was so devoted to the game, not only to get into the crowd, but also to hide the fact that he had no seat and no companions, so as not to be noticed. Ji-sun was gambling while observing the surroundings and arranging some preventive measures. The carriage was very noisy. In addition to dirty jokes, these hunters also had a lot of useful information. Ji-sun also listened with great interest. Old Chun, I heard that you found an abandoned warehouse in the eastern suburbs of Devil's Cross a few days ago and made a fortune. Oh, I can't say I'm rich. It's just that I can afford to buy my kid a better breathing method after I go back this time. Uncle Dong, have you found the materials for your law enforcer sequence job change? I found one, it's pretty good. You can change your job after you go back. Then congratulations in advance to Uncle Dong for becoming a spell card master. Please take care of me in the future. It's too early. You can only be officially promoted to a spell card master if you don't lose control after fusion. Scar, I heard that your Iron Axe group found a rare black iron quality demon mark in a different dimension in the East District yesterday? TSK, you are well informed. Ace of Hearts, Knight of Light, the mark has an extra 15% extra flesh growth. Oh, there is an extra entry? This is amazing. Not too amazing. Just returned to the camp. The manager of the Heisen Chamber of Commerce paid a small million to collect it. Fuck. Ha ha ha. These hunters talked about their cave exploration experience in Devil's Cross, and revealed a lot of information. Ji-sun listened silently and understood more and more about this world. How the hell am I going to find this? The old dog walked from the number 1 carriage to the back, complaining madly in his heart while looking. His demon mark is spade for Beast Walker, the contract points to the great demon Osei, and the occupation sequence is also the ability of beast transformation. Although the dog-headed beast image is not very powerful, it gives him a sense of smell far beyond that of humans. Also because of this ability, although his combat power is not strong, he has successfully found a position with a fixed salary in the Blackwater Mercenary group. On weekdays, he mostly does some investigation and tracking work, which is not too dangerous. Originally, Laogo was satisfied. But this task really gave him a headache. Find a man and a woman among thousands of people on the train? I'm looking for a fucking one. The more sensitive your sense of smell is, the more you suffer in this train. After only searching 8 carriages, he felt that he was almost fainted by the stench. Ordinary people can only smell stench, but after the transformation, he can carefully distinguish 100 kinds of bad odors from that stench. What is the smell of fermented meat scraps stuck in the teeth? The body odor of not taking a bath for a few days. The smell of shit on the shoes. The smell of virus infection and rotting. The key is that there is only one aspect of stench. There are other troubles. Who doesn't have some secrets in Innocent City? There are too many ruthless characters. Even though the Blackwater Mercenary group has some face, if they really provoke those guys, they will still be beaten. But fortunately, the only accurate information is that the other party is a card master apprentice. This can also narrow down the scope a lot. Old Dog felt that he was going to be suffocated. These 8 carriages took 2 hours. Along the way, he met many suspicious guys, but after checking, they were not. There are still 8 carriages, but the other teammates have also walked around the carriages many times, but have found nothing, and the team leader is getting more and more anxious. He cursed inwardly, but did not dare to complain, and continued to search forward. Finally, he reached the 15th carriage. Ji-sun was still gambling in the crowd. Of course, he also noticed that in these few hours, several groups of people passing by seemed to be looking for someone secretly. But those people, without exception, ignored Ji-sun in the crowd. There are estimated to be 4,000 to 5,000 people on the train, and there are many lone travelers. How can it be easy to find me who has become friends with the gamblers? I haven't been found yet. Which means that the other party does not have much information. It sounds like this train will take a total of 10 hours. It will be much safer after getting off the train in a few hours. Ji-sun also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the 15th carriage is because it is close to the rear of the train. He has observed that if he can get the key from the train manager, he can open the rear door of the 16th carriage, and there is a possibility of jumping out of the train. The armor of the steam train was thick, but the locks were not as complicated as the door in the 407 space. Ji-sun did not steal the key, but just glanced at it. The photographic memory brought by Trickster easily memorized the exact structure of the key. While gambling and going to the toilet, he had also copied a temporary key. Now he had a few tricks in hand, so he could deal with it even if he was discovered. Ji-sun did not take it lightly, and continued to observe his surroundings. The carriage was still noisy, but as he listened, he suddenly heard a story that had suddenly occurred to him. Hey, have you heard about it? Something happened in the camp in the other dimension Old Silver Moon altar a few days ago. Why didn't I hear about it? It said that the people from the old smokers found an altar, and some ancient relics. Someone wanted to embezzle them, so they killed more than 30 people in the camp. The Hunters Guild even offered a reward of 100,000 for clues about the murderer. I have heard different versions. It seems that the person came into contact with the ancient relics, lost control, and became a monster, and then suddenly killed people. It is said that dozens of corpses in the camp were chewed to pieces. If it is not a distortion, who would eat corpses after killing people for no reason? In other words, did the Silver Moon altar really produce an ancient relic? It seems so. Oh, any level 1 relic is worth hundreds of thousands. If you really encounter a high level 1, you will never have to worry about it for the rest of your life. Why don't we have that kind of luck? During the few hours of the ride, Ji-sun has heard several similar stories about teammates stealing equipment or killing people in the wild. Such stories happen almost every day, and hunters don't think killing and robbing are strange. The law of the jungle is the tone of Innocent City. Compared with how many people died, they are more curious about how much the relics are worth. Ji-sun gradually understood why the Chow family of the governor's mansion couldn't even stop calling a train, and their restraint was so low. It's not that the power in this world is problematic. It's that the people in Innocent City are problematic. When others heard the story just now, they just lamented about the relics. Ji-sun suddenly caught a key word in his mind, out of control. After merging with Joker, he also had a special ability, that is, he could sense the out-of-control mantra of a living being. The mantra of a normal person is like body temperature, which is constant. Usually, the naked eye can't see anything. Even if someone occasionally deliberately shows it, it is a uniform flame. Just before getting on the train, he saw an abnormality. And then when he was observing several nearby carriages, he found the one in the last carriage of number 16, whose mantra was overflowing very irregularly like octopus tentacles. The same guy. After seeing this, Ji-sun paid more attention to it. It was then confirmed that the guy would leak out irregularly every once in a while. Ji-sun suspected that this might be the so-called out of control of the cursed power. Normally, out of control of the cursed power would distort into a monster. But the strange thing was that the guy didn't. This made Ji-sun even more curious and paid more attention to it. He had previously thought that he was not aware enough and had misunderstood out of control. But after hearing the story of murder and robbery just now, he felt that the guy was becoming more and more suspicious. Yes, it is suspicious. With this assumption, we can find more problems by introducing other conditions. The guy chose the last car number 16, and was originally an ordinary passenger. But now Ji-sun felt that this guy might have the same plan as himself, to make it easier to jump out of the car. Also, there are few people walking at the end of the car, so if someone comes here intentionally, it is easy to identify. And this guy chose a corner position facing the front of the car. Although it is inconspicuous, it has a wide field of vision, and can see all the people coming and going. Many coincidences together are no longer coincidences. Various signs show that this guy has a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. And the story I just heard. Although there are thousands of people on the train, he is the only one whose curse power is out of control. Ji-sun suddenly identified this guy. Could this guy be the one who killed and robbed? Thinking about it, it is very likely. To leave the Devil's Cross camp, you can only take the train, and there is only one train every 2 days, so it is not surprising to meet him. At the same time, if both of them were runaways, it would not be strange to meet them at the end of the carriage. When Ji-sun thought of this, he instinctively thought of something else. But before he could think about anything else, something strange happened. Suddenly, a tall and thin guy with a hood covering his face appeared in his sight. This guy was not walking fast, and his hood was shaking slightly, as if his facial muscles were moving regularly. When Ji-sun saw this guy, he immediately became alert. Smell the smell? A supernatural person with enhanced sense of smell, but he didn't show any emotion and continued to gamble among the crowd. Even if he was really looking for someone, he might not be able to find him. The guy in the hood seemed to have noticed nothing and walked straight past. Not long after, in carriage 13. The four-man reconnaissance team of the Blackwater Mercenary group, all three of them looked worried after meeting. They had been searching for several hours, and did find a few suspected people, but after checking, they found that they were not the people the group was looking for. Boss, is it possible that the person is not on the car? We have to find him no matter he's in the car or not. The captain just issued a death order. If we can't find him this time, it will be very troublesome. How old is he? I bring my head to see him. What's going on? I understand now. I'm afraid it's not the captain who's anxious, but someone else. Oh! Who do you think is paying our salaries in Heishui now? Are you talking about the Chow family in Shangqing? The more they talked, the worse the situation felt. At this time, the man with the red nose suddenly came back. The strong man hurriedly asked, "How is it, old dog? Did you find anything?" Old dog took off his hood, revealing his gradually humanized dog face, and reported, "Boss, I found something, in car number 15. When the three heard it, they all looked over. Old dog continued, "When I went over, I found a special smell in the crowd. That was the devil's breath that could only be left by the corpses of disasters above level B. The smell was very faint, probably because deodorizing potion had been used recently. But the pungent smell is still there. Obviously it was just recently contaminated. Most likely it was not long ago that he came out of the other dimension. But there were many people in carriage 15, and the smell was too mixed, so I was not sure which one it was. I just thought it was someone in the group of people playing cards. I was afraid of being discovered and having an accident, so I came back first." Good job. Hearing this, the three strong men looked happy. Intuition told them that they might have found an important breakthrough. If it was an ordinary hunter, even if he had just come out of the other dimension, there would be no need to use any odor-eliminating potion. Moreover, B-level disasters are very rare in the wild, and it just so happens that there is one in the 407 space. The time is right too. The person in the number 15 carriage is very problematic. Without further delay, the strong man directly ordered, "Rose, go and see if you can use your sixth sense to identify the person." The leather-clad woman nodded and said, "I try." The carriage is locked, and the target range is smaller. If it's just a card master apprentice, it should be no problem. The strong man, okay. After confirming it, don't alert the enemy, wait for me to act together. Since that guy was able to slip away from the captain and his men, he must have some tricks. Don't underestimate him. Also, try not to make a big noise, and use hypnosis to make a quick decision. Otherwise, if you make a big noise in the carriage, the Hunters Union will intervene. The leather jacket woman nodded, yes. As soon as the voice fell, the strong man told the skinny man playing with the dagger, "Xiaowu, go to carriage number 16 first. Beware that the guy might jump out of the rear of the train. If you really can't control it, cut his tendons. As long as they are alive, they will be fine." The skinny man frowned, "But boss, is it good to see blood in the car?" The strong man was also a little helpless. "I can't care about that. Let's catch the person first." He then ordered, "Old dog, you go last, don't show up first. In case that person notices." Old dog, yes. When the few people met, they immediately took action. On the other hand, Ji-sun watched the cloaked man walk around and leave, and didn't take it to heart at first. "I thought it was probably just like the previous waves, and I didn't find anything unusual and left." However, I didn't wait long. Ji-sun suddenly saw a skinny man wearing a half-face gas mask walking over. Although this man seemed to be just passing by, he didn't stop in the number 15 carriage, and went straight to the number 16 carriage. But Ji-sun immediately noticed something was wrong. He now has the ability to remember everything he sees. Although this guy was disguised, looking at the black leather dagger sheath on his waist, Ji-sun still recognized him at a glance. This guy has been here once before. Previously, this guy looked around and stopped along the way, obviously looking for someone, most likely a member of the Blackwater Mercenary group. Now he came again, disguised, but walked so decisively, obviously for some purpose. Has he been discovered again? Ji-sun's eyes were stern, and he immediately made a judgment in his heart. He didn't have any luck. The worst situation still happened. Chapter 27. Strange, what went wrong? Could it be the extraordinary person with enhanced sense of smell? Ji-sun ruled out various possibilities, and finally concluded that the most likely flaw was the smell. He didn't take any chances. At this juncture, any carelessness on his part would be fatal. For a moment, his thoughts quickly analyzed. The guy's footsteps were very light just now, probably an assassin. This person went directly to carriage number 16, and his purpose was obvious, blocking the road to prevent someone from jumping off the train. Ji-sun was not surprised. If he didn't have this level of skill, the people chasing him wouldn't be able to find him. But it also showed that the enemy didn't target him, but only the general range of the carriage. The enemy's intelligence must have confirmed that the target mission was the apprentice of the card master, which means that a normal card master could solve it. If he confirmed that he was the person he was looking for, he should have taken action as soon as he saw him. He didn't take action, which must mean that he was not sure who he was looking for. This also gave Ji-sun time to react. But if he left the gambling table now, he would be discovered immediately. Since there were people blocking the road in carriage number 16, there must be people blocking the road in carriage number 14. The situation suddenly became critical. But even though he knew he was discovered, Ji-sun was not panicked, and continued to bet and play cards with the same expression. Because he did not do nothing in the past few hours. While playing cards, he quietly hung the pull ring of the stun bomb hidden under the table on the gas pipeline with wire. This small device won't hurt anyone, but it will make a lot of noise. If a riot breaks out, this will buy him some time. And he kept his peripheral vision on the number 14 carriage. Now almost everyone who enters the number 15 carriage could be an enemy. I didn't see the hooded guy before, it seems the enemy is cautious enough. Soon, Ji-sun locked onto a woman in a leather jacket. There were few people running around in the rear carriage, and even if there were, they were all familiar faces from the next few carriages. Moreover, Ji-sun had memorized the people in every seat in the past few hours. So when this woman appeared, he immediately realized that she was not from the nearby car. Ji-sun didn't know what this woman was capable of, but when she walked in, she instinctively glanced at the group of people playing cards. This also made Ji-sun more certain that he was exposed. He didn't give the other party a chance to attack him at close range. Now that he was sure that he had been discovered, there was no point in disguising himself, and he would be found sooner or later. The only way was to jump off the train. Ji-sun immediately stood up and squeezed out of the gamblers, thinking about the plan that he had rehearsed many times in his mind. As expected, it was Ji-sun's departure that immediately attracted the attention of the brown-haired woman. She did not look at the gamblers again, but directly signaled to the accomplice in car number 16. Ji-sun also lowered his head and walked forward, pretending to be in a hurry to go to the toilet. He was not afraid of being discovered, because he was also sure that the other party's order was probably to leave the person alive, and the attack would definitely not be fatal. The train was still moving at a constant speed, occasionally hitting something, and the outer armor made a clanging sound. There was nothing to see outside, as if in an underground tunnel, pitch black, and looking at it made people instinctively refuse to jump down. Jumping off the train was the worst choice. If there was a choice, he would try something else first. However, the enemy was obviously smarter than he expected, and it seemed that he didn't want to give him a chance to jump off the train. Just after leaving his seat, and walking a few steps, Ji-sun suddenly felt his mental power was transferred for a moment. It was like he was a little sleepy due to lack of oxygen, which was a normal reaction in this carriage. But Ji-sun immediately realized what this was. Spiritual curse card master? Enlightenment appeared, mental erosion immunity. He had been in contact with the fallen witch for so long before, and he was already familiar with the feeling of mental pollution. In other words, someone used a mental spell on him from behind. Because of his super high mental power, he was able to detect some abnormalities, otherwise he would have been caught unconsciously. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the designated position. Ji-sun's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the assassin hiding in the crowd at the door of the carriage in front of him, and he thought to himself that it was not good. This guy also showed signs of surrounding and attacking. But if he rashly launched the plan to jump out of the train at this position, the risk of being caught would be much greater. For a moment, his thoughts raced. After walking 2 more steps, Ji-sun's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the guy in seat 11 of carriage 16, and his thoughts turned. This was the hunter he suspected of having out-of-control spell power. If this guy was really the ruthless murderer the hunters were talking about, then he was also in Ji-sun's plan. I have to use plan B. The incident happened suddenly, and Ji-sun's mind flashed a backup plan. The distance was not as far as the scheduled location, but this guy was closer. If he guessed wrong, he would be caught on the spot. If he guessed right, things would be much simpler. With this idea in mind, Ji-sun directly passed the toilet, walked to the side of seat 11 and stopped. But his stopping action immediately alerted the brown-haired woman and the assassin who were staring at him, and they also stopped at the same time. And it was not just these two people. Ji-sun keenly noticed that as soon as he stopped, the cursed power on the middle-aged man who pretended to sleep seemed to be out of control, and suddenly overflowed uncontrollably for a moment. This guy was also pretending to sleep. It was probably right. Thinking of this, Ji-sun quietly tapped the table twice with his hand under the attention of several pairs of eyes, as if sending out some secret signal. Although the action was done covertly, everyone who should have seen it saw it. It was this small action that made several people's expressions change. A secret code? It was definitely a secret code. This action was very misleading. The guy who pretended to be asleep was suspicious, and would definitely suspect that the knocking was another signal. And the other people from the Blackwater Mercenary group who were tracking him would also think that Ji-sun was sending a signal to his companions again. But even if both parties discovered it, they would still have concerns in their hearts at the first time, thinking what if they guessed wrong? Ji-sun seized the moment of hesitation of several people, and after knocking, he pulled out the revolver at his waist like lightning. He did not aim at anyone, but shot at the gas pipeline that he had observed long ago. High-level firearms expertise allowed him to hit the target accurately. The lighting in the carriage was all gas lamps, and this shot was just at the key point. The fire flashed for a moment, and then the 15th and 16th carriages immediately fell into darkness. What's going on? Who the hell fired the gun? No violence is allowed on the train. This is the rule set by the Hunters Union. There are no laws in Innocent City, and the Hunters Union is one of the most authoritative organizations. Whoever breaks the rules and causes bad consequences will be sent to the execution platform if caught. This was also the biggest concern of several people from the Blackwater Mercenary group who wanted to take action before. But Ji-sun didn't know and didn't plan to comply. Hearing the gunshot, the hunters who didn't know what was going on started to make a commotion. However, at the moment of the commotion, several gamblers stood up. Bang! Bang! There were 2 more explosions, and the previously installed stun bombs were also triggered. The closed carriages were like iron cans, and the air waves swept by the 2 explosions made the people in the last few carriages feel like they were hit by a club, and they cursed one after another. The stun bombs are not fatal to ordinary people, let alone these extraordinary hunters. But they have a strong interference with the sensory organs and nervous system. Now, all kinds of sensory means can't even think of locking. The chain reaction caused by the gunshot was not over yet. When the Blackwater mercenaries saw this, they immediately realized that something was wrong and rushed towards Ji-sun's position. Didn't they guess that the target wanted to escape in the chaos? For ordinary people, darkness may really blind their visual senses. But for formal spell card masters, this may not be the case, especially for professional assassins like ghosts. Seeing in the dark is one of their required specialized skills. Want to escape? Humph, naive. The assassin named Chujo looked at Ji-sun blowing up the gas pipeline and laughed in his heart. Even if it was a blast bomb, it would not cause much interference to his target. He rushed forward immediately and wanted to catch that guy. But a strange scene happened. Chujo missed. The black shadow that was locked in his vision disappeared out of thin air in his perception. In the carriage, there was only darkness. Where is the person? Chujo's expression changed suddenly, and he realized that he had underestimated the card master apprentice. However, before he could figure out what was happening, a big hand in seat 11 grabbed his arm like lightning. The huge force was like a pair of pliers, as if it was going to crush all his bones. Chujo's facial features were distorted in an instant due to the severe pain. What's going on? No, that guy really has other accomplices. Chapter 28. Ji-sun made such a big noise that the middle-aged man in the 11th seat of the last car could no longer pretend to sleep. Moreover, after the gunshot, several cursed card masters rushed towards him. Anyone would have preconceived ideas that these guys were coming for him. The gunshot just now was definitely the enemy's signal to attack. It is better to strike first. The middle-aged man was also very decisive. Seeing the enemy attacking, he suddenly jumped up and grabbed the assassin, who approached the seat first like lightning. At that moment, the originally dry arm suddenly became knotted and swelled, the muscles bursting through the clothes, and the terrifying force crushed the assassin's bones. Ah! The sound of bone cracking rang out, and the assassin Chujo screamed, and his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. He couldn't figure out why the speed and strength of the person who attacked were so terrifying. Rose, who came to support a step later, saw her teammate being severely injured in a face-to-face encounter. Her face changed drastically, And she was also surprised in her heart that Guy has such a strong accomplice. She didn't care about the gunman who had lost his target. Saving people was more important. Since the accomplice appeared, she also felt that the thing the group was looking for must be on the stronger person. She took out a card and pointed it at the middle-aged man who suddenly jumped up and shouted in her heart, "Dream interpretation." The white six-pointed star behind the card lit up, and the card disintegrated into dots of white light, and a mental shockwave covered the middle-aged man. This dream interpretation card is a common method used by mental spell card masters. It is a range attack that can make the target drowsy. But even if you can't control the enemy, you can slow down people's thinking. The environment of the carriage is completely unavoidable, and this attack just hits the middle-aged man. However, before Rose could make another move, her eyes showed horror. What she never expected was that her action not only failed to save people, but released a more terrifying demon. In the darkness, she saw that the middle-aged man who was hit by the mental spell suddenly had a beast-like red light in his eyes, and an indescribable horror swept the entire carriage. She didn't know that the middle-aged man in front of her was still rational, and struggling to control the curse power that was on the verge of losing control. At this moment, because of the hypnosis of his mind, the curse power was completely out of control. At the moment when the curse power lost control, the middle-aged man's bones cracked and cracked, his muscles bulged and bulged, and his body swelled up visibly. At the same time, black hair grew on his exposed skin, fangs grew out of his mouth, and his face quickly turned into a beast. But in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man changed from a human to a nearly 3-meter-tall black ape. He was surrounded by dark elements, like a blazing fire, and his aura suddenly rose several times. The black ape had lost control, and had no reason at all. It crushed the assassin Xiaowu's arm, and the smell of blood stimulated his ferocity. It grabbed his thigh with its other hand, roared and tore it with both hands. Crash! Blood was everywhere, and it actually tore the assassin in half alive. Coincidentally, at this time, the hunters in the carriage, who had just been caught off guard by the blast bomb, also came to their senses, and turned on various emergency lighting devices to illuminate the entire carriage. In an instant, hundreds of eyes saw the terrifying black ape committing a crime. Fortunately, someone attracted the monster's hatred, and the hunters fled to the number 15 carriage for safety. In front of the black ape, Rose was splashed with hot blood, and she was frightened. She never expected it would turn out like this, and her teammates died in one encounter, but after all, they were professional mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife, and she reacted instantly. With one hand, she rubbed 5 cards together, and Arcane Nightmare Bite appeared in her hand. Now she couldn't hide any tricks. She knew very well that if she didn't control this monster, she would surely die. In an instant, a needle-like mental attack pierced the King Kong black ape in the huge carriage. The black ape's spirit seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and it held its head and roared like thunder. The body parts were thrown, and blood splattered all over the carriage. If it was a normal person, this mental attack would probably cause serious damage if not death. But this was already an out-of-control deformed monster. This attack did not kill the black ape. At this moment, it only had a terrifying brutality like a needle prick in its eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The black ape slammed its arms hard, and the tables and chairs around it burst into countless wood chips, which splashed all over the sky and hit the carriage like a rainstorm. Psychic professionals are already weak in the flesh, and Rose wanted to escape, but it was too late. She was about to die on the spot. However, at this time, suddenly, tap, 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 a series of footsteps slamming on the floor sounded, and a tall figure wearing snake-scale heavy armor rushed into the battlefield. He held the sword with both hands and slashed at the chimpanzee. The sword was so powerful that it made a sound of breaking wind, and ripples were visible on the blade. But the effect was not as expected. With a crisp sound of clang, as if it was slashing on hard granite, the long sword only cut a shallow bloody wound on the chimpanzee's waist. The heavily armored warrior was also shocked. He didn't have time to think about why the target was so strong. The black ape punched him hard, and he could only hastily swing his sword to block it. There was another muffled bang, and he flew backwards like a cannonball. The black ape's strength was so fierce that it shocked the others. The heavily armored warrior fell heavily on the wall, and before he could catch his breath, he rushed forward again. Both the man and the ape were so strong that the iron frames of the seats in the carriage were like pieces of paper, breaking at the touch. The several Blackwater mercenaries, who followed him one after another, also rushed forward. In a blink of an eye, the people of the Blackwater mercenary group started a fierce fight with the black ape, and the fighting became more and more exaggerated. From the beginning, the battle in the rear compartment was like a barrel of fire that exploded, reaching its most intense level. The hunters were shocked by this accident at first. But since the trouble was not for them, they came to their senses and began to watch the excitement from a distance. Ace of Spades Black Knight the professional sequence, and this iron scale serpent armor, turned out to be the captain of the Blackwater mercenary group, Iron Fist Rock. TSK, who is so unruly that he dares to fight on the train. It turns out to be those guys from Blackwater. Do those mercenaries really think that they can do whatever they want in Innocent City by hooking up with the nobles of the upper class? That's right. When I got on the train before, I heard that the people from Blackwater wanted to stop the train, saying that there was an order from a big shot. Fuck the big shot. Hunters have always had no good feelings towards mercenaries, who only care about money, and now that this group of people is very close to the nobles of the upper city, the hunters are even more disdainful. Now watching those mercenaries being beaten, not only did they not have any intention of helping, but they also watched coldly, and did not forget to point fingers. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Ji-sun, who was blending in with the crowd, put away his relic clown mask card and quietly watched the excitement. The plan to divert the trouble seemed to be successful. When the carriage was plunged into darkness just now, he used the shadow diving skill to blend into the darkness, and avoid all sensory locks in an instant. Originally, he wanted to jump out of the car during the chaos, but looking at the current situation, it seems that this is not necessary. This test showed that the guy was indeed the wanted criminal in the cross camp, and his fighting power was beyond expectation. He killed the assassin in 2 encounters. TSK, this is a formal curse card master who has changed his job. With this fighting power, the few people in the Blackwater mercenary group don't seem to be able to get any benefits. No. Maybe the whole group will be wiped out. If you can avoid jumping out of the car, you will naturally not jump out. Ji-sun looked at the heavily armored knight, who was fighting fiercely in the number 16 car, and saw the fighting power of a formal curse card master for the first time. So strong. Is this the power that humans can have? He was amazed at what he saw, and estimated that the strength of this Iron Fist Rock must be more than 10. However, the Black Ape was obviously stronger, at least twice as strong as Rock. After listening to others, Ji-sun also became curious. Why is this Black Ape so strong? In a blink of an eye, this exposed Black Ape hammered to death several mercenaries of the Blackwater group. Almost one punch and one heavy blow. The heavily armored knight was also struggling to support himself with his heavy armor, but he was also beaten and thrown away. It didn't take long before the defeat was decided. The people of the Blackwater mercenary group were not welcomed in the hunter circle, and no one helped them from the beginning to the end. In other words, as long as these people died, there would be no threat on the train. Ji-sun thought of this, and patiently watched the fun. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this King Kong Black Ape was transformed from a human, and he was amazed that this guy was so ridiculously strong. And the hunters obviously knew more. Looking at this fierce battle, they started to discuss it. What's the origin of that beast-like Black Ape? It seems to be in the Spade for Beast Walker sequence? But this guy is obviously a first-level spell card master. How can his combat power be so terrifying that he can even suppress Iron Fist Rock without any chance of fighting back? The body's uncontrolled deformation will exceed the human body's upper limit, so it's reasonable to be a little stronger. This is not just a little stronger, right? If I'm not mistaken, this is the Lone Wolf Baron, who was wanted by the camp before. I didn't believe that a first-level spell card master could destroy a small camp alone. Now it seems that his is indeed brutal. The curse power is out of control, there should be no one else. However, how can it be so absurdly strong? Is it that ancient relic? Oh, then this means that the Blackwater mercenaries are also interested in that ancient relic. This time, they have met a tough guy, ha. The topic of the crowd suddenly changed. In the eyes of the hunters, the people of the Blackwater mercenaries probably had a conflict with this person because of the relic. Mercenaries have a bad reputation to begin with, and fighting on the train for personal gain has already violated the rules, so no one wants to help. Even the few Hunters Union masters, who hurried over, had no intention of intervening. They obviously wanted to wait for the two sides to fight to a conclusion before taking control. Fighting on the train, no matter what the reason, is a violation of the rules and has serious consequences. He deserved to be killed. Fortunately, the train had heavy armor, so the fierce battle in the carriage did not tear the train apart. The Black Ape was indeed ferocious, and ordinary mercenaries were almost killed by one punch under its hands. The battle soon came to an end. In order to prevent the fighting from spreading to other carriages, the train attendant erected an armored shield in carriage number 14. Ji-sun did not see the second half of the fight. After hearing a loud noise in the vehicle, there was no movement. But he saw the ending. As soon as the armored shield was removed, the train attendant entered to clear the area. Not long after, the dying Iron Fist Rock was carried out on a stretcher and taken to the medical room. Perhaps a living person was needed to give an explanation for this incident. The carriages 15 and 16 were already in a mess, with corpses all over the floor. No one helped. There were only a dozen people in the Blackwater mercenary group. After being beaten by the Black Ape, only this one was left alive. Ji-sun squeezed into the crowd and carefully checked the bodies on the ground. The assassin was torn into two halves. The brown-haired woman of the psychic department had her head crushed by the Black Ape, and the guy who was suspected of having a talent for smell had his chest collapsed by the chimpanzee. They were all trackers he had seen before. Ji-sun was completely relieved when he saw this. Judging from the current situation, almost all the people in the car of the Blackwater mercenary group have died. Even if Iron Fist Rock is still alive, it won't have much impact. The few sensory trackers that Ji-sun was worried about were all dead, and the crisis was resolved at once. Seeing this, he also watched the excitement with peace of mind. The original iron door at the rear of the carriage had become a torn hole, and the Black Ape had disappeared. The train manager was repairing the hole with an iron plate. "Boss, what should we do with these bodies?" "Throw them off the train. Leave a few for the guys from the Blackwater mercenary group to claim. Remember to use alchemical potion to treat it. Be careful not to turn into a corpse." "Yes." Several train staff collected several bodies of Curse Card Masters, and threw the rest of the mercenary bodies down. These bodies would be evidence, so they were left in the carriage. Not long after, the carriage was almost cleaned up, and the passengers in carriages 15 and 16 were squeezed into other carriages, and now they all retreated. Although there were no seats, the hunters didn't mind, sitting on the ground, playing cards and chatting, and it was still lively. But a pair of eyes fell on the iron box containing the corpse in the corner of the carriage. "Corpse, this is a good thing." Ji-sun looked at the uncontrolled mana overflowing from the box, his eyes turned, observed the surroundings, and walked over. There were people around to cover him, and the light in this corner was broken and not repaired, so he pretended to rest and sat in the dark, using the feast skill. With this use, the extraordinary characteristics were sucked into the body continuously. You use the feast to devour. Constitution plus 0.003. You use the feast to devour. Strength plus 0.005. You use the feast to devour. Toughness plus 0.0009. You use the feast to devour. Water element affinity plus 0.04. Even if these mana card masters' bodies had been processed, the mana overflowed was much less than when they just died. But in comparison, it was still much stronger than the card master apprentice he had met in the other dimension before. There were still several hours left on the journey, so Ji-sun sat next to the box and swallowed it quietly. Just as Ji-sun was swallowing the extraordinary characteristics left by the corpse, the trained deacons of the Hunter Union gathered together in carriage number 1 of the train to discuss the previous incident. There is obviously a residual aura of disaster in carriage number 16. It seems that the Lone Wolf Baron really brought out the relic found in the Silver Moon altar. If it is not contained, the disaster level of that ancient relic may be very high. Unfortunately, the beast-transformed King Kong Demon Ape was too alert. He jumped out of the car and fled as soon as we approached him. I didn't expect that the people of the Blackwater mercenary group would find Baron first. It's strange. Are they also coming for that relic? Maybe it's not the Blackwater group's intention. Are you talking about the Governor Chow family? Yes. The people of the Blackwater group came to me before and wanted to stop the departure, but they didn't tell me the reason. I didn't know why at that time. Just now, the camp received news that someone had cleared the 407 space with an S rating. Maybe it has something to do with this. For 07, I heard that there are a lot of rare materials and cards in that space, but the difficulty is very high. Someone actually cleared it. Yeah. I don't know the details yet. Devil's Cross didn't send more detailed information. But the people from Blackwater are indeed looking for something in the camp. Now it seems that Baron should have something to do with 407. No matter who it is, using force on the train is against the rules. Notify the Union headquarters. Chapter 29. Woo woo woo. The train slowly stopped after a long whistle. Finally, we arrived at Innocent City. There were no accidents in the second half of the train. Ji-sun also thought it was natural. After the previous fierce battle, almost everyone would probably think that he and the wanted criminal Lone Wolf Baron were in the same group. Now that the mastermind jumped out of the train and escaped, it was useless to look for him as a lackey. And he couldn't be found either. After the melee, the smell in the carriage was completely mixed. The olfactory spell card master couldn't identify him before, and it was even more difficult now. The most important thing is that the train has arrived. There is no space restriction when getting off the train, so you can jump freely in the vast sea. People in the carriage are already packing their luggage, and everyone has an anxious expression on their face. Lao Ming, where are you going after getting off the train? Of course, I go to the Fenghua Tavern and spend half a month there first. Haha, I think so too. I heard that a group of new girls came to the Ginza Tavern recently, and they are very good. Rumor has it that they are nobles exiled from the royal city. Bah, those pimps are just talking nonsense. Let's go and identify it together. When they arrived at Innocent City, the hunters talked most about various brothels. When you risk your life, nothing can relieve the pressure better than physical pleasure. In these 10 hours, Ji-sun heard the names of at least dozens of different pubs and brothels. He already had a direct impression in his mind that the entertainment industry in Innocent City must be very developed. Everyone was ready to get off the car, so he left the iron box containing the corpse in a leisurely manner. Looking at the changes in his attribute panel, Ji-sun was also full of emotion. In more than 3 hours, the strength data has increased by 0.09, not bad. From 0.76 before getting on the car to the current 0.85, it is obvious that the strength has increased a lot. The data such as physique, agility, toughness, elemental affinity, etc. have all been improved. Although there is still a sense of weakness. But you have to know that this is the result he got without any strength training or potions. It only took a few hours. If there were more corpses, wouldn't it be possible to become stronger even when lying down? It would be great if there were more corpses. Ji-sun tasted the sweetness and murmured in his heart. Devil's Feast after the skill is upgraded, it may be more effective. But there is no need to rush for a while. He stood up and squeezed into the crowd. I don't know if the corpses that I have devoured with extraordinary characteristics will be noticed by others, so it is better to leave the train first. After leaving the can carriage, I suddenly felt that the air was fresh. Although the air smelled of coal ash, it was 100 times better than the mixed stench in the carriage. When the train stopped, workers in blue coarse cloth began to operate various steam mechanical arms to unload the goods on the train. Almost all steam mechanical equipment was sprayed with the words Nuggets Wharf No. XX. Wharf? Not a station? Ji-sun was a little confused. He wore a half-face gas mask, pulled down his deerskin hat, and walked through the crowd. He glanced around and didn't see any suspicious guys. It was the group of little brats in ragged clothes who moved through the crowd and attracted attention. They were young, but they were all skilled thieves. Everyone knew that the hunters who returned from the caves were full of treasures, so the little brats quietly reached out their dirty hands. Ji-sun was only wearing a tactical backpack, and his expression did not look like he was excited about making a fortune, so no thieves bothered him. The crowd was all walking in one direction, so he followed them out. The buildings near the station were similar to those seen at the Devil's Cross camp, with tall chimneys emitting white smoke everywhere. The surroundings were still illuminated by gas lamps. Ji-sun looked up and vaguely saw traces of rocks. He was a little puzzled. Still underground? He could understand that the ruins were underground, but how could the train be underground after running for 10 hours? With doubts, he followed the crowd and continued to walk out. Not long after walking, his vision suddenly became clear. At this moment, Ji-sun was suddenly shocked by the scene in front of him. He also realized that this was really a dock. And the real Innocent City was still on the other side of the cliff. What is going on? Ji-sun looked at the huge cliff in front of him that seemed like the end of the world, and didn't know how to describe the shocking scene in front of him. In fact, he felt that he was not so surprised when he found himself traveling through time. Deep underground, there was a huge crack, which was like a bottomless pit, with no bottom and no top. Ji-sun then realized what the abyss rift he had heard from the hunters before was. He had thought it was just a crack in the ground, but he hadn't expected it to be so exaggerated. It was as if he had reached the end of the world, with no way forward and nothingness in sight. And there was no sky in this world. Ji-sun looked up and saw endless fog and darkness above the crack. No wonder the hunters hardly heard words like the sun, moon, and stars. In order to facilitate people's passage, dozens of huge steam boilers on the Nugget Wharf billowed white smoke. The huge cable car was driven by steam power, dragging carriages slowly through the cracks. But even a steam boiler over 100 meters high was like a grain of rice dropped into the mud in front of this crack. Ji-sun felt a deep shock from the bottom of his heart. Human beings were like a tiny speck of dust in front of this huge abyss crack. And what's even more magical is the rain in the abyss. In the field of vision, raindrops rustled and fell densely like a curtain. But the raindrops did not fall downwards, but fell towards the sky. This was upside-down rain. Looking again, when the huge cable cars drove into the cliff, they suddenly turned 180 degrees and continued to move forward. Ji-sun really couldn't understand. The gravity in the crack is opposite? There are actually two directions of gravity in this underground world. It feels like the world is like a mirror, and then it broke a crack, and also split the whole world. There was a bottomless black hole under the cliff. Falling down, it felt like being exiled into the endless void. After collecting his thoughts, Ji-sun also queued up to buy a ticket and took the cable car. When the cable car reached the outside of the cliff, it suddenly turned over. The hunters had long been accustomed to it. They stood on the roof in a different direction, like a normal means of transportation, and then quickly rushed into the sea of clouds with the cable car. Ji-sun also felt the sudden reversal of gravity and was amazed. As the cable car continued to move forward, the fog around became thicker and thicker, but the road ahead was still invisible. He looked out the window. There was nothing above his head, and a bottomless abyss under his feet. He seemed to be able to see some huge shadows of unknown creatures shuttling through the fog. Staring into the abyss was like the eyes of the world, staring at the passers-by. The cable car was like a small boat, traveling in the endless void, surrounded by smoke and clouds, so vast that it seemed unreal. Ji-sun was deeply attracted by this suffocating sense of mystery. This crack seemed to be the door to another world. A brand new and unknown world was waving to him. After the cable car had been running for more than half an hour, a hazy light appeared at the end of the field of vision. Ji-sun looked into the distance, and came back to his senses from the shock of facing such a huge thing. He roughly estimated the distance, and the crack was more than 10 kilometers wide. On the opposite rock wall, there was a scene of bright lights and feasting. Those were houses that looked like stilt houses, with all kinds of dazzling neon signs hanging on them. We have arrived at Innocent City. With a clang, the cable car was upside down, and gravity was reversed. As soon as I got off the cable car, a group of bar girls and pimps surrounded me. Hey, handsome guy, do you want a drink? The girls in our cat lady bar are famous for their delicate bodies, and we guarantee that you will be satisfied. We have a masked role-playing party at the train bar tonight, and you can do whatever you want. The Imperial Bathhouse, you can enjoy the service of a king, and you can take a bath with a naked escort, and the second one is half price. Ji-sun ignored the pimps soliciting business, and walked on the street. This is the Downing Street that hunters talked about the most along the way. The short blocks are filled with hundreds of gambling houses, pubs, and various custom venues. This is the sleepless district of Innocent City. These nightclubs with intoxicating colors and fragrances will drain the wallets of returning hunters in the first place. Ji-sun walked into the city. Innocent City is still a cave city with a unique architectural style. Steam and machinery are the main themes of this city. The city is large and has an extremely complex layout. The buildings are tall and built on the mountain. There are dense forests of buildings hundreds of meters high, and various pipelines and high-altitude bridges connect the buildings. There are also a large number of hollow iron frames and glass-inlaid buildings, which look extremely dark and magical. The green light emanating from the depths of the city in the distance is the fluorescent light of alchemical dust. Downing Street is the most prosperous, and brass is often used instead of steel, adding a bit of bright color and nobility to the street. The colored glass inlaid in the tavern also illuminates a colorful and decadent scene under the light. Ji-sun has already understood that this innocent city itself is an ancient relic. The clothes on the street are no longer limited to various adventurous outfits. There are punk-style leather jackets and pants with shiny iron nails, ghostfire youths, young girls wearing Lolita skirts, calm middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes, linen-clothed girls selling flowers, and boys wearing deerstalkers and cigarette boxes around their necks. If it weren't for the standard guns, knives, and mechanical equipment that almost everyone is equipped with, this would be a harmonious and lively city street scene. Ji-sun walked on the street, looking at this completely new world, with the people coming and going reflected in his eyes. At this moment, a door to a new world was pushed open. Unconsciously, I walked to a Y-shaped intersection, and on the rusty iron sheet on the street was a road sign of 13 Downing Street. There was a huge locomotive-shaped building here, and on the lighted sign was a huge wine glass with a sign of Old Gun Tavern. Ji-sun thought that he had to find a place to sit first, so he walked in. Because he heard from the hunters that the tavern was one of the best places to get information in Innocent City. For professional hunters, they spend more time in the tavern than at home. As soon as he entered the door, Ji-sun saw various recruitment notices posted on the wall. A group of people pointed at the notices. The War Flag Hunter Group recruits pioneer hunters. 1,000 coins/day, daily payment. If there is a major discovery, the highest bonus is 1 million. The Lion Mercenary Group recruits professional mercenaries, retired first, Card Master Apprentice 13,000 coins/month, formal Curse Card Master interview, preferential treatment. The Hunter Union recruits contract hunters to be responsible for pioneering reconnaissance. Ji-sun took a glance and found that the hunters' salaries were generally good, and the pioneer hunters, who were paid daily, had the highest salary. And looking at another recruitment page, the salary of ordinary people is much lower. The municipal government recruits sewer dredging workers, 1,800/month. Hyson Pharmaceutical Company recruits alchemy apprentices, 4,500/month, need to know basic alchemy knowledge. Green Machinery Factory apprentice, 2,800 coins/month, food and accommodation included. Nuggets Wharf boiler workers, 3,000+ coins/month, more work, more pay. Ji-sun took a look and roughly understood the prices and salary levels in Innocent City. The risks of a profession are obviously proportional to the benefits. He even suspected that the original owner was the so-called explorer hunter. In layman's terms, it is a cannon fodder who gambles with his life. He has no strength, poor equipment, and is poor. Just like the Alien Space 407, every time you open an unknown door, you may face unknown risks. At this time, cannon fodder is very useful. Sacrificing a cannon fodder can find out some unknown information, which is worth spending money for a large mercenary group. Ji-sun didn't look at it much and entered the tavern. He wanted to drink some wine to slow down, understand this world, and then find out some news. For example, he had heard on the train before, 13 paths to God and 52 supernormal occupational sequences. There were also those magical cards, the upside-down rain in the Abyss Rift, and the magical steam black technology. There were too many secrets in this world. The mystery was right in front of him, within reach. He danced with the wind when it was windy, walked alone at night with a lamp when it was dark, and he could still smile brightly even when he fell into the abyss. Ji-sun liked this new world. Chapter 30. The Old Gun Tavern is a hunter's tavern. The entire 3-story building is filled with treasure hunters who come to have fun. The sound of heavy metal music is as loud as artillery fire, and the girls in revealing clothes are twisting their sexy dances on the stage. The air is filled with a strong smell of hormones. There are restless men and women everywhere, and even the dim lights are like a catalyst for lust, illuminating faces that do not hide their desires. Ji-sun squeezed through the crowd and walked to the bar. He glanced at the price list and shouted to the bartender, "A pitcher of beer." "A pitcher of beer 80. The minimum consumption on the wine list." He sat down on the high stool and took a sip of the foamy beer. The taste was slightly bitter, but fortunately the alcohol was strong. Ji-sun drank while observing everything in the tavern. His ears automatically rejected the noisy music and caught the words of the drinkers at each table, splitting them into intelligence and gossip. The topics discussed by the hunters were no longer just cave exploration and adventure. More women and dirty jokes. There are some other things. Ji-sun is particularly concerned about some new information about Innocent City. His ears are full of those news. There are many new faces in Innocent City recently. How can there not be many? The federal parliament has issued a development order, and there are thousands of people coming down from major cities almost every day. The elevator is almost smoking. Hey, no wonder it's so lively after not coming back for only a month. The situation is not good. The big masters of the federal parliament have set their eyes on the ruins of the old continent and want to forcibly bring them under their jurisdiction. If those greedy nobles really control the gold mining port, we will have to pay 70% tax first. We hunters will have a hard time. Fuck taxes. I'm exiled. Why should I pay taxes? If the nobles dare to stretch out their paws, I chop them off. Does the Chow family really think that they are the lords of Innocent City just because they hold the title of governor? Haha, they want to set up a public security office in the lower city? What a wishful thinking. Yes. Why not be a noble lord in the upper class? The bodies of the law enforcement officers who came to the lower city a few days ago were thrown into the stinking ditch. I say, this governor will die sooner or later. Ha ha, that's right, hack the nobles. The hunters talked most about the current situation in Innocent City. The conflict between the nobles and the common people can already be heard in their words. Ji-sun also listened with interest. The Innocent City is more cruel and exciting than imagined. After listening to the story, the pieces of the puzzle were pieced together in his mind, and Ji-sun finally confirmed his previous guess. This is a cave world. There is no sky, no sun, no moon. Humans live in the cave like ants. But the thick rock layers contain very rich resources and ancient relics. Mining, treasure hunting, and exploring unknown caves. This is a world of treasure hunters for all people. The reason why this place is called the City of Innocence is because it was originally the kingdom's place of exile. The Abyss Rift was once known as the end of the world by people in this world. Like a garbage dump, the Federation exiled all the most vicious criminals to the end of the world to open up the wilderness and fend for themselves. So for many years, the city was filled with all kinds of criminals, mercenaries, war criminals, gangsters, robbers, murderers, thieves, and conspirators. There is no innocent person in the legal sense here. It is the real city of sin. Ji-sun also understood why the hunters he saw were so fierce. They were all exiled criminals. But it was not until a few years ago. An adventurer was exploring outside the rift and accidentally found an iron chain on the wall, which was the spell chain that now connects the gold-digging dock. They knew that the Abyss Rift was not the end of the world. And the adventurers followed the iron chain to the other side of the world. They discovered another continent. Later they learned that it was the old continent before the catastrophe in the ancient books. A piece of history that had been sealed for thousands of years was unveiled. The old continent was filled with black fog, monsters were everywhere, and there were hidden dangers everywhere. But at the same time, there were countless ruins of cities, ancient treasures, and rich mineral deposits. Devil's Cross was just one of the ruins. With this amazing discovery, Innocent City ushered in an explosive development that was out of control. Later, countless treasures were discovered, which were already the envy of those nobles. One day, the news suddenly spread. It seemed that overnight, Innocent City, a sinful corner that was once forgotten by the world, immediately became a hot treasure hunting place. Half a year ago, the federal parliament issued a development order and established the governor's office of Innocent City, wanting to make this treasure land belong to the Federation. For a time, Innocent City was flooded with a lot of outsiders. Not only a large number of criminals and refugees were exiled to open up the wasteland, but also nobles, official legions, smugglers, speculators, and a large number of treasure hunters. New faces come in almost every day. So that's how it is. After completing the origin of Innocent City in his mind, Ji-sun finally understood why the Chow family in the governor's mansion was so unwelcome. The Chow family is indeed very powerful, and its head family is one of the great senators of the Federation. Now he has landed in Innocent City without any foundation. Except for his own guards, and a few mercenary groups bought with money, the governor cannot command anyone. Innocent City is full of exiled criminals, and they are extremely hostile to the Federation. No one cares about the development order. Innocent City has been a lawless place for so many years, and it has its own set of operating rules. At least the treasures that hunters have obtained through their own adventures do not need to be taxed. Now those nobles have set their eyes on the fat piece of meat of the old continent, and want to turn Innocent City into a kingdom territory to continue to exploit it, which is naturally not feasible. The conflict between the two sides is getting more and more intense. Ji-sun listened and drank most of the wine without realizing it. More and more people came to the tavern, and the atmosphere was already extremely intense. The music of thumping hit the eardrums, and the aroma of psychedelic drugs and the occasional gushing white mist stimulated everyone's hormone secretion. Ji-sun was sitting alone at the bar, and someone had already noticed him. Suddenly, a delicate body bumped into him. Ji-sun turned around and saw a charming bunny girl, who looked good and had a graceful figure. She said, "Oh, sorry. Handsome guy, are you alone?" Ji-sun raised his eyebrows without comment. Seeing this, the girl didn't care about her figure and pressed against his arm, and asked coquettishly, "My name is Sally. Can we have a drink together?" Ji-sun naturally knew that it was not a good fortune. This was a paid item. Or maybe someone noticed him drinking alone. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the girl seemed to have guessed his mind, and directly called to the bartender, "A glass of Matador." Ji-sun didn't say anything either. He didn't intend to act out of place. "I just looked at the price list. This wine is 399, not too expensive." So he took out 4 bills very gentlemanly. After all, when it comes to the source of information, in addition to professional intelligence merchants in Innocent City, these bar girls also know a lot. Oh no! These girls who can frequently contact various hunters are probably informants of intelligence dealers. Ji-sun had heard before coming that everything in Innocent City has a price, including intelligence. Knowing the rules will save a lot of trouble. The girl watched him pay, squinted her eyes and smiled, and clung to him more intimately. "Handsome guy, just came back from hunting?" "Yeah." Ji-sun knew that the smell of the carriage on his body was marinated, and it was useless to deny it. The two chatted while drinking. Ji-sun asked vaguely about the information he wanted, and the girl thought it was just a small talk, so she asked and answered. In this way, half an hour passed in a flash, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Seeing that the wine was about to finish, thinking that asking anyone would be a question, Ji-sun wanted to spend his 399 worthily, so he directly asked the question he wanted to know most. By the way, Miss Sally, I want to change my breathing method. Do you have any good suggestions? The girl looked at his incomprehensible look and said coquettishly, handsome guy, don't you want to talk about something else? As she spoke, she did not forget to move closer to him, and the ambiguous hint was already very strong. But in Ji-sun's opinion, that's it. It's far inferior to the charm of the fallen witch. Ji-sun's performance made it impossible for outsiders to tell that he was a stranger who came to Innocent City for the first time. He was just an experienced hunter who often hung out in taverns. He stretched out his hand and tried it slightly to show respect. Well, it was warm and smooth, and the feel was not bad. But now the body is still. Weak state. Save time, no time to care. The most important thing is that the need for breathing techniques is imminent. A negative status of slightly out of control of mantra has appeared on the attribute panel. It feels like a stitch in the side, and the mantra keeps running around in the body. I heard from the hunters in the car before that this is a precursor to out-of-control distortion. Ji-sun knows the reason very well. The only mantra he has is sucked from the corpse, and he has no idea how to control it. And I remember that the hunters often say that breathing techniques are the most effective way to prevent distortion. After asking so many questions, the girl already knew that the man in front of her was just here to get information. He was lustful but not impatient, or he was not interested in her beauty, but she also had professional ethics. The drinker paid, so she had to pay an equivalent value. Sally thought that since he was a hunter, he must have practiced breathing techniques. She preconceived that Ji-sun probably wanted to change to a better breathing method, and muttered, oh, the ordinary breathing method sold in the market can only be practiced to the 9th level of magic power at most, and the efficiency is also low. It is indeed time to change to a better one. As she spoke, she continued, however, it is not easy to find a breathing method of black iron quality. You can occasionally see some at the United Chamber of Commerce auction house. As she spoke, she also looked at Ji-sun's expression and said, there are also large hunter groups and mercenaries. Like Tomahawk, Hydra, Golden Harp, Storm, if handsome guys are willing to join a fixed group, they will have the opportunity to be assigned black iron breathing method when they join the elite team. Ji-sun was very calm throughout the whole process, and still didn't say a word. In his heart, he had silently memorized all this information. He had heard from hunters before that joining a hunter group or mercenary group requires signing a contract, and there are also team missions. In fact, it is a contract of selling one's body. While obtaining resources, one will also be obliged to complete the tasks assigned by the team management. Ji-sun had no intention of joining any hunter group for the time being, so he directly rejected this way of obtaining resources. The girl's ability to read people's expressions is a professional ability. Seeing Ji-sun's indifferent expression, she preconceived that he looked down on black iron and needed higher quality. Her eyes turned, and she said, silver quality breathing methods are rare. I know that there are several types in the Hunters Guild, and there are also some in the major gangs, but... She didn't finish, as if she thought the guest in front of her should know what she didn't say. Those ways are not what ordinary people dare to covet. Ji-sun listened silently. So there are so many different qualities of breathing methods? The girl saw that he didn't say anything, and continued, then, there is the law enforcement officer training camp of the governor's office. The public recruitment notice said that they would give out breathing techniques for free, as well as a complete Red Heart 6 law enforcement officer career sequence and subsequent promotion paths. After all, the Chow family is a high-ranking noble family, and they have no shortage of breathing techniques and career cards. But as she spoke, she also reminded him, but handsome boy, you should know that Innocent City is not very friendly to law enforcement officers. Even with such generous conditions, few people go there. Ji-sun said at the right time, I have no interest in law enforcement officers. How could he still not understand the conflict between the upper nobles and the lower hunters? If you really want to be a law enforcement officer in the lower city of Innocent City, I'm afraid your body will be thrown into a gutter somewhere tomorrow. The girl racked her brains and said, then the medical association does recruit doctor apprentices, but the breathing method is also biased towards healing, and few hunters choose to go there. In the end, it's either the black market, but I think you have been to that kind of place before. It's easy to suffer losses if you are not familiar with the way, so you can only try your luck. There are also fighting competitions in casinos. Sometimes there are career cards and breathing methods as prizes. However, I suggest that you go to the Hunter Guild Market on Grove Street in South City when you have time. There are often unexpected surprises there. Ji-sun didn't change the breathing method, but he didn't learn it at all. So the demand is not that high. In the current situation, he thought he could just find a breathing method to deal with it. After listening to the girl's words, Ji-sun had some clues in his mind, so he planned to go to the Hunter Market first. The girl said this, seeing that the customer didn't respond much, and thought she had said too much, so she looked drunk and said coquettishly, "Oh sorry handsome, I was drunk and seemed to have said some nonsense." Ji-sun smiled, "No. It's good. To others, this may be some common information. But to Ji-sun, it is very useful. At least this information is worth the price of the wine." Seeing that the girl finished a glass of wine, she was ready to call the bartender for more wine. Seeing this, Ji-sun stood up immediately. He didn't have much money on him, and he didn't plan to spend it all here. A mechanical apprentice in a factory in the city only earns less than 3,000 a month, and drinking a little wine costs several days' wages, which is not cheap. Moreover, intelligence cannot be obtained in one place, otherwise it is easy for others to find out the details. Ji-sun stood up, put his arm around the girl's waist naturally, and said, "Thank you, Miss Sally. I'm a little tired tonight, so I stopped drinking here. There are hundreds of nightclubs on Downing Street, and he plans to go to another place to visit." The girl looked at him getting up and leaving and was stunned. "Ah? Are you not going to do something else?" Before she could figure it out, Ji-sun had already left his seat and squeezed into the crowd. The girl was left alone at the bar, confused. At this time, a guy who looked like a pimp in the pub came over and asked Sally, "What's the matter with that strange face just now?" The girl spread her hands. "Just a hunter who just came back from exploring the cave, and he's still asking about breathing techniques. Not worth paying attention to." "Pimp, oh? Ah, I thought I could get more benefits tonight, but I drank 2 glasses of wine." The girl complained a little boringly, shaking the empty wine glass in her hand, but then she smiled and added, "But he is quite handsome." The pimp glanced at her helplessly and said, "Be more careful, there may be big movements in the city in the next few days. And today, there was an order from Devil's Cross. The recent news is very valuable." The girl rolled her eyes. "I know. Innocent City is very big, and you don't need to rush to get familiar with it in one day." Ji-sun walked out of the Old Gun Tavern, and wanted to change to another tavern to sit for a while, learn more information, and then go to the market to have a look. The huge mechanical clock pendulum on the clock tower in the distance kept shaking, pointing to 12 o'clock. "I thought it should be midnight." Don't look at the bright lights of Downing Street, there is chaos and disorder hidden under this prosperity. Sewage flows on the bumpy streets, rats in the garbage cans in the alleys are rummaging through food unscrupulously, and ragged beggars can be seen everywhere on the street, as well as various punk gang members with bad eyes. The abrupt contrast of the huge gap between the rich and the poor can be seen everywhere. Ji-sun walked along the street, and suddenly noticed something wrong in his peripheral vision. "Is this guy following me?" He originally wanted to observe whether there was anyone in the crowd nearby who was looking for trouble, but he didn't expect to see anything else. A green-haired young man squatted at the entrance of the alley between 2 buildings, his eyes fixed on the Bull Tavern across the street. And in the shadow of the alley behind him, there were several figures. A very poor surveillance method. At least it was much worse than those who were following him in Devil's Cross. Ji-sun saw that they were not coming for him, so he didn't want to pay attention. He slowed down his pace, not wanting to get into trouble. Not long after he stopped, the butterfly door of the Bull Tavern was pushed open, and several strong men wearing blue work clothes from the Nuggets Wharf walked out. At the same time, the green-haired young man in the alley spotted them, waved nervously, and several people hiding in the dark suddenly took out their weapons. Assassination? Ji-sun finally understood what was going on, and quickly found cover. In an instant, the guns in the hands of the green-haired guys in front of him had burst into flames. Several strong men were attacked and quickly found cover to avoid it, and then they also took out their guns and started to fight back. The 2 sides started fighting directly on the street. For a while, dense gunfire like firecrackers rang out on the street. However, not long after the gunfire, a third-party force got involved. More than a dozen steam motorcycles came quickly, and a group of people who were obviously gang members got off the motorcycles and took out various weapons, aiming at Green Hair and his group in the alley and shooting randomly. The whole fight lasted less than 2 minutes and ended. Green Hair's group of crappy killers were wiped out, and several people on the other side were also killed and injured. The motorcycle gangs who came later checked the bodies and took away the equipment and previous things. There were bodies all over the ground. Inexplicably encountered a gunfight, and it ended inexplicably. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched slightly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are the people of Innocent City so simple? If it was a fight in the ruins, it would be fine, but I didn't expect that a fight would break out in the city. The most outrageous thing is that the pedestrians walking on the street seemed to be shocked and didn't feel any surprise. It was as if an impromptu entertainment show was staged, and no one cared. The major taverns were crowded again in a blink of an eye, eating and drinking as usual. The body was still lying in a pool of blood. Ji-sun was thoughtful. He wanted to see what happened next, so he stopped where he was. Not long after, a bright black steam truck hurriedly drove over from the street. Four guys in black uniforms and gas masks got out of the car with body bags. Ji-sun watched them fiddle with a few bodies, then neatly put the bodies into the body bags and put them back in the car. The black truck drove off the street again. Ji-sun watched, but his attention was attracted by something else. He saw an advertisement on the black truck. Golden Oak Security Company recruits corpse collectors. 3,500 coins/week. Address: number 117 Dongcheng Street. The salary of corpse collectors is so high? Ji-sun was also a little surprised at first sight. This salary is comparable to that of most hunters going out. But he cares about something else. Corpses? Devil's Feast. What is needed is corpses with extraordinary properties. He is worried about where to find so many devourers. Just by seeing the advertisement for the first time, Ji-sun has already thought about his livelihood for a long time in the future. Chapter 31. Ji-sun got the job. It went very smoothly. He became a corpse collector in Innocent City. With a job, it was as if he had integrated into this sinful city all of a sudden. 3 days passed in a flash. Number 117, Dongcheng Street, where the branch of Golden Oak Security Company is located. There is a lonely big red brick glass house here. Behind the house full of black glass stands a stone tower with billowing black smoke, which is the chimney of the crematorium. This is the workplace and dormitory of the corpse collector. The third floor underground. This is the morgue. The bodies collected from various places in the 5 eastern districts of Wuzue City will be kept in the morgue for a few days, and can only be burned after the cursed power completely dissipates. On weekdays, no one comes to this unlucky place except for transporting corpses. There are no living people on the whole floor, only dozens of customers. They are quietly stuffed in the cold grids that look like drawers. The cold air condenses into wisps of white mist on the ground, cold and eerie. At this moment, in the morgue, Ji-sun opened his eyes from meditation. He exhaled a breath of turbid air inside. Oh, this great dark breathing method is not very efficient. He looked very calm, and the iron boxes of corpses around him did not make him feel a bit scared. On the contrary, it was quiet and private here, and no one would disturb him, which was just what he wanted. Ji-sun could use Devil's Feast unscrupulously to devour the extraordinary properties left in the corpses. The only drawback was that most of these corpses had been treated with alchemical potions by the corpse collectors, and most of the extraordinary properties had been lost. But even so, it is enough for his devouring needs. This is his 3rd day as a corpse collector, and his physical values have changed a lot. Ji-sun. Strength, 1.13. Constitution, 1.09. Agility, 0.84. Spirit, 4.85. Curse power, 65/65. Aura, Doom Gambler. Element affinity, Dark 12/Light 3/Earth 4/Wine 2/Water, Fire 3/Thunder 1/with 3. Skills, Devil's Feast LV0, 36 out of 500, Shadow Stealth LV0, 12 out of 100, Advanced Firearms Specialization, 1566/3000, Great Dark Breathing LV1, 2 out of 300, with the convenience of the corpse collector profession. Ji-sun has gone from the morbid attribute of about 0.7 when he first came to this world to now feeling much stronger than before he crossed over. Moreover, the affinity and spell power of each system have also increased steadily. This is just the effect of 3 days. Ji-sun can already imagine how the attributes will increase if he really stays for a few months or half a year. The future is promising. He stood up and put away the booklet with the meridians in front of him. This is the Great Dark Breathing method he bought at the black market in Innocent City 3 days ago. The name sounds intimidating, which is the most common dark breathing method on the market, and it costs nearly 50,000 yuan. This almost used up all his current cash. He bought this breathing method to improve his dark affinity as soon as possible so that he could use Shadow Stealth without restrictions. After studying this booklet, theoretically, one can cultivate to the 6th level of mana. 3 days ago, on the night he got the booklet, he began to try to practice. The +10 attribute of comprehension brought by Joker allowed him to easily understand the obscure vocabulary descriptions in the classics. After a few attempts, he directly mastered the description in the classics that a normal person would take 1 to 4 weeks. The feeling of chi that can only be found. That was the first time that Ji-sun personally experienced the outrageous enhancement effect of comprehension on skill learning. Then he began formal meditation practice that night. He tried to use the breathing method to circulate the mantra power in his body according to a specific pattern, and he was able to control it. And as he breathed in and out to absorb the dark elements in the air, the mantra power was strengthened after each large circle. The data panel showed the changes more directly. After the breathing method was fully operated once, the mantra power value increased by about 0.1. Half an hour per cycle. Theoretically, meditation for one night can increase the mana by about 1 point. As the proficiency increases, the efficiency of the breathing method gradually increases, and the mana growth it brings is also increasing. 3 days to today, the breathing method has been upgraded to LV1, and the efficiency of element absorption has increased by several times. This made Ji-sun gradually realize how strong the demon mark he had merged was. But it was because of its strength that he disliked the great dark breathing method. Joker, this epic demon mark, brought him the growth of affinity with all elements. He could clearly sense that there were various mana elements in the air: earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, thunder, wood, and gold. In other words, absorbing any kind of mana now would not cause mana conflicts. The great dark breathing method he was practicing now only absorbed a single dark attribute mana, and the absorption efficiency was very low. It was like there were 100 free mana elements of various systems in the air, and the dark element only accounted for about 1/10. Then his breathing method absorbed about a few percent of this 1/10, so you can imagine how low the final efficiency was. So Ji-sun had an idea in his mind that he didn't know if it was reasonable or not. He thought, if he could absorb multiple element particles at the same time, wouldn't the mana soar? But this idea was just a thought. Breathing is a skill that a spell card master must learn, and it is also very expensive. His broken breathing method cost 50,000 yuan, and he asked about the price of a breathing method of black iron quality, and it was often hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the silver breathing method. Ji-sun currently has no money to consider buying it. The only valuable things he has are some skill cards he got from the Blackwater mercenaries. But when he got these spoils in the other dimension, Chujo kindly reminded him that it is best not to use them without mastering the corresponding attributes of the spell power. Moreover, the card has the hidden mark of the Blackwater group, so it cannot be sold. But there is no need to rush. At present, my physical fitness is not strong enough, and Devil's Feast eating too fast will also cause indigestion. Ji-sun plans to be a corpse collector for a while. Not long after waking up from meditation, the sound of creaking, metal friction came from the cold corridor. It was the sound of the old elevator cable rubbing against the pulley in the building. In this quiet underground third floor, it was particularly harsh. Ji-sun heard it from a distance. The iron bars of the elevator opened, and a slightly fat boy walked out. He pushed a few new bodies into the morgue and said, "Team 2 has sent a few new customers, and they need us to deal with them." Ji-sun nodded and helped put the bodies into the cabinet. The fat boy was called Jibu, only 16 years old, and was also a corpse collector, who had joined the company a few days earlier than him. Because they were both new, they were the ones who did the dirty and tiring work of carrying corpses. Ji-sun actually felt that having more work was just what he wanted. He could stay with the corpse more and absorb more attributes. But for others, this job was not so easy. The little fat man looked tired at the moment, and there were faint dark circles under his eyes. This was not only because he did not sleep well after 2 missions last night, but also because he was contaminated by the corpse. The reason why the salary of the corpse collector is high is not because the nature of the job makes people avoid it, but most importantly, it is short-lived. The out-of-control extraordinary characteristics will continue to contaminate people who are close to them. Although the corpse collector has special treatment methods, he has been dealing with corpses for a long time, and the frequency of contact is high, and the probability of being contaminated and deformed is also very high. It is said that none of the corpse collectors at Golden Oak Security Company has been on the job for more than a year. Putting the corpse into the box, the little fat man said apologetically, "Brother, I have to trouble you to burn those expired customers. I am really uncomfortable here. There are dozens of corpses in the morgue, and all kinds of pollution are leaking out. His body really can't bear it." Ji-sun didn't care, "Yeah. Just put it here." The little fat man still felt a little sorry and said, "When the salary is paid, I will treat you to a drink at Downing Street." Ji-sun smiled, "Okay." At this time, Chibu looked at his dark blue arms that looked like corpse spots, and sighed, "Alas, it's a pity that I don't know anything, otherwise I would become a treasure hunter. Hunting is dangerous, but you can get rich if you take a chance. Being a corpse collector is..." Ji-sun didn't say anything. If possible, he plans to work as a corpse collector for a few months. The little fat man said again, "By the way, tomorrow the Hunter Union will hold a free card player class. Do you want to attend it?" Ji-sun, yes. There is no extraordinary academy in this innocent city. He was worried about where to get systematic extraordinary knowledge. The Hunter Guild has a course on basic card knowledge, which he naturally cannot miss. The little fat man is also looking forward to it. It is always good to learn some knowledge. "Will we go together then?" "Okay." Ji-sun nodded. Just as the little fat man said he was going to leave, a voice came from the brass pipe on the wall. Someone found a body in a cellar at number 17 Taylor Street. "Dongyo, you 5 teams go and deal with it. Remember to bring more alchemy potions." This is an old communication tool of the security company. The special brass pipe can transmit orders from the office to all parts of the building. The little fat man spread his hands and said distressfully, "It's time to go on a mission again." Ji-sun also nodded. The job of the corpse collector is still very ideal at present, but the frequency of missions is a little too high, and they have to go out day and night. In the innocent city, the folk customs are so simple that it is not normal for a team in the East City district that their team is responsible for not to collect a few bodies of sudden death in a day. More than a dozen missions have been sent out in the past 3 days. The two did not dare to delay, and ran up quickly, took the toolbox, and then rushed onto the steam truck on the side of the road. The steam truck with an oak logo printed on the black painted carriage sped through the streets. There were 5 people sitting in the carriage. In addition to Ji-sun and the fat man, there was also the Captain Dongjo, with a centipede scar on his face, and 2 other old employees, Lai Tu-lu and Bucktooth. The names of people in this world are strange. Many people in Innocent City do not like to reveal their real names, but some people really only have nicknames. Ji-sun was used to it. All 5 of them wore white gloves and black clothes, which were the work clothes of corpse collectors. Ji-sun and Fatty sorted out the toolboxes with bottles of alchemy potions in their hands. Dongjo and the other 2 old employees had no intention of helping at all, but just chatted boredly. The company sent a message saying that more than a dozen bodies were found in the cellar of Taylor Street. "We will be busy today." Judging from the boss's tone, this client seems to be quite troublesome. Taylor Street? Isn't that a civilian neighborhood? How come so many people died? Who knows? I hope there aren't any difficult clients today. I heard that yesterday, a poor guy from Squad 7 of District 4 encountered a spell that went out of control while dealing with a client in the sewers of Weasel Street. His body was deformed and a sawtooth tentacle grew out, which bit off the guy's vitals. Haha, it's really unlucky. The conversations in the carriage were all small talk, but the amount of information was not small. Ji-sun learned a lot of useful information from several people in the past 3 days. But now, he was also confused. During the missions in the past few days, he had clearly memorized most of the street names in the East 5th District of his jurisdiction. He clearly remembered that Taylor Street was a living area for ordinary people, and there were almost no vicious violent incidents. Now not only did people die, but more than a dozen at a time, but no matter what, more corpses were a good thing for him. It would be better if the pollution was as strong as possible. Chapter 32. After a while, the brakes squeaked, and the destination was reached. The steam car stopped on the gravel-covered roadside. Compared with the prosperity of Downing Street, Taylor Street, a neighborhood where ordinary people live, can better show the true living standards of the residents of Innocent City. The street is very narrow. Sewage flows on the cobblestone road, piles of garbage can be seen everywhere in the alleys, and the air is often filled with the smell of feces and urine. This is one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in Innocent City, and also the poorest neighborhood. Ji-sun and his group of 5 walked along a small alley with their suitcases, and finally found the inconspicuous number 17 Taylor Street. When they arrived, there were already 2 serious-looking men waiting at the door to deal with the scene. High-end suits, shiny leather shoes, and high-end equipment. These are field agents of the Golden Oak Security Company. They are responsible for some extraordinary accidents, disaster shelters, and other emergencies in the city. The corpse collectors are just temporary workers of the company. There is no public security department in the City of Innocence. The maintenance of public security basically relies on the violent means of several major gangs, and the rest is outsourced to the Golden Oak Security Company. Ji-sun had only been employed for 3 days, and had not yet figured out the complicated power relations in the city. But it was said that the boss of Golden Oak Security Company was very powerful, and had a good reputation in Innocent City. Not only did several major gangs give him face, but various chambers of commerce also paid him asylum money, and he even had some connections with the governor's office. Dong Jio and the two men in suits seemed to know each other. As soon as he came over, the bearded man in suit pointed at the door and said, "Dong Jio, the bodies inside are for you to deal with. You don't need to keep them. There are 2 upstairs and 16 in the cellar. Clean them up carefully." Dong Jio smiled and said, "Okay." Without further ado, he called out to the 4 people behind him, "Let's get to work." Ji-sun and the other 4 also put on their gas masks and gloves and rushed into the room. What Ji-sun and the others didn't know was that after they entered the room, the field agents of the 2 companies at the door started chatting. The bearded man said, looking at those evil symbols, "The cellar should be a secret altar of the Silver Moon sect. Only those remnants of the past who are afraid of the light would make such disgusting things." "Yes." The other white-faced man also looked disgusted. "Those corpses are really disgusting and seriously polluted. Let the company's corpse collector deal with them. Just erase the memory as usual." The bearded man didn't say anything, and continued, "The dark power of the corpse spread very quickly, and there were obvious signs of gnawing. The one who killed him might be the lone wolf baron. I didn't expect him to lose control and betray. He turned out to be a colleague of Group 8. But then again, the disaster he brought back from Devil's Cross is also very tricky. It was fused with that evil career card. Several of the field colleagues who were arrested have died. I'm afraid the company's top management is having a headache now." The white-faced man shrugged, "Who cares? We are not responsible for the arrest. Just write the report." The bearded man raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right." As soon as Ji-sun and his companions entered the room, they smelled a faint smell of blood through their gas masks. There were 2 bodies in the room. One had a wound that looked like a beast had torn off the entire left shoulder, and the other had a big hole in the chest. This was a rather tragic murder scene. But when Ji-sun looked at the bodies, he felt that they looked familiar. The bodies that were collected these days were mostly gunshot wounds, sword wounds, and spell wounds, and few were killed by fists. Not to mention a chest blow like this. Normal people can think that the murderer is a very strong guy. Coincidentally, Ji-sun has actually seen one. On the train back to Innocent City, the wanted criminal whose cursed power was out of control. Before thinking too much, Captain Dong Jio commanded you. You 2 go deal with the bodies in the cellar. The 2 newcomers, Ji-sun and the fat guy Gib, were naturally named. Hearing this, the other 2 veteran team members also sneered as they stood by and watched. Who knew that handling corpses would cause pollution risks? For the same salary, they would do as little as possible. Dong Jio and the other 2 have formed a small group. It seems that exploiting newcomers is also the corporate culture of corpse collectors. This is how he has been these past few days, but Ji-sun doesn't care. More contact with corpses is exactly what he wants. If he has a choice, he would rather the customers in the cellar were extraordinary people when they were alive. It would be best if they were formal curse card masters, and the more extraordinary characteristics left, the better. Now, looking at the thick uncontrolled curse power leaking from the corpse, it is true. The fat boy Gib beside him was reluctant, but he dared not speak. The 2 of them carried the toolbox, and silently climbed down the stairs to the cellar. However, as soon as the cellar was opened, a disgusting warm bloody smell hit them in the face. Even Ji-sun frowned when he saw it. He felt something was wrong when he saw the 2 corpses before, and now looking at the situation in the cellar, he didn't know that it was not wrong, but a big problem. In the dark cellar, some corpses can be vaguely seen hanging in the air. Just looking at those shadows gives people a weird and disgusting psychological shock. Just after going down the stairs for 2 steps, the enlightenment prompt also appeared. You are exempt from the invasion of unknown mental pollution. Ordinary corpses will not have mental pollution. Ji-sun was exempted, and the face of the fat boy next to him turned bitter. This level of pollution is much stronger than those corpses before. Ji-sun couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's going on? This mission seemed to have exposed him to some secrets of Innocent City. But this was the job of the corpse collector. The 2 could only carry the lamp and continue walking. Ji-sun had a strong night vision. Even without the light, he could see that the cellar seemed to be an evil altar. There were 16 shadows hanging on 1, 2, and 3. That was 16 corpses. The corpses were distributed around the cellar in a special layout, and hung in the air with iron hooks. The corpses were all skinned, and the scarlet muscle fibers, yellow fat layers, and blood vessels were clearly visible. From the details, the skinner's skills were very advanced, as if he was extremely proficient in human anatomy. Ji-sun didn't think this was some kind of perverted murderer. He looked again. There were some special spell symbols drawn with blood on the wall, one of which was very conspicuous. It looked like this. The moon? This symbol usually points to some existence in mysticism. Ji-sun observed that the bodies were very fresh, and the time of death was no more than an hour. In other words, these people were still alive not long before they came. It seemed like a temporary silencing. What's going on? The more he looked at it, the more Ji-sun frowned. Mysterious symbols, rituals, sacrifices, and they happened to be in an inconspicuous civilian neighborhood like Taylor Street. He immediately realized that this mission was not simple. These were some high-end events that ordinary people could not touch. These corpses were not only bloody, but more importantly, they were emitting a strong curse power pollution like black flames. But then he thought that this kind of case was not something that he, a low-level corpse collector, could consider solving, so he did not think about it deeply. While Ji-sun was observing, Gib had already opened the toolbox, revealing various bottles and jars of reagents, and sighed, "Let's get started." Alas, there are so many customers, I don't know how long it will take. Disgusting as it was, they still had to deal with it. The blue particles were rock salt crystals, the green potion was corrupted aqua regia, the brown was lizard acid, and the red powder was blood and bone powder. These were all alchemical potions, and each different potion was used to deal with different corpses. The effects of these potions were introduced in the Corpse Collector Training Manual of the Golden Oak Security Company, and the learning threshold was not high. On the first day of employment, Ji-sun flipped through the manual and mastered the professional skills of the corpse collector. Gib had opened the box and took out a suspension reagent. He first used tweezers to take a part of the body's tissue on the ground and put it into the test tube. As soon as the flesh and blood came into contact with the reagent, a series of small bubbles emerged, and then it immediately turned dark red. Looking at the color of the reagent, Gib had already made a judgment and muttered, "The body is left with fire attribute spell power." Seeing this, he took out a can of water attribute rock salt crystals and sprinkled it on the body. The sea salt made a sizzling sound when it came into contact with the corpse. This is the necessary procedure before collecting the corpse. After the death of the extraordinary person, the energy in the body loses conscious control, and alchemical potions are needed to neutralize and guide the remaining curse power in the corpse to dissipate. Otherwise, the uncontrolled curse power is the most important reason for the distortion. If it is burned directly without treatment, it is like burning opium. Those distorted substances will spread in the air and endanger everyone in the city. This is also the meaning of the existence of the corpse collector position in Innocent City. Ji-sun looked at the fat boy who was working seriously and said, "You deal with the two bodies at the door first. I deal with the ones over there." Okay. Gib concentrated on the work, and the dizziness of entering the cellar due to mental pollution made him unable to say anything else. Ji-sun didn't say much, and walked in. The pollution deep in the cellar was indeed more serious. He began to take down all the hanging bodies, and put them in the shrouds. The body bags were also made of special materials, which could isolate pollution to a certain extent, and finally had to be placed in the lead iron box in the morgue. However, he did not handle it too carefully. This kind of out-of-control corpse, with strong supernatural properties, is a rare customer for Ji-sun. After returning, he will clean the alchemy potion on the corpse, and continue to use it. Devil's feast while devouring the out-of-control energy around him. He was not negatively eroded at all. There were obvious signs of disturbance in the cellar. Obviously, the two field agents had come down to check it out, and took away everything that should be taken away. There was nothing worth observing. Everything was done according to the normal corpse collection procedure. Ji-sun originally thought that he would be done after collecting these 16 corpses, but he didn't expect that when he just walked deep into the cellar to collect the third corpse, he suddenly saw enlightenment. You listen to the whispers of the devil from the abyss, mental confusion immunity, you touch the old miracle. Chapter 33. What is this, the miracle of the past? Ji-sun immediately became alert. Obviously, there are some mysterious existences hidden in this cellar. He always pays attention to his attribute panel, and is ready to evacuate immediately if there is anything wrong. But after careful observation for a moment, it seems that there is no danger. There is an attribute in the Joker Trickster entry, and he has a chance to understand the devil's whisper. It seems that he has stayed in the cellar for a long time, and he has heard the devil's whisper that sounded like tinnitus more often, and he has been enlightened. He also understood some meanings: sacrifice, joy, faith, ancient gods. It was not a word, but a kind of indescribable cognition, which seemed to point to something that humans could not understand. Miracle? Ji-sun thought about it. Although he did not understand what the indescribable thing was, the phenomenon was mental pollution. No wonder he had been feeling a buzzing in his head. Ji-sun thought of something, and reached out to touch the card, the clown's universal mask, in the pocket. He chanted in his heart, "Solve." The mask has immunity to various mysterious forces. Since it is mental pollution, this mask is useful. As soon as he put on this ancient relic, he immediately felt that the sensory world was clear. And he immediately made new discoveries. Sure enough, there are some hidden things. Without the interference of the indescribable external factors, Ji-sun looked at the cellar in a different way. It was as if the blur filter was removed. In the field of vision, the dark energy on the corpses seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force and gathered on an inconspicuous wall brick. Ji-sun walked over and looked at the brick in front of him that he had not noticed before. Because of the existence of cognition, it appeared. This fixed gaze gained enlightenment. Secret cause, psychic, detailed explanation, energy condensation containing powerful, dark, extraordinary characteristics, spiritual medium that touches the old miracles, flesh and blood, evil material, with a very slight trace of divinity. Is this also an extraordinary material? Although Ji-sun didn't know what the amber-like thing in front of him was, he could see the terrifying extraordinary characteristics. If the energy unit of the uncontrolled extraordinary properties spilling out of these corpses is 1, like a star, then Ji-sun feels that this piece of black amber is at least 100, bright as the moon. What surprised him even more was that the extraordinary properties of this thing seemed to be able to be swallowed directly. Ji-sun looked at the extraordinary properties that were also spilling out, and wondered if feast could be used. Thinking about it, he reached out and touched it carefully. Then, as if he had discovered a new continent, his expression was stunned. The extraordinary characteristic surged into the body. You use Feast Devour, Constitution plus 0.021. You use Feast Devour, Strength plus 0.018. You use Feast Devour, Toughness plus 0.009. You use Feast Devour, Dark Affinity plus 0.04. It really works. Ji-sun looked at his changing values, and his eyes lit up instantly. What a surprise! This exaggerated efficiency is more than any corpse he devoured before, dozens of times more. The purity and richness of the extraordinary properties are something Ji-sun has never seen before. He looked at the data changes after swallowing and roughly calculated that if he really swallowed this piece, the strength, agility, constitution and other attributes would most likely exceed 3. What does it mean that almost all attributes are more than 3 times the current ones? The physical combat power may be more than 10 times the current one. This is definitely a treasure that can bring a leap in his strength. Good stuff. Ji-sun's mind turned. It was the first time he encountered such a weird and evil extraordinary thing. But poison can also cure diseases. This thing is evil to others, but it is definitely a great tonic for him. Seeing this medium, he now understands what is going on with these corpses. These corpses in the cellar seem to be some kind of evil ritual, and then the ritual gathers extraordinary characteristics and condenses into this secret cause medium. But for some reason, he was discovered by the company's field agents, and fled in a hurry, and didn't have time to take the things away. I don't know who arranged this ritual, there is no need to guess. Using living people as sacrifices is obviously not a good person. Maybe it was some evil wizard, or a foreign god sect. So taking the secret cause psychic away would definitely involve big trouble. At this moment, the sin and disorder of Innocent City seemed to give people a glimpse of a corner. But big trouble? No, no, no. Ji-sun had never thought about this from the beginning to the end. After discovering the extraordinary ability of this thing to devour, his mind had already deduced the various risks that would be faced after taking away this psychic. The cellar had been searched once, and the 2 men in suits outside obviously didn't know that there was this thing, and they wouldn't know if it was taken away. The body had just died, so the cellar must have been raided, and the medium had not been moved in time. And if the person who arranged the ceremony was not dead, then he would definitely know. When he came back and found that the things were gone, the first thing he thought of must be that the field agent of the Golden Oak Security Company took them away. That person. If there is a way to confirm that the company's field agent did not take the things, he will inevitably turn his suspicion to the head of the body collector. A series of cause and effect plots were deduced in Ji-sun's mind. But it is not a big problem. He needs this secret psychic not for sale, nor as a collection. After all, catching a thief is a dirty trick. If this thing is absorbed, won't there be no evidence in the end? The only uncertainty is that it takes some time to absorb. There are definitely risks. But compared to the gains, it is definitely worth the risk. Ji-sun made a decision in his mind almost instantly. Not far away, Gib was still carefully handling the corpse under the dim light, and did not notice this side. Such evil material, there is no psychological burden at all to take it away. Ji-sun would not hesitate when he thought of it. He carefully took the piece of secret cause psychic off, and then quietly stuffed it into the abdomen of a corpse, hiding it in the flesh and blood. Usually no one would touch these corpses before burning them, and it would be safe to put things in the corpses. After that, the corpse collection work was carried out step by step. The 3 corpse collectors Dongjio upstairs had no intention of going down to the cellar to help, so Ji-sun and Ji-bu were busy dealing with the 16 corpses. After working for more than half an hour, the 16 body bags were moved upstairs one after another. Captain Dongjio called everyone, "Okay, call it a day." Hearing this, the 2 men in suits, who had been guarding the door, also came in. After counting the 18 bodies on the ground, they had no intention of opening the body bags to check. Ji-sun thought he had passed the test smoothly, but at this moment, the white-faced man in a suit suddenly took out an antique camera and casually said, "I take a photo of the scene." Before the others could react, he pressed the switch towards the corpse collectors in the room. Puff. The spotlights illuminated with dazzling light and white smoke, blinding people for a moment. What was even more bizarre was that the moment the fire lit up, the whole room seemed to be swept by some mysterious force. My soul was floating. In this strange state, I heard the low voice of the white-faced man in a suit. "Did you find anything unusual while collecting the corpses?" Dongjio and the other 2, as well as Ji-bu, all shook their heads, as if they were hypnotized, and responded no. At the edge of the crowd, Ji-sun looked at the expression that was the same as the other 4 people, and responded hesitantly. But he muttered in his heart, "Really?" Just now, when he came up, in order to protect the secret cause psychic that he had hidden away, he had already guessed that he might encounter some situations. For example, hypnotic interrogation. So when he came up, he wore a clown mask. I didn't expect to encounter this. But the enlightenment has already shown what happened just now. You are exempt from memory tampering once. The mask plus the Joker trickster entry can exempt all cognitive tampering that is not higher than the mark rules. It's a good thing to be prepared. Hearing this, the white-faced man in a suit didn't care at all, and took out a card that looked like a photo from the camera and shook it. It was as if some memories of several corpse collectors had been drawn out by this photo. They had searched once, so they didn't think they had missed anything. The questioning was just a routine procedure. The white-faced man was already very familiar with this procedure. After the questioning, he said something with a strong psychological hint. "You just collected some ordinary corpses. Forget the details in the cellar. There is nothing worth remembering." As soon as these words came out, it seemed like there was some magic. The expressions of the corpse collectors were obviously stiff for a moment, and they nodded as if they were absent-minded. When the white smoke of the spotlight gradually dissipated, the eyes of several people gradually focused. Ji-sun's professional performance did not let people see any flaws. Erasing memory? It seems to be a necessary confidentiality procedure for these field agents. After a little thought, Ji-sun felt that he could understand it. Because of the nature of their job, corpse collectors often come into contact with corpses and crime scenes. There are many sensitive incidents. But if even such low-level temporary workers know some top-secret events, then the whole city may know about them. It is normal to have confidentiality procedures. He just didn't expect that there is such a magical method in the world as camera tampering with memory. After taking the photo, the bearded man had no interest in staying in this shabby house. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can take the body away." Captain Dongjio also seemed to have no memory of what happened after taking the photo. He smiled and said, "Captain Liu, we leave first." Field agents are formal company employees, which is not comparable to temporary workers like corpse collectors. However, Dongjio has already submitted an application for field work. He may become a colleague in the future, so he naturally needs to get familiar with them in advance. Ji-sun played the role of a qualified minion throughout the whole process, helping to carry all 18 corpses onto the truck. After getting on the truck, Dongjio and the others seemed to come back to their senses from their abnormal mental state. Dongjio has reached the 7th level of spell power, and is the strongest among the corpse collectors. He seemed to have noticed something and muttered to himself, "Strange, it seems that I forgot something." "Did you forget to take something away?" It was as if he had done something in his memory, but in the blink of an eye, he had no impression of it at all. The other people had completely forgotten about it. No one took it seriously. The steam car carrying the corpse sped along the street. In the car, Ji-sun was silent. After experiencing this incident, he realized that the water in Innocent City was deeper than what he saw. And the job of corpse collector was not as ordinary as it seemed. He used to wonder why he had never heard old employees like Dongjio say that they had encountered any bizarre tasks when they were exposed to so many corpses and murders every day. Now it seems that maybe it was not that there were none. It was that they might have dealt with similar bizarre incidents before, but they just didn't remember it. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyes were filled with strange colors, and he suddenly felt that this job was becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 34. Soon, the truck stopped at the corpse collector's building at number 117 Dongcheng Road. Captain Dongjio and the other 2 veteran team members went back to their rooms to sleep. It was the job of the 2 newcomers, Ji-sun and Ji-bu, to carry the bodies to the morgue. They were used to it. 2 of them brought a cart, and one of them piled 8 body bags on the cart, and then took the elevator down to the 3rd floor underground. On weekdays, no one would come to this unlucky place except for transporting corpses. The body was put into a lead iron box, and Ji-bu left. Ji-sun found an excuse to stay. Listening to the old elevator creaking up the stairs, he glanced at the empty corridor again and pulled out one of the iron boxes. Pulling open the body bag, Ji-sun found the secret cause psychic in the abdomen of the corpse without any strange expression. He knew that if he was late, something would happen, so he didn't waste time. He just sat cross-legged on the ground and began to devour it using the secret method of feasting. He had only tried it briefly in the cellar of Taylor Street before, but now Ji-sun swallowed the dark extraordinary characteristics in the material like a whale, without any worries. It was the first time for him to swallow such a pure extraordinary characteristic. As soon as he swallowed it, the flesh, bones, and internal organs all emitted a faint heat energy. Ji-sun was already familiar with this feeling, which was a sign of flesh growth, but now this feeling was stronger than ever before. Before, swallowing extraordinary characteristics from a corpse was like squeezing water droplets from wet sand by the river, which took a lot of effort to get, but now it was like drinking directly from the river, gulping it down in big gulps. The body gradually went from burning to boiling hot, with unbearable pain. But now is not the time to rest. Ji-sun kept an eye on the data on the panel. As long as it was not fatal, he did not stop and continued to swallow it in big mouthfuls. He knew very well that this thing must not be kept. The night is long and dreams are many, now we must race against time to digest it. As time went by, the size of the amber medium became smaller and smaller. I don't know if it was luck, but after returning from Taylor Street, their Team 5 has not been on a mission again. This also gave Ji-sun enough time to devour the secret cause medium. From the afternoon to the next morning, he stayed in the morgue for more than 10 hours. The long night seemed to pass in a flash, and Ji-sun, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his pocket watch. It was 7:15 in the morning. Ji-sun looked at the medium in his hand that had completely disappeared, and exhaled a long breath. Finally, the devouring is complete. The physical evidence was completely eliminated, and the biggest hidden danger was gone. And when he looked again, his own attributes had changed drastically. Ji-sun. Strength, 3.15. Constituent, 3.55. Agility, 2.78. Toughness, 2.56. Spirit, 5.97. Spell power, 114/115. As Ji-sun expected, after devouring the medium, his physical attributes basically broke through 3. He looked at his forearm, clenched his fist, and exerted force, and the knotted muscles under his skin bulged. This feeling of being full of strength in all the limbs and meridians is great. So strong. Ji-sun suddenly had an inspiration, and did more than 10 push-ups in one breath, lying on the ground, as easy as breathing. The strength of his arms allowed him to easily support his body, and his muscles were as strong and powerful as springs. His body swelled, but he didn't feel clumsy, and instead he felt lighter. He tried to use the absolute strength of his arms to support his balance, and did a few push-ups while standing upside down. He still felt very relaxed. He changed from both hands to one hand, then to 5 fingers, and finally to a 3-finger handstand. Still stable, the 3-fold increase in strength allowed him to easily perform strength training movements that were impossible to complete before. He tried his lower limb strength again, and jumped vertically. He was not familiar with the sudden increase in jumping power, and hit his head on the ceiling. Bang! There was a dull sound. Ji-sun's head was buzzing, but his face was full of energy. He estimated that his vertical jump just now easily exceeded 1.5 meters, which was a height that even professional basketball players in his previous life could not reach. This is a superhuman. Ji-sun enjoyed the feeling of bursting with power. Finally, he had mastered the physical strength that broke through the limits of the ordinary human body. Before, he only grew a little bit by devouring corpses, but it feels so amazing to grow so much directly like this. It's not just the strength that has grown. That secret psychic is an evil material, and the dark factor it contains is also very exaggerated. The dark affinity value has directly increased from yesterday's 12 to 27. In other words, He can use the shadow diving skill at any time even without wearing a mask. In addition, his mental power has also increased by more than 1 point. This is the first time that mental power has increased when using the Demon Feast and directly devouring the extraordinary characteristics. And the magic power value also became 115. According to the description in the breathing method book, if the magic power value exceeds 100, he will be at the first level of magic power. In other words, he is now a card master apprentice. Although it is still at the most basic stage, you have to know that he has only been learning the breathing method for 4 days. If it is changed to normal practice, it will be impossible within a few months. Ji-sun looked at the huge changes in his body and expected in his heart, if there are a few more secret cause psychic, how much more enhanced will it be? If he really wanted to absorb the extraordinary properties of the corpse, it would take several months or even years to reach the current level. But this idea is just a thought. This thing is involved in some dark secrets, and it is a big risk to get one. Even if there is a chance to encounter a mission like yesterday, Ji-sun would not dare to take the second piece easily. Once he could cover it up with various conditions, but the second time was a direct way to seek death. Now, the physical evidence is gone, and Ji-sun does not have to stay in the morgue. He took out the disinfectant in the corner and started cleaning. The smell of disinfectant is very strong, which can block most of the sense of smell. And this is also the normal cleaning procedure of the corpse collector, which is done almost every day, and it will not arouse suspicion. The reason why he did not run around and stayed in the morgue last night was because he learned from his experience on the train last time. The stench in the cellar of Taylor Street is difficult to remove, including the smell of psychics, and he is afraid that a spell card master with a sense of smell will follow the smell to find it. If Ji-sun took the medium to other places, it would probably make people notice something unusual. And if he stayed in the morgue, even if someone came here because of the smell, the dozen bodies found in the cellar in the morgue could mislead and cover up the smell of the medium. After doing everything, Ji-sun got up and left the morgue. Today was a day off, and he had other things to do. That was to attend the free course of the Hunter Union card maker. After walking out of the branch building, Ji-sun looked at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. A large number of factories in the city spew exhaust gas day and night, and the air is filled with a lingering smell of coal ash all year round. Ji-sun walks on the street wearing a gas mask. Innocent City is still busy in the early morning, and workers who get off the night shift also pour into the streets in large numbers. Because it is an underground city, there is no sun. The difference between night and day is that the lights on the towers in the city blocks are much brighter during the day, and there are many more pedestrians. Innocent City is very large, and the city area is estimated to be at least hundreds of square kilometers. Fortunately, there are intricate tracks and inner-city steam trains. Ji-sun took the train across half of the city, from the East City to Grove Street in the South City. There is a very conspicuous yellow-painted building on this block. It is the tallest building nearby. The towering spire has been hidden in the darkness, solemn and majestic. A huge bow and axe badge is hung on the wall. This is the headquarters building of the Hunters Union at number 1 Grove Street. The Hunters Union is a centralized place for hunters to post recruitment, obtain tasks, buy and sell intelligence and trade. So there are a lot of people at all times. Most of the people coming and going on the street are hunters carrying guns, knives, and steam machinery equipment. Ji-sun walked towards the main building. He walked out of the tram station and walked onto the corridor bridge. Looking down, he saw fog in a height of dozens of meters. This is the architectural feature of the City of Innocence. The whole city is built on the mountain, complex and three-dimensional. Now it is the first floor facing the street, but after walking across the corridor bridge, you will find that you are on the 20th floor counting from the first floor. The fog was lingering, like a dream. The buildings under the lights were bustling, but there were countless secrets hidden in the darkness. There were all kinds of stalls on both sides of the street. This was the Hunter Market. Like the antique market in the previous life, all kinds of strange items were displayed on the stalls. Come and see, the elemental demon mark just produced by Overwatch Fortress is only 250,000. The distortion materials produced by the Devil's Cross Ruins, the general materials of the Assassin and Nurse are all available, and the larger the quantity, the better the price. The hidden soul wood produced by the Western Plague Forest is the best undead material, come and see. The rare mithril, or produced in the Eagle's Nest mine, is the best material for forging alloy machinery. We also sell finished Hero K3 mechanical arms, and standard equipment for the Upper City Army. The stalls sell mostly various cards, and extraordinary materials obtained by hunters from exploring caves. There are also some stone sculptures with ancient characters, broken books, scrolls, and so on. The dazzling array of items frequently attracts Ji-sun's attention. These are treasures produced by major ruins. When hunters come back from exploring caves, as long as they have free time, many of them will come here to set up stalls, because the price will be much higher than selling directly to the black-hearted middlemen. In addition to the street stalls, there are also shops on the street. Ji-sun came here once before, and bought the Great Dark Breathing method. It was almost 9 o'clock, and he did not wander around the market, but went directly to the Hunter Guild Hall. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the hall of thousands of square meters was crowded with people, and the most conspicuous position in the hall had several huge magic light screens. There was a lot of recruitment information on the screen. The Great Cemetery Maze recruit teammates, explore sea-level difficulty, and fight undead materials. Dark Priests, those who are good at solving puzzles are preferred. Twin Towers Fortress is open, recruit a sharpshooter, and a heavy armored Black Knight. Plague Mine is used to brush mystical materials. Depart in 3 days, Old Gun Luo will lead the team, and bring a few healing professions. Hunters will post task rewards in the Union, and at the same time, large and small hunter teams can also recruit and find suitable teams to set off together. Ji-sun is also here for the first time, and it looks amazing. It turns out that in addition to the 407 abnormal biological shelter that he encountered before, this world has many different kinds of different dimensions. After a few glances, he walked towards the elevator. The elevator went down to the 3rd floor, where there was a huge staircase conference room. The free course on spell card knowledge was very popular. When Ji-sun arrived, there were already hundreds of people sitting here. However, because it was elementary card knowledge, most of the people who came to listen were young hunters and half-grown children, and the atmosphere was lively. Ji-sun observed the surroundings and sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Chapter 35. After waiting for a while, it was 9 o'clock. A middle-aged man in the white robe of the Hunter Union Deacon brought a strong man in hunter clothes. The two walked into the meeting room. The white-robed deacon introduced the strong man beside him and said, "The one who will give us a lecture today is the honorary deacon of the Union, the deputy leader of the Storm Hunter group, and the second-level spell card master Mr. Bernie. Welcome everyone." Then, the huge meeting room burst into applause. The strong man didn't say anything more and started to explain directly. Some of you may have heard of it, but some of you may not know it or may not know it clearly, so I will explain it in detail today. There are 13 ways for spell card masters to communicate with the gods, namely, A. Courage, 2. Corruption, 3. Healing, 4. Mystery, 5. Wisdom, 6. Order, 7. Art, 8. Elements, 9. Destruction, 10. Miracle, J. War, Q. Love, and K. Kingship. Each path points to the power of world rules that can condense the godhead. And each of the 13 paths to the gods has 4 career sequences to choose from. That is what we often call the 52 career sequences. For example, the A sword card corresponds to the 4 career advancement directions of a spade a black knight, a heart a bright warrior, a club a fighter, and a diamond a warrior. There is also sequence 2, so the corresponding ones are a spade 2 thief, a heart 2 ranger, a club 2 assassin, a diamond 2 trickster. Although the 4 career sequences of sword card A are all the same courage path, the 4 career choices have different professional specializations, different demons, and different fighting methods. The Black Knight takes the dark heavy armor guard route, the light warrior tends to grow in flesh and blood, the fighter is a natural qigong master and skill master, and the samurai is a weapon expert. When you reach the 9th level of spell power, you will face career choices, so that you can break through the physical limit again and increase your combat power. For us hunters, if we want to choose a career advancement sequence, a courage, 2 fall, and 3 healing are the absolute best choices. Great Sword Bernie talked about some very basic knowledge, but Ji-sun listened very carefully. At this moment, he finally had a detailed understanding of the cultivation system of this world of curse card masters. So that's how it is. And it happened that all the professions of the curse card master were arranged like a deck of 52 playing cards. The more you understand this curse card master system, the more it gives you a sense of profoundness, heaviness, and long-lasting mystery. Can the end of the sequence lead to godhood? Ji-sun listened more and more seriously. With just this superficial knowledge, he felt his insignificance and became more awed. Bernie only focused on the first 3 sequences. Ji-sun understood that A was a warrior, 2 was an assassin, and 3 was a nurse. The reason why he only focused on 3 sequences is that these 3 sequences have the lowest threshold for ordinary people, the demon marks required are the most common, and the professional materials are the easiest to find. People who come to listen to this free class are usually the lower class people in Innocent City, and this is true. Ji-sun listened and thought carefully about which career path would be the most suitable for him in the future. Now it seems that with the talent of Demon Feast, his physical attributes will be very strong in the future. In other words, the 4 warrior careers of a courage seem to be quite compatible. Joker has a passive talent, which means that his job change is not restricted by the sequence, which means that he can change to an assassin, a nurse, or even other professions in the future. Just thinking about this question, Bernie the Great Sword also talked about the demon mark and continued, but before choosing the career sequence, the most important point is to integrate the demon mark. Only when we have merged the mark and gained the recognition of the demon god, can we be considered extraordinary. He looked at the crowd and said, "There are also apprentice hunters among you who have merged the demon mark. I think you have already experienced the blessing of the mark on your physical growth." The 52 demon marks point to 52 powerful demon gods. Each demon has its own unique ability. Finding a matching mark and gaining the recognition of the demon god will be the strongest help in your life. As soon as these words came out, the young men who had merged the marks in the audience all had proud expressions, unable to hide their pride. Extraordinary people and ordinary people are completely different. Ji-sun looked at his physical data, which averaged over 3, and now he was deeply touched. And those who had not merged were all envious. Bernie continued, "Generally speaking, the occupation sequence corresponding to the mark is the most compatible with the card master. For example, Mark Ace of Spades points to the great demon god Elorg. The demon law he mastered will give people super strong physique and ability to withstand blows. After integrating this mark, the degree of compatibility with the advanced Black Knight career sequence will be very high. Of course, the original 52 career sequences were created to match the power of the 52 demon gods. After countless improvements by predecessors, the current spell card master system was formed." As soon as this was said, someone immediately asked, "Mr. Bernie, do you mean that after a spell card master chooses a career sequence, he can't change it? For example, if our first level is Black Knight, the second level must also integrate the subsequent advanced cards of Black Knight?" "No, of course not." Bernie smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Some sequences can also communicate with each other after they are advanced. For example, Ace of Spades Black Knight and 4 of Spades Beast Walker, who both have dark growth talents, can communicate with each other. But this is advanced knowledge, and it is difficult to understand if you are not a spell card master, so we will not talk about it today." Ji-sun listened to the conversation silently, which also solved many of his doubts. 52 demons correspond to 52 professional sequences. Each career sequence has subsequent exclusive advanced cards, such as the first, second, and third levels. Although it seems that there are only 52 careers, there are actually thousands of them. Just like Ace of Spades Black Knight, the growth direction is the dark heavy armor warrior, which is a fixed formula. But because the quality of the materials found by each person to refine the career transfer card is different, it may become that the Ghost Knight, Plague Knight, and Hellfire Knight are all dark type flesh and blood growth directions. In theory, every spell card master is unique. Even if they are both first level Black Knights, there are no 2 spell card masters with exactly the same abilities in the world. In addition, some professional sequences can be converted to each other, so countless professional combinations can be formed. Teacher Bernie, are the later sequences more powerful, for example, Queen Q and King K? No, this statement is a misunderstanding of many people. There is no strongest sequence, only the strongest spell card master. Those legendary strongmen who have left their names in the history books have appeared in almost every sequence. For example, the legendary Federation warrior Silver-Eyed Lion Cayman from 20 years ago was a peak warrior of the Ace of Clubs fighter sequence, and the current legendary Thief King Knight Shadow Quinto was also originally a 2 of Spades Thief sequence. They are not so-called high sequences. But if conditions permit, you should try to choose a better quality Demon Mark Awakening Extraordinary. For example, the attributes of the ordinary quality Mark Ace of Spades are usually physique, toughness, strength, and dark affinity growth, but they also point to the powerful demon god Elorg. The overall growth attribute of the Black Iron quality mark will be more than 10%. Silver is stronger. This gap will grow bigger and bigger in the later stage. So if you can find a high-quality demon mark, try to fuse it with a higher quality one. The 2 legendary masters I just mentioned, one of them fused a gold quality mark, and the other fused a rare legendary mark. Wow! When he said this, hundreds of young eyes were full of admiration for the strong and longing for the future. Gold quality, legendary quality, for the lower class people in Innocent City, These are only legends that appear in stories, and they will be excited every time they hear people talk about them. But no matter how far away it is, it can't erase every young man's dream of becoming a legend. Mr. Bernie, if we can, how can we get rare marks? Challenge the difficult different dimensional space. Only by killing rare disasters, or getting a B level or above clearance rating can you get a black iron quality or above mark card. For example, you should have heard of the famous 407 abnormal biological shelter recently. That space has produced a precious silver mark card. I see. I want to be a hunter and explore caves right away. If I can find the silver mark, I'd be rich. I don't have such high requirements. The black iron mark will be enough. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, the teenagers became excited. Bernie also spoke at the right time, smiling and said, "So, this is the importance of the team. If you join the hunter group, the team will obtain the required materials in a targeted manner, and there will also be enough free information for everyone to know where to get the marks they need. Even if you choose to work as a curse card master later, the Hunter Union also has the most complete advanced sequence in Innocent City." Ji-sun also heard this, and immediately understood the essence of this free course. Just like the sales promotion in the previous life, when you popularize some knowledge, you must also gain something. The Hunter Union invited the deputy leader of a large hunter group to give a lecture. Mr. Bernie came here to recruit some talented fresh blood for his team. But after signing a contract with the major hunter groups, it is equivalent to a long-term worker. It can't be said to be bad, but there is less freedom and some mandatory tasks. Moreover, large guilds need to ensure the development of the team, so there will be some commissions on tasks and gains. Normally, the gains are only 10% to 20%. This is also why many people feel that they are being exploited for nothing and cannot accept it. But from a certain perspective, the elite team can pass through the different dimensional space that individuals cannot pass through, and the gains will be greater. In addition, the sharing of resources and intelligence within the group will also help ordinary hunters avoid many detours. As for the trade-offs, it depends on personal needs. Bernie on the stage continued to talk about breathing techniques. Besides the demon mark, the most important thing for a card master apprentice is breathing techniques. A good breathing technique can double the efficiency of mantra training. We can compare mantra to water. Breathing techniques not only replenish water for the body, but also create a water tank for water. The better the quality of the breathing technique, the larger and more solid the water tank, the more water it can hold, and the faster it can be filled. Of course, for ordinary hunters, high-quality breathing techniques are almost only accessible to large hunter groups. If you want to buy a black iron quality breathing method, you may have to work in a factory, and not eat or drink for several years to earn the salary. And some rare breathing methods are even more difficult to obtain. For example, our Storm Hunter Group's storm breathing method is a silver quality wind breathing method, worth at least $1 million. And it is simply not available on the market. We will never sell it. But if you join our Storm Hunter Group, you will immediately be given a matching basic breathing method. If you make enough contributions later, you can get the silver breathing method for free. He was teaching knowledge and advertising the Storm Group at the same time. The whole meeting room was lively after hearing this. There are so many benefits to joining the Hunter Group, and the young hunters can't wait. Ji-sun was unmoved. But after hearing this, he realized that the quality of breathing methods was divided in this way. After listening to the class, he wanted to change a breathing method more urgently. The later you practice, the more you lose. The power of the spell that can be cultivated by the silver breathing method in 10 days may take a month for ordinary breathing methods. This is the difference in the quality of breathing methods. Ji-sun planned to go to the market to have a careful look after the class. While broadening his horizons, he might find something suitable for him. By the way, he would ask if there was a breathing method that could absorb more elements as he expected. Chapter 36. The class lasted for more than 2 hours. But it seemed like time passed quickly, and it was over in the blink of an eye. The young hunters were very interested in joining the storm team. They gathered around the podium and registered as candidate players. Ji-sun had no intention of joining the team for the time being and walked out of the Hunter Union building. Although this class was about the basic knowledge of the spell card master, he gained a lot. Unknowingly, he walked to the Union Bounty Hall again. Ji-sun also stopped to take a look. As he expected, a few days passed, and there was still no wanted order or reward in Wuzue City looking for him. The fourth young master of the Chow family was afraid of the news leaking out, so he could only search secretly. This also made Ji-sun feel that the threat was greatly reduced. As he walked along, he also observed around with his peripheral vision, and saw some suspicious guys. Maybe they were coming for him, or maybe for others. But he was not the only one with secrets in Wuzue City. Ji-sun didn't take it too seriously. After all, he didn't catch me last time on the train, so it's even more impossible to find me now. Ji-sun didn't think much about it, walked out of the building, and continued to stroll around the market outside the Hunters Guild. It was a rare day off, and he was also very interested in the strange items on the stalls, so he strolled all the way. Although these stalls look simple, they are all first-hand goods brought out by hunters from the ruins. Extraordinary materials, ancient documents, antiques, drawings, secret scrolls, and even many stall owners themselves don't know what they are selling. There are many good things. But picking up the bargains depends entirely on luck. After all, enlightenment is not always useful outside. If something is too much beyond cognition, enlightenment will not be displayed, or only part of it will be displayed. Just like the previous secret cause psychic, when it is not in cognition, you can't even see it. These days, Ji-sun has gradually figured out some of the rules of this mysterious enlightenment. He found that the enlightenment content seen by everyone is different. This seems to be related to personal cognition. Just like Ji-sun himself, some words in his cognition, such as boss, are concepts that do not exist in this world. But enlightenment will show it. In other words, enlightenment is a special way of expression that is more advanced than human cognition and is not limited to the type of words. Ji-sun did not find it strange. There are so many secrets in this world that there can be miracles like those in other dimensional spaces. It is this sense of mystery that makes him feel more and more interesting. After visiting several stalls, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly stopped in the distance. He saw two beggars on the roadside. It was a dirty little girl of 7 or 8 years old, holding a child, who looked like her younger brother. The brother and sister snuggled on a stained blanket, staring at the people coming and going with empty eyes, and hunger was written on their faces. There are two types of beggars in the City of Innocence. One is a thief, and the other is a real orphan. In this sinful city, human life is not worth anything. The death rate of hunters is very high, and there are many orphans like this. The people coming and going are all passers-by who have become numb to seeing this. Most people in Innocent City are bloodthirsty wolves, and no one will pity the weak. Ji-sun thought of something, took something with him, and walked over. He squatted in front of the siblings and asked with a smile, "Little girl, what's your name?" As he said that, he took off his gas mask, and like a magic trick, his face turned into a clown with a funny red nose. Just the bright smile on his face seemed to make people happy when they saw it. The sister's eyes were still cold because of hunger, and the brother stretched out his hand curiously, as if he wanted to touch the clown mask. Ji-sun didn't care, but grinned, "I show you a magic trick." As he said, in the eyes of the sister and brother who finally had a little curiosity, he stretched out his hand, turned over the magic flower hand, and indicated that his hand was empty. "Watch it." At this time, the clown's smile was even brighter. He put his left hand horizontally in front of him as if hiding something, and then made a grabbing motion with his right hand, pulling and pulling in the left hand's tiger's mouth, and the next second, the brother's clear eyes suddenly lit up, because he saw a piece of black stuff being pulled out. There was also a hint of wheat aroma from the freshly baked bread. The younger brother seemed to see the most incredible scene in his life. He couldn't help swallowing and exclaimed, "Sister, it's bread, bread." "Yes, look how long it is." The clown was immersed in the performance, but he hadn't finished his movements. He kept pulling and pulling, and a piece of black bread as thick as an arm was pulled longer and longer. It was like magic. He actually pulled out a piece of black bread longer than his forearm. Seeing this magical scene, the younger brother danced with excitement, pulled his sister's clothes, and said excitedly, "Sister, sister, look, this gentleman really made a loaf of bread. This is just a trick that many magicians can do." But at this moment, on those two innocent little faces, it seemed that the whole world was filled with light, shining into the heart shrouded in clouds, and it seemed that the body suddenly warmed up. Seeing this, the clown's exaggerated red smile was pulled to the corners of his eyes. He handed over the bread, without any mercy for the weak, but only made people feel the kindness of equality. "Eat it. It's for you." With a piece of bread, the brother and sister won't be hungry for the next 2 days. No money was given, because it was clear that they couldn't keep it. The brother and sister holding the bread were so excited that their eyes trembled, and finally, the deathly gloomy color on their little faces gradually brightened. The clown saw this and smiled with satisfaction. The moment he stood up and put on the gas mask again, his eyes had already changed back to the cold. Ji-sun turned and left. After walking a few steps, he heard his sister's hurried voice behind him, "Thank you, sir. My name is Ning." Hearing this, Ji-sun smiled slightly under the gas mask. But he didn't look back and left directly. He was obviously living a very bad life, But he couldn't bear to see others suffer. This is probably what a clown is. Life kisses him with pain, but he always responds with laughter. Make others happy with funny performances. Ji-sun thought, and an idea came to his mind. If it weren't for the kind-hearted bearded man in the touring circus, there would probably be another little boy frozen to death in the cave by the railway in that cold winter. It was like a small incident in life, not much of a feeling, just a casual kindness. Or maybe it was an occupational disease ingrained in his bones after years of playing the clown? Maybe. Ji-sun didn't take it to heart at all. He walked all the way, and soon came to a shop with a sign of Old Man Benson's Antique Book Shop. The wooden board at the door also said that it bought and sold various ancient books and documents. This is a small bookstore that sells breathing methods, card-making books, and various magic books. Last time, Ji-sun bought the Great Dark Breathing Method in the shop. The shop is not big, but it has a good reputation in the hunter circle, and the price is fair. Many hunters like to sell their goods here, so there are many good things. He came here this time to see more. Boss, the Great Dark Breathing Method I bought last time is very useful. It's worth the money. As soon as he entered the door, Ji-sun first flattered him, and then said, I want to see other things this time. Oh! Just take a look. After saying this, the boss seemed to remember that this was a repeat customer. Don't flip through it randomly. He swallowed the words in his mouth and let him flip through some less important books. Ji-sun was not polite and started to read in the shop. Those books on breathing methods could not be read, but the ancient texts on the stone tablets and antiques were displayed. It didn't matter whether he could understand it or not, the key was that he had a photographic memory. As long as he read it carefully once, all these things would be remembered in his mind. At any time, knowledge is the most valuable. The writing and symbols of any civilization actually have rules to speak of. As long as there are enough references, they can even be slowly interpreted. This is true for pictographic writing, ideographic symbols, or various alphabetic writings that represent sounds. The same is true for the various mysterious symbols and spells in this world. The essence is to use patterns to express what the writer wants to express. Ji-sun felt that as long as he wrote down enough symbols, he could even slowly interpret the ancient documents of this world. The secrets of the world will naturally open up. Looking at these books, Ji-sun suddenly felt that his ability to remember everything he saw would be a good choice for him to change his job to a card master in the 5 wisdom sequence. He quickly flipped through the books in the store, and his mind was like a typewriter, engraving various mysterious symbols. Because Ji-sun's attention was scattered, he read very quickly, and to others, he was just flipping through them casually. The boss didn't say anything. There were many people coming and going. Ji-sun only glanced at them occasionally and didn't care. Unconsciously, a new customer suddenly came to the store, and the voice came before the person, Old man, do you have any new goods? Ji-sun didn't care at first. Hearing the voice, he instinctively glanced sideways. But the boss stood up when he heard the question, and his tone was actually a bit flattering of the arrival of a distinguished guest. Oh yes, yes, yes. As he said, he took out a large stack of black and white photos from the storage ring, and explained enthusiastically, these are the latest ancient documents found by hunters recently. If you want the original, I go to the warehouse to find it for you. The man responded, not for now, let me take a look first. Ji-sun was also stunned when he heard it. This old man usually doesn't respond to anyone, but he is so enthusiastic to this guest. He even used honorifics. Who is this person? He glanced at the woman in a black motorcycle leather jacket. She has a perfect figure, and the tight leather jacket just outlines her exquisite figure. But she was wearing a half-face gas mask, so her face could not be seen clearly, but her eyes were very sharp. Ji-sun didn't care much about her appearance, but he saw the mechanical equipment on her body at first sight. Although most of it was hidden under her clothes, Ji-sun caught a glimpse of the details and immediately identified what it was. This is definitely the most sophisticated mechanical equipment he has ever seen. TR-33 military single-soldier exoskeleton? Can anyone get this thing? I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. It is said to be one of the most advanced single-soldier equipment of the federal military. If this thing appears anywhere outside the military, it is contraband. The identity is not simple. Ji-sun guessed the identity of the leather-clad woman in his heart, and glanced at the stack of photos handed over by the boss. The photos were all various ancient books, scrolls, or stone carvings, photos with text. And there were also some drawings. Ji-sun saw at a glance that these seemed to be ancient documents related to machinery. The steam machinery in this world is not a product of scientific research, but an archaeological product. Just like Devil's Cross. The architectural level of the ruins has been immortal for thousands of years, and it is difficult to replicate even now. The leather-clad woman seemed very interested in the content of the photo and looked at it very attentively, but her brows were furrowed, and she obviously didn't understand it. "Old man, have you found someone who can translate these mechanical drawings?" The boss responded, "No. The few scholars and spell card masters I know only know a little bit of Terran language, and they can't translate many professional terms on the mechanical drawings. If we talk about polymaths who are proficient in the ancient language of Tarun, there are probably only those in Longcheng." The leather-clad woman was a little helpless when she heard this. The drawings on the blueprints alone could not meet her needs. After hearing this, Ji-sun took another look at the photo. There were some strange symbols on it. This was the ancient language of Tarun, the text of a civilization that was said to be thousands of years old. It was not until the old continent on the other side of the world rift was discovered that people were sure that the legendary mysterious civilization really existed. Ji-sun had seen this kind of text before. The first time was in the 407-dimensional space. The Devil's Cross is actually the ruins of the city of the Talon dynasty. The 407 copy restricts card master apprentices from entering, and it is very difficult. The reason why he could understand it at that time was entirely due to the enlightenment of the rules of the space itself. Thinking of this, Ji-sun had an idea in his mind. Hey, if I get that material, wouldn't I be able to master some ancient characters? The material found in the safe was a thick stack. Let alone the content, the value of the text is absolutely different from the fragmentary documents in the photos in front of him. Moreover, the death crisis at that time deepened his memory, and Ji-sun can still remember a lot of the content roughly now. With the accurate meaning reference, it will be much easier to decipher. It's a pity that the materials are with Chujo. I don't know if she took it out of the space. With a flash of thought, Ji-sun gathered his thoughts. The girl in leather jacket continued to look at the photos, picking out some from time to time, and asked the boss to prepare the originals to take away. Ji-sun didn't have such VIP treatment, and he quickly finished what he could see. He didn't plan to spend more time in this store, as there were many other stores to visit. Finally, he thought of something and asked casually, "Boss, do you have a breathing method that can absorb several elements at the same time?" When he changed to another person, the boss really changed back to his indifferent attitude and said coldly, "No." After a pause, he didn't forget to complain, "You are weird. The purer the spell power, the safer and more efficient it will be to release the card technique, and the lower the probability of losing control when advancing. You want more?" Ji-sun also expected it. He had just looked through it carefully, and all the breathing methods were for a single element. He was just asking casually. He felt that it was probably the same as what the boss said, absorbing the magic power condensed by a single element was the right way. Or maybe the store was targeting ordinary people, and had not yet involved those rare breathing methods. But he thought that no matter what, if he couldn't find a suitable breathing method, his talent for tolerance to all elements would be wasted. It was a pity. Ji-sun turned around and prepared to leave the store without getting the desired result. But he didn't expect that at this time. The woman in the motorcycle leather jacket suddenly spoke up and said lightly, "Do you want a breathing method with multiple elements?" Chapter 37. Ji-sun was surprised for a moment. Was she asking him? Obviously. He was confused and alert, but he responded, "Yeah. Just asking." Ji-sun confirmed that the two had no intersection. In Innocent City, any approach from a stranger must be taken seriously. This woman has a sharp intuition, as if she saw through his thoughts and didn't care at all. In Innocent City, there is not even this little bit of vigilance, and the grass on the graves is already 3 meters high. She said directly in a nonchalant tone, "If you really need it, you can go to the Silver Star Mysterious Shop on the black market of Dark Rain Street to have a look. Just say that Dong Chi introduced him." Ah, she really knows? Ji-sun didn't know why this stranger woman would be so kind to introduce him. Any ulterior motives? It doesn't look like it. The man of the fourth young master of the Chow family? Not either. If they really recognized him, they would definitely call someone to do it directly, and there would be no need to beat around the bush and set any traps. Ji-sun couldn't figure it out, and didn't think it made sense to ask more questions. "Thank you." He responded politely, and walked out of the store directly. The leather jacket lady didn't care at all, and didn't even look up at the ancient books and photos. It was like giving a piece of bread to someone in need. It was not like she had any intention. As Ji-sun walked out of the store, he kept thinking about the scene just now. He couldn't figure out why a stranger would give him a hint. Could it be that the shill of the Silver Star store? It wouldn't be possible for someone with such top-level mechanical equipment. As he walked, the idea in his mind became stronger and stronger, and he decided to go and take a look. What if there is? So there is a black market in Dark Rain Street? Ji-sun was a little confused. He thought he was visiting the black market in Innocent City. After all, the whole city is a crime capital, and any market is not a legitimate market. But from what the woman said just now, it seems that there is a special black market in Innocent City. Ji-sun naturally wanted to go and see. But where is Dark Rain Street? 2 hours later, Ji-sun came to the intersection of the Muddy Street and the Copper Building Street in the North City. According to the information I got before, this should be the Dark Rain Street. It's really hard to find, Ji-sun muttered as he looked at the dark street in front of him. He was not familiar with the city and did not have a map. In the end, he tried his best to find out from many sources and finally found this place. There were no large factories near the muddy block. With fewer people, a large area of ruins was preserved in its original appearance, giving it a magical and dilapidated feeling. There was no difference between the street scenes in the early morning and afternoon in the underground city. There were no streetlights, and the light nearby was very dim, like dusk approaching night. There was a pungent smell in the air, which was the exhaust gas from the alchemy potion factory. Such heavily polluting factories are usually located in places with few people. Ji-sun walked over. There were rusty iron fences everywhere on the street. Even residents rarely chose such a neighborhood, where they had to wear gas masks at all times. Walking deeper into the lighted area, the street became narrower and narrower. The dim light illuminated the red brick low houses that looked like haunted houses. There was white smoke everywhere in the alley. It was a broken steam pipe, with a dilapidated street scene everywhere. As he was walking, he suddenly heard the sound of a whistle, as if an inner-city train was passing through the buildings. A white mist appeared from the ground in front of him. But he didn't see the shadow of the train. Ji-sun walked over, and the train was still 20 meters below. It turned out that he was still on the corridor bridge. An underground market appeared in front of him. Various steel structures built small houses, and there were shops there. There were far fewer pedestrians here than in the Hunter Market on Grove Street, but it didn't make people feel deserted, but full of mystery. Ji-sun listened carefully, and heard the sound of rushing water. Looking closely, it seemed that there was a turbulent underground river hidden in the foggy depths next to the market. There really is a black market. Ji-sun saw those shops. Although the signs were inconspicuous and looked like small workshops, the atmosphere alone gave people the feeling that there were good things here. He looked around and walked over. All kinds of card shops, machinery shops, material shops, and gun shops gave people the feeling that this was a huge contraband bazaar. A closer look revealed that the things they were selling were much wilder. Ji-sun just glanced casually, and the samples hanging outside those machine shops were all kinds of obsolete military equipment that Hunter said were difficult to get. The gun shop windows displayed all kinds of heavy guns with exaggerated shapes. There were also things like plague bullets, distortion bullets, and annihilation bullets, which were not only dangerous to the enemy, but also highly polluting to the body and the environment. These were all contraband that other shops would not sell, but in the shops here, they were actually sold openly. There are also all kinds of highly lethal violent potions, psychedelic potions, and alchemical poisons in the pharmacy. Ji-sun was really amazed. How to describe this feeling? The goods sold in ordinary shops outside are like grenades, but here they sell missiles. It turns out that the same is true in Innocent City. The rules are never for everyone, but for ordinary people who cannot exercise privileges. He suddenly felt a little excited. It seems that you can really find real good things here. What a great place. Ji-sun looked at it with envy, and he wanted to buy any item here. But after looking at the price, the burning feeling was instantly poured with a basin of cold water. As expected, good things also have a shocking price. Ji-sun walked along, observing the surroundings. Not only is the store special, but the customers coming and going are also mysterious. Most of them cover their faces with windbreakers and hats, or wear cloaks. In short, few people show their true faces. Ji-sun also walked on the street wearing a gas mask, inconspicuous. Soon he stopped. He turned his head, and saw that on the wooden board at the door of the shop in front of him, there was a charcoal-written Silver Star Mysterious Material Shop. A small shop. If he hadn't looked carefully, he would have almost missed it. That's it. It doesn't look too high-end. Ji-sun looked at the shop and walked in with a skeptical attitude. The room was very small, about a dozen square meters. In the small shop, several rows of cabinets took up most of the room, and even the ceiling was hung with bones of unknown monsters. But the strange thing was that the shop looked full, but there was almost nothing that could be considered a commodity. It looked more like a grocery warehouse. Behind the counter, A thin middle-aged man wearing glasses was concentrating on grinding a black powder of unknown origin, and paid no attention to the customer who came to the store. Ji-sun asked, "Hello, boss, do you have any?" But before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man interrupted him directly with a tone that kept people away. "No. Hey, this is not the right beginning. Don't do business when you have it." Ji-sun didn't know that the black market has its own rules. Almost every store here has its own secret supply channels and sales network. Without the guidance of acquaintances, the store owner will not sell goods to unfamiliar customers. Ji-sun soon realized that he might not have asked the right question, but he did not know the rules of the black market. Thinking of the leather jacket woman he met before, he said uncertainly, "I was introduced by Dong Chi." Dong Chi? Hearing him say this name directly, the thin middle-aged man with glasses twitched his eyes inexplicably. He put down the grinding wheel in his hand and looked the customer carefully up and down. There are not many people who can call him by this name. Who is this person? At the same time, Ji-sun was also looking at the owner. Seeing this sudden look, he nodded, "Yeah." His intuition told him that there might be something wrong with this name. But he didn't lie, that's what the man said. Hearing this, a strange color flashed across the owner's eyes, and he obviously judged that this was true. He didn't seem to understand who could call him Dong Chi directly, but he took the initiative to ask, "What did you say you wanted just now?" "I want to ask if you have any breathing techniques here." Seeing the change in the shop owner's attitude, Ji-sun also guessed that it might be the face of that Dong Chi that worked. "Oh, so that's all?" Before he finished speaking, the shop owner said very quickly, "The black iron breathing technique is 180,000. Just tell me the name, and I find it for you." "It doesn't matter." "The silver breathing technique is 1.5 million. The shop currently only has 3 types: storm breathing technique, secret thunder cultivation, and breathing of fire. As for the others you want, you need to make a reservation. It depends on the difficulty of obtaining the source of goods. The price is calculated separately. Delivery within 1 month." The tone was very casual, as if it was just some ordinary merchandise. Ji-sun just suspected that this shop was not a formal shop, but now he was a little confused by the series of breathing methods the shopkeeper reported. Black iron breathing method and storm breathing method? I just heard that the great sword Bernie swore that storm breathing method was the secret of their storm hunter group. You can sell it casually here? Is it a duplicate name? Ji-sun thought about it and felt that it was not. There are only a few types of silver breathing methods that can be named on the market, and they should not have the same name. It turns out that it is not that it cannot be bought, but that the right way has not been found. And from the second half of the guy's sentence, it seems that other breathing methods can be reserved. The tone seems to be that customers can get almost anything they want. And the way to get it does not sound like a formal way. Damn, is the way so wild? What is the origin of this store? Sometimes, when your cognition is suddenly refreshed, it always makes people feel unreal. Ji-sun's mind was full of thoughts. He glanced at the inconspicuous shop again, and a thought came to his mind instinctively. Is this a scammer? Think about the street outside. This is a black market. Black shop? Ji-sun remained calm, thinking that there seemed to be nothing worth scamming, and some ideas came to his mind. Otherwise, he should check the goods first to see the strength of this guy. Seeing his expression, the shop owner took the initiative to ask, "Nothing you like?" He had a preconceived notion that the person who introduced the shop would not want ordinary stuff, and then he said, "If it is a rarer breathing method, it might be a bit troublesome." Rarely? The legendary golden breathing method? It's just a bit troublesome. It's not impossible. After listening to this, Ji-sun had a new impression of the shop owner in front of him. He kept calm and directly stated his needs. "Well, I need a breathing method that can absorb multiple elements at the same time." If it was still a single element breathing method, he would not be able to afford it, and even if it was a silver secret method, he would feel that it was a bit useless. And if the shop owner was really unreliable, he also wanted to see what tricks this guy could come up with. When the shop owner heard Ji-sun's request, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately put away his contempt. Sure enough, the person who introduced it was not an ordinary person. People who need that kind of secret method must have a very special career sequence. He did not mean to pry into the customer's privacy, which was a taboo in the black market. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, "The breathing method you mentioned also has." Ji-sun listened and looked sideways. "Really?" the shopkeeper said. "I have a collection of a breathing method fragment here. I don't know what it is called. But this breathing method can absorb at least 7 elements, but the price is a bit expensive." He took out 3 fingers. Ji-sun asked tentatively, 3 million? If the shopkeeper said it was a bit expensive, It must be not 30,000 or 300,000. When he heard the price, he immediately felt it was unreliable. The silver breathing method is only more than 100. What breathing method do you have that costs more than 300? An unknown breathing method? The more mysterious it is, the less credible it is. The shopkeeper did not comment. A hint of wisdom flashed across his eyes, and he just said, the result of the appraiser is that this may be a golden quality breathing method, and its origin is even related to the old demon god. Although there are only fragments, if you cultivate to the 6th level of mantra power, theoretically the mantra power value is equivalent to the 9th level of ordinary people. So this price is definitely not high. This is because of the person who introduced you here, otherwise, I would not have mentioned it at all. Although Ji-sun was suspicious, his expression did not change. He could not afford such a huge sum of money, and he was not prepared to believe it so easily. Before Ji-sun suspected that the other party was a liar, he did not expect that the shopkeeper would flip his hand and directly take out a booklet. He said, and don't blame the old man for saying something. The source of this secret method is very sensitive. You should know who it is. So even if someone has learned it, it is best not to let outsiders know. Ji-sun knows nothing. He also guessed that he probably thought he really knew Dong Chi, and should know some common sense at the corresponding level. But looking at the booklet handed to him for inspection, he realized that the store owner was not joking. Ji-sun calmly took the booklet, flipped a page at random, and his pupils shrank slightly. He has now mastered the great dark breathing method, and roughly knows the principles of the breathing method. He has a high level of comprehension, so he can see at a glance that this booklet is definitely true. The breathing practice formula recorded on it is most likely a secret method that can absorb multiple elements at the same time to condense the power of the spell. It's actually true? Ji-sun was really surprised at this time. He thought that if the other party really wanted to make up such a breathing method to deceive people, then the liar must be a master in practicing martial arts. Now he handed it over so generously, Ji-sun was already 90% convinced at this moment. This shows that not only now, but what the store owner said just now is true. At the same time, he took a breath of cold air in his heart. Hit us, what is the origin of this store? And why is it so powerful? Who is this Dong Chi anyway? Why is he so famous? He must be a big shot in Innocent City. Ji-sun thought of the leather-clad woman he met in the bookstore before. It seemed like he had a good relationship for no reason. I was wearing the halo of a gambler with bad luck, and I thought it was a scam. Why did you give me this pie in the sky? Ji-sun was also very confused. Wasn't the store owner afraid that he would cheat people just because he knew their names? He really didn't know that no one dared to mention some people's names in the black market. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Ji-sun turned 2 pages of the book and closed it. Although he had a photographic memory, if the store owner didn't mind him turning it over a little more, he wouldn't be able to see the little tricks. He was thick-skinned and read it carefully. Maybe he could remember it. But Ji-sun didn't want to take advantage of others in this regard. If someone treats you sincerely, how can you return it with hypocrisy? Ji-sun was able to see the secret method because of the face of Dong Chi. If he really acted like a gentleman on the beam, he would be inferior. But he was really short of money. At this moment, he did not question at all that the price of 3 million was too high. On the contrary, he felt that it was lower than the market price. The owner of the storm-breathing method only asked for 1.5 million. Although this was the market price, it was not sold. Theoretically, it should be more expensive. In this way, this golden fragment was definitely a favorite price. And this breathing method is absolutely priceless to the right person. Ji-sun could already imagine the scene of his breathing method increasing in times and efficiency, but he really had no money. The only valuable thing on him was the Blackwater Mercenary Group card, but he estimated that it could only be sold for a few $100,000. The gambler's secondary alienated heart is a good thing, but taking these things out would expose his identity. Ji-sun was in a dilemma for a while. The shopkeeper looked at his expression, and couldn't figure out what the customer who introduced him was thinking. When Ji-sun was thinking about how to raise money, or whether to take the risk of selling some things, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Inspiration shows that the mysterious technique is immune. He immediately realized that someone had just used a mysterious technique like divination. He was being targeted. Chapter 38. Just when Ji-sun entered the dark Rain Street black market, a group of people had been waiting here for several days. This was an elite team of the Blackwater Mercenary Group that was good at hunting. They received a death order to find the 2 cursed card apprentices who had previously passed through the 407 space. There were many such hunting teams in the Innocent City. Almost all places with many people had people arranged by the Chow family of the governor's mansion. However, This was already the fourth day. The smell was no longer distinguishable, and the only appearance was a portrait of a man wearing a gas mask. The only reliable physical feature at present is probably height, but that thing can make a big difference by changing a pair of shoes. With only this clue, it is almost impossible to find such two people in the vast crowd of Innocent City. In a small shop with black curtains in the black market of Dark Rain Street, there is a sign of Harley Motorcycle Modification Shop. At this moment, the atmosphere in the shop is a bit depressed, and 5 people are discussing something. A strong man of the Courage Sequence Ace of Hearts Bright Knight, a magic red-haired woman of the Element Sequence 8 of Clubs Element Manipulator, a bespectacled man of the Healing Sequence 3 of Hearts Physician, and a hooded man of the Fallen Sequence 2 of Hearts Ranger, who is good at machinery and trace tracking. 1 warrior, 1 magician, 1 doctor, and 1 ranger. This is usually the standard configuration of the elite team of the Mercenary group. In addition, there is a white-haired old woman in a black robe, who is flipping poker cards. They have been squatting in the black market for several days. Thinking that the target has obtained some rare treasures in the 407 space, and may appear in the black market to sell the stolen goods, their team was arranged to squat here. Originally, it was not their fault that they did not squat, but only bad luck. But this time, the Chow family issued a death order. If we don't find them, many people will die. This mission is really impossible to complete. They didn't say exactly who they were looking for, nor what they were looking for. Yeah. Can you give me a definite answer to what they were looking for? They just said they were looking for 2 people. How are we supposed to find them? Stop complaining. It's better to pray that we can find them. Otherwise, we haven't heard from Deputy Commander Xing in the regiment for several days. It is said that the 4th young Master Chow has been very angry since he came back from Devil's Cross. Several personal maids have been executed in the mansion these days. The more they squatted, the more angry they became, but they could do nothing about it. Captain, do you think it's really good for our Blackwater group to be included in the governor's office? Although we were paid for work before, at least we could choose which tasks to take and live happily. But now, we are basically a dog of the Chow family. When we are useful, we are rewarded with a piece of meat. When we are useless, it is not a pity to die. Stop complaining. Since we chose it in the first place, there is no turning back. Yes. The leader made the right choice. Now that the old continent has been discovered, the treasures in the ruins are coveted by even the nobles of the Federation. The families of the major parliamentarians will gradually reach out. You are not unaware of the means and strength of those people. Sooner or later, Innocent City will fall under the control of the Federation. The leader also hopes that we can have a legal identity to go ashore in the future. Hey. After saying this, everyone in the room fell silent. At this time, the warrior captain turned his head and looked at the old woman who was fortune-telling with tarot cards and asked, Miss Bai, how is the fortune-telling going? This person is their only hope to find the person in this mission. Physical tracking can no longer find any clues, so they can only rely on mysterious and extraordinary means. Hearing this, the old woman also showed helplessness and shook her head. Those were a pair of clear and shiny eyes, but they were in stark contrast to the old face. She was a very rare spell card master sequence. Wisdom sequence Red Heart 5 Prophet. The demon mark pointed to the great demon god Ramo, which also gave her some ability to predict the future. Originally, they were retainers of the Governor Chow's family, but now, they were also arranged to help find 2 people of 407. The old woman continued, the more vague the clues of the divination target are, the lower the probability of the divination result will be. After a pause, she pointed to the golden poker in her hand and said, and the cost of using this 2nd-level relic is very high. My lifespan can only support me for divination 5 times at most, and then I can't help you anymore. Hearing this, the other people's faces also darkened, and they didn't say much. In the past 4 days, they watched the fortune teller change from a black-haired girl to a white-haired old woman. In other words, using the relic made her lose decades of life. But even so, she still had to continue fortune-telling. They knew very well that the Chow family might have lost something very important this time, and if they couldn't find it, no one would survive. But the divination ability was also very limited. Not only did it consume life, but the relic could only lock onto targets within a kilometer range. In other words, they could only wait at the Anyu Street black market. If the target didn't come near here, it would be impossible to divine. It was just a blind cat waiting for a dead mouse. After waiting for 4 days, several people had already given up hope. Despair was still spreading on the faces of several team members. But suddenly, a turning point appeared. The old woman turned over a few new cards, and the cards of 10J, Q, K, and A of hearts appeared in succession. Straight flush. This represents a miracle in poker divination. This means that the target person is within a kilometer of the nearby area. The old woman was stunned when she saw this ranking, and then she was overjoyed. Found it. The person is nearby. Hearing this, several people in the room were instantly shocked and rushed out of the store. Ji-sun knew that the eldest son of the Chow family would never give up looking for him. So no matter where he was, he remained vigilant enough. If he was looking for someone according to the clues, Ji-sun felt that he had hidden well, and it was almost impossible for him to be found again. But this is a world with extraordinary abilities. Ji-sun already knew that among the 52 spell card masters, several of them had some metaphysical abilities, such as Red Heart 5 Prophet. Although spell card masters who are proficient in divination are extremely rare, he felt that with the strength of the Chow family, they should still be able to find a few. So as long as conditions permit, Ji-sun will use Clown Mask from time to time. The mask has the ability to exempt from mysterious spells. And it was because of this caution that he once again detected a crisis in advance. Just now, when he was talking about breathing techniques with the boss at the Silver Star Mystic shop, he suddenly saw the reminder of this line of mystical magic immunity. This means that someone nearby may be fortune-telling about him. Moreover, he may have locked his location through some means. The shop owner also keenly caught the sudden coldness in the look of the customer in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what happened. In his opinion, no one should be stupid enough to rob in the black market. Ji-sun's first reaction might be that he had fallen into a trap set by someone, from the time he met that woman to here. But then, he denied this conjecture. Ji-sun was certain that the mysterious spell just now had nothing to do with the shopkeeper in front of him. He glanced at the dim street outside the door, and thought of something. He didn't run away in a hurry, but asked, "Boss, do you have Annihilation Devil Bullet?" This is a high-level spell bullet mentioned by hunters. The production process is extremely complicated, and it has a strong magic breaking effect, which can cause fatal damage to formal spell card masters. The price is more than 10,000 per gun. But you can't buy it in ordinary shops. At least, Ji-sun had never seen it in any gun shop he had visited before. And this black market shop in front of him probably has it. Hearing this, the shop owner looked at Ji-sun carefully for the third time. He is not just a black market boss, but the steward of Honlu, the largest gang in Wuzhou City. He has seen countless people over the years. What kind of people has he not seen? But just a moment ago, he felt that the customer in front of him seemed to have changed into a different person, and suddenly he became murderous. The person introduced by the lady is quite interesting. The shopkeeper murmured in his heart, looked at Ji-sun and said, yes. He didn't know what Ji-sun wanted the bullets for, but the murderous intent that was accidentally revealed just now had already explained something. The murderous intent was not directed at him, but at the street outside. He asked with interest, "How many do you want?" Ji-sun replied, "I need 6. The shopkeeper didn't say much, and with a wave of his hand, 6 special bullets as black as ink were placed on the table, and he didn't even say the price. Ji-sun looked over and saw that the bullets were engraved with mysterious and complex spells, which gave people the feeling of 6 poisonous snake teeth, cold and deadly. He directly loaded the bullets into the revolvers. 2 guns, one loaded an annihilation bullet every other round, and the other loaded 3 bullets in succession after 2 rounds. The shopkeeper watched with interest, thinking that someone would be unlucky with this kind of loading method. He didn't say anything, not afraid that he would run away with the things. 6 annihilation bullets, 120,000. Ji-sun didn't have any cash in his hand. He naturally saw that the store owner in front of him was not an ordinary person, and said, "I don't have any cash. Can I use these things as collateral first?" As he said that, he took out a stack of cards that 407 had brought out before. The store owner didn't even look at the cards, and agreed very readily, of course. In fact, just the name you mentioned before is enough. Thank you. Ji-sun didn't say anything more, turned around and left the shop. Now that he was exposed, the cards didn't matter. Looking at the back of the person leaving the shop, the middle-aged man showed a thoughtful expression. Sometimes judging a person is not just about the current strength, but the details that are inadvertently revealed when facing a crisis are more accurate. His intuition told him that the young man just now was very different. Chapter 39. There are quite a few people in the black market. Ji-sun walked out of the store and onto the street. His steps were not at all flustered. He knew very well that the other party did not know his appearance. Even if the mysterious spell divined his location, it was not certain that he could immediately determine which one he was in the crowd. After scanning the area, Ji-sun soon saw some men in suits appearing on the street, with hurried steps and eyes searching the crowd. They were everywhere. Judging from the posture, it was already an ambush circle that had been prepared long ago. There should be people waiting in crowded places in the city. Ji-sun realized that his discovery was only due to luck. The most important thing was that the enemy had cast a wide net. It was not surprising that the Governor Chow family had this ability. At the same time, he immediately judged something. So, the mysterious spell just now should have a release range. I came to the Anyu Street Black Market today on a whim, and I have only been here for a short time. But since these people have formed an encirclement in such a short time, it is obvious that they have been ambushing here for a long time. In other words, he was a rabbit that hit a tree stump. And he was not caught elsewhere, most likely because the mysterious spell had a range. So as long as he left Dark Rain Street, he should be able to escape the pursuit. But now it seems difficult. Many thoughts flashed through Ji-sun's mind. He did not walk towards the main road leaving the street, but walked towards those dark alleys. As he expected, those men in suits did not know which one was the target, and they were still looking around in the crowd, searching for suspicious people. Ji-sun's leisurely walk did not attract anyone's attention. Originally, as long as he walked into the darkness and used the shadow to sneak, he would have a high probability of getting away. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, in the crowd, Ji-sun saw a white-haired old woman wearing a black robe. This person's aura was obviously different from the people around him. She was like a mysterious witch, as if she was releasing some secret technique. In the moment when her eyes passed by, the old woman also saw him, and then her expression changed instantly. Discovered. Ji-sun keenly caught the details of the old woman's pupil shrinking, and immediately knew that he was discovered. He didn't even wait for the other party to react, and decisively took the initiative. Ji-sun's hands touched his waist, and he heard the gunshot almost at the same time as he drew his gun. The speed was as fast as lightning. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard at the same time, and the old woman just raised her hand and pointed, "It's him." But at this time, 2 mercenaries, who were shot in the eyebrows in the crowd, had already fallen down. Although ordinary armor-piercing bullets are unlikely to be fatal to a card master, a headshot will also kill a card master apprentice. The 2 shots were so decisive that the 2 men didn't know where the bullets came from until they died. Ji-sun accurately killed the 2 mercenaries, who surrounded him with 2 shots, and the encirclement immediately had a gap. But at the same time, the 4 card masters around the old woman also reacted immediately. The red-haired woman reacted very quickly, raised her hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several cards shot through the crowd, and cut into the ground in front of Ji-sun in an instant. I felt my feet suddenly soften, as if I was stepping on quicksand, and my body instantly lost balance. Quicksand technique. When Ji-sun saw this, his expression was stern, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. The order these guys received was indeed to keep them alive. This method is only to trap people, not to kill them. This is the biggest benefit. He couldn't exert force on his feet, and he was about to be trapped. But he was prepared. Ji-sun raised his hand, and activated the mechanical sleeve arrow hidden in his arm towards the iron fence on the 2nd floor not far away. With a whoosh sound, a very thin steel wire popped out at high speed, and instantly hooked onto the iron railing. When the trigger was pulled again, the mechanical device in the sleeve rebounded at high speed, and a traction force suddenly pulled Ji-sun out, away from the floor tiles that had turned into quicksand. Ever since seeing Chujo use that kind of mechanical sleeve arrow to escape last time, Ji-sun arranged it for himself. This thing is definitely a life-saving weapon if used well. In midair, Ji-sun was not idle either, and turned back and shot over. With a bang, the bullet was ejected from the muzzle. At this moment, it seemed as if time slowed down 10 times. The bullet created a wave of air in the air, and hit the red-haired woman's head. How fast was the bullet? Without foresight, it was impossible for a weak magic card master to avoid it. But the red-haired woman did not have any intention of avoiding it. There was only indifference in her crystal eyes, because the threat of bullets to formal card masters was very limited. She instantly surged with spell power, and watched the bullet stop in the air a foot away from her. Looking closely, it was a pale yellow shield of spell power that blocked the bullet. But then, the red-haired woman's eyes suddenly changed, because she saw the 2nd bullet in her eyes, and her heart sank, demon-breaking bullet of annihilation. She realized that the guy just now did not fire 1 shot, but 2. Only a gunman with extremely high gun skills can turn the reaction force of the bullet out of the barrel into a boost for the 2nd firing, and fire 2 shots in a very short time. And because the speed of continuous firing was too fast, it sounded like only 1 gunshot. This is the high-level firearms expertise. The bullets were obviously faster than the senses, and the two bullets hit the same point of the magic shield. The spell on the black bullet corroded the shield in an instant, and it went in with a whoosh. Although the spell power shield is strong, it is just like human breathing, and it is not the strongest defense all the time. It requires the spell card master to actively condense the spell power and gather it in a certain direction to achieve the strongest defense effect. After a hit, the vibration caused by the shock wave will greatly reduce the stability of the shield. Another point is that the actively released spell shield is directly related to the subjective consciousness of the person, and the subjective strength of catching cotton and catching a piece of iron is completely different. These two shots are also very confusing. One shot is to deceive people, and the second shot is the hidden murderous intent. As expected, the annihilation bullet easily broke through the shield, and with a clang, it hit the red-haired woman's forehead. Blood flowed. But it did not penetrate. The red-haired woman's face turned black. She was actually injured? Injured by an apprentice? A shield in his hand broke apart at the same time. After just one look, the people of the Blackwater Mercenary group immediately realized how difficult the target was. It's not that easy to kill her. Ji-sun looked at the red-haired woman, who was standing there. Although her head was bleeding, she was not dead. He secretly said it was a pity. To be honest, the magic spell card master was definitely the most difficult to deal with. He wanted to try to take advantage of the enemy's unawareness of his spearmanship and attack them unexpectedly. As it turns out, skills and equipment can only make up for a small gap in the face of absolute strength. But it's not completely useless. At least it stopped the woman from continuing to draw cards to fight. That's enough. The shooting only took a moment, but the enemies were obviously experienced old mercenaries. Ji-sun shot decisively, and only had a slight advantage. But the opponent was not alone. At the moment he shot, the man in the ranger costume also drew his gun and shot at the same time. When Ji-sun saw it, his body was just pulled in the air by the steel cable, and he couldn't dodge in time. Seeing that his trajectory of landing and the trajectory of the gun muzzle were about to overlap, he seemed to have anticipated it, and decisively cut the wire. His body instantly stopped pulling forward and began to fall, almost at the same time of falling, a clang. Sound of fire splashed, and a bullet had hit the railing 2 feet away. If he had not decisively given up the steel cable just now, this shot would have hit his thigh. Although guns are convenient and powerful, but the biggest disadvantage is that the probability of predictability is very high. At short distances, the trajectory of the bullet is almost a straight line, and it can only be fired from the muzzle. So from the moment the target draws the gun to the moment the trigger is pulled, there are many opportunities to predict as long as you have enough experience. Advanced firearms expertise does not only refer to shooting skills, but also to the understanding of gunmanship. You can even guess the point of the trajectory from the enemy's eyes. When Ji-sun fired just now, his peripheral vision had already caught the action of the ranger drawing the gun, and at that time, he had actually predicted that the guy's trajectory would fall on his thigh. The opponent's gun skills were not bad either, at least at the level of intermediate expertise. If it wasn't for the prediction, Ji-sun would have been shot just based on his nerve reaction. Missed? Seeing this scene, the ranger who fired the gun was obviously a little surprised. He never thought that a card master apprentice could actually avoid his gun. What a great gun skill! Even though he was an enemy, the ranger secretly exclaimed. Just this accurate prediction made him not underestimate him at all. A card master apprentice could actually injure one person in the face of their team's encirclement tactics, and also avoided his gunshot. This is the first one in so many years. And the only one. However, what surprised those people even more was yet to come. As soon as Ji-sun landed, he jumped down to the broken platform behind him without any hesitation. Jumping off a cliff. The buildings in Innocent City are very high, and they are built on the mountain, so there are cliffs with high drops everywhere in the city. The black market is here in Dark Rain Street, not just because it is remote. It is because the terrain here is special and extremely complex. In case of an accident, the merchants and customers in the black market would not be surrounded. On one side of Dark Rain Street, there was a cliff with a height of dozens of meters. Ji-sun chose to break out from this direction just now, and this was his original intention. He knew very well that there were several official curse card masters among the enemies, and they had planned it in advance. Not to mention that they could not defeat him, they could not even escape normally. That's why he jumped down from the cliff decisively. Seeing this, the 4 teams of the 4 members of the Blackwater group were all stunned. This guy jumped off the cliff without any hesitation? Normally, when looking at a cliff, humans would instinctively stop and observe to confirm how to exert force and where to land. But this guy didn't even look at it, and just jumped directly? Is he forced into a panic? But how could they know that before entering Dark Rain Street, Ji-sun had already carefully observed the terrain and environment nearby? He had even planned several escape routes. At this moment, he already had the entire complex street scene in his mind like a 3D drawing. Even if he didn't look at it, he knew exactly where he would land if he jumped down. This jump was not a blind one, but a well-prepared one. Seeing this, the captain of the warriors shouted in a hurry, "Old 3, stick to that guy, don't let him escape." The target that he had been waiting for was right in front of him. How could he let him escape? The ranger missed his shot, and his reaction was also very fast, without any warning. The tacit understanding of the team for many years had already made him know what to do. He stomped his feet on the ground, as fast as a ghost, and also jumped down the cliff. A card master apprentice dared to jump, so why didn't he dare? His ranger profession was the best at tracking. Enemy couldn't escape even if he jumped off the cliff. However, just as he jumped off the cliff, he suddenly saw the rapidly falling figure turn around and raise his gun, aiming the black muzzle at him. Almost as soon as he showed his head, the flames gushed out. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. So decisive. The ranger was still flying in the air with the inertia of the rush, with nowhere to get support, which made him almost a sitting duck. Damn it! How can a card master apprentice have such superb gun skills? Ranger cursed in his heart. The previous 2 shots could be said to be luck, but these 2 shots tested his true skills. There was no pre-action of aiming, and he fired directly, which means that the guy predicted the exact location of his cliff jump. Ranger himself is also a gunsmith close to high-level expertise, and he knows the basis of the prediction very well. The straight line between 2 points is the shortest. If he wants to catch up with his previous position and jump off the cliff, this point is the closest. It was not difficult to predict this, but the difficulty was that in such a situation, the guy did not panic at all, predicted and fired at the right time. This awareness is not much different from that of a gun master. I thought I had overestimated him, but I didn't expect it was underestimated. But after all, he is a professional ranger, who is a formal spell card master. His thoughts flashed through his mind, and the spell's spirit surged all over his body. He suddenly stepped on the air, and his body actually used the force in the air to avoid the 2 shots. The ranger flipped in the air, staring at the target who was about to land, with a chill. What a high agility attribute. Seeing his 2 shots miss, Ji-sun's expression did not change at all. He had not been able to kill the magic card master before, so he did not expect the gun to kill the assassin card master with extremely high physical agility growth. The bullet could stop the enemy for a moment, which was enough. After all, if he did not shoot, the ranger could jump down from a height of more than 20 meters and catch him in midair. Although his physical value has skyrocketed, the gap between him and the assassin-type spell card master is still very large. Moreover, if Ji-sun doesn't want to break his legs, he needs to cushion the fall. He shot out the steel wire from his sleeve again, and then pulled it in the air to slow down the falling speed. For a master, this time is enough to make up for the time difference from jumping off the cliff before, but it is because of the 2 shots just now that the gap has widened again. In Ji-sun's vision, behind the ranger, the warrior captain and a dozen mercenaries also jumped off the cliff. Seeing this, he decisively dropped a few grenades at the landing point, turned around and ran. Below the landing platform, there was another dark cliff, and Ji-sun jumped down again without hesitation. Bang! 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 3 grenades exploded on the platform, and the flames instantly illuminated the dark surroundings. Several figures were blown away, but the captain and several other mercenaries also rushed out into the flames. They also did not hesitate and jumped down after Ji-sun. If everyone was falling by free fall, Ji-sun would not be afraid. But the guys behind him obviously had the ability to accelerate their fall in the air, which was a headache. It was 2 or 3 breaths after the second cliff jump, and the ranger was as fast as a ghost, and in a blink of an eye he was almost in front of him. There was no leverage in the air, and there was not even a grip point for the catapult cable. Ji-sun could almost see the coldness in the eyes of the enemy a few meters away, as if to say, "I got you." However, what the ranger didn't expect was that when he was about to catch someone, he didn't see even a trace of panic in the target's eyes when they looked into each other's eyes. At this moment of doubt, a grim smile flashed across Ji-sun's eyes, and he suddenly pulled off a drawstring on his chest. The ranger's pupil shrank suddenly when he saw this shot bomb. He never expected that this guy would actually pull the shot bomb directly on his body. Does this guy want to live? Even if shot bombs are usually not fatal, at such a close distance, isn't it a death wish for an apprentice? Bang! The visible super-pressure air exploded between the two. Although Ji-sun was wearing bulletproof plates, the close-range explosion made his chest feel like it was hit by a train head-on. His blood surged and he fainted instantly. But with this force, his whole body accelerated and fell into the darkness, like a cannonball. Seeing the explosion coming, the ranger instinctively took a defensive posture, but was also knocked back by the stun bomb. The assassin saw the target was getting farther away, and he was unable to stop it even though he flew backwards. He could only pull the trigger on the figure flying backwards, and with a puff, a metal net bag was launched towards the figure in the gas explosion. The sound of splashing into the water was heard. The target fell into the underground river and lost its trace. Everyone realized that from the beginning, the guy chose to jump off the cliff not because he was in a panic, but because he wanted to jump into the dark river. This was the only way they could think of for a card master apprentice to escape from the heavy encirclement. The warrior captain looked at the foggy underground river with a gloomy look in his eyes. He thought that as long as he was just a card master apprentice and dared to appear in Dark Rain Street, he would never be able to escape from their team. But the facts were in front of him. Not only did he escape, he also slapped them hard in the face. Now thinking back, these mercenaries realized, from the beginning, that guy showed almost inhuman calmness and accurate judgment. During the intense pursuit process of just 1 minute, the guy fired every shot at the right time, buying himself precious time to escape. Later, every step of the escape seemed to be carefully calculated, and it landed on the only step that might have a chance of escape. Until the end, watching the guy pull the stun bomb close to his face, the Blackwater group realized that this was not only a meticulous guy, but also a crazy person who was not ordinary people. Even if the stun bomb did not kill him, he would most likely faint. Now he is bound by the iron net. Can he still survive if he falls into the water? Betting that the river water can choke him awake, this guy really didn't hesitate at all to seek a glimmer of life and death. If there was any hesitation or mistake during the whole escape process, he would be caught, but that guy didn't. Not once. Shooting, jumping off the cliff, stun bomb, and falling into the water accurately. There was no unnecessary action in the whole process, no mistakes. The fog sank on the river surface, and the visibility was less than 2 meters. Even with flares, only a thick fog on the river surface could be seen. The captain's face was extremely dark, and he shouted, "Get in the water. No matter what, we must find the person." As he said, he took off his mechanical equipment and jumped down first. If the target really escaped, they could already imagine their own fate. Chapter 40. Gurgle. Gurgle. The cold river water choked into his throat, and Ji-sun instantly woke up from his coma. In the dark and cold river water, he opened his eyes sparkling with excitement and coldness. Although he roughly estimated that the power of the stun bomb would not kill people, the power of the close-range explosion still knocked him unconscious as expected. If he hadn't swallowed the secret cause psychic before, his properties would have skyrocketed, and this might have cost him half his life. But there is no if. Ji-sun never assumed such luck. He dares to do this because he has already deduced this plan before. His physical body is strong enough, and he also injected himself with a shot of excitement potion while pulling the explosive bomb to ensure that he can wake up as soon as possible after entering the water. Although there are still risks, once entering the water, it means escaping. This is much better than being caught. The ability of the spell card master is very strong on the ground, but it is greatly discounted in the water, and both perception and action are greatly restricted. Especially for those melee spell card masters with high-density muscles, they may not be more flexible than Ji-sun in the water. Hey, I'm lucky. In the dark river, Ji-sun couldn't help spitting blood, but the darkness couldn't hide the grim smile on his face. Those eyes were like beasts in the dark night, determined and crazy. His body was sinking and slipping away along the turbulent water. He began to untie the steel net on his body while resisting the surging blood. The steel wire was very strong, but the lock was still a mechanical lock. Underwater escape was a skill that Ji-sun was very familiar with in his previous life, and this mechanical lock was not a problem for him. The whole person was immersed in the cold river water, as if a flash of inspiration came to him. He seemed to think that it was not just good or bad luck, as if there was some kind of resonance in the dark. The devil's mark gave him extraordinary power, so naturally he had to bear the favor of the unlucky gambler. The enemy plopped into the water, but obviously had lost the target. Ji-sun unlocked the lock and suddenly laughed, "TSK TSK. In his eyes, this is not over yet. If it was just to escape, it was not his whole plan. Thinking of something, he swam into the ink-like river water like a fish. On the other side, the merchants in the black market of Dark Rain Street were also stunned by the sudden change. A few gunshots alarmed the merchants and customers in the entire street. Although Innocent City is a city of disorder and a capital of sin, generally speaking, some places also have some unwritten rules. Just like Dark Rain Street, this is a market where all the major forces in the city concentrate on trading materials, and many transactions that cannot be made public are completed here. Therefore, almost everyone who comes here tacitly agrees that no violence can be used here. It's not a clear ban, but once someone breaks the rules, he may no longer be welcomed in the black market. The impact is very bad. The consequences are also serious. But today, someone actually shot on the street? On the second floor of the Silver Star Mysterious Materials shop, the middle-aged shop owner looked at the two bodies on the street with a complicated expression. He just witnessed the sudden battle. He saw with his own eyes that person pawned a few cards here in exchange for 6 demon-breaking bullets and went out. Then, he saw the scene that made him unbelievable for a long time. That young man, a card master apprentice, actually miraculously escaped from the encirclement that a group of masters had already set up. How could he not see that the guy's response was wonderful? The extreme calmness and judgment were simply incredible. No wonder the Blackwater Mercenary group has been so active in the black market recently. It turns out that they are looking for this person. The 1 in 407? Hey, it's reasonable to have such a meticulous mind to be able to break through that difficult space. In the attic, the shop owner narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, I haven't seen such a dazzling young man for a long time. Looking at the panic of the Blackwater mercenaries, it is obvious that the young man who jumped off the cliff may have really escaped. TSK, it's really interesting. If anyone else was in the same situation, he would have thought he would have been caught. But the young man managed to escape. The appreciation smile on the middle-aged man's face became more and more intense. Thinking that he was introduced by Miss Seven, he should at least help him. He said calmly, go and have a look. If you can save the person, do it. The Chow family members should also clean up. In the darkness, someone responded yes. After giving the order, the middle-aged shop owner stood at the window in a daze. However, he did not expect that the shock just now was just the beginning. At this time, an even more unexpected scene took place. He suddenly saw a dark shadow appearing in the alley on the street. The middle-aged shop owner dazed, and thought he had seen it wrong. But when he saw the guy coming out of the darkness with a gun in hand, he immediately widened his eyes. How dare this guy come back? Almost all the members of the Blackwater Mercenary group went down to the dark river 100 meters below, looking for the target in the water. If the person didn't come, they didn't wait, at most it would be bad luck. But now the person has obviously come, but he slipped away from them, and the people of the Blackwater group know their consequences. No one can bear the anger of the Chow family. If they can't find the person, they will definitely die. As they thought, the target jumped into the river, either being locked by the steel net and sinking to the bottom of the river, or escaping along the river and heading to the dark downstream where no one knew where it led. However, no one expected that Ji-sun was different from what they thought. While the large group was standing in the river looking for someone, he had quietly sneaked out of the darkness. He did not leave, but returned to Dark Rain Street. He still had one thing to do. That was to solve his worries. Ji-sun didn't know how he was exposed before, but thinking about the mysterious spell, it was probably a fortune teller or some kind of spell card master. When he jumped off the cliff before, he saw a white-haired old woman among the enemy group. It was that old woman who identified him at the first time. Ji-sun's intuition told him that this was the caster. So from the very beginning when he was discovered, Ji-sun had an idea in his mind that he must kill the fortune teller whenever he had the chance. To eliminate the worries, the warrior spell card master could jump off the cliff, but he didn't think the old woman could. Although the 52 career sequences all have their own strengths, the professions are relatively balanced. The wisdom sequence gave the old woman an extraordinary magical divination ability, but also made her have a weaker body than ordinary people. As expected, when returning to Dark Rain Street, Ji-sun saw the lonely old woman on the street. Almost all the mercenaries went down to the dark river to look for people, and no one expected that the murderer would dare to turn back and kill people. Ji-sun had been wearing a clown mask since he came out of the water, which made him immune to most of the mysterious spells. He was like a ghost lurking in the dark. When he walked out of the alley, he was less than 10 meters away from the old woman. This distance was almost a distance that would definitely hit her. At the last moment of her life, the old woman seemed to have a premonition and turned to look at the dark alley. When she saw the figure holding the gun, her eyes were shocked for a moment, and then she smiled sadly and relieved. She actually had a vague premonition of her own death. I thought I would die from the backlash of the relics. I didn't expect to be wrong. I died from the gun. But it doesn't matter, I'm at the end of my life anyway. Isn't it a kind of relief? The old woman in front of me looked older than before, like a candle in the wind, visibly weak. Ji-sun had no mercy and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a gunshot pierced his forehead. Just when everyone didn't understand why the gunshot suddenly rang out on the street again, Ji-sun had already rushed over quickly. He pulled the storage ring off the corpse's hand, then quickly ran into the alley and disappeared into the darkness again. A few minutes later, the Silver Star Mysterious Material Shop welcomed another customer. Ji-sun, who had changed his clothes, walked into the shop. The middle-aged shop owner looked at the guy in the gas mask in front of him and recognized him at a glance. He was the previous customer. At this moment, the shop owner's eyes were very complicated. Ji-sun poured out a lot of things from the storage ring and asked, "Boss, can I exchange these things for the breathing method? I didn't have money just now, but I have it now. The spoils from killing the old woman can be exchanged for some things. Anyway, it's all exposed." Under the goggles of the gas mask, there is a pair of eyes that are full of madness and burning. The conceited arc at the corner of the mouth seems to have a kind of awe-inspiring murderous aura that freezes the air. The noise outside the door is still there. Probably no one would have thought that the madman who killed people twice in the street would come back to buy things so calmly. "Bet that I won't embarrass him?" The boss looked at him, his thoughts flowing, and smiled with relief, of course. "I haven't met such a courageous young man for a long time." Chapter 41. Ji-sun chose to go back to the Silver Star Mystical Material Shop to exchange the golden breathing method. Although it was a sudden decision, it was also the best choice after careful consideration. He got some spoils by killing the fortune teller, and the breathing method that he didn't have the money to buy just now was now available. Besides, there is no better opportunity than now. Now that there is a commotion, his identity has been exposed. It won't be long before the entire Dark Rain Street black market knows that he is the person who is related to the disappearance of 407 abnormal biological shelter. A high-yield space disappears, and everyone knows what that means. If he comes to buy the incomplete golden breathing method next time, the shopkeeper will definitely guess that it is him. With a valuable treasure in his possession, even if Chujo did not explain what it is inevitable that someone will have evil thoughts. While the name of Dong Chi is still useful, Ji-sun plans to solve the problem at once. As he expected, this shopkeeper is very courageous. And it is likely that the other party guessed that he and Dong Chi, there was some kind of relationship, and the transaction of exchanging the loot for the breathing method was completed without any twists and turns. As for the accident, Ji-sun had thought about it. But he believed more in his intuition and judgment. This kind of self-confidence, like a blazing flame, was above all subjective consciousness. This made him fearless. Ji-sun did not dare to stay for long, and decisively disappeared into the darkness with the breathing method. At this moment, Dark Rain Street was in chaos. When the people of the Blackwater Mercenary group heard that the target they had been looking for several days appeared in the black market, people from several nearby blocks quickly came to reinforce. Not only the mercenaries, but also the various hidden agents arranged by the Governor Chao's family in the city also started to move. Such a big movement naturally could not be concealed from the well-informed intelligence merchants. The various forces in the city did not know what was going on, and thought that there would be a big fight in the black market, and they also sent people to check. For a time, the undercurrent in Wuzue City surged, and various armed personnel on the street gathered in groups towards the dark alleys, and motorcycles roared and exploded the streets. Looking at this posture, the various forces thought that something big was about to happen. More and more forces began to gather. Almost no one fully understood what was happening, but they were gathering in all kinds of ways. Because everyone was gathering people. When the old woman was shot dead in the street, everyone realized that the card master apprentice was not only not caught, but even more rampant, and came back to kill people to silence them. The Blackwater Mercenary group and the Chao family's secret agents were looking everywhere like crazy. Now, everyone knew that the matter was only big. But the identity of the Chao family governor really had no deterrent power in the lower city. Their big move not only did not get any help, but was blocked everywhere. Most people still don't understand what happened, but the people of Innocent City are all xenophobic. What the governor wants to do is what they want to stop. The more anxious they are, the more they want to stop it. For a time, the huge Innocent City was in turmoil. The forces in Innocent City seemed determined to pull out the governor's office's secret stakes in the lower city. Now that they have taken the initiative to expose themselves, they will naturally not show mercy. From the initial small friction to the subsequent large-scale battle, it is getting more and more intense. But Ji-sun, the instigator, had already left the scene. Not long after, at the intersection of Hanfan Street, a few kilometers away from Anyu Street. At the railway station, Ji-sun was among a group of mechanical workers who were off work, waiting for the intercity train to come. He just took a sip of the potion he had just received, and a cool feeling rushed to his head, and he felt that the whole world was clear in an instant. Wow, this potion is really good stuff. That old woman is really rich. She actually carries this thing with her in rows. Ji-sun felt the wonderful spiritual pleasure of the potion taking effect, and watched the mental power value consumed by wearing the clown mask continue to recover, and he was also full of emotion in his heart. The empty test tube in his hand was hung with a silver nameplate, which read product of the first alchemy factory of Haidarui. This nameplate alone was worth more than 100 yuan, and the potion was worth a lot of money. High efficiency mental power recovery potion detailed explanation. Take it to restore mental power 0.1/minute, keep a clear mind, and last for 3 hours. This is the spoils of killing the old woman just now. Ji-sun still has a whole row of nearly 20 such potions in his hand. This is a good thing that can't be bought. It also solved the urgent problem. In fact, Ji-sun had considered it before. He had done everything he should do to counter tracking on the physical level, but the mysterious spells were hard to defend against. Although he had a clown mask in his hand, it could exempt him from a large degree of mysterious spells. But there was a problem. Wearing a mask would continue to consume mental power, which made it impossible for him to wear it at any time. He was discovered in the black market before because of this reason. So Ji-sun thought about buying potions to see if he could make up for the problem of mental power consumption. But he had asked in various pharmacy shops before, and the potions related to mental power potions are very rare. First, it is difficult to make, the materials are rare, and small workshops can hardly make them. Second, there is little demand, and potions have a shelf life. Non-large alchemy factories will hardly make such loss-making potions. So even though all kinds of contraband are sold in Innocent City, no one does the loss-making business. Not only are there few, but the price is also extremely expensive. I didn't expect to get a whole row now. In fact, what Ji-sun didn't know was that not all mysterious professionals were so rich. Instead, the fourth young master of the Chow family transferred all the inventory of the governor's office to provide those mysterious trackers with enough potion support in order to find the epic source card 407 as soon as possible. This was a good deal for Ji-sun. It has been proven that hard work can make you rich. But if you want to get rich quickly, you have to take shortcuts. Now with these high-efficiency mental power recovery potions, Ji-sun has also been given a safety guarantee. After taking it, it can almost offset the continuous reduction in mental power caused by wearing a clown mask. That is to say, it is extremely difficult to identify him by some mysterious means during the effective time of the potion. And there is one more thing. Although Ji-sun does not know much about this world, he also knows that there are very few spell card masters who are proficient in divination. And the cost of divination is also very high. Just like the old woman Ji-sun saw before, the old age is abnormal at first glance. Ji-sun does not think that there are many talents like Governor Chow's family. Kill one less. This is also the most important reason why he wanted to go back and silence him even at the risk of risk. Besides, it might not be easy to find relics with divination effects. Ji-sun also found a treasure from the spoils. Relic Golden Divination Poker Detailed Explanation. Second level mysterious relic. Consumes life to divine the target within the range. The user needs to be proficient in prophecy-related abilities. The more vague the clues pointing to the divination target, the greater the backlash. Seeing this golden poker card, Ji-sun immediately realized that this was the treasure that the old woman used to divine his location before. The reason why they are called ancient relics is that such things can hardly be reproduced in modern times. All relics come from ancient ruins and different dimensions. And the mysterious secondary relics are even rarer. They are rare. Even if the Chow family is rich and powerful, they may not have many of them. These are all good treasures that cannot be bought on the market. Of course, the last big surprise is the black ring in Ji-sun's hand at this moment. This is the legendary space storage ring. Unlike the containment card, the storage ring is a secondary space like a pocket that can hold all kinds of sundries, while the containment card is a space ability similar to dimensionality reduction that is not yet understood and has great limitations. Ji-sun had heard hunters brag about this magical space ring that can hold items before. Storage rings are standard equipment for nobles and spell card masters. A ring with a space only the size of a fist can be sold for more than 100,000, and this one is even more valuable now. As soon as the consciousness was focused, it was like reaching into a hidden pocket, about 1/3 cubic meter of space. With this ring, it will be more concealed and convenient to carry all kinds of equipment with you in the future. In addition to the previous spiritual potions and gold card relics, The ring was also filled with stacks of green banknotes worth about 100,000, some gold and silver coins and scrolls, first aid potions and other sundries. But most of them were exchanged for the golden breathing method. Ji-sun didn't carefully calculate whether it was worth 3 million, and he didn't feel it was a loss. Those things were hot, so it was better to sell them as soon as possible. In general, this trip to the black market was a great harvest. Not only did he find a suitable breathing method, he also solved a major hidden danger and became rich. Not long after, woo. The steam train drove into the platform. Ji-sun gathered his thoughts and squeezed into the train among the crowd. More than an hour later, Ji-sun returned to the corpse collector's dormitory at number 117 Dongcheng Street, smelling of alcohol. Today, all 5 teams of them were on vacation. Captain Dong Jio and 2 other old team members had gone to Downing Street and had not returned yet. The corpse collectors not only had high salaries, but also good accommodation conditions. Because there were few people and the building was large, each of them had their own single dormitory. But before Ji-sun went upstairs, he immediately noticed something unusual. A stranger had been to the dormitory. Chapter 42. Ji-sun has a photographic memory. Because he suspects that someone will come to his door soon, he has been observing the environment around the dormitory in detail. Only a few corpse collectors from Team 5 usually go up and down this staircase. He remembers almost every detail clearly. At this moment, there is a strange footprint on the dust layer on the ground. No! I found it when I was in the yard just now. The threaded Dark Star non-slip sole looks like the East 5th District. Mole Leather Factory. Monk shoes produced by the company. This style is favored by middle-aged men around 40 years old, and the price is not affordable for ordinary people. The owner of this shoe print probably has a decent job. And this kind of high-end shoes is not work shoes for corpse collectors, and the entire branch does not have them. Size 42, the left heel is worn, the stride is medium. According to the formula of normal height equals 6.876x, shoe size plus 10/2, it is estimated that the height of the owner of the shoe print should be between 173 and 178 centimeters, and the left foot is slightly turned outward when walking. According to the depth of the soft mud shoe print in the yard, the weight is 60 to 65 kilograms. Overall, he is not very burly. This almost immediately rules out a melee spell card master. Because muscle strength and mass are directly proportional, a melee spell card master of this height must weigh more than 80 kilograms. Magic or mystical, so it is highly likely that it is not the Chow family's killer who came to the door. Ji-sun immediately thought of something, that the cellar in Taylor Street had an incident. I think it should be so. He came to find something, not to kill people. A mystical spell card master with special abilities is obviously more suitable, rather than a strong man who can only fight and kill. When he walked to his dormitory, Ji-sun was even more certain that someone had entered his room. Well, maybe the person is inside now, waiting for him, to come back. After all, only he and the little fat man had been in the cellar, and their room would have left a stronger smell. The moment Ji-sun discovered the abnormality, he had already made a choice in his heart. If it was a master, it would be useless to escape now, and the extra actions would make people suspicious. If it was not a master, Ji-sun did not think that the other party would definitely take advantage. He had already realized that if he dared to take such a hot treasure, he would naturally take risks. But now that the stolen goods have been swallowed up, he is not afraid of being caught. What he is betting on is a bold and careful mind. Before being exposed, Ji-sun's identity was just an ordinary corpse collector. He should not show any vigilance beyond this profession. His mind turned, and he did not show any hesitation, pretending to be drunk and opened the door. But at the same time, the hand in his trouser pocket had activated the clown mask card. From what he currently knows, the card master is not omnipotent. Except for the card master's own specialization in supernatural powers, he may not know much about other aspects. At least, he did not cover up the shoe prints. The person who came was a very bad scout. Maybe he was sent to find something because he found something lost. Or maybe that half-baked evil organization did not have any talents, who were good at tracking traces. Ji-sun already had a relatively accurate psychological profile of the person who came. The moment the door was opened, enlightenment appeared, and you were exempted from mental hypnosis once. As expected, Ji-sun stared blankly at the gleaming silver pocket watch in front of him. He had been hypnotized many times in his previous life, successfully or unsuccessfully. Because of his abnormal mental state, he took the initiative to learn a lot of relevant knowledge, so he knew very well what a person would be like when hypnotized. There was a guy in the room wearing a black cloak, and whose face could not be seen clearly. Ji-sun pretended not to see it, his pupils were dilated, and he was stunned on the spot. The strong smell of alcohol on his body was not because of greed, but because the irritating gas greatly interfered with the olfactory curse card master, and the wine stains on his clothes were also intentional. In this way, even if there was any psychic aura left on him before, it would be difficult to capture it now. It is not surprising that the corpse collector would get drunk on his days off. The cloaked man frowned as he looked at the drunk corpse collector in front of him. He thought his hypnosis was successful, and asked directly, "Did you go to the cellar at number 17 Taylor Street to collect corpses yesterday?" "Yes." "Did you find anything special?" "I collected a lot of corpses." "Anything else?" "I can't seem to remember clearly, I just remember there were a lot of corpses." Hearing this vague answer, the cloaked man did not continue to ask, but thought it should be so, muttering to himself, "Is my memory really wiped?" This is also the reason why Ji-sun dared to go upstairs and face the danger. Normally, if something is lost, the person behind the scenes should first look for the two field agents of Golden Oak Security Company. But now that he has found this place, he must have already looked for those two agents. In other words, he must have known that Golden Oak Security Company had a memory clearing program. He came here just to confirm it. There was no point in killing people, and killing a small corpse collector was even more meaningless. He came here to find something. The cloaked man had no interest in wasting time here. After asking a few questions, he left the dormitory directly. As soon as the strange visitor left, Ji-sun's scattered pupils slowly gathered, cold and energetic. At the same time, he also loosened the pull ring hidden in his sleeve. After this level was passed, the hidden dangers in the Taylor Street cellar were completely eliminated. Ji-sun closed the door, and there was no big wave in his heart. As for changing his residence because someone came to the door, it's not necessary. After all, for him, no place in the city is necessarily safe now. On the contrary, because someone has come to the dormitory, he can feel more at ease. Now the fourth young master of the Chow family is likely to be looking for him all over the city, and the dormitory building of the corpse collector is remote enough and safer. Thinking of this, Ji-sun took out the nameless golden breathing method from the storage ring and studied it carefully. What he needs to do now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible, so that when he becomes really strong in the future, he won't have to be so scared all the time. With Devil's Feast, it's only a matter of time before he becomes stronger. Now he has the breathing method that matches his strength. All done. Ji-sun seemed to see that the way of the reckless man was already waiting at him. Just like the King Kong demon ape he met on the train before, if anyone dares to hypnotize me again, I punch them one by one. The thin booklet seemed to have infinite magic power, and Ji-sun soon immersed himself in it as he flipped through it. His high level of understanding made him gradually understand the descriptions of the secrets of breathing. The more he understood, the more shocked he felt. This gap is too exaggerated. The gap between Great Dark Breathing Method and this fragment of breathing method is so big, no wonder the shop owner said that this is a fragment of breathing method related to the ancient demon god. The more Ji-sun read, the more incredible he felt. He had attended classes before, and knew some common sense. The breathing method has two main functions. The first is to breathe the free elements in the void, and condense them into one's own magic power. The second is to create a water tank in the body, to hold the magic power. Generally speaking, the better the quality of the breathing method, the higher the condensation efficiency, and the larger the water tank that can be cast. The rank of each card master apprentice is not the same as the mantra value. According to the rank description of the common breathing method Great Dark Breathing Method, the mantra value of card master apprentices from level 1 to 9 is roughly 100, 150, 230, 360, 540, 810, 1200, 1800, 2700, 4000, full. Each level increases by about 1.5 times. The later the stage, the bigger the gap. The black iron breathing method and the silver breathing method usually have a 20 to 70% step improvement in value. It is usually affected by other factors such as demon marks, professional sequence, environment, drugs, etc., so even if it is the same breathing method, the value will vary from person to person. But according to the description in the booklet in front of me, this incomplete golden breathing method will have a spell power value of more than 4000 if it is cultivated to the 6th stage. If it is cultivated to the 9th stage, wouldn't it be many times that of an ordinary card master apprentice, even comparable to a formal spell card master? However, this is still learned by ordinary people. Ji-sun's situation is different from that of ordinary people learning this breathing method. The demon contract he merged is a very special joker. And the breathing method has a hidden threshold, that is, individual tolerance. In simple terms, it is the tolerance of the curse power brought to the body by the element affinity. The higher the affinity, the more curse power the body can accommodate. Element affinity can be improved through acquired practice and some materials, and is usually directly related to the demon mark. This is also the reason why the magic card masters have stronger magic power as they get older. Although Ji-sun's affinity for each element is not high at present, he can devour from corpses. After fusing with Joker, he has gained the affinity for all elements. As long as there are enough high-quality corpses, he can even get the affinity for each element to a very high level. What concept? In other words, if he really cultivates it under his conditions, the magic power value will even far exceed the theoretical data in the booklet. What is the origin of this secret method? Ji-sun had never even touched the black iron breathing method, so he didn't know how powerful the breathing method he had was. But the value he estimated in his mind was already outrageous. With Joker, the effect was not comparable to the silver breathing method, which was one level lower. It was not just one level higher, but many levels higher, and this was still a fragment. From what the shop owner said, it seemed that this breathing method had a great origin. In other words, there might be other people in the city who practiced the subsequent formulas. Ji-sun even began to look forward to what the complete breathing method would look like. However, the 6-stage formula is enough for now. For a long time in the future, Ji-sun does not need to worry about the breathing method. Moreover, if he really wants to practice the 6th stage of mantra power, why does it feel that the mantra power value is already at the peak of the master apprentice? Ji-sun knew that the Joker mark he had fused was very powerful, but at this moment, he once again realized its hidden exaggerated increase. Soon, Ji-sun finished reading this incomplete breathing method for the first time. He had memorized all the formulas in his mind. His high level of comprehension made his brain like a computer. After inputting those code-like formulas, it seemed to start working all of a sudden. After analyzing, enlightening, understanding, mastering, and pondering for several hours, Ji-sun felt that he seemed to have mastered it. At least he knew the formulas in the first section. The exaggerated value of the mantra power calculated made him a little skeptical. The mantra power value cultivated by the first level of mantra practice exceeded 1,000. Golden Fragment 1 section of Great Dark Breathing Method 6 sections? This ridiculous gap made him feel that he had overlooked something and made a mistake in his calculations. Without thinking too much, Ji-sun began to practice. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. According to the breathing formula in the booklet, he began to try to breathe in and out various elemental particles in the air. This closed his eyes for nearly an hour. At a certain moment, the feeling of complete chi circulation made Ji-sun withdraw from the state of elemental breathing that was concentrating on it. He opened his eyes. It took an hour for the mantra to complete a cycle, which was half as slow as the Great Dark Breathing method. But Ji-sun's eyes sparkled. Because the mantra value increased by more than 10 times, Ji-sun knew that his mantra value before meditation was 115. But now it is 119. It has increased by 4 points. What does this mean? If it was the previous breathing method, it would increase by 0.3 at most, and according to the previous dark breathing method, his value was already 100, which was the first level of mantra. After reaching this value, there will be a feeling of saturation in breathing. The efficiency of absorbing elements with this formula will be greatly reduced, and even stagnant. This requires the second level of breathing formula to increase the height of the water tank wall and increase the capacity before practicing. However, this incomplete golden breathing method is different. Just the first level of formula did not give him the feeling of water tank overflowing. This level of formula created a super exaggerated water tank bottom for him. Even if it is the same first level, the capacity of the cursed power is 10 times larger than before. After Ji-sun tried it, he realized that this breathing method was indeed much stronger than expected. The reason why it was so efficient was because there were enough elements to breathe. Before, it could only absorb dark elements. Now, all kinds of elements can be absorbed and converted into mana. Before, Great Dark Breathing method was like pulling out a thread, pulling out a black absorption from a piece of color. Now, this incomplete golden secret method is like a whale swallowing all the free elemental particles around. Feeling the changes brought by the change of breathing method, Ji-sun felt that the adventure in Dark Rain Street was totally worth it. This can save him more than 10 times of meditation time. This breathing method is really powerful. Ji-sun realized the benefits, was shocked for a moment, and then closed his eyes and began to meditate again. As long as he is given enough time, the road to becoming a curse card master will be smooth. The little accident encountered in Dark Rain Street before was also worth it in an instant. Chapter 43. Time flies. Ji-sun spent 2 peaceful days. In addition to the mission to collect corpses in the streets of East District 5, he spent most of the rest of the time in the morgue practicing the golden fragment breathing method. Practicing the breathing method is very boring, especially for beginners. The breathing method condenses the spell power, which requires breathing in the free particles of various elements in the air, and then circulates them in the body for a week with the tricks of the formula. The whole process requires full concentration, and there can be no mistakes in the middle. Otherwise, once the chi disperses, this cycle will be ruined. It's like counting silently from 1 to 10,000 in your mind, without interruption and without falling asleep. The effect of this golden fragment far exceeded expectations. But at the same time, the difficulty of practicing is also several times more difficult than Great Dark breathing method. The difficulty of each cycle is probably like counting silently from 1 to 100,000. No wonder the owner of the bookshop thinks that learning a breathing method that absorbs multiple elements is a strange idea. After all, this is not a difficulty that ordinary people can digest. At the same time, you have to control the breathing of multiple elements and maintain the delicate balance of the magic power of each element in your body. The difficulty is so great that it is simply beyond the understanding of ordinary people. It is very difficult to just get started. Even if Ji-sun himself did not have the premise of the tricksters. Comprehension plus 10, he would not be confident that he could master this breathing method in a short time. Fortunately, he has enough comprehension. And he can tolerate loneliness. As long as he does not go on a mission, he can sit for most of the day. His high comprehension allowed him to quickly comprehend some of the tricks of breathing. After becoming familiar with it, it gradually became like breathing, as if it were an instinct. At least the first level of the formula was already very proficient. The people from the Governor Chow's family did not come to the door, and the trouble in the Taylor Street cellar was gone. During this period, no strange people came to disturb. The mantra values soared every day. Everything was moving in a good direction. Although Ji-sun himself had no trouble in the past 2 days, the City of Innocence was very lively. The corpse collectors always have access to many crime scenes, and can give more first-hand information. The field missions have become more frequent in the past 2 days. Later, I inquired and found that in addition to the commotion he caused in the black market of Dark Rain Street 2 days ago, there were many fights in the city. More importantly, there was a rumor in Innocent City. The intelligence dealer said that the Chow family of the governor's mansion had obtained an ancient relic of extremely high grade. Some said it was the mysterious relic that the lone wolf baron brought out from the Devil's Cross before, and some said it was a disaster item related to the great cataclysm brought out by a mercenary group, and there was also a rumor that the treasure in the 407 space was taken by the Chow family. There are various versions. In short, it is a treasure. A high reward was also posted in the black market of Innocent City, and a mysterious person was asking for this treasure with a large sum of money. So in the past 2 days, unknown people have been sneaking into the governor's mansion to investigate, and even assassinated the governor many times. Ji-sun's first reaction to the news was not to be curious about what the relic was. Instead, he felt that someone wanted to fish in troubled waters, and disrupt the situation in Innocent City. Even the news of the relic was deliberately spread by someone. It was like someone threw a stone into a pond, and the water was suddenly muddied, and some turtles, tortoises, and silver carp that were originally hidden in the mud were exposed. As he expected, the fighting in Innocent City has become more frequent in the past 2 days. Because the Dark Rain Street incident exposed too many secret agents of the Chow family, the conflict between the governor's office and several major gangs in the lower city has become more acute. Recently, many unknown outsiders have flooded into the city and fought with local gangs. Some even attacked the gold-digging wharf, the only way to the old continent. In retaliation, various assassination bounties targeting the governor's office appeared on the black market. Killing a law enforcement officer will get a bounty of 200,000. Killing a guard of the governor's office will get 500,000, and there is even a bounty for the governor. This price has exacerbated the unrest in Innocent City. The storm is coming. This has also led to the crematoriums of the major corpse collectors' branches almost never stopping. Ji-sun also likes this kind of excitement. The more lively the Chow family is, the less time they have to look for him. Others will also think that the treasure has fallen into the hands of the Chow family. In addition, the quality of the corpses collected during the mission is much higher. Although the corpse collectors are at the bottom, they can participate in the aftermath of many high-end events. Ji-sun feels that with this situation, it is hard to say when there will be another Taylor Street cellar. With the aura of the unlucky gambler, he felt that the possibility was not small. Risks certainly coexist. But Ji-sun was a little bit looking forward to it. However, There was one thing that Ji-sun had never thought of. He came to be a corpse collector in order to devour the extraordinary characteristics. But he ignored the occupational diseases of corpse collectors. Ordinary corpse collectors are exposed to pollution all year round, and their bodies must be getting weaker and weaker. But because of feast, Ji-sun's body is getting stronger and stronger. Now the physical fitness value is around 3.6, which is more than 3 times the previous value. The attribute growth is also reflected in the body size, and the muscle dimension is much larger. Although the melee professionals in the streets of Wuzue City are all strong men, the corpse collectors should not be. This forced Ji-sun to wear some loose clothes and hunch over to pretend to be weak. Occasionally, when the blood is too strong, he will draw a light smoke to pretend to be polluted. Fortunately, his performance skills in the previous life were solid, and he did not reveal any flaws for the time being. But as time goes by, he will become stronger and stronger, which will be a big problem. Ji-sun was also thinking about how to solve this hidden danger in the future. After lunch, Ji-sun came to the office of Team 5. Today is payday. The corpse collector is a high-risk job, and the salary is paid every Monday. He knocked on the door, and the captain Dongjio and the other two were inside. Apart from work, there was no friendship between them. Ji-sun walked in and said directly, "Captain, I'm here to collect my salary." Dongjio looked at him, opened the drawer and casually took out a thin stack of banknotes and said, "This is yours." Ji-sun took it and knew without counting that the amount was obviously wrong. The salary for the corpse collector in the advertisement was 3,500/week, but he had more than 1,000 at most. He asked directly, "I saw that the company's recruitment said." Before he finished speaking, the old team member next to Dongjio, Lai Tu-lu, seemed to know that he would ask this question and said sarcastically, "Do you think the captain doesn't take care of things? If there is no captain." Ji-sun was not interested in listening to this guy's words at all. Before he finished speaking, he confirmed it again. "So, this is all I can take?" He didn't understand that the three had long regarded this position as a cash cow. They didn't have to do much work, but they got a lot of money, all by banding together to exploit newcomers. Hearing this, Dongjio narrowed his eyes and looked over, and asked, "What do you think?" Sometimes, you can tell from a glance that some people are really bad people. Before exile, Dongjio was a robber who killed and robbed, and the other two were a rapist and a human trafficker who illegally traded people. They were not good people. Ji-sun listened with a normal expression and said lightly, "Oh, there is no logic in Innocent City. The law of the jungle is the basic rule." He turned around and left. This attitude made Dongjio and the other two confused. Ji-sun didn't care about this little money. 2,000 yuan can't even buy a page of breathing method, let alone resentment. This kind of small character is not worth looking at. But Ji-sun also believed in a dead truth, it is his. He still needs this job now. The rest of the salary will be kept with those guys for the time being. After receiving his salary, Ji-sun originally wanted to go to the morgue to deal with the corpses, and continue to absorb the extraordinary characteristics. Unexpectedly, just as he got on the elevator, a loud shout came from the brass pipe. "Hey guys, it's time for a big job, all the corpse collectors in the East 5th District. Hurry up and get on the train with your stuff, remember to bring more body bags." "Boss Gong, what happened?" "Just got the news that a group of guys attacked a train carrying supplies from the upper city to the elevator near the large cemetery on the outskirts of the city. The two sides are now exchanging fire fiercely. Who is so brave as to attack the inner-city supply train? It's probably looters or gangsters. Never mind, many people may die this time, and we will be busy. We have to hurry, otherwise if we are late and other teams arrive first, there will be no profit." "Okay. It is normal for corpse collectors to have temporary tasks, and they are more frequent these 2 days. But big jobs?" Ji-sun instantly became interested. Usually, a team is responsible for each task, and this is the first time that 4 teams from East District 5 are together. Ji-sun recognized the voice of Gong Su, the director of the East 5th District Silver Moon Company branch. Because Gong Su had a good relationship with the top management of the Golden Oak headquarters, he could always get first-hand information. This also allowed the several corpse collection teams in the East 5th District to often gain more benefits. Firefights meant there would be many corpses. The corpses of the bandits, who dared to rob freight trains, were much more valuable than the corpses of gangsters in the city. This was a profitable corpse collection mission. And it was in the suburbs, so they had to rely on robbery. Whoever gets it first gets it. A large cemetery on the outskirts of the city? Ji-sun's thoughts turned again. He remembered seeing the teammate recruitment information in the Hunters Guild before. It seemed to be a primary dimension space, not very difficult. He didn't delay, quickly got the materials, and ran out of the dormitory building with the toolbox in his hand, and got on the truck parked on the side of the road. Before long, teams of corpse collectors from the East 5th District drove out of the city in a mighty manner. There were several thousand meters of rock layers between the innocent city and the federal city on the rich mineral layer above. In the past, exiling prisoners had to walk, which took several months. Now that the old world has been discovered, the nobles and the upper class have built an elevator, and a large number of people and materials are transported down every day. There are also many treasures produced in the ruins of the old world, which will be transported from the innocent city to the upper level. There is a more than 100-kilometer railway from the innocent city to the elevator. This has also become the target of some robbers, who plunder materials. In the carriage, Captain Dongjio and the other two seemed a little excited. After all, such a trip. Big job. If you are really lucky, you may become rich overnight. As long as you can arrive in time, the spoils in the suburbs are all for the corpse collectors. Now it's all about speed. Several steam trucks are running at full speed all the way in the city. There are only 4 people left in the car of Team 5. Little Fatty Gib asked for a leave, and went home before, and never came again. I don't know if he had any accidents. Now only Ji-sun is working. Dongjio and his 3 friends are a small group. They never chat with newcomers. Ji-sun didn't want to pay attention. He sat quietly in the corner, looking out the window. The underground city had almost no scenery except for the spectacular ruins. After leaving the outer wall in the city, there was no light source around, and it was pitch black like death. The lights of the cars were connected in a line, like a thorn of light piercing into the endless darkness. In the dim light, you can occasionally see some dark shadows near the railway, which are the ghouls and deformed monsters wandering in the wasteland. Big Cemetery. It is a place name along the railway line in the eastern suburbs of Innocent City. It is said to be an ancient mass grave, where a large number of skeleton monsters often roam. There is also an alien space grand cemetery maze that almost everyone in Innocent City knows about. Bored in the car, Dongjio and 2 old team members also talked about the maze. Grand Cemetery Maze. The entrance to this alien space has a large impact range, and there is no regularity in the triggering method. When the time comes, everyone should be smart and don't touch anything you don't understand. If you touch something catastrophic and get sucked into the alien space, it will be troublesome. The exploration rate of the space is only about 40%. No one knows its full appearance so far, and getting out depends entirely on luck. Yes. But Captain, this maze is only a primary space. Why is the exploration rate only 40%? Because this is a puzzle-solving space. It is said that the maze is very large and the structure is too complicated. It will waste several days to enter it casually. If you go wrong, you will waste a lot of time, or even be trapped in it. Moreover, this space only produces low-level skeleton materials, and large teams and high-level hunters are not interested. Except for puzzle lovers and card master apprentices, who need low-level necromancy materials, no one wants to come to this damn place. Oh! After all, the team leader Dongjio is an old prisoner who has been exiled for several years. He knows more than ordinary people. Ji-sun in the corner of the carriage listened carefully to their conversation. He also had a general impression of this maze. The output is low, and the risk is not small. Nothing worth worrying about. Not only the old continent, there are also many strange dimensional spaces in the Innocent City. Ji-sun also had a strong interest in those magical copies. He still hadn't figured out what the different dimensional space was like. Was it a fragment of a low-dimensional world, a game of gods, or a projection of a high-dimensional world? None of them seemed right. Just like that. Enlightenment, the different dimensional space, also had an indescribable mystery. As he was thinking, a bright light appeared in front of him unknowingly. The destination had arrived. Chapter 44. We're here! Someone shouted softly, and Ji-sun looked out through the window. The surroundings were a strange and dark wilderness, and the headlights illuminated some low earthen mounds in front of them that looked like graves. There were some bare trees on the mounds, and there were strange birds, like crows on the branches, and there was a faint mist in the air. Nothing special. This was the strange and deserted wilderness that should be there. Ji-sun looked at the place where the lights converged. There was an explosion in front of the railway track, and a steam train with more than 10 carriages was overturned on the ground. It seems that someone blew up the railway ahead, and then the train derailed and overturned. It is not uncommon to rob a train of supplies in Innocent City. Especially robbing the supplies of the upper-class nobles. Although the risk is high, the benefits are also high. All the major gangs in the city like to do this. Originally, similar incidents have happened before, which is a welfare event for the corpse collectors. But this time, as soon as they arrived at the scene, everyone noticed something was wrong. After getting off the car, Ji-sun only glanced at the scene, and immediately found something unusual in his eyes. The battle was over. More than 50 bodies were seen scattered on the ground, but the traces of the battle did not seem to be fierce. Logically speaking, since the looters had blown up the rails, they were prepared to rob, so why did so many people die? Although the supplies on the train were scattered near the tracks, they were not looted. It was called a robbery, but it looked more like a one-sided massacre. Are the so-called looters a bunch of noobs who don't know their own limits? Obviously not. Ji-sun looked at the bodies in front of him. The fatal wound was the smooth cut on the chest, and the mechanical exoskeleton was cut off. This was a wound caused by a large-scale wind card. He immediately made a judgment in his mind. At least a second-level wind card spell master took action. Looking at the traces of battle in the distance, there were obviously traces of fire and lightning element cards exploding. Apparently there was more than one master. It seemed that the unlucky predators did not know that there was a high-level spell card master on the train, and blew up the tracks to rob, and then were killed. Ji-sun immediately thought of the key. How could there be so many high-level spell card masters on a freight train? Is there something special about this train? Before Ji-sun could think about it, the roar of a steam boiler suddenly came from afar. Looking closely, another convoy appeared on the north side of the track. The convoy was moving very fast, and it was clear in a blink of an eye that it was an elite army. On the body of the car was the Governor Chao's family's long halberd and double-headed falcon clan emblem. When Ji-sun saw it for the first time, his pupils turned, and he realized that this might not be an ordinary robbery. Seeing this convoy, Captain Dongjio muttered to himself, "Strange, why are the elite Frost Knights of the governor's office here?" Because the corpse collectors received the news in time and drove very fast, they arrived at the scene almost immediately. Even one step ahead of the elite corps of the governor's office. The corpse collectors looked at the dozen or so armored vehicles armed to the teeth speeding over, each with a puzzled look on their faces. As soon as the armored vehicle approached the derailment site and had not stopped, a group of majestic heavy armored soldiers in white armor rushed out of the car. Nearly 100 people were on guard around the broken carriage. Majestic, well-trained, and disciplined, this was a regular army that was completely different from the hunters in Innocent City. Ji-sun took a closer look, and then looked at the white fine armor on those guys, and thought of what he had heard of. This was the famous Frost Knights. Governor Chao's family had a complete advanced route of the Order Path Spade 6 Punishment Iron Guard, and these heavy armored warriors were the private guards trained by the Chao family in this sequence, and they were extremely powerful. It is said that the army can fight 1 against 10. I heard about it when I was asking for information before. Normally, a few law enforcement officers can handle such a train robbery, but now a reorganized guard army has come. Seeing this, the doubt in Ji-sun's eyes turned into relief. He seemed to think of something and muttered to himself, "It seems that I have run into some big shots who are doing something shameful. Tisk, it's getting more and more interesting." Minister Gong Su has a long career, and is also popular in the Golden Oak Security Company. As soon as he arrived, several field agents from the headquarters who had arrived earlier greeted him. "Brother Gong, you're here pretty fast. We just arrived and you're here." Gong Su smiled, pointed to the governor's mansion convoy in the distance, and asked casually, "Old Ma, what's going on over there?" With the people from the governor's mansion intervening, the people from Golden Oak seemed redundant. But the relationship between the company and Shangqing is very ambiguous. It's not hostile, at most it's neutral, and there's no conflict. The leading field agent spread his hands and said, "I don't know either. But it seems that there seems to be a big shot from the upper city on the train." "Oh!" Hearing this, Gong Su shrugged his shoulders and didn't show any curiosity. Confidential information involving high-ranking nobles is not something that people of their level can inquire about, nor is it interesting. Because of the characteristics of their profession, corpse collectors often come into contact with some special crime scenes. Just like the incident in the cellar of Taylor Street last time. But this time, it is obviously different. Ji-sun smelled a hint of conspiracy. But he didn't feel bad, instead his scalp felt slightly numb. That familiar feeling came back again. Ji-sun stared at the people in the governor's mansion. Not only him, but everyone was curious about what happened. Not long after, the mystery was solved. When the guards of the governor's mansion arrived, a section of the overturned carriage suddenly lit up dozens of complex magic defense barriers. Everyone realized that it was a special carriage disguised as a freight carriage. The heavy armored door of the carriage opened, and several well-equipped Frost Knights came out with a middle-aged man with a mustache and a big belly. As soon as the mustache came out, the Frost Knights and law enforcement officers who came to reinforce all half knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully, "Governor." The voice echoed in the empty and dark cemetery, which was particularly harsh. "Governor?" When Jisun saw this, he realized that Governor Chao Sihai himself was on the train. No wonder the elite guard corps of the governor's office came. But why would the governor of Innocent City, a federal congressman, hide in a freight train? And the looters just happened to blow up the train where the governor was hiding. For a moment, his eyes lit up. This is getting more and more interesting. Ji-sun was just guessing which big shot of the Chao family would be in the carriage, but he didn't expect it to be the most important one. In this situation, it feels wrong if nothing happens. He would love to see something happen to the Chao family. The fourth young master of the Chao family is chasing him all over the city. If his father dies now. TSK, Innocent City is going to be lively. Thinking of this, Ji-sun did not rush to the front like other corpse collectors to collect the corpses close to the train, but quietly pulled some distance. Intuition told him that something unexpected was coming. Sure enough. Almost at the moment when the governor appeared, someone shouted in the distance. "Everyone be careful, the other dimension has arrived." This is the wilderness of the eastern suburbs. The lights illuminate only a small corner in the darkness. Before the voice fell, the diffuse black fog outside the lights in everyone's field of vision had already come like a tide. The speed was so fast that everyone didn't even have a chance to drive away. Before everyone could think about it, the fog had submerged all the lights. The surroundings changed and became pitch black. The fog came quickly and dissipated in an instant. The large-scale coverage was simply unavoidable. However, after the vision became clear, Ji-sun looked at the changing environment around him and tilted his head. "I'm really caught in it." It was the robbery scene in the railway cemetery just now, but now it is in a huge underground maze. This is the other dimensional space grand cemetery maze that Captain Dong Jojo mentioned before. There is no light source, visibility is very low, and some vague outlines can be barely seen. All around are dark rock walls at least 100 meters high, and the passages in the maze are more than 30 meters long, so you can imagine how large the scale of this maze is. Ji-sun's eyebrows showed a thought. It's obvious. They, the corpse collectors, were affected by an attack on the governor. Accident? Probably. But it must not be entirely. Joker's path was chosen by Ji-sun himself. It seems that only at this time can he feel that some souls are no longer as silent as dead ashes. You have entered the Grand Cemetery Maze. The mortality rate of this maze is 29.4%. The disaster level has been assessed D. Space exploration progress, 47.1%. Keyword puzzle. Task, you need to find the correct way out of the maze piled with skeleton monsters. Clue, 3,000 years ago, 300,000 laborers were killed, and the resentment formed a maze that no living creature could leave. Ji-sun looked at Chi-Di, and his expression showed a hint of thought. After all, this is a primary space. The known information is that this maze is not difficult except for trapping people. Although Ji-sun did not have the maze information from the Hunter Guild, he was not in a hurry at all. It was a D-level difficulty. If others could get out, there was no reason why he couldn't get out. Instead, he thought of something else. Are you trying to use the maze to trap Governor Chao and then kill him? The maze was full of low-level skeleton monsters, which theoretically posed no threat to the Legion of Frost Knights. Ji-sun quickly calculated in his mind and deduced the thoughts of the person behind the plot, but he also complained, that's not right. With such a large plot to hunt down the governor, there must be some tricks. Besides, they waited for the Frost Knights to arrive before taking action, which seemed to mean they wanted to solve the problem together. The maze alone was not enough. In the City of Innocence, no matter who was assassinated, it would probably not be as loud as assassinating the governor. And the opening of a grand performance usually requires a gorgeous and shocking opening. The current opening is far from worthy of such a big show. I don't know if it was G's bad mouth, or if the person behind the scenes didn't disappoint. At this time, enlightenment appeared for the second time. The hidden plot was triggered. The intruder triggered the dormant mechanism of the maze. The door sealing stone fell, and the exit of the maze was locked. The immortal secret keepers have awakened. They will wander in the maze and kill all living humans. The disaster level has become unknown again. It's coming. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that this was the correct way to start this grand assassination. Chapter 45. Hidden plots are common in the other dimensional space. It's probably like the difficulty level of the dungeon in the previous life game. The first time you enter, It's normal difficulty, then elite, nightmare, hell and so on. Keep exploring and keep unlocking high difficulty plots. Usually this is also good news for treasure hunters. Because triggering a hidden plot usually means that the settlement reward will be better, and hidden treasures may be found. Ji-sun had experienced it once before in the 407 space. But this time, it was obviously different. The hunter's previous intelligence said that this was just a low-level space where skeletons spawned. But now it seems that the monsters are more than just skeletons. Secret Keeper Immortal? Ji-sun caught the key words and pondered for a while. Since the planners thought that increasing the difficulty of the space could threaten the life of Governor Chow, it was naturally not simple. Choosing a maze that cannot be escaped, and then using monsters to kill people, this is a permanent solution. Ji-sun quickly figured it out. He observed the walls of the maze again, and without delay, he walked towards the depths of the maze. Regardless of the cause and effect, what he had to do now was to stay away from the governor. If it was outside, Ji-sun felt that he, a card master apprentice, would be dead if he was affected. But this was in a different dimension. The will of space will not change with individuals. Even if it was the person who laid the plan, he only made some plans using the rules of space. This assassination must be extremely dangerous. But it wasn't aimed at me. As long as I stay away from the governor, the danger can be reduced by 99%. Ji-sun saw the current situation clearly, and decided to run away. After walking a few steps, the sound of fighting echoed in the maze. Bang, bang, bang. Guns and cannons mixed with various exaggerated sounds, like thunderstorms echoed in the maze. Because the maze is a closed corridor, the sound will travel far. Listening to the fierce fighting sound at that moment, Ji-sun identified the direction and thought, I have to find a safe place to hide first. For now, there was no need to think about finding an exit to escape the maze. Not to mention that he didn't know the way out at all. Even if he knew, he couldn't go now. If you think with your toes, there must be an ambush at the exit. Ambush those fish that have a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping. It's safer to stay away. Thinking of this, Ji-sun avoided the corridor where the fighting sound came from, and chose another dark passage in the opposite direction. The fact was just as Ji-sun expected. At this moment, outside the maze, two mysterious people wearing cloaks, a man and a woman, were hiding in the darkness. Chow Si-hai, a great noble of the Federation, ambushed the Lord of Innocent City. This was already a serious crime of confiscation of property and extermination of the whole family. But the two of them were not afraid at all. Instead, they waited for the opportunity and chatted enthusiastically. That fat guy Chow Si-hai actually hid on the freight train and tried to escape back to the upper city. TSK, he really didn't care about the face of a high-ranking noble. Once this guy dies, Innocent City will be completely lively. The cloaked woman's tone was obviously gloating. In contrast, the cloaked man who was half a head shorter than her was silent. Seeing that her accomplice didn't speak, the woman continued to talk to herself. I heard from the grapevine that the Chow family recently got an ancient relic with a very high level of catastrophe. This time when they fled back to the capital, they probably brought it with them. It is said that it was brought back from the Devil's Cross by the wanted criminal lone wolf baron. I am also curious about what level of relic it is. Hearing this, the cloaked man became a little interested and laughed. I was the one who spread the news. I also posted the bounty on the black market. The cloaked woman tilted her head and pursed her lips. Her interest instantly dropped by half. Aw, that's fake news? The cloaked man shrugged and said, it's not completely fake, otherwise Chow Si-hai wouldn't have left Innocent City in a hurry. But the guy didn't have the ancient relic that Baron brought out, but an uncontainable disaster object. Hearing this, the cloaked woman's eyes froze, and she became very interested. Disaster object? The cloaked man continued. The Dragon City Chow family inherited some ancient books and materials before the Great Disaster, but we have never been able to decipher the clues. But more than half a month ago, the hunters who were pioneering discovered the temple ruins recorded in the data in the old continent, and found many ancient relics, including the relic that could not be contained. The effect is unknown, and the disaster level has not been rated yet. Governor Chow left in a hurry this time. In addition to escaping, he also wanted to take the disaster item to Dragon City. Hearing this, the cloaked woman turned her eyes, looked at the guy next to her who was extremely indifferent, and asked, you are not interested in that thing? After all, it is a disaster item. Anything that can be called a disaster object has some unimaginable uses. No matter what the rating is, once it appears, it will inevitably attract countless strong people to scramble for it, and even cause a war. It's not that I'm not interested, but I don't want to be obsessed with it. The cloaked man chuckled calmly. He also gave his reasons. the ancient relics before the catastrophe are all involved in the special rules of fate. It is a gift from the ancient demon god, but not everyone can afford it. No matter what process it goes through, it will eventually fall into the hands of the person who is right for it. This is fate. If this thing is mine, I will not miss it. If it is not destined to be mine, I cannot force it. Otherwise, even if I get it, it will only be temporarily kept for fate, adding to the trouble. Ah, your fatalism is too far-fetched, isn't it? The cloaked woman rolled her eyes when she heard it. While saying this, she did not forget to complain faintly. If that's the case, everyone is still destined to die. It's better to die early. Come on, since you have such a powerful ability, tell me about my marriage. I don't know how to tell fortunes. It's the same with deduction. Come on, tell me if I can meet a great hero, and a handsome one. Really? Yes. You may be disappointed. I think you will probably end up alone. Pa, you deserve a beating. Can't you just pick the good ones? What a crappy ability, not accurate at all. The two chatted about some irrelevant things. The cloaked man smiled and did not argue, returning to the main topic. At least according to the information we have obtained so far, whoever gets the cataclysm will suffer misfortune. The first to find it were the Thunderhammer mercenaries, and 90% of them died when they came out of the ruins. And those who came back alive had been killed by Chao before. Later, 6 more people came into contact with the thing, but all of them died suddenly for various reasons. Now Governor Chao is no exception. It seems like there is a strange fate involved. What's even more strange is that no one knows what that thing is yet. After saying that, he jokingly asked, after hearing this, do you still want to take it in your hands? Although the cloaked woman didn't believe it, she still recognized the ability of her companion. She raised her eyebrows and said, so weird? If he said there is a problem, there must be a problem. What else? The cloaked man smiled noncommittally. He didn't say much on this topic, and turned to say, compared to this maze is more interesting to me. I went there to have a look before, and I found out that this maze in the cemetery is the maze of resentment caused by the mad King Augustus of the Talon dynasty, who killed the tomb craftsman 3,000 years ago. That was the last recorded ancient dynasty before the cataclysm. The history before the cataclysm was cut off at this point. Don't you think this is more valuable than any treasure? The cloaked woman rolled her eyes, obviously not thinking so. The two were silent for a moment. She was not interested in talking about this topic at all, and changed the topic directly. The Chao family actually wanted to control the innocent city and monopolize the old continent. This time, they also cleared out the Frost Knight Legion. The Chao family's layout in the innocent city is completely hopeless. Hey, tell me, who is the one who paid the reward for our mission this time? The cloaked man said indifferently. Does it matter who it is? Do you think that other than the Chao family, who else in the parliament doesn't have the same idea? If the Chao family continues to dominate, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied with those seats. After a pause, his tone was as lazy as ever, but his eyes were sharp, and he said, the major cities have been in the rich mineral layer for too long. Now the pedantic old guys in the federal parliament are immersed in debauchery and luxury, and have long lost the spirit of adventure. They also forgot their ancestral teachings, and stopped exploring the depths of the cave. But we are treasure hunters. Now that we have discovered the old world, let those bloated old guys get up and move. Hearing this, the cloaked woman complained, haha. Politics is really boring. She was not interested in talking about this, and asked, Chao is dead now, so what should we do with Innocent City next? Although the gangs in the lower city are fighting among themselves, they are now united against the outside world. Even if the governor is not from the Chao family, it will be useless no matter who becomes the lord. Do you think we should ask the parliament to send troops to force it? The cloaked man laughed and said, can you kill all the rats in the sewer? Besides, Innocent City is not as simple as it looks. Whoever wants to force, it will definitely fall. The cloaked woman was puzzled. What should we do? We can't let these gangs control the gold-digging dock leading to the old continent all the time, right? The cloaked man said meaningfully, strong people often start to split from within. Hearing this mysterious tone, the cloaked woman rolled her eyes, and had lost the idea of continuing the conversation. Forget it. This kind of conspiracy is best suited for you. She asked again, by the way, there seem to be some special guys among the previous plunderers? The cloaked man, just the remnants of the old times. They have some connections with them, set up a trap, and killed a few more people by the way. The two chatted casually. In the maze, it was already a tragic scene. Chapter 46. The light in the maze is very dim. The dark blue main color is very depressing, and the air is filled with a suffocating horror. The corridor is very quiet, and occasionally a gust of cold wind blows, bringing bursts of shrill cries, like the groans of wronged souls, echoing in the ears for a long time. It seems that the end of the dark corridor is the intersection leading to hell, which will make people tremble with fear every step. The rusty sword blades and axes, the broken pottery jars, and the scattered bones all hint that there will be terrifying monsters here. Ji-sun observed and confirmed that the atmosphere of the maze should be intentional. This is a very clever psychological suggestion, which will invisibly affect the mentality of the intruder. But he still doesn't know what the purpose of this setting is. As a senior puzzle enthusiast, Ji-sun knows that there is an important idea in puzzle solving, which is to identify the intention of the layouter and abandon interference. It's like the dubbing of a horror movie. After turning it off, the horror atmosphere immediately drops by 90%. The more the environment suggests that you should be afraid, the calmer you should be. Well, he was not prone to fear. Ji-sun thought of this, and walked calmly in the maze at a moderate pace. He left some marks on the wall as he walked. The underground maze was completely closed, and he didn't know the correct way to walk, so he could only use the traditional marking method to keep trying. But Ji-sun knew that if he kept trying, he would run into a monster sooner or later, so he didn't dare to walk too fast. As he walked, he kept thinking about where the breakthrough point of this maze was. 300,000 laborers were killed and turned into monsters, so the chance of encountering them was very high. But perhaps the fierce battle in another place attracted the attention of most monsters, so he walked through several passages and did not encounter any danger. He did see some piles of bones frequently in the corners of the wall, but he could not figure out what they were. Ji-sun vaguely felt that he was about to grasp something key. But he was definitely not the only one who could think of avoiding the group of people in the governor's mansion. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Captain, there are more and more skeletons." "Don't worry about these skeletons. Let's go. If we are targeted by the secret keeper, we will be dead." It's too scary. That secret keeper actually killed the Frost Knight with one move. Damn, what happened? Isn't this a D-level space? As soon as the voice came, 3 people ran over in panic, as if they were chased by some monster. And in the empty corridor behind them. Crack. Crack. There was a dense sound of bones rubbing against each other. He was hit head-on, as he could not avoid it. Ji-sun looked closely, and found that it was the Captain Dong Jio, and 2 other colleagues, who collected corpses. But he did not care who these 3 people were. Instead, he was attracted by another bizarre scene. When the 3 people came, the bones that were just in a mess in the corridor suddenly seemed to be awakened by some mysterious power, and they stood up with a crackling sound and turned into skeleton monsters? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly and exclaimed in his heart, "These dry bones are actually monsters?" As if a chain reaction had been activated, the skeletons in the corridor stood up and turned into skeleton craftsmen. As soon as these undead creatures appeared, the entire corridor became gloomy and gloomy. Seeing this scene, Ji-sun did not feel terrified, but a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He seemed to have caught something and thought to himself, in this case, I seem to understand a little bit. The 3 people who fled in panic were also slightly surprised to see Ji-sun in the passage. Isn't this the new guy? Sometimes, you can tell someone has bad intentions just by looking at each other. The 3 of them were running all the way, and the guy called Bucktooth had already touched the dagger on his waist with bad intentions. Ji-sun was originally thinking about the awakening of the skeleton. He caught a glimpse of the little movement and muttered, "Isn't it good to be alive?" He also knew why the 3 of them did this. These guys are not stupid. Now there are skeleton monsters everywhere. It is almost a dead end to be entangled. Obviously, they thought that a bait that could attract the hatred of monsters would help them survive. It would be best if it was a bait that could draw blood. Hunters often use this method of luring monsters in the wild. Bucktooth confidently drew his sword, probably thinking that his strength as a second-level card disciple could easily cut off Ji-sun's thigh. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Ji-sun's scattered eyes suddenly became cold, and he drew his gun at high speed. Almost at the same time when Bucktooth's dagger flashed with cold light, a black gun muzzle was pressed against this guy's head like lightning. With a gun pointed at his head, his expression of buck teeth instantly changed from contempt to infinite fear. His pupils dilated infinitely, full of shock. But this was the last picture of his life. Bang! A thunderous gunshot exploded in the corridor. Without any hesitation, Ji-sun pulled the trigger the moment he drew his gun. He didn't even look at the guy with the exploded head in front of him, and quickly turned the muzzle of the gun, pointing it at Captain Dong Jio, who was a few meters ahead, and decisively pulled the trigger again. I had no intention of killing anyone, but if I really did kill someone, I would not show any mercy. These 3 people were in the same group. Since we had started, we had to kill them quickly. Bang! Bang! 2 shots were fired in a row. In an instant, the bullet shot out 2 streams of air in the air. Dongjio had been glancing at this side, and was shocked when he saw that the bucktooth had his head blown up by a bullet. When he saw that the muzzle of the gun was pointing at him, his hair stood on end, and he instinctively stopped and turned sideways, and his fighting skills allowed him to dodge to the extreme. He was a card master apprentice with the 6th level of spell power, and he was on the fighter route. His nerve reaction speed and muscle burst were several times that of ordinary people. This extreme dodge also caused the 2 shots originally aimed at the chest to miss 1 shot and hit the shoulder. The bullet passed through the shoulder. Moreover, the physical toughness of the extraordinary is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so this shot did not cause much trauma. You? Dongjio looked at Ji-sun, who was holding a gun and aiming at him indifferently, and his expression was extremely shocked. Is this really the cowardly newcomer in his team who dared not say a word even though his salary was deducted? Without time to think, Dongjio endured the severe pain in his shoulder and turned over and kicked the ground. His thigh muscles were knotted and exploded, and the soles of his shoes rubbed against the ground with a hiss sound. He rushed towards Ji-sun as fast as a cheetah. Very fast. So what if he has a gun? At such a close distance, guns are not necessarily faster than fighting skills. Ji-sun looked at the 2 shots that failed to kill Dongjio, and his expression did not change at all from beginning to end. I have to admit that Dongjio is really strong. He bought a lot of tonic medicine with the money he got from squeezing newcomers. His physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people, and his fighting skills are not bad either. Ji-sun thought that he would not be able to avoid the 2 shots just now. Having great strength does not mean that you can use it. This is the difference in fighting skills. However, even if the gun was empty, there was no expression on his face. He kept his eyes locked on Dongjio, and after his arm stabilized the recoil from the previous shot, he decisively pulled the trigger again. However, the 3rd shot also missed. This distance was no longer suitable for using a gun. In the interval between shots, Dongjio lowered his body and rushed into Ji-sun's waist, secretly delighted. This guy is dead. Now he was close. This was the most ideal chest throw in close combat. As long as he locked the opponent's waist by inertia, he could immediately flip over and throw him to the ground. The target's skull and vertebrae could be broken in an instant. This move was a fatal killing move. However, Dongjio's relief only lasted for a moment. The next second, his face changed drastically. Instead of picking him up as expected, Dongjio felt like he had bumped into a strong bull. He was shocked. This guy didn't move at all. How is it possible? He has reached the 6th level of spell power, and is definitely a master among the apprentice card masters. He has good strength and burst, and is also an intermediate combat expert. How could he not hug and throw this newcomer? Dongjio also immediately realized that this newcomer is also a melee card master apprentice, and his strength is stronger than his. But he couldn't figure out why such a strong guy, who could earn more as a hunter or other income than a corpse collector, would become a corpse collector and pretend to be a weak chicken. However, Ji-sun didn't give the enemy time to figure it out. Seeing that he was hugged by the waist, he stepped back to stabilize his body, put the muzzle of the gun against Dongjio's waist, and fired 2 shots decisively. This distance hug is very deadly. But guns are more deadly. At least for these card master apprentices, who don't have the protection of curse power, bullets can easily penetrate the muscles and bones. Gunshots rang out, and blood gushed out instantly. The bullet pierced the internal organs, and the blood on Dongjio's face quickly faded. Ji-sun looked at Dongjio, who was slowly lying at his feet, still breathing, and shot him in the head again. This time, he was completely dead. The body fell in a pool of blood. Ji-sun killed 2 people in a row, and without even looking at the bodies on the ground, he turned the gun again and aimed at the last living person in front. Bald Lu was completely stunned, with only fear and disbelief in his eyes. Captain Dongjio was dead? He never expected that the usually timid newcomer would be so cruel and ruthless, killing 2 people without even shaking his hands. Lu looked at the gun aimed at him, and his body trembled with fear. Brother, no, don't kill me. Ji-sun tilted his head to look at it, but did not pull the trigger, just staring coldly. Pulling the trigger would only waste 1 more bullet, but he did not do that. Leaving a person alive is just right to verify his previous judgment. The killing was just a few breaths away, and at this time, the skeleton monsters in the maze were gradually approaching. These skeleton monsters were not fast, and their attack power was not strong. Only 3 or 5 small skeletons could pose a fatal threat to ordinary people. But the combat power was not enough, and there were too many of them. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of white skeletons running around in the corridor where the two were located had already poured into it. There were more and more behind them. Moreover, some of these monsters were holding worn-out axes, swords, and shields. Although these weapons were broken, they were equally deadly. Seeing more and more skeleton monsters with white bones rushing over, Lai Tu Lu was already scared out of his wits. He wanted to escape. But he was pointed at by a black gun, so he didn't dare to escape. What Lai Tu Lu couldn't understand was that the new guy who pointed the gun at him didn't even run away. You just want to use me as bait. Why don't you run? Ji-sun didn't say a word, just raised the gun and quietly retreated to another fork in the road. The experience of 407 Abnormal Biology Research Institute gave him a lot of experience and inspiration. He now knows that abiding by the rules of space is the only reasonable way to pass the level. Although the information obtained by enlightenment just now is not much, it is already very clear. The key word is solving puzzles. 300,000 laborers were killed in this maze, which means there are 300,000 skeleton monsters. For the spell card master, these low-level skeleton monsters are indeed one punch each. But there are 300,000 skeletons in this large cemetery maze. Can you punch 300,000? Moreover, it sounds like there is a secret keeper who can kill the Frost Knight in seconds. Ji-sun didn't think killing monsters was the right way to pass the level. So, at this moment, he had to figure out some things first. For example, the monster's hatred mechanism. Ji-sun's eyes were always carefully observing the various body details of the skeleton monster. Standing at the fork in the road, in case he made a wrong judgment, he could retreat calmly, prepare for both hands, and be able to advance and retreat. Ji-sun naturally had nothing to panic about. But the bald Lu who was pointed at by the gun had already been scared to death, and the fear made his face pale as paper. He couldn't figure it out. The monster had already come. Why didn't the guy on the opposite side run away? At this moment, the skeleton monsters were approaching within 10 meters, and the sound of bones creaking and grinding made people's hair stand on end. Lai Tu Lu finally couldn't stand the fear of death approaching. It's death anyway. It's better to run than to die. This guy, let out a strange cry, and regardless of the gun pointed at him, he turned around and ran madly towards another passage. Then, a large number of skeleton monsters also chased after him. Seeing the skeleton monsters coming like a tide, Ji-sun still didn't move. No shooting, no running, just keeping my breath down as much as possible, hiding in a dark corner. Because a bizarre scene was happening. Those skeleton monsters seemed to not see the living person in the passage, and all chased the escaping bald Lu. Seeing countless skeletons running in front of him, Ji-sun's eyes were bright. So that's it. At this moment, he finally came to an accurate conclusion in his heart. The skeleton monsters captured the target by the fluctuation of the sanity value. Or in other words, the concept of the 3 value in the previous life. When Ji-sun was in the car and heard Dong Jio and the other two talking about the skeleton monsters in the maze, he had a question in his mind. Those skeletons only have skeletons. How do they sense and lock on to the target? Generally speaking, creatures rely on various sensory organs to complete target perception, such as smell, temperature, vision, and sound, but skeletons have no organs. They don't even have a brain. This is a magical world, but it doesn't mean there is no basic logic. Since skeletons can sense living people, there must be some objective factors. I had no idea when I was alone just now, but I didn't expect to meet Dongjio and his 3 companions. Luckily, I had the conditions to verify. There were 2 corpses on the ground, and the flesh and blood were still fresh. There was temperature and smell. But the skeleton monsters were not interested at all. This directly proved that flesh, smell, and temperature were not the factors that attracted the hatred of the skeletons. The range immediately became smaller. And Ji-sun left a survivor just now to rule out the last few possibilities. In fact, when the 3 people first broke in, Ji-sun carefully observed the body reactions of the skeletons and found something abnormal. The moment the skeleton monster appeared from the corner of the corridor, almost all the skeletons found the target, and their skulls tilted to look. This does not mean that their empty eye sockets really saw anything. It is probably an instinct left over from their previous life. But it can be used to judge the target of the monster's hatred. Obviously, their attention was on Dong Jio and the other 2, and they did not see Ji-sun at all. Only a few elite skeletons with tall skeletons noticed it, and tilted their heads to look over. But once he put on the clown mask and suppressed his emotional fluctuations, the monster instantly lost its target. Ji-sun then ruled out the 2 ways of perception of the skeleton, soul and breath. There were not many left. They were both living people, But the biggest difference was that one was full of fear, while Ji-sun controlled his fear. The facts were in front of us, and the skeletons chased after the frightened bald Lu. So the final conclusion was that the reduction of sand value caused by fear was the most important inducement to attract the skeleton monster, and thinking back to the time when he was walking alone in the corridor, those withered bones did not wake up, and Ji-sun did not understand why at that time. Now thinking about it, it was just that from the first moment he entered the maze, his sand value fluctuation was very small, and it did not reach the critical value of arousing the hatred of monsters. And the maze environment constantly hinted at horror, which was also to affect the sand value of the intruder. This had little effect on Ji-sun, who had already discovered the abnormality. After figuring this out, the danger in the maze was immediately reduced by half. This is the difficulty that the original graveyard maze should have when it was classified as a D-level space. Ji-sun has already seen the hope of breaking through. Of course, this does not include the secret keeper that no one has seen. Chapter 47. After the skeleton core left, Ji-sun collected the cash from the 2 corpses on the ground, which added up to more than 2,000. It was almost the same as the salary withheld before. It was considered that the two owed each other nothing. Not knowing whether the gunshots would cause any trouble, he did not dare to stay for long and followed the traces left by the skeletons. After walking through several passages, he saw hundreds of skeleton monsters piled up in the corridor, and a bloody corpse lying on the ground. It was Lu the bald man. The body was also found, and all the witnesses were dead, so there was no more worries. At this time, the sound of fighting in the passage was already very intense. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Identifying that the sound of fighting came from the 9 o'clock direction, he decisively chose the 3 o'clock direction and plunged into it, all the way to the depths of the maze. Before, Ji-sun was still worried about walking too fast and hitting monsters, but now, without the threat of the skeleton monster, the way ahead was open all of a sudden. He didn't have to walk in fear like before, and he could jog all the way. Moreover, he deliberately chose a passage with many skeletons. Most of the time, the skeleton monsters that were not hated by humans were just a pile of broken bones on the ground. Only a few complete ones wandered in the maze. Ji-sun completely suppressed his fear and stepped on the skeleton bones calmly, and nothing unexpected happened. Occasionally, when he encountered Skeleton Commander and Elite Skeleton, he would notice some abnormalities and turn his head to look. Activate the clown mask, and the Skeleton Commander would immediately lose his target and stand there blankly. If it were just the skeletons and the maze, Ji-sun felt that this alien space was much easier than 407. And the pedestrians in the governor's mansion attracted most of the dangers in the maze. Even for the mysterious secret keeper, Ji-sun gradually had some ideas. He chose the corridor with many skeletons not on a whim, but because of a guess. The hint of the maze was that this was an alien space created by the resentment of 300,000 workers being killed. So here comes the question. Who killed these 300,000 laborers? It just so happens that the secret keeper gave a hint that it would keep the secret of the mausoleum and kill all living things. Could it be that the secret keeper killed the laborers? If so, if you were killed, would the resentment left behind make you forget the murderer who killed you? So he thought that the more skeletons there were, the lower the probability of the secret keeper appearing. Of course, the reason for this inference still came from another judgment of Ji-sun, that the essence of the alien space was not to kill people. He now understands that there are many modes in this world's alternate dimension. Pure killing monsters, puzzle solving, survival, battle royale, bloody killing, plot, single challenge, team competition, hell, different modes have different ways to break through. If encountering the secret keeper is a sure death, then this large cemetery maze is not a puzzle-solving mode, but a pure luck factor. Since it is a puzzle, then this monster must have a way to let those who encounter it survive. Ji-sun didn't know what the method was yet. But for now, it seemed that staying in the tunnel with many skeletons was the right thing to do. Ji-sun could think of these things, and some people might have thought of them too. But even if others thought of them, they might not be able to do it. At least the people in the governor's mansion couldn't do it. There were definitely many capable people in the Frost Knight Corps, and perhaps some of them could keep the sand value from fluctuating violently like Ji-sun. But Governor Chow had too many guards, and it was impossible for everyone to remain absolutely calm. The more people there are, the more targets they will attract hatred, but they have to work together to protect the governor. So their only way to pass the level is to kill monsters, and force their way through. Ji-sun can already see their ending. Attract monsters all the way, and kill them all the way. In the end, the battle is fought to the last soldier. Moreover, Ji-sun suspects that the trigger for triggering the hatred of the skeleton monsters may not only be the reduction of sand value. Even bravery, excitement, and other violent emotional fluctuations can also attract hatred. It's just like when a hunter comes to the maze to kill monsters, he will inevitably trigger monsters. As long as there is a battle, this kind of fluctuation of reason is inevitable. So, in either case, the governor's group is still dead. But reasoning is reasoning. The life and death of the people in the governor's mansion has nothing to do with him. In the end, Ji-sun still has to get out of the maze to survive. He walked along the way, carefully looking for clues. In this way, Ji-sun walked leisurely in the maze. Solving the maze was also one of his favorite entertainment games in his previous life, and he didn't feel any panic when he was trapped. Without a sense of crisis, the fluctuation of rationality is small, and the hatred of skeletons will not be triggered. A virtuous circle. He explored the corridors densely populated with skeletons all the way, and occasionally found some glowing bones in the pile of skeletons. This kind of bone is ground into powder, and is called bone dust. It is an extraordinary material. It can be used in the production of many undead and dark cards, and the demand is very high. It is also the most produced material in this maze. But Ji-sun's storage ring has limited space, and it is not worth much even if it is full, so he picked up some and ignored it. As for killing monsters, he had never thought about it. Even if he saw some skeleton elites that could obviously drop good materials and cards, he didn't think about it. The best choice now is to do nothing. Wait until all the people in the governor's mansion are dead first. Just like that, he walked for more than half an hour. I don't know if he guessed right or was lucky. He chose the passage with more skeletons, but he didn't encounter a single secret keeper. Ji-sun has a photographic memory. As he walked through the maze, a maze model like a QR code gradually formed in his mind. But even so, he would take out his notebook to write and draw at any time. He was not sure whether this maze was a physical maze or a metaphysical one, like a ghost wall. He was afraid that some mysterious factors would interfere with his perception. So he walked and marked along the way. Physical notes can have a higher tolerance rate. Gradually, he also found that this maze was indeed ridiculously large. He walked along like this, picking up materials along the way, and wandered in this dark maze for a long time without finding any signs of getting out. But it takes an average of 3 to 5 days to get out of this maze. He was not in a hurry. In addition to the skeletons, he occasionally encountered some special things. But as he walked, Ji-sun suddenly stopped and found a skeleton with an adventure backpack in the corner. Another one. Seeing this monster, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This unique skeleton was a treasure hunter who was trapped and died in the maze. Although the different dimensional space will be refreshed every time someone enters, if the hunters who died in the maze before have valuable things left on their bodies, there is a chance that they will stay in the maze. It was like an Easter egg. The passage Ji-sun chose was less traveled, so he got more. He had encountered 2 skeletons before, and found some relatively valuable undead materials. He encountered a third one now. Ji-sun walked over, and just as he was about to pick up the backpack, the skeleton's bone claw suddenly sprang up and grabbed his arm. This was also a small trap to get the Easter egg. Usually, the fluctuation of the sand value would attract monsters around him. Ji-sun was also frightened the first time, but he was completely indifferent the third time. Seeing the skeleton awake, he didn't even take a second look, and stabbed the white skull with a dagger. The skeleton was instantly quiet. The attack made the skeletons wandering nearby seem to notice something, turn their heads, and looked at him with their dark eyes, but the hatred disappeared instantly. Ji-sun was already very skilled in dealing with it. He pulled out the dagger, and opened the package next to the skeleton. There were some exploration tools such as ropes, and flying claws in it, which had a strong sense of age, and looked like the style of decades ago. There was also a yellowed notebook. It seemed that the things were not very valuable, which made people feel a little disappointed. But when he flipped through the notebook, Ji-sun's eyes were attracted. Only then did he realize that this was something more valuable than the treasure. This is an adventure diary. Ji-sun looked at the contents of the notebook and immediately guessed the identity of this person. This is not just a treasure hunter, but also an adventurer. My name is Yuri, an adventurer who likes to solve puzzles. I hope that those who get my notebook will know that I have been here and almost solved this maze. On March 11th, I entered this legendary cemetery maze. I found that suppressing the fear in my heart would reduce the probability of attracting skeleton monsters. This is good news for me, so I can explore the depths of the maze. On March 25th, I came to the depths of the maze, but the bad thing is that I found myself trapped. Ji-sun saw this and immediately became interested. He was able to discover the monster hatred mechanism just by himself. This guy is a master of decryption. But when he looked at the notes next, he was even more surprised. Did Yuri also trigger the hidden plot? It turns out that this is not the first time. It is because someone has triggered it before. On the 28th, I finally deciphered the meaning of the ancient Talon characters on the mural and triggered a hidden plot. Ha ha ha, I finally found an area that no one has ever been to. Oh, it's amazing, this maze is designed like this. Please allow me not to leave the solution in my notes. If I write down the answer, then no one will be able to appreciate the exquisite design of this maze. If you see my notes, then I will give you a hint, run. Ji-sun raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and chuckled in his heart. He gave a little hint, but didn't write it out completely. It seemed useless. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably scold him for being out of context. But Ji-sun seemed to see the deep meaning of the words written by the withered skeleton. It's like reading a novel. Once the suspense is revealed, the whole story will be eclipsed. So many times, even if the author is scolded, he will write some seemingly watery content and lay a little foreshadowing. This notebook is for the adventurer named Yuri to show his peers, not to some people who can't understand the spirit of adventure. And if even with the hints, he still can't reach the place he has been to, then Yuri also feels that the person who found the notebook is not worthy of seeing his discovery. Of course. It is probably because there is no spoiler that this notebook was left here by the will of space. This is also the clue left by space. When Ji-sun saw this, he thought again, but what does this running mean? In fact, when he walked through the maze before, he had a rough assessment of the difficulty of the maze. No matter how complicated the layout of a pure two-dimensional maze is, it will never remain unsolved for so many years. So the final solution to this large cemetery maze must be some special mechanism or an unexpected design. Now, judging from the contents of the notebook, this is the case. Of course. Even without these notes, Ji-sun is confident that he can find the correct way to go if he spends some time. And for him, the most important clue in this notebook is the content of Yuri's death. As he looked, his expression gradually became serious. On April 2nd, I did not choose to return because I knew I could not get a perfect clearance. But I was getting close. I found another hidden passage in the maze. I avoided the monsters and encountered a stone door with a crescent sign. I guessed that the final hidden plot in the maze was behind that door. But the ancient Talon text on the stone carving was too profound and hidden encrypted information. I tried my best but couldn't open it. And there were too many wandering skeleton elites and commanders around. Even if I try to suppress my fear, I will still find out. Damn, the Keeper is so powerful, they are immortal and never tired. The monsters have a wide range of perception, and there are so many of them that you can easily bump into them. The only weakness of the monsters is that they have a dynamic vision similar to that of snakes, and they are slow to perceive non-moving objects, but this is not enough to keep me alive. On April 5th, my injuries became more and more serious, and my supplies were exhausted. I probably don't have a chance to get out. What a pity, there's only one step left. I've been to this world, my name is Yuri, Adventurer Yuri. The note came to an abrupt end. Ji-sun read the entire note, and finally found the most important information. That is the key description of Secret Keeper, Dynamic Vision. This is the correct way to open the puzzle-solving alien space. Give the necessary clues in the dead end. The Secret Keeper really can't be killed? Ji-sun pondered the contents of the note. When he was looking at enlightenment before, he thought that the prefix word of this monster was an exaggerated adjective, but he didn't expect it to be a realistic word. It should belong to the space rule. Just like the wall here, the Keeper will not die no matter what level of disaster it encounters. It eliminates the possibility of high-level hunters killing monsters. So, this is the serious puzzle mode. Ji-sun also suddenly realized, no wonder the planner wants to start here. Who would have thought that a primary different dimensional space would hide the danger that could wipe out the elite army of the governor's office? This is indeed the best place for murder. There is no need for the killer to show up. The monster can kill everyone trapped in the maze. And marks? When Ji-sun saw the symbols on the notes, he suddenly remembered that he had seen such symbols on the wall of the cellar in Taylor Street before. Maybe the two are related, but the most useful information is the description of the dynamic vision. Knowing this, at least Ji-sun has some ways to deal with it if he really encounters the Secret Keeper. Chapter 48. Originally, the difficulty of this grand cemetery maze was not so outrageous. The normal puzzle-solving procedure is that hunters first solve the problem of the skeleton monsters in the maze, whether it is horizontal push or card sand value or other methods, until they find clues similar to adventurers' notes in the monster pile. Then they set out to hide the plot. This is a long process that requires careful exploration. With clues, Even if you encounter the secret keeper later, you will not be doomed. But now someone has directly triggered the hidden plot, which has led to everyone facing a dead end as soon as they entered. Ji-sun was lucky enough to find some clues, because he got a sand value as soon as he entered. But the danger of death still exists. The magical thing about the maze is that it is a maze. Before you walk through it, you have no idea where the corridor leads to. Even if you deliberately avoid it, after going around in circles, you may find yourself back to where you started. Also, there are some passages that seem to lead to two completely different directions. Even if you deliberately avoid one of them, you may still find that the two passages converge at some point in the future. Ji-sun carefully avoided the direction where the fighting noise came from. But as he walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong. In his mind, he had already drawn a route map of the maze like a QR code. Although it was only a corner of the maze, it would not let him walk the same route repeatedly. However, some passages in his mind were increasingly deviating and gradually converged in one direction. He tried his best to avoid them, but he couldn't stop others from running around in the maze. After walking through several forks in the road, although he was already far away, Ji-sun suddenly heard the sound of fighting in the corridor again. Bang, 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 the kind of fighting sound like a thunderstorm came from all directions. The only ones who could make such a big noise could be the main force of the group of people in the governor's mansion. Ji-sun suddenly felt that it was not good and wanted to avoid it. But whether he went back or chose other corridors, the noise was getting closer and closer. Ji-sun frowned as he listened, thinking, it seems that there is no way to avoid it. After distinguishing the direction from which the sound came, he realized that the nearby corridors seemed to be connected corridors. In other words, no matter which side he went, it seemed that he might lead to the direction where the battle came from. Those guys moved very fast, and the sound of the battle became louder and louder, and it seemed that they were already in the next corridor in a blink of an eye. When Ji-sun deduced the route map in his mind, he knew that no matter which choice he made, he might encounter it, so he simply didn't choose. He thought of the description of the secret keeper in the notebook, so he did not choose to avoid it. Instead, he made a decisive decision and laid down at the corner of a dead end, choosing a place that was not easy to be stepped on. Then, lie down. This was the only way he could think of to avoid danger. It was precisely because he did not run around rashly that Ji-sun also narrowly avoided this fatal crisis. Not long after he put on the clown mask and lay down, there was a sudden explosion at the end of the corridor. Countless skeletons were blown into pieces, splashing all over the sky like a rainstorm. A few bones crackled and hit Ji-sun on the ground. Like shrapnel, the pain made him gasp. Fortunately, he chose a dead corner to crawl on the ground, so the impact was relatively minor. Otherwise, if he was on the main road, the battle shockwave alone would probably take half his life. After the explosion, Ji-sun saw 3 blue cards flying out from the corner with cyclones. The cyclone grew bigger and bigger, turning into a serrated wind blade as big as a wheel. 3 wind blade vortices covered the same cross-section, and the skeletons were instantly cut into 2 pieces wherever they passed. Just 3 high-level wind blade cards cleared the entire maze corridor of dozens of meters in an instant. Then I heard the hissing sound of the steam boiler deflated after accumulating energy, and with a loud bang, the skeletons in the entire corridor were crushed into powder. The high-pressure detonation rolled like a dragon, and Ji-sun was shocked by the high-pressure aftermath. He almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and complained in his heart, the firepower of these guys in the governor's mansion is really strong. The fighting power of this group of people is indeed enough to sweep the skeleton monsters in the maze. However, the biggest advantage of the skeleton monsters is their number. Once hatred is attracted, a chain reaction will form. As they pushed forward like this, not only did the number of monsters not decrease, but more and more monsters were attracted. Although Ji-sun did not see how many people there were for the time being, he also heard the dense footsteps and estimated that there were quite a few people. Moreover, the footsteps were very panicked, and it was obvious that they were fleeing in a panic. The only one who could chase this group of people was the secret keeper. Protect the governor. Damn it, have you found the exit of the maze? Not yet. The exit in the Hunters Guild's intelligence has been blocked by a stone. During the battle, those guys spoke loudly, and the sound could be heard far away in the maze. Those guys probably didn't expect that a D-level space would trap them to death here. Hearing the noise getting closer, Ji-sun suppressed his breathing as much as possible. After a few breaths, a gust of wind swept across his scalp. With slightly open eyelids, he watched a group of Frost Knights rushing over to escort the fat governor. There were more than 100 people. The momentum that burst out was like a torrent of steel. The Frost Knights were indeed worthy of their reputation. However, Just as these people left, the temperature in the huge corridor dropped sharply, accompanied by a strong fishy wind. The stench of corpses crawling out of the grave was familiar to the corpse collectors. Even if he didn't look, Ji-sun knew that the secret keeper was coming. How terrifying was the monster that could chase these elite knights of the governor's mansion and make them panic. Ji-sun suppressed his breathing very low, pretending to be dead quietly, but he was also very curious. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a black fog in his field of vision. In the thick black fog, tall figures riding rotten war horses passed by quickly. Their skin had rotted to the point of being unrecognizable, with only bones and flesh left. There were stitches on their shriveled mouths, which gave people a creepy feeling. When the monster approached, the air around them became heavy and distorted, making people feel inexplicably afraid. Secret Keeper detailed explanation. Second Order S-level disasters. They are the guardians of the underground palace, loyal secret keepers of the royal family. They are the dead knights who control destruction. They feed on the flesh and fear of living beings, and they are immortal. It is indeed an S-level disaster. Ji-sun heard from the hunters that all disasters above A level have some special abilities. And S-level disasters are monsters with some special rules given by the different dimensional space. This is usually an invincible rule. This is also the existence that hunters are afraid of. From the current point of view, the rule given to this keeper is immortality. As long as the space is not destroyed, they will not die. No matter what its rank or ability is, just this immortality. Characteristic, even the strongest spell card master has to hide away. And the horror of this monster is not just its immortality. Ji-sun just glanced at it, as if he had glimpsed something beyond cognition. Even his state of mind, which did not change in the face of death, was like being pricked by a needle at this moment, and he was inexplicably shocked. This is not a fear that can be controlled by human consciousness. It is an instinctive tremor caused by seeing some indescribable demon. Then, enlightenment appeared. Affected by unknown pollution, the clown mask is reduced by 70%. You are afraid +2, shock +1, and soul pollution +1, just this glance. It's as if the soul is entangled by a nightmare, and a more terrifying pollution is transmitted. A series of negative states appeared on the status panel. Visual pollution? Ji-sun was shocked and closed his eyes quickly. The image in his eyes was cut off, and the pollution stopped. If it weren't for the clown mask, there might be a big problem with that glance. Fortunately, there were people from the governor's mansion to attract fire. One chasing and one fleeing, both were very fast, and the two groups of people rushed over. Just after this sense of terror struck my heart, the chill like an ice knife scraping my bones completely disappeared. The keeper didn't seem to see the corpse in the corner, and directly chased the governor and his group in front. As if the sickle of the god of death had scraped across his scalp, Ji-sun felt the sensation of a poisonous snake crawling up his spine and then slipping away. His scalp was numb. But he was not dead, and this feeling left a lasting aftertaste. After waiting for the death crisis that was like a thorn in his back to completely fade away, he stood up, squinted his eyes, and looked at the messy corridor in front of him, thinking, this monster is really terrifying. Seeing the hint is one thing. Witnessing the horrible pollution with your own eyes is another. Recalling that moment just now, he still felt a lingering fear. But he was also glad that he took a look. If he didn't look at a group of masters who attracted hatred this time, the next time he saw this disaster, he might see the countdown to his own death. Ji-sun's eyes trembled slightly. But it's not all bad. Ji-sun's thoughts were racing at this moment, and he analyzed in his heart the description of the monster's slow perception of non-moving objects recorded in the adventurer's notes before is indeed correct. And it's not just non-moving objects. Part of the way pollution spreads is through vision, and closing your eyes can also reduce the hatred value. Just now, he laid down and pretended to be dead, avoiding the monster's attention. And he also confirmed a new piece of information, that is, the contamination transmission route of the secret keeper. This is also very important. But the secret keeper is not sensitive to static objects, but he is not blind. And you can't just close your eyes and pretend to be dead next time you meet him, right? If no one attracts the firepower, he will be discovered sooner or later. Ji-sun also felt a headache when thinking about it. This monster is like a bug no matter how you look at it. So the only way out now is to decrypt it. Now that he had seen all the methods of the person behind the scenes, he felt that the people in the governor's mansion were doomed. Yeah, I am almost there too. Ji-sun laughed at himself in his heart, and didn't dwell on the current situation that could not be changed. What he had to do now was to stay away. On the bright side, at least it was not coming for him, so the situation was not particularly bad. The advantage of having this group of people was that they would run around in the maze and concentrate all the firepower there. Ji-sun listened to the direction of the fighting sound coming from the corridor. This time he did not choose the opposite passage, but chose to go back to the passage that the group of people from the governor's mansion had walked through before. Normally, those guys would never go back if they wanted to get out of the maze. As long as you avoid them, you will avoid the biggest danger. And there is one more thing. Anyway, every passage is dangerous. Why not go back and take a look? Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Chapter 49. Ji-sun had heard from hunters that the nobles in the upper city were really rich, and the salary of a guard was tens of thousands a month. And there were hundreds of elite guards like that in the governor's mansion. You can imagine how rich the governor of the Chow family was. So corpses should be very valuable, right? As Ji-sun walked along, the skeletons in the passage had piled up into a mountain, and the ground was covered with bone powder. Skeleton monsters are a very special kind of undead monster. As long as their heads are not completely smashed, even if they are cut in half, they are still alive. At this moment, there were many broken hands and feet crawling around in the pile of bones in the corridor. Ji-sun didn't feel scared at all, and walked over on the bones. As he walked, his eyes were carefully looking for something in the pile of bones. After walking through several corridors, Ji-sun suddenly stopped, because he saw a hint of metallic white in the pile of bones. It was a Frost Knight armor. I'm rich. Ji-sun looked at it, and his eyes immediately lit up. As he expected, the group of people in the governor's mansion were busy escaping, and had no time to collect the bodies of the dead. Ji-sun walked over, turned over the pile of skulls, and saw a shrunken corpse. The corpse was in a very strange state. It had just died not long ago, but it looked like a mummy with all its flesh and blood drained by some force. There was not even a trace of extraordinary characteristics left. If it wasn't known that the Frost Knight had just come in today, people would probably think that the corpse had been dead for many years. Ji-sun looked around for traces of battle, frowning. There are no external injuries, so the secret keeper's attack method is to ignore the defense of the physical and demonic and directly devour the soul and flesh. This method seems to be impossible to defend. He took a breath of cold air. The Chow family's First Knight's full-body heavy armor is a well-known high-level armor, with extremely high resistance to both physical and demonic forces, and bullets basically do not hurt it. Ordinary small workshops simply cannot produce such sophisticated armor. Even this basic soldier model has a bounty price of more than 1 million on the black market. But now the armor on the mummy is well preserved, but the body has been drained. This proves that the keeper's attack method is not a conventional physical or magical attack, but a mysterious method that is currently incomprehensible. After Ji-sun checked and confirmed the cause of death of the corpse, he didn't look at it anymore. After all, he didn't intend to fight against the unkillable monster. It doesn't matter what method the monster uses to kill people. Anyway, you will die if you meet it. Instead of entangled in the dilemma that cannot be changed, it is better to think about something happy. Ji-sun optimistically took off the storage ring from the corpse's hand, and muttered with a little expectation, "Let me see if the guards of the governor's mansion are as rich as the legend says." Looking at it, there is a full half square meter of space. This space ring alone is worth a lot of money. When he saw the things in the ring, Ji-sun's expression also showed a little surprise. Frost Knights are all melee professions of the Order Path Spade 6 Punishment Iron Guard, and there is basically no messy things in the storage ring, basically all kinds of replenishing potions. Neatly arranged rows of Advanced Hemostatic Potion, Advanced Healing Potion, Advanced Recovery Potion, Muscle Recovery Potion, Endurance Potion. These are not the cheap goods in the hands of hunters. These glass bottles are all hung with a pure silver nameplate produced by the Alderan Alchemy and Pharmaceutical Factory. Potion is always a hard currency in the market, especially the high-end products produced by these large alchemy factories, which are usually more effective than those sold on the black market in Innocent City, and have more stable quality. The corresponding price is also higher. These potions alone are roughly estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands. TSK, the guards of the governor's mansion are really rich. Ji-sun sighed in his heart. These high-end potions are rarely seen on the black market, and they are just useful to him. In the wild cave exploration, potions are the second life of hunters. Looking again, there is a two-handed sword next to the corpse. Ji-sun picked it up with interest and tried it. It was very heavy, about more than 30 kilograms. This sword is simply impossible for ordinary people to use. Frost greatsword quality, silver. Details: a fine knight greatsword custom made by the Forge of Rocks blacksmith workshop, containing rich ice spell power, ice damage plus 56%, sharpness plus 3. Attached skill, Frost Slash, infusing spell power to slow down the target and stun the attack. Hiss so sharp. Ji-sun sighed as he looked at the cold light on the toughness. It is very rare for a two-handed sword to have this sharpness. And with the attached ice damage, this has gone beyond the scope of ordinary iron tools and has become an enchanted weapon. I guess it can be sold at a very good price. The sword is a good thing, but without a strength value of 10, it is a complete burden to use. Ji-sun tried a few times and lost interest. He took out 2 dark silver spell cards from the card slot of the corpse, pinched the hexagram on it, and poured in the spell power. The blue light of the card covered the big sword. In a blink of an eye, the big sword was stored in the card, and it became a card with a two-dimensional pattern of a white big sword printed on it. I have to say that the equipment storage card is not only magical, but also very useful. It is like a special scabbard, which can easily store this cold sword, without maintenance, and can keep it sharp at all times. It is easy to carry and take out. Ji-sun also used the card to store the armor on the corpse. He can't use these things, but there are people who dare to buy them on the black market. If he really sells all the money, he can almost become rich overnight. It is also enough for Ji-sun's needs for a long time in the future. He could use the money to buy some high-level firearms, ammunition and mechanical equipment that he had set his eyes on but didn't have the money to buy, and some martial arts books, or even go to the auction house to see if he could buy some expensive skill training cards. This kind of valuable loot is hard to come by. If it were normal times, even if it was a fallen frost night, these armors would definitely be recovered by other guards, so where would there be a chance for outsiders to pick up the bodies? That is, in this maze. It just so happened that someone was going to ambush and kill the governor's group. The wealth of the aristocracy is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Ji-sun picked up a corpse, and was in a good mood. The equipment of this frost night is a top luxury that many hunters cannot afford in their lifetime. This is just a guard. The wealth of real aristocrats is simply unimaginable. It is said that the Chow family of Innocent City is just a branch of the Chow family of the Federation. There are many such middle-class aristocrats in the Federation. Ji-sun restrained the emotion in his heart and carefully searched along the corridor. Thinking that the governor's mansion reorganized the Frost Knight Corps, there should be more than one body left. Just walk along and search along the way. Ji-sun felt that he had carefully avoided almost all the passages he thought were dangerous. But fate often plays tricks on people like a clown, giving people surprises or shocks. Before he found the second body, he heard the sound of fighting at the end of the corridor again. Bang, bang, bang. Ji-sun couldn't help but say in his heart, again? But then he thought, this road was taken by the people from the governor's mansion before. Theoretically, it shouldn't be the group of people who came back. And the noise of the battle was not as exaggerated as before. It should be some other lucky people who survived. In his impression, there was no better hiding place for a long distance in the corridor behind him, so Ji-sun didn't walk around, just found a fork in the spot, and chose to lie down and pretend to be dead again. Not long after, he heard the sound of a tie coming from the corridor, getting closer and closer. The sound of leather boots stepping in the corridor can be easily distinguished from the skeleton monster. There are not many people, only 2. The 2 people being chased by the monster are also very smart, probably with the same idea as Ji-sun, running along the passage that the group of people in the governor's mansion pushed through, and they will encounter fewer monsters. Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 2 people, they should not have offended the secret keeper. Otherwise, they should have died long ago. He looked over. The 2 people who ran hurriedly were wearing hunter costumes, gas masks covering their faces, and brown linen cloaks on their bodies. But the 2 of them were running in front, and the skeleton army behind them was getting bigger and bigger. And it looked like one of them was seriously injured. As they ran, they left a trail of blood behind them. Seeing this, Ji-sun had no intention of interfering. He glanced at the skeletons, and didn't see any trace of the secret keeper, so he pretended to be dead. At this time, the 2 of them ran to a T-junction, and the movement attracted the monsters in another corridor. Like rivers converging, the skeleton monsters immediately formed a siege. Seeing that they were about to be submerged by the tide of skeletons, one of the predators shot out several cards. Those cards exploded in the air, and they actually summoned several zombies with terrifying faces. Steel zombie, toxic zombie, fire-breaking zombie. As soon as the zombies appeared, the skeletons that were facing them started to attack. They could act as meat shields, spit fire, and spit corrosive acid, which looked very powerful. Then, nothing happened. The skeleton monsters had an absolute number of suppression. Although the individual combat power of those small zombies was very strong, They were submerged by the skeletons in an instant. Ji-sun looked at it and asked curiously, mysterious sequence, 4 of diamond psychic? It was the first time he had seen a spell card master of this sequence. Psychic. It is also a very popular profession among spell card masters. As long as they can find the corresponding demon contract and professional card, many hunters will choose to go this way. Because this profession is really suitable for hunting in the wild. This is a summoner profession. Not only can it summon zombies, but also various deformed monsters, evil spirits, and even disasters can be communicated with. As long as they can be taken in and a spiritual contract is signed, in theory, all monsters can become combat partners. With spiritual creatures to explore some dangerous places, the danger will be much less. But the shortcoming is the weak body. The spiritualist does not have the strong spell power protection of a pure magic spell card master, nor the physical strength of a melee professional, but the spiritual creatures are strong enough and have good combat power. The way is to win by numbers. The upper limit is very high. Ji-sun had thought about this career route before. His own body is fine, and it is also good to have a few summons. I didn't expect to see one now, so I looked at him a few more times. These 2 people are not weak, and they seem to be official curse card masters. They won't die for now, but it's not certain in the future. Not to mention that if they keep running like this, there will be more and more skeletons. The physical consumption alone can kill them alive. And if they keep running like this, if they encounter a secret keeper, they will probably die on the spot. Strange, it's not the field agent of Golden Oak, nor the people of the governor's mansion. Could it be those predators before? Ji-sun looked at the 2 people's attire, and was curious about their identities. However, the next moment, the cloak of the person running in front was lifted a little by the wind, and suddenly a little flowing silver hair was revealed. Ji-sun's eyes caught this sharply, and his expression immediately became very subtle. He had never seen a second person with silver hair. If he just felt that she looked familiar, now he was sure that she was an old acquaintance. Ji-sun was surprised. Chujo? How could she be in this maze? Chapter 50. Could it be that Chujo was the looter who blew up the railroad tracks? Why was she injured? This wound was obviously not caused by the keeper. Ji-sun had seen her white hair at the beginning. When she was still an apprentice card master, she could rely on her own strength to fight against the strange fallen witch of the first level A level. If she finds the right materials, she should be a formal curse card master now, and her combat power will increase by at least 10 times. Who was injured? Before, Ji-sun guessed that it was the looter who set up this trap to kill the governor, but now seeing Chujo here, he immediately felt something was wrong. The monsters in the maze are targeting everyone. If you want to assassinate the governor, there is no need to come in by yourself. So, he felt that his old friend was also accidentally involved. Moreover, the wound was still on the back. Was he stabbed in the back by someone he trusted? This plot is a bit complicated. The first time Ji-sun saw this old acquaintance, he got a lot of information. But he is not completely ignorant of this world now. He saw her release the demon vision in 407, and he knew that this old friend's background was not simple. The more special the identity, the lower the possibility of coincidence. But Ji-sun was not interested in caring about other people's private affairs. The most important thing is that when he saw this old friend, a light bulb went off in his head. Ji-sun suddenly saw a direction to break the deadlock. Because he lacked some key clues before, he was not sure on his own and had to gamble on his luck. Now he has it. Thinking of this, Ji-sun stood up and shouted to the 2 people who were running away, "Miss Chujo." Someone shouted. This shout also startled the 2 cloaked men who were just running for their lives. The silver-haired man glanced back, and his goggles were also full of disbelief. How could this guy be here? Obviously, she also recognized Ji-sun at the first time. Because the voice sounded familiar, more importantly, a deep sense of familiarity instantly struck her heart. Back in the 407 space, there was a guy who always faced some situations that were certain to die for others with an incredible indifference. Isn't it like this right now? Can you believe that the guy is now in the pile of skeletons, waving at them calmly? Chujo could barely accept this bizarre scene because she recognized Ji-sun, but her companion beside her definitely couldn't believe it. Those wide-open eyes seemed to be able to speak. Is this a living person? But why didn't the skeleton monster attack him? Only Chujo could understand this guy's inhuman calm state. Don't mention these skeletons. When the 407 space faced those terrifying A-level weirds, this guy's expression didn't change. Besides, what about this small scene now? This guy can't be treated as an ordinary person. The skeleton didn't attack Ji-sun, but it didn't mean it wouldn't attack the 2 people. Ji-sun confirmed that it was Chujo, so he jogged all the way, followed the skeleton group and joined the two people. In a blink of an eye, the three of them ran side by side. Although Chujo was not in a good mood, he also asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Let's talk about this later." The situation was urgent. Ji-sun didn't intend to waste time, and said hurriedly, "Don't run for now. The people from the governor's mansion just passed by, and there is a group of secret keepers. If we run further, we will probably run into them. It is obvious that these two people are planning to run along the road that the governor's mansion is on, so that they can reduce the number of monsters they encounter. But if they continue to run, it is not certain." Hearing this, not only Chujo, but also her companions were all stunned and cast puzzled eyes. What else can they do if they don't run now? Fight the pile of skeletons head on? Ji-sun knew what they were puzzled about, and didn't explain much, and said directly, "The perception condition of those skeleton monsters is the emotional fluctuations related to reason. Whether it is fear, excitement, or bravery, it will arouse hatred." Hearing this, Chujo was thoughtful. After a moment, she chose to believe it, and then cast a questioning look. "So?" The experience of 407 at the beginning gave her a deep understanding of his former teammate. At least in terms of breaking through the different dimensions, she felt that no one was more impressive than this guy. Anyone in this maze could be an enemy, but Ji-sun alone would not be. But obviously, Chujo's teammates were not so friendly. Nanjing cast a suspicious look at Ji-sun's motives. They were just backstabbed by their most trusted partner, and now they can't trust anyone. Seeing a stranger running over, she instinctively became alert and her hand quietly touched her card slot. Chujo hurriedly introduced Xiaomin, "This is my friend." The psychic heard this, and the vigilance in his eyes did not decrease, but he no longer had the intention to attack. Ji-sun ignored the inexplicable hostility. In his eyes, only his old friends were worth paying attention to. Others were just additional burdens. He didn't beat around the bush and directly told the method he had thought of. "To get rid of the skeletons now, you must close your senses and control your emotional fluctuations. If you can't do it, I can knock you out and take you away. These two people can't die. At least Chujo can't. But it seems impossible to save only one person, so he could only find a way to save both of them together." As soon as these words came out, the psychic named Nanjing frowned instantly. "Closing the senses, isn't this courting death? And knocking us out, isn't this letting others manipulate us? And showing up at this time? The origin and motive are very suspicious." Nanjing was about to remind people to be careful of strangers. She never expected that Chujo beside her agreed without even thinking. "Okay. What do you mean you agreed?" Nanjing widened his eyes, wanting to argue and remind him something. "Chujo, you." But before she could finish her words, Chujo reached out and touched the back of her neck. A spiritual force penetrated into her mind, and Nanjing fainted instantly. How could Chujo not see the current situation clearly? Now is definitely not the time to hesitate. If she delays any longer, she will run into the group of people in the governor's mansion or the secret keeper, and there will be no chance to regret. From the current point of view, this maze has no hope of escaping the predicament in the short term by themselves. And there is another point. We have worked together before, so there is a foundation of trust. That guy's calmness seemed to give people an inexplicable confidence, as if any danger could be solved immediately. Ji-sun looked at Chujo's decisiveness and smiled lightly. This old friend of his was a little too kind, but he was still quite decisive when faced with things. This also saved a lot of words. At this critical moment, the more you run around, the more dangerous it is. Chujo already understood what Ji-sun meant. As long as you close your eyes and ears, you can naturally control the fluctuations of your rationality. She said quickly and clearly, "I can close my senses, but closing them will greatly restrict my actions." Before she finished, Ji-sun had no intention of talking too much. He suddenly ran to her and squatted down. He carried Chujo and the unconscious psychic on his shoulders and said, "I carry you." Chujo was stunned for a moment. She had caught Ji-sun's action in advance and guessed what he wanted, but she still found it incredible. In this moment of hesitation, she found that she had been picked up by the waist. Ji-sun didn't explain much, and ran away with the two of them. Chujo looked a little strange. Did she remember that when she came out of the space, she almost fell down after jumping a few meters of pipe? Now her body is so strong. Oh, it should be the epic source card that 407 got. Thinking of this, Chujo suddenly understood. She didn't act pretentiously, closed her eyes, and blocked her hearing and other unnecessary perceptions. Without seeing the monsters and the depressing environmental hints, and without the crackling sound of the monster tide moving in her ears, her mood gradually calmed down. Ji-sun watched the tide of skeleton monsters behind him gradually lose their target, and knew that his old friend was getting into the state. TSK, a master is a master. He carried the two people and ran all the way in the maze. Not long after, he could no longer hear the movement of the skeleton monsters behind him. The nearby skeleton monsters also completely lost their hatred targets and wandered aimlessly in the corridor. But although Chujo blocked her sight and hearing, she was not completely unaware. As she walked, she suddenly said, "Go to the left. There is a strong monster wave at 2 o'clock on the right." Jisun heard this and raised his mouth slightly. Sure enough, he chose to save people, and what he needed was Chujo's ability, human radar, and his teammate was very smart and knew her role at the moment. When he was in 407 before, Jisun discovered that Chujo could sense the presence of monsters from a long distance. This should be the extraordinary ability given by the demon mark. Generally, high-level spell card masters may not be as strong as her. This ability is even more important in this maze. If Jisun walked by himself, he would be somewhat confident in breaking the maze. But because someone triggered the hidden plot in advance and disrupted the order of solving the puzzle, it is obvious that some key clues are still missing. To find clues in the maze, and not bump into the secret keeper at the same time, you need to gamble on luck. Now, with the appearance of Chujo, the situation is completely different. This creates another way to break the situation. Chujo can sense the existence of monsters from a long distance, so that many unnecessary dangers can be avoided. Even though Chujo's perception range is a little smaller than that of the secret keeper, at least he can sense danger a long distance in advance. They still have a chance to escape. According to Jisun's previous observations, the secret keeper's pursuit speed is not particularly outrageous. As long as he can find it in advance and escape at full speed with preparation, the possibility of avoiding it is very high. In addition, Jisun has a photographic memory, so it is almost impossible for him to make the low-level mistake of running into a dead end. In this way, as long as he does not encounter the secret keeper, the danger of the maze dilemma, which was originally a life-threatening situation, will be reduced by 80%. In the remaining time, he can completely solve the maze with peace of mind. Chapter 51. Jisun carried the two people for a while, and found a corner of the corridor with almost no monsters, then stopped. After putting the two people down, he patted his old friend again. Chujo opened his eyes and looked around. Seeing that there were no skeleton monsters at all, he breathed a sigh of relief and escaped. Sure enough, this guy always finds a way. Jisun looked at the black blood on his clothes and reminded him casually, "Your injuries are very serious." "It's not his blood, but the blood I got from carrying this old friend." Chujo listened, but didn't want to talk about the cause of the injury, and just said lightly, "Yeah." She had been running away, and didn't have time to treat the injury. Now she had time to breathe. She tilted her head to look at her back, then took out a potion and poured it on her, hissing with corrosive gas. It seemed to be very painful, and her movements were stiff for a moment. Jisun looked at her gloomy mood, and he guessed that the person who could give her such a blow from behind must be a very trustworthy person. The injury that allowed her to maintain this silver-haired state must be serious. But Jisun didn't have the habit of prying into other people's privacy. If someone is willing to talk, listen. If not, forget it. The two had a basic understanding, and there was no need to say more. At this time, the psychic named Nanjing also woke up. She seemed to wake up from a nightmare. As soon as she opened her eyes, the whole person immediately jumped up nimbly and looked around very alertly. Seeing that his companion Chujo was safe and sound, Nanjing put down the card in his hand. The linen cloak was open when she was running away, and Jisun realized that this was a black-haired girl with a bun. The gas mask blocked her face, but from her voice, she was young and her eyes were bright, so her facial features were not bad. What attracted people's attention the most was that her figure was very attractive. Even the loose adventure tactical uniform could not hide the majestic size of her chest. This was a mature figure that was completely inconsistent with her cute bun. Jisun just had a special impression, but didn't have any other thoughts. Nanjing seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and asked Chujo beside her with a confused look, "Sister Chujo, where are we?" She remembered that her mind seemed to be attacked just now, and then she suddenly fainted. She came here when she woke up. Chujo did not respond to this question that she did not know, but just reminded Xiaonan, "It was this gentleman who saved us." Hearing this, Nanjing looked over with a suspicious look, as if she was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. "Saved us?" This thought seemed to make her thoughts clear again. "That's right. I was running away just now. Where are those endless skeletons?" Nanjing looked around and found that there was no monster around the corridor. The doubt in her eyes instantly turned into disbelief. Did she really escape? Jisun looked at the psychic lady who seemed to be a little slow, with a smile in his eyes. The psychic lady seemed to have not come back to her senses. Her big eyes blinked again, and the words "am I still in a coma" and "dreaming" were written on her face. Chujo was used to his companion's slow reaction, and reminded him helplessly, "Xiaonan, you should say thank you." Thinking of the time when he first discovered this guy's incredible ability to break through the situation in 407, he was often confused. But before he finished speaking, the injuries in his body surged, and Chujo's expression changed instantly. Although he tried to endure it, the fishy and spicy feeling in his throat was very sudden, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After being severely injured and fighting all the way, the injury was already very serious. Chujo quickly used the magic power to suppress it. Nanjing, who was standing by, also looked panicked and hurried over to help treat the injury. Without the threat of the monster tide, the sense of crisis also temporarily subsided. Nanjing's brain just processed the information just now. While preparing medical tools, she said to Jisun gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for saving me and Chujo just now. You can call me Nanjing." Now she also figured it out. If the man in front of her really had bad intentions just now, they would be in danger without doing anything. Of course they are not enemies. She said with an apologetic look, "Sorry, I was sorry before because of that." She wanted to say something, but she seemed to feel betrayed by her companions, and she couldn't say the family shame. She was speechless for a moment. Jisun didn't take it to heart at all, smiled politely, and introduced himself, "Jisun." After this conversation, the three of them fell into a brief silence. Nanjing didn't have time to say more, and concentrated on treating the wound on Chujo's back. She cut open Chujo's clothes with scissors, revealing a fist-sized horrible wound with black smoke. Jisun then discovered that his old friend's injuries were more serious than what he saw. Nanjing's treatment of the wound was obviously much more professional. She did not roughly pour the medicine, but took out the surgical tools to clean the wound. She first carefully cut off the pieces of rotten flesh that were emitting thick black smoke from the wound. After cutting, she carefully cleaned the wound with medicine. Then she took out a green card. After activating it, the green hexagram on the card lit up with a green light representing life, lingering on the wound. At this time, she began to sew carefully. The whole healing process involved cutting the flesh and sew it up, which was painful to watch. But Chujo remained silent, his eyes dim. Jisun watched the whole healing process. Chujo's injuries were not only external, but also corroded by a kind of dark energy of the fire system. It was very troublesome to deal with, and potions alone were not enough. The cut flesh and blood were immediately burned to charcoal, without the suppression of the ice spell, and the strange dark fire energy even corroded the scalpel to black. This forced Nanjing to change several scalpels in the middle of the operation. Even Jisun was terrified when he saw it. If it were an ordinary person with this strange injury, he would have died on the spot. It was obvious that the person who plotted against Chujo was well aware of her ice spell power, and used restraint methods. Those who were familiar with her ability, and could attack her by surprise were very trusted companions. Jisun thought of something. But he didn't rush to talk. He closed his eyes and meditated, waiting for them to treat the wound. Not long after, Nanjing sutured the wound. The icy demonic power on Chujo gradually faded away. The three of them didn't communicate much. Jisun and Chujo were used to the mode of getting along well without talking for a long time. But Nanjing always felt that the atmosphere was a bit too cold, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Jisun, how did you prevent those skeletons from chasing us just now?" Jisun didn't want to explain more, but thinking that he might get into trouble later, he also said, "The way the skeleton monster triggers hatred is the fluctuation of sanity value. Don't be afraid, don't be excited, just try to suppress the fluctuations." Ah, that's it? Nanjing had been to this maze before. How could he not know this? But how can a normal person not have any emotional fluctuations at all? Jisun didn't want to explain more, and naturally he didn't mention the clown mask. He trusted Chujo, but that didn't mean he trusted others. Chujo saw that Jisun didn't want to say more, so he interrupted his companion's curiosity and asked, "Mr. Jisun, what should we do now?" Jisun said, "Wait." Chujo seemed to be used to this kind of jumping out of line of thought. After thinking for a moment, he immediately understood and nodded, "Yeah." Nanjing listened to Chujo's interruption, as if he had forgotten what he was going to ask just now. When he heard the two of them talking about the next arrangements, he pricked up his ears. Originally, he thought that this mysterious Mr. Jisun would have some detailed arrangements. But while listening, the conversation between the two just began and ended. The psychic lady suddenly felt that her brain was not enough. She turned her head to look at Chujo, then looked at Jisun. Her crystal eyes widened like copper bells, and her face was full of big question marks. Just like that, What are you waiting for? Hey, you guys should explain it clearly. These two guys are like playing a riddle, so why don't they just stop talking? Nanjing was still thinking about the previous question, and didn't realize that he had been staring at it for a long time. Ji-sun was also a little amused by the strong curiosity of the psychic lady. Chujo, this companion, seems to be a little silly and cute. But it's not strange to think about it. Because I have worked with Chujo before, I have more or less tacit understanding. It's normal for others to not follow that kind of train of thought. Having just seen Nanjing's deputy doctor position, he was not completely a burden, so Ji-sun said one more sentence. Wait until all the people in the Chow family are dead before taking action. Otherwise, they will run around in the maze, which will bring many unexpected risks. Hearing this, Nanjing suddenly realized and muttered to himself, so that's it. The three of them fell into a brief silence again. At this time, thinking of something, Ji-sun also asked, by the way, Miss Nanjing, why are you in the maze? Did you blow up the train outside? He didn't know if this question had anything to do with the ambush, but if he didn't figure it out, he always felt that something was missing. Ji-sun knew that if he asked Chujo this question, she would answer. But it might touch on topics she didn't want to mention, such as who backstabbed her. And asking her companion would obviously get more information. Ji-sun was really curious why they were involved in the murder of Governor Chow's family. Hearing the question, Nanjing glanced at Chujo and saw that she didn't say anything, which meant that she could speak by default. She responded directly, no. It was another group of looters who blew up the train. We just heard that there was a batch of medical supplies on this train. We just happened to need those things, so we came to take a look. We didn't expect to be dragged into this. Oh! Ji-sun suddenly realized it after listening to this. It turned out that they were the fourth force besides Golden Oak, the governor's mansion, and the looters. The need for a large number of medical supplies means that there is a big force behind them. But it was such a coincidence that they were dragged into this, and were plotted against by their companions? This made Ji-sun suspect that the person who wanted to kill Chujo was one of the forces behind her, and was directly related to the mastermind behind the plot to murder Governor Chow. Even though he was trapped in the maze, he still arranged for assassins to take action. Ji-sun thought, in this case, Chujo's identity is even more special. His mind was racing, and the outline of the whole conspiracy was gradually becoming clear. Now think about it. The various rumors in the city before, such as what treasures the Chow family had, assassination bounties, etc., seemed to be deliberately spread by someone. All of this was to force Governor Chow Sihai to feel that his life was in danger in Wuzhou City. Then there was a plan to sneak out of the city on a modified freight train. And by chance, the looters got the news that there were supplies on the train and blew up the tracks. In addition, the fourth party Chujo also knew that there were medical supplies on the train, so he came to see the situation and dealt with them together. Killing two birds with one stone. Killing with a borrowed knife was played to the extreme. The person behind the scenes didn't need to show up in person, and even no soldiers were used. Just relying on a few false messages, several forces were involved. This method can be said to be brilliant. Ji-sun also became interested. The aftermath of the incident alone would inevitably cause many people to die in Wuzhou City. And he always felt that the assassination of Governor Chow Sihai seemed to be the beginning of this storm. But this has nothing to do with Ji-sun. He likes excitement. But he likes to hide in the dark and watch other people's excitement. With a master like Chujo, I think that. The fourth force. The background is not simple either. Ji-sun did not try to find out the identity of Chujo and the others. It was rude, but there was no need. As long as they were not enemies, it didn't matter. At this time, Chujo was afraid that his silly companion would say something he shouldn't say, so he asked, Mr. Ji-sun, you just said that you met the secret keeper before? Ji-sun nodded yes. After saying this, Chujo and Nanjing both looked at him curiously. What level of disaster was that? Can it be solved? When mentioning monsters, Ji-sun thought of the previous glimpse, and the feeling that made his soul tremble was still clear. Very tricky. He frowned slightly and said, S-level disasters are immortal and indestructible, and there are quite a few of them. Don't consider a head-on confrontation unless necessary. After hearing this, Chujo's expression immediately became serious. She knew very well the weight of this very tricky. Back in the 407 space, those terrifying A-level disasters did not make Ji-sun say a tricky adjective. But now he said it. In other words, this disaster is absolutely invincible. Chujo looked over again. So? Ji-sun understood what she asked and answered, solve the puzzle. Yeah. Chujo's eyes turned and she understood what he said. The conversation between the two ended in just a few words. Nanjing, who was listening at the side, froze again and then disappeared. Obviously, the brain circuit of this psychic lady was not as fast as Chujo, and there was no tacit understanding. When she heard the word secret keeper, she felt that she had grasped the key point. Yeah, this time, she must listen carefully to the information. Analyze it. Think about how to solve the maze based on the clues. But she never thought that after listening to just a few words, it was gone again. The expression under Nanjing's gas mask was very rich at this moment. She glanced at Chujo, and then glanced at the guy with the same zombie expression as her, muttering in her heart, "Can't you say a few more words? The key is, I didn't understand." Nanjing felt that if she asked, she would seem stupid. She could only ask something else quietly. "Sister Chujo, how did you two know each other?" She and Chujo were the closest friends, but she had never seen Ji-sun, nor had she ever heard of him, which was very strange. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Chujo wanted to explain after hearing this. But when the words reached her lips, she stopped. The matter of 407 was very sensitive, and even the best friends could not talk about it. After all, this matter not only concerns her, but also the life and death of others. And Ji-sun was not interested in talking about this topic, and did not intend to pay attention. But the atmosphere became very subtle when the two of them stopped talking. Chujo looked at Nanjing's increasingly strange eyes, and finally couldn't help but say, "Mr. Ji-sun is a trustworthy friend. He saved my life." "Oh!" Nanjing listened and really calmed down a lot. But he couldn't help but be curious. "If I'm not mistaken, the person in front of me is probably an apprentice of a curse card master? What ability does he have to save Chujo?" Ji-sun originally didn't want to talk to her, but after hearing what Chujo said, he shook his head slightly. "Miss Chujo is too polite. He chose to save people just now, not only because of Chujo's human radar function. More importantly, he returned her favor within his ability. Ji-sun can shoot someone's head without any emotion in his heart, so he can't be called a good person. But he is not heartless either. Once you are involved in favors, it's not like you can just pay them back. It's like borrowing money. Even if the money is paid back, the favor is still there. Not to mention that in the 407 space, Ji-sun couldn't survive without Chujo. Even after he came out, he wouldn't be alive until now without Chujo's help. This life-saving favor is not small. But after he opened his mouth, Ji-sun didn't say anything more. He didn't want to be pretentious about this matter, and turned to the business. "By the way, Miss Chujo, do you still have the information found in the safe?" "Yes." Chujo knew that the other party must need this thing when asking. After she finished speaking, she took out a stack of information. Ji-sun was not polite, took the information, lit the light, and sat down to read it. While he had nothing to do now, he also wanted to see if he could translate some of it. After all, according to the information obtained from the adventurer's diary before, in order to leave this maze, it seems that a secret room with talent ancient text must be cracked. It would also be beneficial to get familiar with it earlier. Seeing him flipping through the books, Chujo didn't ask him what he was doing. During the previous cooperation with 407, Ji-sun made some preparations that were incomprehensible at first more than once. But the result was that each time it was a key means to break the deadlock. Although she didn't ask much, she was really curious in her heart. What is the use of these materials? Also, this is the ancient text of Talon, and not many polymaths in Dragon City are proficient in it. Can he understand it? Nanjing, who is straightforward, didn't think so much. She glanced at the dense ancient characters on the file and asked directly, "Mr. Ji-sun, are you a card player of wisdom sequence?" "No." Ji-sun didn't look up and responded casually. He continued to look through the information, trying his best to recall the contents that Chidi had translated in Space 407. Hearing this, Nanjing was surprised. "Ah, then you can understand these ancient texts?" Ji-sun shook his head decisively. "I can't understand." Hearing this, Nanjing's eyes were obviously stunned for 3 seconds. Even Chujo cast a very surprised look. Although she had no doubt about Ji-sun's ability to decipher, what did it mean for him to read the information when he couldn't understand it at all? Nanjing couldn't help but be curious, and asked directly, "What are you doing?" Ji-sun didn't hide it, and said calmly, "I'm learning now." Nanjing, Chujo, hearing this, the two girls' eyes twitched for no reason. "I thought he knew Talon ancient text before. At least a little. But this temporary learning seems unreliable no matter how you look at it." "Okay?" Chujo was surprised for a moment, and also understood something. Is he trying to recall the content of the enlightenment hint, and combine it to translate the ancient text? This seems impossible, right? But Chujo had an inexplicable feeling that others could not do it, but this guy might be able to do it. She waved away those scattered thoughts. Since she had no idea to break the deadlock, she would leave this matter to someone who was capable. Chujo closed her eyes and fell into meditation. And the psychic lady looked at her with deep suspicion. But Ji-sun ignored her and studied the information carefully. With his photographic memory, he quickly immersed himself in it. Chujo and the other girls did not disturb her again. In a flash, the three of them stayed in the maze for 3 whole days. Chapter 52. 3 days later. In the dark underground palace, a green lamp illuminated a corner. Ji-sun was still busy sorting out the information in his hand, muttering something from time to time, in the ancient language of Talon, represents space, represents mechanism, represents secret passage, represents curse seal, is it a corridor, or a confusing passage? This seems to point to a noble and supreme existence? Not only did he read the information, he also took detailed notes. In the past 2 days, he has memorized all the hundreds of thousands of characters in this stack of information. But in fact, excluding the repeated characters, there are less than 1,000 characters, and only a few hundred are commonly used. Whether it is pictographic or alphabetic, a single symbol refers to a certain meaning. As long as the symbol appears multiple times, once analyzed in the context, the general meaning can be slowly interpreted. The higher the frequency of occurrence, the greater the probability of deciphering. This is true for any writing system. The content that Ji-sun had memorized in Space 407 before gave him the most direct help. When asked Chujo again, she also remembered some. The two complemented each other, and many sentences could be translated directly. For 3 whole days, Ji-sun had been translating the ancient Tarun language in the literature except for meditation and rest. It must be said that the super high comprehension plus the ability to remember everything at a glance is really a perfect combination for learning languages. In addition to his focused temperament, his efficiency in translating ancient texts is 100 times higher than that of others. Although the deciphered information is not much and may not be completely accurate, the general meaning of hundreds of ancient Tarun characters has been mastered. Even if there are still unknown symbols, as long as there is a connection between the previous and the next, some meanings can be roughly guessed. Ji-sun felt that it was almost done. 3 days have passed, and no fighting sounds can be heard in the maze passage. I think there should be no survivors in the maze. The monsters and the like should have been almost cleared by the group of people in the governor's mansion. At this time, Ji-sun packed up the information in front of him, then stood up and said, "Let's go. The people in the governor's mansion should be almost dead. Let's find a way out now." Finally leaving? Hearing this, Nanjing jumped up happily. This kind of sitting still is simply torture for her lively personality. She didn't know why Chujo trusted this guy so much. He said he would wait, and he waited for 3 days. Yeah. Ji-sun nodded. He and Chujo didn't talk much. One translated ancient texts, and the other healed his wounds. The 3 of them had almost no communication for 3 days. Therefore, the remaining Nanjing seemed very bored. She fiddled with her summoning cards every day, and made some small skull cards, using the materials in the maze. Chujo listened without saying anything, and stood up for meditation. The most important reason why Ji-sun chose to act now was Chujo's injury. Her silver hair had faded away, and her injury had obviously been effectively healed. This team's strongest combat power and human radar must be taken care of, which is the best insurance to increase the fault tolerance rate. The 3 of them stood up, and walked all the way into the maze. Now that they have experience, Chujo and Nanjing can also deliberately suppress some of their fear and various emotional fluctuations. As long as they don't encounter elite monsters, they will basically not attract the hatred of monsters. No matter how careful you are, it is almost impossible to avoid monsters in this large cemetery maze, with hundreds of thousands of skeletons. But the group of people from the governor's mansion rushed around in the maze, almost using force to push through the corridors wherever they passed. Although the number of 300,000 skeletons is terrifying, their rank is too low, and they are almost no threat in front of such a high-level elite army. This greatly facilitated Ji-sun and the other 2. Now those guys were probably all dead, so there was no need to worry about being bumped into in the passage like last time. With Chujo's super perception, the risk was already reduced to the lowest. The 3 of them still chose the corridor, with traces of battle. As they walked along, Ji-sun was still looking carefully for something in the pile of skulls. Sure enough, not long after, they encountered the second body of the Frost Knight. The 2 women looked at the human body killed by the secret keeper for the first time, and their faces were solemn. Chujo looked at the shrunken state and murmured, "Curse method?" Nanjing also said seriously, "It seems so. The flesh and soul have been drained." Ji-sun had studied the corpse a long time ago, and was not interested in looking at it. He neatly collected the storage ring and equipment on the corpse. There was no need to be polite. The three of them continued to walk along the corridor full of bones towards the depths of the maze that led to an unknown place. As they walked, Nanjing left marks along the way. This also saved Ji-sun some effort. The three continued to walk into the maze. Ji-sun found 3 more bodies of Frost Knights one after another. Including the previous ones, there were 5 in total. 5 sets of fine armor, 5 ice swords, 5 storage rings and several potions, supplies, iron armor, leather armor and many other good things. These spoils were definitely an overnight fortune for him, a card master apprentice. Unfortunately, he did not find the main force of the Frost Knight Legion. But there is no hope for a high probability that Governor Chow must have died last. The place where he died must have the most guards, but it must also be full of secret keepers. Along the way, as Ji-sun expected, with Chujo, the human radar, the danger of the underground palace has been reduced to the lowest. When the three of them walked in the corridor, she could always sense the breath of powerful monsters in the first place and avoid danger in advance. Although the hatred range of the secret keeper was farther than her perception, once they sensed the monster, the three of them ran away. Using some obstacles that had been prepared long ago, the three of them were able to escape successfully every time. Using this method, the three of them encountered the secret keeper several times in the maze, but never met him head-on. Without this biggest and deadly threat, the only thing left was to crack the maze itself. Nanjing had come to the maze before to brush the skeleton materials, and actually knew the maze method mastered by the Hunter Guild. But now the door sealing stone has fallen, and the original way out is blocked. They can only find another way out. Although Ji-sun picked up an adventurer's diary, it did not record the correct way to walk. The three of them wandered in this maze, and 3 days passed in a flash. The area of this maze is really too large. They also have to avoid some monsters, take many detours, and waste a lot of time. Moreover, the complexity of this large cemetery maze has always been famous for its high difficulty in the Hunter Guild, and only about 40% of it has been explored so far. The remaining 60% may have been walked by some people, but they were all trapped inside. All maze-like extra-dimensional spaces have the same fatal threat, that is, food and water. Although they have storage rings, the supplies that Ji-sun and his 2 companions carry can only last for half a month at most, even if they collect some more supplies from the corpses. But the problem still exists. If they can't find the exit, they will eventually be trapped in here. In the dark passage, the three walked slowly. Ji-sun's expression was still calm, walking and observing all the way. Chujo didn't say anything, just followed quietly, concentrating on sensing the surroundings. But the psychic lady seemed a little anxious. Anyone who walked in such a depressing underground palace with no way out for 3 days would be anxious. Oh no! That guy didn't. Nanjing even suspected that this guy was an expressionless zombie. She could still keep calm in the past 2 days. After all, Chujo said that this guy named Ji-sun was a very powerful decryption expert. Nanjing believed it before. But based on the observations of the past 2 days, she felt more and more unreliable. How could this guy be a master of decryption? He didn't know anything. He chose a corridor that others had walked through, without even marking it. This made her wonder if Chujo was deceived. Finally, the three of them came to a fork in the road again. Nanjing saw the mark he had left on the corner for the 3rd time and couldn't help but mutter, do we still need to go on? Ji-sun replied lightly, yeah. Chujo looked at the mark on the corner. Although he knew what Nanjing was pointing at, he didn't say anything. But Nanjing couldn't help it and reminded anxiously, but this is the 3rd time we have come to this passage. In other words, we are stuck in a dead loop. If we continue to go around like this, it will be useless except for running out of food and water. Why don't we look for other routes that we haven't walked through? She became more and more resentful as she spoke. She really doubted whether this guy could solve the maze. He didn't even know this common sense. Ji-sun listened and glanced at her, his eyes slightly narrowed. Along the way, he didn't say all his ideas for solving the puzzle too early. First, he felt it was unnecessary. Second, he could only know many of his thoughts, and he couldn't explain them clearly for the time being. Chujo understood the silence and didn't say anything. But Nanjing didn't understand. She asked, Mr. Ji-sun, can you tell me why we have to repeat this path now? Ji-sun said casually, I don't know. He really didn't know. The complexity of this maze was something Ji-sun had never encountered before, because it was beyond the 2-dimensional level. His photographic memory allowed the maze map in his mind to form a QR code. But now, there are many bugs on this QR code map. The more times you walk, the more bugs you will find. They have come to this corridor 3 times. And Ji-sun remembers it very clearly. This is their fixed way of walking every time. But the strange thing is that they walk this way every time. In theory, even if it is a loop, the path is exactly the same, and the marks should be the same. But the strange thing is that most of the passages are the same, but there are a few passages with different markings. And after walking twice more, you will find that the passages with different markings are not exactly the same as the last time. This is the key point he grasped. Intuition tells Ji-sun that as long as he can figure out why those passages are different, he will completely solve the secret of this maze. So he can only keep going. See what the difference is. But walking so many times is not completely without gain. Perception was not misled, and memory was not tampered with. He was basically sure that the mystery of this maze was a physical obstacle, not a mysterious one. But these findings are speculations for the time being. He didn't want to explain. Nanjing heard the words "I don't know," and her face instantly became very ugly. Are we going to be trapped here to death? She tilted her head and looked at him dimly. Sister Chujo? Chujo said in a very calm tone, I believe in Mr. Ji-sun's judgment. That calm expression that never changed from beginning to end was the reason why people believed her. And she had observed it herself, and had already seen the clues of the complexity of this maze. In this situation, if they were to walk on their own, they would have no idea at all. Nanjing listened and muttered anxiously, but after 3 days of getting along, they had a rough understanding of each other. Ji-sun knew that this bald-headed psychic lady did not have any hostility, but felt that she was running around like a headless fly, and her heart became more and more anxious. After all, after wandering around in the maze for 3 days, and still knowing nothing, an ordinary person would have collapsed in despair. She had performed well enough. Thinking about it, Ji-sun also revealed a little progress. I'm almost solving the puzzle. If nothing goes wrong, I can solve this maze after a few more trips. Chujo listened and nodded, yeah. Although Nanjing was skeptical about this statement, he didn't say anything. The 3 of them continued to walk in the maze. In a blink of an eye, another half-day had passed. The 3 of them walked twice in the dim corridor and returned to the intersection again. Although Nanjing questioned it, she was not really stupid. She walked twice more, and then she realized that Ji-sun had repeated this route, and she also found that every time he walked, the corridor marks had changed. But even if she found it, she couldn't figure out why it was like this. But this time was different. As they walked, Ji-sun suddenly stopped and fell into deep thought. Chujo tilted his head and saw the burning eyes under the gas mask, and he had guessed something. What's wrong? Nanjing also cast a curious look. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes brightened and he said, I found the correct way to walk through the maze. His tone was very calm, as if he had long expected that he would get an answer after hard work. Hearing this, Chujo and Nanjing's faces lit up at the same time. Really? Yeah. Ji-sun already had enough information in his mind, and he had pieced that information together during this half-day walk. Just now, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the key word, running. Suddenly it became clear. At this moment, Ji-sun looked at the passage in front of him and understood what the clues left in the diary by the adventurer named Yuri were. Ji-sun solved the puzzle that had puzzled him for several days, and let out a long breath. Nanjing couldn't help asking, Mr. Ji-sun, how should we go now? Ji-sun said to the 2 of them, follow me at the fastest speed in a while. Nanjing didn't understand, huh? Chujo seemed to be thinking about something. Now that the train of thought was clear, there was nothing to hide. Ji-sun explained carefully, this maze is not as big as the legend says. At least it is not as endless as we see with our naked eyes. Chujo was used to this kind of unconventional thinking, and looked over as usual. But Nanjing was surprised and puzzled. We haven't reached the end in the past few days, have we? They had walked for several days, but still couldn't get out. They had personally experienced the size of this maze. But now they say it's not that big? Ji-sun said meaningfully, if you think in terms of planes, you will never be able to solve the mystery of this maze. After a pause, he said, because these passages are not on the same plane at all. When he said this, the 2 women frowned immediately, obviously unable to understand the exact meaning of this sentence. Ji-sun didn't beat around the bush and directly prompted, have you ever played with a Rubik's Cube? When he said this, Chujo vaguely understood something. Nanjing was a little slow to react. Ji-sun said, this maze is like a Rubik's Cube. It is not a flat maze as you see it, but a 3-dimensional one that moves and changes. Before the 2 asked, he explained directly, in fact, the exit may always be in a certain direction, such as the top of the Rubik's Cube. But every time we get close to the exit, the passage of the maze will change, leading us to the wrong path. This is why we have been trapped in the loop before. The principle is also very simple, that is, there is a sensor at the entrance of some passages, and when we step in, the maze starts to rotate. Because the distance is far enough, we cannot sense the movement of the maze. This is already very easy to understand. Nanjing's pretty face was happy, and she understood it, and then said, so we have to run. Use running to shorten the time difference of the maze movement, and finally find the exit before it completes the movement? Yes. Jisun smiled and nodded, and added, and you have to run on the right route. As soon as this idea of solving the puzzle was spoken, all the doubts were instantly cleared up. When Nanjing looked at Jisun again, the doubt in her eyes had completely disappeared, and she was replaced by a look of awe. She finally understood why Chujo often said, Mr. Jisun is a master of solving puzzles. This was the real meaning of the words. Only after seeing it with my own eyes did I know how powerful he was. The solution to this maze may not seem difficult after it was spoken. But being trapped in the maze for a few days, eliminating external interference, and analyzing the structure of the maze with an absolutely calm mind, this is really difficult. Just like herself, she couldn't find the exit these days, and the environment and supplies have made her gradually anxious. Moreover, how could a normal person's deciphering ideas go back and forth for a day or two in a passage that is known to be circular? This almost paranoid behavior seemed to Nanjing completely stupid before. But now I know that this is due to his accurate judgment and confidence brought by his super puzzle-solving ability, and magic cube. This magical brain circuit, how did he come up with it? Nanjing realized that she had misunderstood before. She was not a hypocritical person and said directly, Mr. Jisun, I'm sorry, I was too rude before. Jisun smiled in response, and didn't care at all. After 3 days of getting along, he had a good impression of this psychic lady. He added, however, finding the right way is not absolutely safe. After entering that space, you may encounter many monsters. I'm not sure what the situation is, and the risk must be great. We also have to make some preparations in advance. Yeah. Chujo and the others also nodded. Finding a breakthrough is the best news. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really be trapped in this maze. Chapter 53. Jisun said, and took out a piece of paper. He drew a two-dimensional plane of a maze on it, and then marked a route map. He walked around the maze many times in the past 3 days. In addition to noting down the routes, he also wrote down all the secret keepers he met. The activity areas were marked out. Jisun said as he drew, it has been confirmed that there is a secret keeper on this road. Once we go there, it will definitely attract hatred. It will catch up. So we must run through the corridor in the most decisive manner, without any delay or turning back. This is also the biggest danger in the route he planned. Chujo was already accustomed to Jisun's meticulous thinking, and nodded without objection yes. But Nanjing, who was standing by, was already shocked. If she had just heard Magic Cube and exclaimed at the amazing idea. Then now, she has a solid foundation in solving puzzles. She watched Jisun draw a precise maze route map on the paper, which was not something that ordinary people could do. I was wondering why he didn't mark it before, but it turns out he has memorized it completely. Listening to the plan, Nanjing's eyes widened throughout the whole process. This guy didn't say anything until he said it, and once he said it, he took everything into consideration. Looking at Jisun again, he was already full of admiration. This guy looked like he hadn't done anything for 3 days, but in fact, he had considered everything perfectly. Waiting for him to finish, Nanjing couldn't help but exclaimed, Mr. Jisun, did you remember the maze completely? Jisun glanced at her and said modestly, about the same. Nanjing thought of something and said, but if you remember it wrong, will it be? Jisun smiled meaningfully again. Remember it wrong? Of course not. From the perspective of decryption alone, the current difficulty is not particularly great for him. Even if you don't have a photographic memory, remembering the route is the basic operation of this kind of decryption game. When Chujo heard Nanjing's unbelievable tone, he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, as if he saw himself back then. Because she had asked many similar questions in 407 before. But the endings all proved that she was overthinking. That guy had considered everything from the beginning. She already knew what Jisun would say, and said directly no ifs. There is only one chance. Jisun smiled and nodded, agreeing yeah. There is indeed no if. If you don't dare to take this risk, you can't leave this maze. Nanjing listened and didn't say much. Jisun gave a final warning, if we get separated for some unexpected reasons, then just walk this way, we should be able to meet again. If you meet the keeper after you pass, act according to the plan. Remember, don't look at the monsters, otherwise you will be contaminated. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Nanjing nodded slightly yes. The three of them briefly discussed a few words, and looked at the corridor ahead. After adjusting his breath, Jisun shouted, "Run!" As soon as the voice fell, the three figures disappeared quickly on the spot. Jisun's physical fitness was already very strong, and his sprinting speed was faster than that of the sprinters in his previous life. Chujo was even more powerful. She carried the weaker Nanjing with one hand and ran all the way, and her speed was also not slowed down. As Jisun expected, they rushed to an intersection, and a terrifying pressure surged out from a corner like a tide. Chujo sensed something and shouted softly, "It's coming!" Jisun had seen the secret keeper, and this feeling of being pulled out of the soul was very familiar. It was that monster. If it were a normal person, they would instinctively go and take a look if they sensed something unusual. Nanjing Yuan also instinctively wanted to turn back, but when she thought of Jisun's reminder, she shrank her neck again and ran faster. The three of them didn't care about anything else and rushed all the way in the passage. The tidal-like horror behind them was chasing them. The ghost warhorses clack, clack. The sound of the horses' hooves was like a countdown to death, getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer. The icy and piercing sense of terror, as if an evil ghost was blowing cold air on the neck, became clearer and clearer. Jisun had put on a clown mask. His eyes were stern. Chujo also had a head full of silver hair, and a determined look. Among the three, only Nanjing had turned pale with fear because of the pollution from the soul. Seeing that the three were about to be caught up, they still did not stop, and rushed forward. As they ran, suddenly, the surroundings became clear. It was as if they had entered another side from one side of the Rubik's Cube, and entered a completely unfamiliar new passage from them. And behind them, the monster's breath suddenly disappeared. Success? Jisun looked at the corridors without any markings around him, and immediately realized that they had come to a new corridor. It was a few seconds earlier than the calculated time. At the same time, Chi-Di also appeared and entered the hidden space. The exploration degree increased by plus 20%, and an additional settlement reward was obtained. Chujo also sensed something and reminded, the monster's breath is gone. The three of them stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, the corridor at the end of the maze behind them was actually moving faintly, like the gears in a precision machine, biting and turning. A magical scene. Seeing this scene, the three people's eyes froze. It turned out that this was the correct way to pass the Grand Cemetery maze. From this moment on, it meant that they had truly found hope to leave the maze. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Jisun caught sight of the broken bones in the passage and exclaimed, "Has anyone been here?" Nanjing herself was a psychic, and was very familiar with undead creatures. She picked up the bones on the ground and checked them, confirming, the fracture marks on the skull were not long ago. It looks like 2 or 3 days ago. There is frost spell power left. It should be the Frost Knight of the governor's mansion. Hearing this, Chujo also looked puzzled. I didn't expect that there were others who could come here besides them. Jisun frowned slightly, thinking that it was normal for the governor's mansion to have a master of puzzle solving. But think about it carefully, 2 or 3 days ago, being chased by so many monsters, not only did he not die, but he still had the mind to solve the puzzle. How did he do it? Jisun thought about it but didn't understand, so he didn't think about it too much. Thinking about the worst, there are an unknown number of enemies, and we must be careful not to encounter them. But on the bright side, someone has been here before, and the monsters here have been cleared, so the safety factor will be much higher. The current situation is not necessarily worse than expected. Of course, Jisun thinks that the people who entered 3 days ago may not be alive now. Although this new area is different from the previous maze, according to the content recorded in the adventurer's notebook, the danger is no less than outside. Moreover, the professional adventurer named Yuri did not leave alive, so it would not be so easy to find the exit. There is no point in thinking too much. The three of them are now looking for an exit. Jisun's eyes also moved away from the skull bones and looked at the surrounding stone walls. Unlike the bare walls of the previous maze, the corridors here are full of patterns outlined by lines. There are tall humans, monsters with human bodies and animal heads, and various symbols. The carving skills are very advanced. Although it is just a few simple lines, it outlines a series of stone murals that make people feel as if they are in the scene. Jisun read the contents all the way, which seemed to record the life of a king, fighting in all directions, blessing the people, killing terrifying monsters, and making mysterious sacrifices. Some of the contents looked like historical facts, and some looked like incredible myths. Jisun walked and read all the way, and even wrote down some symbols with a pen. However, as he read, he suddenly saw a symbol that clearly represented a mysterious meaning. Not only this moon, Ji-sun saw many mysterious symbols that appeared on the wall in the cellar of Taylor Street before. In other words, the evil ritual in Taylor Street is really directly related to the ancient Talon Kingdom. Ji-sun became more and more interested as he watched. The mysterious ritual on the wall seemed to point to a more distant ancient secret. But why did this ritual appear on the murals of the mausoleum? There are no history books in Innocent City, and Ji-sun doesn't know much about the history of this world. But he didn't have any clues after looking for a long time. Chujo and Nanjing, who were standing by, watched him look at the murals so intently, but didn't disturb him. The three of them walked and looked. But suddenly, a strange sound came from the corridor. The three of them changed color. The sound of fighting? Someone is still alive. Ji-sun's eyes turned rapidly. The sound was far away, but the layered feeling of An's voice echoing made it seem that he would catch up soon. Ji-sun shouted urgently, "Go!" The three of them ran forward quickly. Not long after, Chujo also sensed something and said urgently, "It's the secret keeper." Ji-sun asked as he ran, "How many?" Chujo's tone also changed slightly, 3. But she had just finished speaking, and had not run a few steps when her face suddenly changed. "Oh no, there are monsters in front of us." There were monsters blocking the road in front and monsters chasing behind, and it seemed that they would definitely hit each other. The situation suddenly became very critical. Ji-sun was also very surprised. Since there was a secret keeper, it was already the 6th day, and someone could still survive the disaster, but the current situation was clear, and if they continued to run, something would definitely happen. Ji-sun made a decisive choice, and said in a loud voice, "Go with the original plan." Chujo did not hesitate at all. The moment he heard this, he stretched out his hand and stabbed with his mental power, and Nanjing beside him fainted again. She immediately closed her eyes, and blocked her hearing, and finally said, "Please." They had discussed the plan in case they encountered the secret keeper before. Only by blocking perception can the attraction of hatred and curse pollution be reduced as much as possible. Ji-sun did not dare to delay, and hugged the two people horizontally, and the three of them fell into a dark corner of the corridor together. The clown mask was put on instantly, and then he started to play dead again. But this time it was not one person, but 3. It was because the 3 people acted decisively, but after a few breaths, the sound of fighting appeared behind them. Clang clang. The sound of swords crossing echoed throughout the corridor. Ji-sun listened to the movement and felt even more strange. Is there really a living person? Although it sounded like there was only one person, it was still incredible. How did this guy survive? He didn't need to guess too much. He saw people in a blink of an eye. It was a Frost Knight wearing frost armor, probably because he activated some secret method, so he was very fast. He was covered with cold white flames, resisting the erosion of the black smoke behind him. Behind him, 3 secret keepers riding on skeleton war horses were chasing him relentlessly. But judging from his movements, he was already at the end of his strength, exhausted, and seriously injured. But what surprised Ji-sun was not anything else, but that this guy was actually fighting head-on, with the 3 disasters chasing him from behind? What's going on? He clearly remembered that the secret keeper's attack method was a mysterious curse, and the person attacked would have his soul and flesh sucked dry. But now, this Frost Knight was actually fighting hand-to-hand. How did this guy resist the horrible curse pollution? In the darkness, Ji-sun's eyes were filled with curiosity. His intuition told him that this guy had found some special way to restrain monsters. He didn't dare to look at the secret keeper. He looked up and down at the Frost Knight, and immediately found something unusual. The knight held a huge sword in his left hand, and a black briefcase in his right hand. Even at such a critical moment, this guy didn't throw away the box. What was in the box? Why didn't he put it in the storage ring, but carried it in his hand? A series of question marks popped up in Ji-sun's mind, but he also understood one thing: the box contained something that could restrain the monster's curse. Chapter 54. When Ji-sun and the other 2 were pretending to be dead in the corner, the Frost Knight also quickly discovered something was wrong. He was a 3rd-level spell card master. Even though he was extremely weak now, his perception could not ignore the 3 extra people in the corner. 3 living people pretending to be dead. He was originally a small captain in the Chow family Frost Knight Guard Corps. 6 days ago, he received an emergency summons to come to the suburban cemetery to perform a mission, but he didn't expect it to be to rescue the governor. However, what they didn't expect was that they were involved in a conspiracy and ambush as soon as they arrived. The entire Frost Knight Corps and the governor were drawn into the grand cemetery labyrinth, this other dimensional space. Later, it was a nightmare. No one expected that there would be a terrifying monster like the Secret Keeper in this low-level space, with a terrifying curse attack method and immortality. Even the Frost Knight Corps was completely helpless. They could only flee in the maze and kill monsters all the way. I don't know how long they killed, and I don't know how many skeleton monsters they killed. There were fewer and fewer comrades around me. It was like a nightmare from which they could not wake up. They were running and fighting all the time without stopping. In order to protect the governor, they could only fight the monsters head-on. The armor became heavier and heavier, but the monsters chasing them became more and more numerous. Until 3 days ago, they made a major mistake and were trapped in a decapitation passage by dozens of secret keepers. Everyone died in the battle. Only he survived to the end. At first, he himself did not know why. Later, he realized that it was the mysterious box that the leader asked him to carry that exempted him from the monster's horrible and irresistible curse pollution. However, this is the beginning of despair. Just resisting the pollution can't change the deadlock. 3 whole days. Do you know how he survived the maze alone during these 3 days? Secret Keeper without the threat of the horrible curse pollution, the single combat power is not too difficult. He doesn't need to protect the governor, and he can get rid of the monsters by himself. But they are immortal. They can't be killed at all. The more he runs, the more monsters there are in the maze, and it will be a fierce battle if he encounters them. For several days, he spent his time in a nightmare-like battle. In the end, he didn't know how, but he ran into a hidden space that was a hint of enlightenment. He also found a mysterious room that seemed to be an exit. But there was no way out. He was a Frost Knight who existed only for fighting and was not good at solving puzzles. The despair of knowing where the exit was but being unable to do anything had been tormenting him for the past few days. Although he had worked hard to clear out most of the skeleton monsters in this maze, but those secret keepers are immortal and will be resurrected intact after being killed. This is not only the physical exhaustion, but also the mental collapse. Today was supposed to be his last chance to come out and look for clues. If he can't find any more, he will prepare to end his life. In this nightmare-like life. However, he didn't expect that in this moment of despair, he saw hope, just now. He was being chased by the secret keepers all the way, and suddenly he found something. Even though the 3 were hiding in the dark, he could clearly see the 3 people lying there. He had run this corridor many times before, but he had never seen them. He realized with surprise that these 3 people had just come in. Seeing them, it was as if he saw hope for survival all of a sudden. He was not stupid. Since these 3 people could come to the depths of this maze, they must have the key to solving the mystery. Instantly saw hope for survival, looking at the 3 people in the corner motionless, but the keeper completely ignored them? The Frost Knight had a flash of inspiration. Thinking about the previous encounter with the secret keeper, they kept fighting and running away, and then suddenly it became clear. Why did the 3 pretend to be dead? Could it be that the secret keeper could not see non-moving objects? Yes. How could I have overlooked such an important point? Finally, he felt as if he had grasped the key to survival. He was already very tired, and knew that he would definitely die if he continued to run away, so the Frost Knight made a decisive decision. Ji-sun and the Frost Knight glanced at each other, and naturally saw each other's wise eyes. He immediately understood what the other party wanted to do, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Please, if you want to pretend to be dead, please run away." But the stronger the thought, the more the facts developed in the direction he didn't want to see. Ji-sun watched the Frost Knight go through a brief psychological activity, and then suddenly pounced on the wall not far away, and fell straight into the corner, and then he didn't move. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes twitched slightly, and he really did it. Although the Frost Knight didn't move, the guy's eyes under the helmet turned around, showing that he was very nervous. But the effect was immediate. He lay in the corner pretending to be dead, and the 3 secret keepers chasing him suddenly lost their moving targets. It was indeed invisible, but they did not leave, but wandered around the corridor. Seeing this, the Frost Knight was glad that he made the right choice and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that as long as he waited for the monster to leave, he would be safe. However, wishes are beautiful. Ji-sun looked at the Frost Knight, who put him in a desperate situation, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "The secret keeper is just slow to perceive non-moving objects, but he is not really blind." Just when this guy stopped, the monster also stopped, and a terrifying aura swept the entire corridor. Enlightenment kept refreshing. Affected by the mysterious curse, the clown mask reduced 70%, and you were contaminated by fear +1, but Ji-sun didn't have any box to block the monster's curse, and any movement would kill him. Now, even if he was eroded by the pollution and seemed to be dying on the spot at any time, He couldn't make any unusual movements. Fortunately, even if there were two targets, there was a difference. The fluctuation of the Frost Knight sand value was 100 times stronger than that of Ji-sun and the other two. Just like a match and a torch in the dark night, it was still easy to distinguish. The secret keepers only stayed in place for a few breaths, and suddenly turned around and aimed at the Frost Knight. The skeleton warhorse kicked its hooves, and suddenly made a charge. The Frost Knight had been observing with his peripheral vision, and when he saw this posture, his face changed drastically, and he immediately knew that the monster had discovered him. But he was very confused. Which link went wrong? Why didn't the monster attack those three people, but me? Although he couldn't figure it out, he didn't slow down, kicked the ground hard, and rushed out like a cannonball. However, for the keeper, this distance was just a charge distance. Before the Frost Knight could run far, a series of phantoms of the skeleton horse flashed by, and the monster had already crashed into the frost armor. Bang! A muffled sound like a cannon. A figure vomiting blood flew backwards. The old injury had not healed yet, and this new injury almost killed him on the spot. Fortunately, he now saw a glimmer of hope for survival, and that belief supported him to stand up again. The Frost Knight stood up, and quickly raised his sword to parry, and the three monsters started fighting fiercely in the corridor again. Although he knew that the three people in the corner were still alive, he also knew that continuing to fight near here might affect them. He was patient, and chose to contain a few monsters while fighting and escaping. In a blink of an eye, the corridor became quiet again. Ji-sun watched the Frost Knight lead the monsters away, and knew that this guy had no good intentions. But if he really wanted to kill all three of them now, it would be completely meaningless. On the contrary, if they were alive, the guy felt that he still had a chance to survive. But Ji-sun would not stay there and wait for him to come back. Although it seemed that the Frost Knight was seriously injured and very tired. But judging from the spell marks that appeared on his body during the battle, he was definitely a third-level spell card master. This kind of high-level spell card master should not be underestimated even in a weak state. Ji-sun watched the monster leave, and immediately woke up Chujo and said, "Go!" As he spoke, he picked up the psychic lady on the ground without hesitation, and went back the way he came. Although Chujo didn't see what happened, he knew everything in his perception and followed them decisively. Ji-sun and the other two didn't have to be as cautious as they had been when they came in just now, and ran all the way. The maze here was far less complicated than before, and there were almost no forks. And the Frost Knight had cleared all the monsters in the entire passage, and even the secret keeper didn't meet him. The road was smooth. But the biggest crisis now was not the monsters, but the people. While running, Ji-sun was thinking about how to deal with it. He had thought of almost any possibility before, but he had never thought that someone could survive to the 6th day. And he happened to meet him here. Since the Frost Knight survived, it was obvious that the monsters before could not kill him for the time being. That guy would definitely not miss this only chance to survive. So he would definitely come after him soon. And he would most likely be hostile. Thinking of this, Ji-sun asked in a serious tone while running, "Miss Chujo, can you beat the guy just now? He is now only an apprentice card master with the first level of spell power, and he has no accurate concept of the combat power of high-level card masters. But even a wounded tiger is definitely not something that a rabbit can attack." So when he asked this question, he didn't have much expectation. Chujo also knew the seriousness of the situation. After thinking for a moment, he said in a very cautious tone, if it was another third-level card master, even if he was seriously injured, there would be no hope at all. But the Frost Knight cultivates the law of ice, so he can give it a try. There is a gap of 2 major ranks, which is wishful thinking for any spell card master. A third-rank card master can condense spell patterns to protect his body, especially for the melee system. Whether it is physical strength, spell power, resistance, or all-round attributes, it is many times that of an ordinary first-rank card master. Usually, a third-rank card master can fight 100 against a first-rank card master. But Chujo is not an ordinary first-rank card master. And her demon mark allows her to master some high-level ice laws, which is just right for the law suppression against the Frost Knight, and the threat will be greatly reduced. "Can you give it a try?" Ji-sun was slightly surprised when he heard this, and asked again, "How confident are you?" Chujo said, 60%. 60%? Ji-sun was really surprised. He knew that his old friend was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so outrageous. Level 1 versus level 3, this is something that ordinary people dare not even think about, and she actually still has 60%. Speaking, Chujo added an explanation. "Just now I sense the guy's curse power is only 1/10 of what it is, and his injuries are very serious. There are many kinds of chaotic energy in his body. The most important thing is that his mental state is extremely bad, and I happen to have some telekinetic means that can severely injure him. If we seize the opportunity, it may be possible to kill him. But the Frost Helmet has a divine immunity spell, which is a bit troublesome. She had revealed her trump card in front of Ji-sun before in 407, and there was nothing to hide. Hearing this, Ji-sun fell into thinking again. He originally thought that it was impossible to fight against the Frost Knight, and he probably had to take the risk to find some other help in this maze. But he didn't expect his teammates to be so powerful. But a 60% probability means that they still have a 40% chance of being wiped out. Or both sides will be injured. This is not enough. Ji-sun thought of something again and asked cautiously, what if we let him take off his helmet and sneak attack him at close range? Chujo's expression was slightly different when she heard this, but she also replied, 90%. Ji-sun knew why she hesitated for a moment. He had just been backstabbed by someone familiar before, and the word sneak attack was very harsh. And it was not easy to let the Frost Knight take off his armor. But 90% is enough. Now is not the time to worry about these things. Ji-sun confirmed this and said in a deep voice, okay, I will try my best to create opportunities for you. If they want to get out, they must find a way to deal with this person. The people in the governor's mansion are definitely not friends to him or Chujo. The two did not say much. At this time, Nanjing seemed to have woken up early and said faintly from the back, Mr. Ji-sun, you can put me down. I can run by myself. Ji-sun then remembered that there was still a person on his shoulder, so he put her down. The three of them ran towards the depths of the underground palace together. Chapter 55. After running for a while, Ji-sun discovered that the underground palace seemed to be a U-shaped underground palace structure. The area was large, but it was also limited. Ji-sun and the other two did not try to run through the entire underground palace. Without going through it, one could guess that there were some secret keepers wandering around in some corners of the underground palace. The three followed the traces of the battle on the ground, passed through a corridor, and came to a secret room full of broken bones. From a spatial point of view, this is the most central position of the underground palace. Looking at the various patterns and mysterious symbols carved on the wall, Ji-sun immediately realized that this was the final exit recorded in the adventurer's notes. Ji-sun looked at the broken bones on the ground and muttered, the skeleton monsters have been cleaned up. This saves trouble. According to the adventurer's diary, there should have been many elite skeleton monsters near the secret room. It is also very tricky for low-level spell card masters. But now they have all turned into broken bones. Grand Cemetery Maze. The level of catastrophe in this alien space is not high, and the strongest skeleton monster is at most the level of the second-level disaster. A third-level elite Frost Knight will naturally kill indiscriminately. The guy just now has been here for 2 or 3 days, and he doesn't know how to suppress the sand value. Once the monster's hatred is pulled, he can only clear it all. This is convenient for Ji-sun and the other two. The only pity is that high-level spell card masters come to brush low-level dungeons, and almost no materials and cards are produced. Even if they can really get out, the settlement evaluation will be very low. It's a pity for the silver skeleton commanders all over the ground. In the corner, you can also see the collapse marks where someone sat on the broken bones. I think the secret room is also the hiding place of the Frost Knight these days. Chujo didn't sense the presence of the secret keeper near the secret room. I think the guy took all the monsters away. No need to think about it, there is no safer place in the underground palace than here. After observing the surroundings, he said, let's wait here. There is no way to hide. Why don't they choose a place to wait for the opportunity? Chujo nodded, yeah. If you run further in the U-shaped maze, you will either encounter monsters or bump into the Frost Knight. There is no need to continue to escape, just wait here. Chujo's injuries have not yet fully recovered. After entering, he found a place to sit cross-legged and meditate, and also brewed a big move. And Nanjing knew that he could not help much, so he searched for something in the pile of skeletons, trying to find some materials to make psychic skeletons, just in case. Ji-sun entered this dim secret room, and his eyes were immediately attracted by the stone carvings on the wall. He shone the light, and carefully observed the contents of the carvings bit by bit. The carvings in this secret room are the most numerous, the most complex, and the most informative in the entire maze. These carvings are mysterious symbols to others, but now they have become intermittently decipherable text in his eyes. Although they cannot be fully translated, the combination of pictures and texts can also half-guess the general meaning. According to the murals and stone carvings seen outside before, it should be a huge mausoleum built by a king of the ancient Talon dynasty for himself. And this maze is only the entrance to the mausoleum. There is not much information about the mausoleum on the mural. But as Ji-sun looked at it, he looked up and saw the mysterious symbol again at the core of his head. It was just a simple moon symbol, but it seemed like magic, which made people vaguely touch a certain instinct that was dormant in the depths of their souls and awakened the horrible memory in their bloodline inheritance. It was a feeling that could not be described in words. It was as if he saw an indescribable god. I had the same feeling in the Taylor Street cellar. In order to avoid being contaminated by some mysterious power, Ji-sun immediately put on a clown mask. But this is just an alien space after all, and some things are not as real as the real thing. After observing it for a while, I didn't find any hints of old miracles. Looking at the 4 stone pillars around, the distribution positions are also very subtle, as if they are in line with some kind of formation. And the content carved on it is some people wearing robes, like priests, holding a mysterious ceremony. Although the priests worshipped in different directions, they all faced the moon symbol on the central ceiling. Ji-sun looked at the patterns of the corpses being hung for sacrifice, and felt familiar at first glance. He thought, isn't this the skinning and sacrificial ceremony in the cellar of Taylor Street? The moment he saw these stone carvings, he had a flash of inspiration. However, what is the purpose of this sacrificial ceremony? Is it to communicate with an ancient god, or to pray for strength? He did not find the exact answer in the carvings. Moreover, although the card master borrowed the power of the devil, he did not have faith in gods. So in Ji-sun's impression, the followers of the ancient gods and the old sects were just like rats in the sewer in the eyes of hunters, a group of crazy and extreme aliens. Ji-sun did not look at the sacrificial ceremonies. His first task now was to find a way out. But there were too many carvings in this secret room, and he could not finish reading them in a short time. Before he finished reading, the sound of armor rubbing against each other came from the empty corridor. Chujo, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Here it comes." Ji-sun was not surprised. The Frost Knight came. Even though he was weak and injured, the pressure from the 3rd level spell card master was strong. The 3 watched the Frost Knight in white armor walk into the secret room. Step by step, the armor clanged. The aggressive momentum pressed down, like a mountain collapsing. Ji-sun felt as if his breathing had stopped, but there was a cold light in his eyes. It was obvious that he had bad intentions. Like a sick tiger seeing 3 rabbits, the eyes in the T-shaped gap of the iron helmet were still sharp, and he did not hide the contempt in his eyes. The class concept in this world is very strong. The nobles and the common people are people from 2 different worlds, not to mention the exiled criminals of the innocent city. In the eyes of this Frost Knight, the people of the lower city are like monsters in the sewer, as if living in the same room will pollute the air. This is contempt for strength and status. It is also the arrogance engraved in the bones of the aristocracy for thousands of years. After taking a look at the 3 people, a minor character dressed as a corpse collector and 2 card masters dressed as adventurers were not worth mentioning. Frost Knight had no intention of talking nonsense and asked in a condescending tone, "How did you get here?" He didn't even care who these 3 people were. The potential threat and murderous intent in that tone were not concealed at all. Ji-sun naturally understood this threat and pretended to tremble. "We found an adventurer's diary, and we happen to know a little about solving puzzles, so we found this place." Frost Knight listened and immediately felt that the note might be the key to escape. He couldn't wait and said in an imperative tone, "Give me the note." Ji-sun also tactfully handed over the note from the backpack on his waist. Frost Knight got the note. The heavy armor gloves could hold the sword, but they couldn't turn the thin pages. He placed the sword next to the stone pillar beside him, untied the armor gloves, still holding the mysterious box in one hand, and turned the note with one hand. This glance made him suddenly understand. With so many people coming in, there must be a few who are lucky enough to survive. Like him, and the 3 people who found this notebook. But after looking at it, Frost Knight also found that the contents of the notebook alone did not seem to record the way out. He frowned and turned to ask, "Can you solve puzzles?" Ji-sun responded timidly, "Yes. Before, we found that the maze passage was moving, and then we ran in according to the instructions in the notebook." Ji-sun said this to give this guy a psychological hint that we are all your hope to get out. If a fight really breaks out, the other party will definitely not dare to kill him at the first time. Unless it is absolutely necessary, this guy will never kill his only hope of survival. Only those who have experienced despair will firmly grasp a glimmer of hope, even if it is a straw. The Frost Knight could no longer hold back his urgency to leave the maze, and asked directly without any nonsense, "Have you found any way to get out?" Ji-sun said frankly, "I found a clue." This is also the truth. The perception of the 3rd level spell card master is extremely sharp. If it is a complete lie, no matter how good the acting skills are, it is impossible to deceive. When the Frost Knight heard it, He was full of expectations and immediately asked how to get out. Ji-sun pointed directly at the carving on the ceiling and said, "This is a sacrificial ceremony pointing to the old gods. And the clue given by the space is that 300,000 craftsmen were killed. I guess the death of the craftsmen may also be related to the sacrifice of the old god. So I guess those craftsmen may have left some clues to get out in these stone carvings." This is absolutely true. This is the most likely way to break the deadlock that Ji-sun has thought of. Sacrifice? When the Frost Knight heard this, he immediately felt that his mind was suddenly clear. He instinctively wanted to look up at the symbols on the ceiling. But although the T-shaped design of the helmet has excellent protection, the field of vision is also greatly limited. It is very difficult to look up to see what is above your head. He instinctively took off the helmet to get a better field of vision. But the moment his hand was on the helmet, he paused for a moment. It must be said that the intuition of a third-level spell card master is still very sharp. He seemed to realize something, narrowed his eyes, and warned coldly, "Boy, you'd better not play any tricks." Ji-sun listened with a panic expression, and his acting skills were flawless. His position also cleverly blocked this guy's view of Chujo and Nanjing. He was a professional actor, but these two were not. Although this Frost Knight was extremely arrogant, he was actually very cautious. The pressure he released before was actually to test the strength of the three people. Even though he found that the strength of the three people was not worth mentioning, he did not let his guard down and kept a safe distance from beginning to end. Although the Frost Knight felt something was wrong intuitively. But at this moment, the urgency of survival suppressed everything. He still pressed the mechanism in the armor, and with a click, the helmet opened, revealing a pale, tired and fierce face. In his eyes, these three people could be killed with a backhand. He never thought that there was really a first-level card master who was stupid enough to dare to pay attention to him. Without the restriction of the helmet, the Frost Knight raised his head and wanted to see the mysterious symbols that he had never understood before. But he didn't know that this was what Ji-sun deliberately led him to do. Almost at the moment, when the Frost Knight took off his helmet and raised his head, Ji-sun suddenly pulled back. At the same time, Chujo also took action. But how sharp is the combat intuition of a third-level spell card master? The Frost Knight immediately noticed the intention of the little card master beside him to retreat, and sneered in his heart, overestimating his own abilities. Thinking that this guy was the key to getting out, he didn't use any ruthless force. He raised his hand and grabbed him, wanting to capture him, thinking that he would break one of his legs to teach him a lesson. However, just as he was about to take action, he strangely found that his body slowed down for a moment, and he was instantly alert. Telekinesis attack? But the telekinesis was not enough to stop his actions, but it actually restricted him for a moment. Is this something a first-level card master can do? Frost Knight realized something was wrong, and turned his head sharply. He ignored Ji-sun who was escaping, and looked at Chujo who had already attacked. For some reason, the Frost Knight's contempt for this first-level spell card master was swept away, and his scalp instinctively tingled. But his battle instinct also made him react immediately. He stretched out a pair of big hands, and suddenly burst out with light blue ice spell power, and the whole person immediately became cold. Even if the spell power was almost exhausted after fighting for days, it was more than enough to kill a first-level card master. The Frost Knight thought he could subdue this arrogant guy in an instant, but he didn't expect that the next moment, his face changed drastically. Chujo has been secretly preparing for a long time. How could he fail in another sneak attack? The Frost Knights advanced to the Order Path Spade 6 Punishment Iron Guard, focusing on a control counterattack. With the Chow family's secret Eyes Silver quality breathing method Frost Chi, it can control an attack. This is also the best combination honed by countless Frost Knight predecessors for thousands of years. In a normal fight with others, the enemy is stuck by the Frost spell and cannot escape. The Legion's large-scale control is even more of an enemy's nightmare. However, what he never expected was that his high-level Ice spell power could not stick to the first-level card master. Before he could figure out why. Almost at the moment of the sudden attack, he watched the mysterious girl in the linen cloak suddenly change her momentum, and her hair turned into silver hair in an instant. The hand knife with an invisible stance had already appeared in front of his face, and the silver card that was ejected in the air also bloomed with a psychedelic glow at the same time. Frost Knight's eyes widened, and finally revealed a trace of horror. He had a rank suppression, and theoretically any spell card master below the 3rd rank would be greatly restricted. But the opponent's coldness was actually a suppression at the law level? He immediately realized that there was something wrong with the girl in front of him. When he saw clearly that the pattern on the card was a distorted human face, he was even more shocked. A 2nd-level mystical card arcane will collapse. This 2nd-level arcane card, a second-level mystical spell card master may not be able to use it freely. She, a first-level spell card master, actually activated it instantly. As the Knight Captain of the Governor Chow family, he knows a lot of high-end secrets. Seeing the current situation, he suddenly thought of a possibility. You are the one. The only possibility that the Frost Knight could think of was that the girl fused demon mark was much higher than his own. He was a fused silver mark, which means that the other party's fused demon mark was at least legendary quality. Moreover, almost every legendary card has a great origin. The ice type, and telekinetic attack, in the Innocent City, there is only that S-level wanted criminal. The Frost Knight was also shocked. He never expected that a random person he met in the maze would be so important. However, Chujo did not give him any chance. Since it was a sneak attack, the attack was a killing move. The cold air released by the Frost Knight was light blue like the sky, and the cold air condensed on her body was deep blue like the sea. As the cards disintegrated, the demonic power of the demon phantom behind Chujo also boiled, and at the same time, a punch was thrown. At this moment, his mind was already in chaos. The Frost Knight's entire sensory world seemed to be distorted, and he seemed to see countless figures in his eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, he could not avoid it, and could only take it with his head. Even as the hand knife approached, there was an invisible stance that was more terrifying than the cold air, piercing into his mind like a needle. This was a telekinetic attack. The Frost Knight's physical condition was already exhausted, and several days of fighting had made him on the verge of mental collapse. This time, it was as if his soul was frozen, and then hit by a heavy hammer, and shattered to the ground. The Frost Knight was hit so hard that his eyes turned white instantly, and his tall body staggered back a few steps. But he is not dead yet. Chujo did not stop. Without giving the enemy any chance to resist, her fist seemed to be surrounded by a layer of frost flames, and she punched the Frost Knight in the face. Dong! 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 A muffled sound like a bell rang in the huge secret room. Not far away, Ji-sun looked at the fierce Chujo with a bright look in his eyes. You are much stronger than last time. Seeing the aggressive aura of his old friend, he was also full of emotion. Ji-sun had seen a formal spell card master before, but the one in front of him was so ridiculously strong. And Chujo's ridiculous fighting power was directly related to the phantom of the demon behind her. Before in 407, Ji-sun didn't know what the phantom behind Chujo in the silver-haired state was. But now he had a vague guess. Although it was unknown which of the 52 demons the demon mark fused by Chujo pointed to, the quality must be very high. At least it was of legendary quality, or an epic source card like Joker. Ji-sun preferred the latter. After all, she was not greedy for one thing, except for character, that is, she had something of equal value. The identity of this old friend was not simple. Because of the sneak attack, Chujo severely injured the Frost Knight with one move. Although the battle was fierce, the Frost Knight was mentally disturbed and confused throughout the whole process. The counterattack was more based on instinct. He paid the price for underestimating the enemy. He was beaten back by the triple damage of physical, demonic, and mental power. It looked fierce, but the actual outcome was already determined. Even watching a battle of this magnitude would be life-threatening. The terrifying ice curse was useless to Chujo, but it was a fatal threat to Ji-sun and Nanjing. At the moment when the two fought, the huge secret room instantly turned into an ice cave. The cold was piercing. Fortunately, the walls in the underground palace were regular objects. Ji-sun and Nanjing hid behind the wall, and with the zombies blocking them, they were not affected much. Finally, with a muffled sound of bang, the tall Frost Knight was dead on the spot. Seeing the end of the battle, Nanjing ran over and supported Chujo, who was spitting blood. Ji-sun also asked with concern, "How are you?" Chujo responded calmly, "No big problem." Ji-sun didn't say much. With Nanjing helping to heal the wound, he couldn't help much. He thought and walked to the body. Looking at the strong overflowing extraordinary characteristics, he couldn't help but look forward to it. This is the body of a third-level curse card master. Without looking at it for long, Ji-sun's eyes were attracted by the suitcase that the Frost Knight had never put down until his death. There is something in this box that can be immune to the curse attack of the secret keeper. With this thing, it is only a matter of time to solve the maze. Ji-sun was very curious about what was inside. Chapter 56. There was no sign of danger when approaching the box, but Ji-sun did not dare to be careless. He turned his head and asked Chujo, "Can this box be opened?" This kind of thing was beyond his current understanding, so it would be better to ask someone with knowledge. Chujo took a look and said, "Well, the box is just an ordinary box. The disaster object is not so easy to be destroyed. It should be openable." Ji-sun was relieved after hearing this. Since it is a trophy, it must be taken away. But it was impossible to take the box out, otherwise it would be seen by others and disaster would come. And the three of them were very curious about what was inside. The box had a simple lock. Ji-sun took out the master key, and soon heard a click. It was this sound that made Chujo and Nanjing's eyes tremble for a moment. The contents of the box were too mysterious, and the three of them were looking forward to it. Ji-sun gathered his thoughts, carefully checked that there was no mechanism, and then opened it. I thought there would be something special inside. But when I looked at it, it turned out to be a pottery jar slightly larger than a fist. It looked like an ordinary pottery jar, Gray. But if you look closely, you will find that the whole pottery jar is densely covered with pocket spells. Those mysterious patterns are like chains, sealing the pottery jar tightly. At first glance, it looks ordinary, but the more you look at it, the more you feel a sense of ancient mystery. Enlightenment is very subtle. X711 Mysterious Pottery Jar Detailed Explanation. The disaster item numbered X711 can exempt a single item from any curse that is not higher than the level of the item's own laws. Ji-sun now knows that the content displayed by enlightenment is related to one's own cognition. This pottery jar can exempt a curse, which is the effect they have already seen. It does not mean that it has only this single function. The higher the level of the item, the more hidden information that cannot be peeped. Chujo had previously guessed that this guy was holding it in his hand, and not putting it in the storage ring, so it was likely that it was some special item that could not be contained. This kind of ancient relic that cannot be contained has a specific name, catastrophic object. Usually, this kind of thing has some magical effects. Ji-sun was also very curious and said, "Is this a catastrophic object? But what does this number mean?" This is a high-end topic that people at the bottom can't touch at all. Chujo obviously knows these secrets and explained, X stands for Bureau X, a mysterious department of the Federation, and its full name is the Federal Catastrophic Emergency Handling and Unknown Extraordinary Object Containment Bureau. Number 711 is a temporary number for this disaster object. Disaster objects are not necessarily artifacts. They may be energy, rules, monsters, viruses, divinity, or other strange existences. Once discovered, it is generally difficult to understand its specific function in a short period of time. The Federation usually uses this number to name and distinguish it. Hearing this, Ji-sun thought of his Joker card. Once in the 407 Institute, it seems to be a source of disaster. After a pause, Chujo said, "But what is certain is that the disaster objects that cannot be contained are all relics of gods and demons. All of them contain the power of top laws, and point to some ultimate secrets of the universe that humans cannot control." Ji-sun felt awe-inspiring after hearing this. Not to mention the ultimate secrets, just the full name of this X-Bureau is very high-end. He did not ask Chujo why he knew it, but curiously asked, "There are more than 700 such disaster objects in the federal containment?" Chujo shook his head and said, "The exact number is unknown, and this number has been around for many years. Some of the disaster objects pointed to by the numbers have been lost, sealed, or no longer exist for other reasons. Some are not included. But the accumulation over thousands of years is indeed not small." "I see." Ji-sun also immediately realized. He also thought that this might be a version of the legend that has been everywhere in Wuzue City recently, the disaster object obtained by the Chow family of the governor's mansion? I thought someone deliberately spread false information, but it turned out to be true. But if I hadn't seen its function of resisting the curse of the keeper, it would be easy to ignore the value of this pottery jar, and maybe just ignore it as a broken jar. As for opening the pottery jar, the thought was dismissed after thinking about it. Not to mention that he didn't understand how to open it. Even if he could, Ji-sun didn't dare to do it for the time being. Chujo's previous explanation was very clear. Regardless of whether he understood what the pot was, it must be very high-end. If you touch it carelessly, you will die. Now that it can resist curses, if used well, it is already a magic weapon. After all, he didn't kill the person himself, so Ji-sun didn't feel embarrassed to put the thing away. Chujo didn't seem to care at all. She was in a very low mood. After being backstabbed, she seemed to have no interest in anything. The jar was placed in the secret room. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to count the spoils, but looked at the very fresh corpse and used the feast skill. The corpse of the third-level spell card master was the highest quality corpse Ji-sun had encountered so far. The remaining extraordinary characteristics were very strong, so they naturally could not be wasted. You use the feast to devour. Physical fitness plus 0.009. You use the feast to devour. Strength plus 0.016. You use the feast to devour. Eyes affinity plus 0.02. This devouring the extraordinary characteristics are continuously integrated into the body. These skill usage was not unusual for others. Ji-sun sat beside the corpse and devoured it, and then he could distract himself to look at the carvings on the top of his head and the walls around the secret room to find a way out. Soon, Nanjing helped Chujo deal with his new injuries, and she also started to ponder the carvings in the secret room. But the symbols on the wall seemed to have a kind of magic that made people dizzy. After looking at them for a while, my thoughts became muddled. Nanjing looked at them, as if the symbols in the sky came alive and ran around. He was already dizzy and said faintly, "It's strange. Why do I feel like my head is stuffed with a lot of things after looking at these symbols for a long time, and I feel dizzy?" Hearing this, Ji-sun also looked up at her, because he had the same feeling. I thought it was an illusion caused by the oppressive environment, but it turned out that others also had this feeling. But I didn't see any negative state of enlightenment. At this time, Chujo on the side thought of something and said, "It's normal. This is the brain coming into contact with knowledge beyond cognition." Nanjing didn't understand, huh? Chujo explained, "As far as I know, all the characters we know now are derived from ancient demon language. The more ancient the text of a civilization is, the closer it is to the original meaning of the demon language. And the Talent ancient text is a simplified version of the demon language. These mysterious symbols are not just shapes, but the text itself contains the meaning of the power of the law. A skilled craftsman can carve out the meaning of that mysterious level. Just like the spell used to make cards, it is a magical text, and it is said to be a branch of some advanced demon language." Oh! Ji-sun was also very curious when he heard this statement. He had discovered this problem before. The symbols on the stone carvings in this secret room are obviously the same as those in the previous materials. But when you look at it with your naked eyes, it seems different. The symbols on the stone carvings are obviously much thicker, and it seems that one symbol contains many deeper meanings. He didn't understand what this was before, but after listening to this, he understood it a little. It's like some master's paintings, which convey information in addition to images, but also some artistic conception, something that is difficult to describe. Ji-sun was really interested in this, and wanted to learn more. But Chujo looked at his gaze and said regretfully, "To understand that level of knowledge, you need very high wisdom and understanding of the law. This is what the 5 wisdom sequence spell card masters study, and I only know a little bit." Oh! Ji-sun pondered for a while, and had a vague understanding. Even if they see the same world, everyone sees it at a different level. But the thought drifted away, and then came back again. The most urgent thing now is how to solve the puzzle of getting out. Nanjing felt that her brain was not enough. She clearly recognized the current situation, and it was probably hopeless to get out by herself. She could only turn her head to look at Ji-sun and asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, have you found anything?" Ji-sun also shook his head and said, "At present, it seems that the clues hinted by this maze point to 300,000 workers from beginning to end. I can only think that there is definitely some connection between the exit of the maze and the workers, but I have not yet found out what direction this connection should point to. Whether from the spatial layout or the distribution of monsters, it is now almost certain that this secret room is the exit. But he has not thought of a way to break the deadlock. Let's talk about the idea so that the 3 of them can discuss it." Chujo thought about it, and also proposed his own idea. Laborers? These carvings were carved by laborers. Could the solution to the puzzle be hidden in the symbols, or the murals outside? Yes. It is almost certain that this is the idea. But no accurate clues have been found so far. I may need to spend some time to read all of this slowly. Ji-sun's tone was very calm, and he didn't sound anxious at all. The most taboo thing in solving a puzzle is to create unnecessary interference for yourself. The more flustered you are, the more it will affect your judgment. Yeah. Chujo also nodded. Without saying much, he looked up and pondered the dense carvings on the stone wall tiles. The 3 of them stared at the carvings in the secret room and studied them. Ji-sun also took the lamp and carefully checked almost every inch of the wall tiles, and even the details of the wall cracks in every corner were not missed. Time passed quickly without him noticing. After about half a day, he had memorized all the symbols he saw in his mind. But he still couldn't find a clue to break the deadlock. The great adventurer Yuri was stuck at this step. Ji-sun felt as if he was in the same predicament. It was a bad feeling. It was like being in a secret room, and everything was under control, except for a key. But he just couldn't find it. He thought that if he couldn't find any clues, he might have to risk going outside. Return. He looked at the passageway. But his intuition told him that the most important clue was definitely in this secret room, not outside. Ji-sun's current understanding and puzzle-solving experience were clueless, and it was even more difficult for others to find clues. Chujo, who was standing by, also fell into deep thought, with a frown on his face. And it was even more obvious that this complex mental activity was not suitable for a certain psychic lady with a bald head. After watching for half a day, Nanjing looked really drowsy. But she still tried very hard to help, and never stopped. Nanjing was reading and muttering, "Ah, these symbols are so complicated, it's like a maze after reading for a long time, it makes me dizzy." Although he was muttering in a low voice, he could hear it clearly in the secret room. Chujo was used to it. Ji-sun was also laughing and crying. This psychic lady had been mumbling for a long time, and he didn't intend to pay attention to it. But suddenly, it was this sentence that flashed in his mind. Maze symbols? As if waking up from a dream, he shouted softly, "I found the key." Chapter 57. This is one of the pleasures of decryption. Often, an unexpected inspiration is the key to breaking the deadlock. Then it suddenly became clear. When they heard Ji-sun speak, Chujo and Nanjing were both stunned. Then they showed surprise and strong expectations. Nanjing asked in confusion, "Key?" Ji-sun's eyes gradually deepened, and he nodded, "Yes, to be precise, it is the secret key to decryption." He looked at the psychic lady and added, "What you said just now gave me inspiration." Nanjing was also confused, pointing at herself, "Ah, what did I say just now?" She was so confused by Ji-sun's attitude that she even doubted herself. It sounded like she had found some key clues. Chujo listened and thought about what Nanjing said, but after thinking about it, it was obvious that she didn't understand. Ji-sun found a way to solve it. His eyes were burning, and he explained directly, "The maze and this secret room are one. We can't limit the idea of solving the puzzle to the murals in this secret room. The maze we walked through before is actually the method to decipher these contents." After a pause, he continued, "To put it simply, the route we walked through before is the key, and the text in this secret room is the code book. The previous maze is a Rubik's Cube, and this secret room is also a Rubik's Cube. The method to decipher the maze actually holds the method to break the situation in your hands. This is the simplest way to hide information in cryptography. This is the difficulty. If you can't think of that direction, you still can't think of it even if you rack your brains." After hearing this, Chujo vaguely understood something and looked at the symbols on the wall tiles. "You mean, we should shuffle these symbols and then reassemble them with a specific idea?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded and said, "The craftsman who built this maze had secret codes in the pictures and texts they carved. The word order is not what we see on the surface, but is hidden." Nanjing's pair of smart big eyes blinked gently, and he also understood it belatedly, saying, "I understand it too." But the two women tried to recall the route they had taken, but some of it was already blurred. Moreover, how to shuffle it, write down the symbols one by one on paper, and then cut them up to make a puzzle? No need. Since Ji-sun could tell it, there was no need for others to recall it, as he remembered the route clearly. This was the route they took to enter the underground palace. If this square secret room is regarded as a twistable magic cube, then the wall bricks with symbols engraved on them are movable cubes. According to this twisting order, the cube will leave its original position. Then it will form a new arrangement. The symbols that Ji-sun remembered in his mind at this moment started to work automatically. When he finished speaking, his mind had twisted all the Rubik's cubes to the final position, and then he saw several consecutive mysterious symbols, not necessarily only this one way of moving, but the final result, all point to the same result. This is an extremely ingenious design. Ji-sun felt a surge of excitement that he had not experienced for a long time. He just knew it. Those characters in the ancient language of Tarun mean hidden passages. It suddenly dawned on him. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't know it. The way to leave the maze is not to touch any mechanism, nor to know the Tarun symbols, but to understand this idea. Ji-sun walked over and tapped on the two symbols that were far apart. His tapping action seemed to trigger the judgment mechanism of the different dimension. As soon as the last character was tapped, enlightenment showed that you had found a secret passage to leave the maze. Congratulations on solving the Great Cemetery Maze. Found it. Ji-sun's eyebrows moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It turned out that his previous idea was completely correct. Now that the puzzle was solved, his ideas became clear all of a sudden. 3,000 years ago, the craftsman built this mausoleum, and the king chose to keep it secret and silence it. A certain craftsman had prepared in advance, so he hid an escape passage in the design of the maze. And he also hid the information of the secret passage in these carvings with a wonderful technique. Not only Ji-sun saw the enlightenment, but Chujo and Nanjing also saw it. Nanjing's eyes widened instantly. Still a little bit unbelievable, they found the exit right away. They just watched Ji-sun analyzing a lot of theories, and before their brains could catch up with the train of thought, they saw this guy gently knocking on a few bricks. Then, enlightenment appeared. It felt like a dream and unreality. Nanjing couldn't help but be excited, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "Sister Chujo, we can go out." Chujo was also very surprised. But that joy only lasted for a moment on her face. Then she didn't know what she was thinking of. Her expression became very complicated, and she murmured in her heart, "Did she survive?" Ji-sun also exhaled a long breath. The pleasure brought to him by solving the maze made him fall into a very wonderful state at this moment. Truly understanding the exquisite design of this maze, solving it in an instant, it will give people a spiritual satisfaction that sublimates the carnal desire. Looking at the sky-high carvings in the secret room, he murmured to himself, and couldn't help but sigh. The encryption method of the craftsman at the time was really amazing. Being able to hide clues in such a complex carving, and ensure that the original content is logically smooth requires computing power that is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people's brainpower. Ji-sun can crack it. But if he wants to design such a maze himself, the difficulty will be at least 100 times higher. Is this the extraordinary ability given by the 5 wisdom sequence? Sure enough, the world in the eyes of a wise man is completely different from the world in the eyes of an ordinary person. Ji-sun suddenly felt that the extraordinary world was becoming more and more exciting. Let mortals use the extraordinary as their eyes to see the appearance of truth. Sometimes surprises come too suddenly and make people feel unreal. At this moment, Nanjing looked at the twisted black hole in front of him with stars in his eyes, and his expression was full of the words, "I am not dreaming." The elite army of the governor's office was annihilated in this maze, but the 3 of them survived. This kind of ecstasy after surviving a disaster is absolutely impossible for people who have not experienced it. Although she heard so much just now, in fact, this psychic lady has not yet fully understood the principle of the magic cube that Ji-sun said. Her brain was not enough, so she didn't think too much and asked excitedly, "Mr. Ji-sun, how did you do it?" But as soon as she said it, the excitement on her face froze there. Because she also noticed that the atmosphere in the secret room was a little bit wrong. No joy, only silence. Turning around, Chujo looked gloomy. Ji-sun didn't say anything either. He seemed to have guessed something, lowered his brows, and looked very deep. Nanjing was puzzled and asked, "Sister Chujo? Why are they unhappy that they can get out alive?" These 2 guys seemed to have fallen into the kind of subtle tacit understanding that they both understood, but they didn't. Chujo heard it. She smiled back at her closest friend. She walked over, put her hand on Nanjing's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Xiao Nan, take care of yourself in the future." Nanjing felt that this was inexplicable, but he also heard that this was a farewell you. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt his brain go blank, and he passed out. Ji-sun watched silently from the side. Not surprised. Chujo put the unconscious Nanjing on the ground, stood up, and said to Ji-sun in a sincere and entrusting tone, "Mr. Ji-sun, Xiao Nan is in your hands." Ji-sun listened and was silent for a moment. There was a little complexity in his eyes, but he finally responded, "Yeah." In fact, he had thought of it before. His old friend had a treasure that could leave the other dimensional space, and this maze could not trap her from beginning to end. But that means that the person who wants to kill her probably also knows this information. So in the maze, there is a backstab arrangement. To be on the safe side, there must be someone waiting outside the maze. If the assassination fails, there will be someone else to finish it off, to prevent future troubles. So Ji-sun knew from the beginning that even if he really found the exit, Chujo would not be able to go out with others. Going out together would only cause others to fall into death. Ji-sun could think of this. Chujo also knew that he could think of this. This is also the reason why the 2 fell silent when the exit appeared. This tacit understanding has been there for some time. Chujo couldn't take Nanjing with her to take risks. She looked at Ji-sun and agreed, and nodded slightly, "I'm sorry to trouble you." After saying that, she took a last look at her partner, turned around and walked towards the twisted light gate. The pottery jar on the ground, the spoils of the 3rd level Frost Knight, she didn't take anything. Maybe she wanted to be rewarded for the entrustment. Or maybe she didn't care. Ji-sun remained silent. But looking at the back of the figure turning away sadly, he thought of something and said, "Hello, hey." Chujo looked back. Ji-sun thought for a second and said a casual farewell. "It's rare to meet a friend who is to my liking. If you can live, don't die." Chujo looked at him after hearing this. She wanted to respond to him politely. But when the words were on her lips, the grief of being stabbed by her loved ones hit her heart, and she couldn't say a word. In the end, he just turned around and left. He seemed to say him, but it was not clear, and the lonely figure had disappeared in the secret room. The three-person team was missing one person, and Ji-sun also sighed slightly. It was not a hypocritical thought. The first person he met in this world was Chujo, and his personality was very suitable. Moreover, he helped a lot twice. This was rare. The backstab was obviously a big blow to Chujo, but it was her own private matter to deal with, and Ji-sun didn't say anything. After watching the man leave, he glanced at the unconscious Nanjing again, clearing away his chaotic thoughts at that moment. Ji-sun looked back at the Talon ancient text on the wall. In fact, he hadn't had time to explain in detail just now. In addition to the information about the hidden exit, there should be a hidden plot in this secret room. It was also hidden in those symbols by the craftsman. It is not necessary to understand the Talon ancient language to pass the level. If you understand the method, you can use the method just now to open the exit. But to trigger this hidden plot, you must be able to understand what is written in this secret room. On the other side of the magic cube in Ji-sun's mind, a few characters are combined to form this sentence. The content is translated, and it roughly means that the queen opened the secret passage of the tomb with her beautiful singing and went to the place where the king was sleeping. It seems that a hidden passage can be opened by some method. Trigger the ultimate Easter egg? Ji-sun has some ideas for cracking it. But after thinking about it, he did not choose to trigger this branch hidden plot. The exit has already appeared, so there is no need to do it again. Because he estimated that anyone who could clear the level could probably get an A or B rating. If the hidden plot was triggered, it would be very likely to trigger as perfect rating. Or maybe some Easter eggs were unlocked, and the whole space disappeared. If it were somewhere else, he would definitely not give up this extra gain. But he didn't dare to do it now. Needless to say, Governor Chao Sihai had been trapped in the maze for 6 days. Now there must be a lot of people waiting for the result outside. Not all of them are from the governor's mansion. But absolutely everyone is curious about what happened in the maze. If the different dimensional space really disappears directly, then Ji-sun can imagine that as soon as he goes out, he will be pointed at his head by 10,000 guns. More importantly, this is a D-level different dimensional space. The most important reason why it can destroy the group of people in the governor's mansion is that the trapping characteristics of the maze-like space and the order of decryption are disrupted, not how difficult it is. And the name of this space is Grand Cemetery Maze, not XX King's Tomb. So Ji-sun guessed that even if the hidden plot was triggered, the reward would definitely not be too generous. Ji-sun now has 8 Frost Knight trophies in his hand, plus the current 3rd level one, and the mysterious spell pottery jar. This harvest is already more than many high-level different dimensional spaces can produce. There is no need to covet the petty profits of the branch hidden plot. Ji-sun thought of this, and stopped thinking about the maze branch. He walked to the side of the corpse. Chujo left without taking anything with him. Ji-sun naturally collected them without hesitation. He collected the Frost Knight's armor, great sword and storage ring. This was high-level equipment with the prefix excellent, which was more valuable than the previous sets of fine armor. And the mysterious spell pot, which could not be put into the storage ring, he could only wrap it with a piece of linen and hang it around his waist. After collecting the spoils, Ji-sun sat next to the corpse and began to meditate, while using feast to continue to devour the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse. Nanjing had not woken up yet, and Chujo might cause some disturbances when he went out, so he had to wait before going out. In a flash, 8 hours had passed. Nanjing finally woke up. Chapter 58. Nanjing suddenly woke up. She looked around, recalled the last scene before she fainted, and asked anxiously, "Mr. Ji-sun, where is Sister Chujo?" Ji-sun heard this, glanced at his pocket watch, and said lightly, 8 hours ago. She has already gone out. 8 hours? Nanjing felt anxious when she heard this, her eyes trembling, but although she reacted a little slower, she thought about it, and understood why Chujo went out alone first. This was because she was afraid of getting her into trouble. Ji-sun didn't plan to say anything more. He said everything he needed to say. He stood up and said, "Since you're awake, we should also prepare to go out." Chujo had already gone out in advance, at least the people targeting her outside should not be there. The danger was reduced a little. As for whether the old friend could survive, Ji-sun didn't know. Now he had to think about what to do after he got out. They had been in this maze of the cemetery for nearly 7 days. It must be very lively outside. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also reminded, the situation outside is very complicated. When we go out, you should be careful. He is shadow stealth, so he is sure to escape as long as there is a dark place in the wilderness of the great cemetery. But this one is not necessarily the case. Although she is a formal spell card master, psychics are not good at stealth and escape. Nanjing was obviously still thinking about Chujo, and he was not in a good mood. He was stunned for a moment before saying, "Oh." Ji-sun looked at Nanjing's predator outfit, and thought of something. He took out a set of black clothes from his storage ring, and said, "Change your clothes. Your clothes are quite troublesome. Also, change your gas mask and wear a fur hat to cover your hair. This is the work clothes of the corpse collector." Although Nanjing is wearing a hunter suit, the punk leather jacket covering his face under the linen cloak looks more like a predator. Now that the people in the governor's mansion died in the maze, anyone who goes out will be suspected. But the corpse collectors of the Golden Oak Security Company are neutral forces, and normally no one will make things difficult for people in this profession. If you really go out and get discovered, you still have some time to react. Nanjing thought about it, and understood what Ji-sun meant. She took the clothes and said, "Thank you." The work clothes of the corpse collector are a bit like the one-piece black clothes of chemical protection suits, which can be covered by taking off the coat. Nanjing put on her clothes, and took off the gas mask without hiding it from Ji-sun. Her face was exposed, and she looked good. Ji-sun glanced at her and saw a cute girl with a bun-like hair, very white skin and shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. After putting on the full-face gas mask, it was hard to tell whether she was male or female. Ji-sun still had a question in his mind, so he asked again, "Miss Xiaonan, do you know who wants to kill Chujo?" Nanjing didn't know whether to say it or not, and her eyes trembled. But looking at Ji-sun's eyes, she still said it might be her family. Hearing this, Ji-sun didn't ask any more questions. In fact, he had guessed it before. The only person who could make Chujo so depressed was probably a very important relative. As for why they wanted to kill her, it was very puzzling. Ji-sun didn't think much about it. He also put on a set of excellent leather armor found in the Frost Knight storage ring, and said, "Let's go, settle the account and go out." Walking to the twisted light door, enlightenment also appeared. "Congratulations on clearing the Great Cemetery Maze. Maze Exploration Degree 57%, A-level evaluation, fixed reward 100%. Puzzle Master, random card draw reward plus 50%. Boss kill, plus 0%. Complete the core hidden plot exploration *1, treasure chest draw rare probability plus 35%. Comprehensive evaluation A-, get clearance treasure chest *2. Cleared the level, and still only got A- evaluation. It was also within Ji-sun's expectations, because there were still some key clues that were not found, and almost no monsters were killed. The main reason why Ji-sun and his 3 companions were able to pass the level was because of the passage that the group of people in the governor's mansion pushed out. In this way, a very important main line was missing, which was to find a way to safely avoid the keeper. This was considered a trick in the puzzle mode. Moreover, the clearance evaluation of low-level dungeons participated by high-level card masters would be greatly reduced. But generally speaking, it was acceptable. The lottery probability displayed by enlightenment is also good, with a 55% probability of drawing ordinary rewards, 35% black iron rewards, 9.5% silver rewards, and 0.5% special rare. Ji-sun looked at the cards that appeared in front of him and randomly clicked on 2 cards. Lucky, the first card showed a silver glow. Although the clearance evaluation is not high, the hidden lottery bonus of his clearance master is very high, so it is not surprising to draw silver. Rare silver light skull bone quality silver. Details, hardness plus 8, rare dark bone material, contains super strong undead characteristics, it has extraordinary strength. The most common material in this maze is various bones. Looking at the white skull bones in front of him, Ji-sun felt very satisfied. The best material that can be obtained from a D-level copy is silver. This is already the ultimate shame. And this bone is also a common employment material for melee combat. It is rare to see such high-quality materials on the market. Ji-sun thinks it is good for his own use. But after collecting the spoils of the Frost Knight before, he looked at this rare material, and didn't have much emotion. He found a storage card to store the skull bone. The second box produced some black iron materials. Good luck. But at this time, Nanjing beside him seemed to see something that made him embarrassed, and turned his head and said, "Mr. Ji-sun, I got a map after clearing the level." As she spoke, she handed over a yellowed map. Tunnel map of the Mad King Augustus's mausoleum. Detailed explanation. The craftsmen who built the Mad King's mausoleum knew that they had no hope of survival, so they cleverly left a secret escape passage when they built the mausoleum. You could enter and exit the legendary mausoleum along the tunnel. Ji-sun looked at the map, and it seemed to be the ancient king's mausoleum that the maze pointed to. But it didn't say where the mausoleum was. Maybe it will be useful in the future. But right now, he was more curious about something else, and asked Nanjing, "What is your chance of drawing a hidden one?" Nanjing said, 0.01%. Ji-sun raised his eyes inexplicably when he heard this. Sure enough. Since it is a probability card drawing game, there must be some lucky ones, and some unlucky ones. He didn't need to ask, because he knew that Nanjing's clearance rating would not be high, probably AC. But with this probability, he actually drew a hidden card, and Ji-sun suddenly felt that his silver material was not so good. However, while he was still thinking, Nanjing handed over the map, bowed slightly, and said politely, "Thank you. Without you, Mr. Ji-sun, I would not have been able to get out of the maze alive this time. I have nothing to thank you for. This map is more suitable for a puzzle master like you." Ji-sun looked at the map that was already stuffed in his hand. His expression was a little strange. This thank you will not make him feel good. Although from the whole process, this psychic lady is indeed a burden in the three-person team. So before, Ji-sun also felt at ease to put the spoils of the 6 Frost Knights and the jar into his own pocket. I thought if I had to owe someone, I would owe it to Chujo. But I didn't expect that Nanjing's thank you would make him feel a little embarrassed. I won't talk about the value of this map, but the sincerity is obvious. Ji-sun chuckled, put the map away without hesitation, and activated the clown mask. The two of them didn't say anything more, and stepped into the twisted light gate. The surrounding scenery changed, and Ji-sun found that they had appeared on a small earthen slope covered by fog. The light was dim, and there was a lot of fog. The name of the Dongjiu Cemetery refers to a large mass grave, with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The entrances and exits of this different dimensional space are all random fog groups floating over the cemetery. So even if it was surrounded, Ji-sun didn't think there were so many people in the governor's mansion. The most important thing is that this is a cave world, without the sun or the moon. It is impossible to cover such a large area with only lighting equipment from the steam technology era. The situation when I came out was much better than expected. I was lucky that no one pointed a gun at my head. Ji-sun and Nanjing also breathed a sigh of relief. But there were lights flickering everywhere on the barren slopes around them, and it looked like there were quite a few people. Not long after the two of them came out, they suddenly heard someone shout, "Look, the entrance to the great cemetery maze has reappeared." This shout was like a barrel of explosives exploding in an instant. Lights lit up everywhere in all directions. "Ha ha ha, go in and make a fortune. People from the governor's mansion are here too, brothers, hack them. Hurry up and call people from the War Bear Hunter group, follow me. Damn it, hurry up, the space door is about to close." These are not people from the governor's mansion, but hunters. Ji-sun knew what was going on as soon as he heard the screams of ghosts and wolves. Now it has been almost 7 days, and the news that Governor Chao Sihai was attacked has probably spread throughout the whole innocent city. For the hunters, no conspiracy has anything to do with them. Now everyone knows that Governor Chao Sihai and a reorganized elite guard corps of the Frost Knight are trapped in the maze. Since it was an ambush, the planner must have a certain degree of confidence in the ambush. And the Grand Cemetery maze is an unlimited time dimension. To end and reopen, either all the people inside have come out, or all of them are dead. Now the facts are in front of us. No one from the governor's mansion has come out. It is likely that all of them died. The dead are not the poor hunters in the lower city, but a well-equipped reorganized noble army. For this kind of situation, the hunters have long been experienced. This means that the fine equipment on the body of the Frost Knight is likely to be left in the maze. If you find a piece of noble equipment, you will definitely become rich overnight. This is a great opportunity with a more exaggerated return rate than clearing some difficult different dimensional spaces. Even Ji-sun is a little jealous. But he just thought about it and gave up. He has gained enough this time. The jars are too sensitive. The evil and extraordinary means are hard to guard against. The right way is to run away in time. Not only do the hunters want to go in, but those people in the governor's office must also go in to find Chao Sihai, or find clues about this ambush. So there must be a conflict between the two groups. This mass grave suddenly became lively. After someone discovered the entrance to the maze that had been condensed again, the sound of gunfire immediately rang out. In other places, no one might dare to offend the people in the governor's mansion. But this is the city of innocence. Those exiled prisoners have no fear at all, and they don't care whether your uncle is a noble or not. In one word, do it. In this dark suburb, killing monsters will get equipment, and killing people will also get equipment. The fight became more and more intense, with all kinds of gunfire roaring. This chaos also made it convenient for Ji-sun and Nanjing. The two took advantage of the darkness and chaos to slip away quietly. Chapter 59. The large cemetery on the outskirts of the city is now a temporary hunter camp, with tens of thousands of people gathered. The railway is full of various modified locomotives, heavy armed trucks, and even various supply stores have driven over. The bonfire is blazing, and it is very lively. In addition to professional hunters, there are also intelligence dealers and people from major gangs in the city, a mixed crowd. In contrast, there are not many people in the governor's mansion. Some lights that match the layout of the battle formation can be seen on the high ground in the far distance. One side is scattered, and the other side is rigorous. The two forces are clearly divided. Before the result came out, both sides could still restrain themselves. Now the exit of the maze has reappeared, and no one from the governor's mansion has come out. Everyone knows that the governor and his party have been wiped out. The whole camp exploded instantly. The hunters swarmed away. The situation was better than expected, and the corpse collection suits were not used. Ji-sun and the others changed into adventure clothes again, pretending to be new hunters, and asked the intelligence dealer in the camp. 8 hours ago, someone did leave the space. But he disappeared without making any noise. Ji-sun and Nanjing were relieved to hear this news. Although they didn't know where Chujo went after he came out, it was the best-case scenario that he was not killed on the spot. In this wilderness, as long as he was not trapped, he was mostly safe. Ji-sun didn't plan to stay in the cemetery camp for long, and spent some money to hitchhike back to Innocent City. Nanjing didn't go back to the city with him. After saying goodbye, she disappeared into the darkness. Ji-sun knew that she was worried about Chujo, so he didn't try to persuade her. Besides, this psychic lady was a first-level spell card master. Although she was often confused, her combat power was not weak. It was better to worry about herself than worry about her. Moreover, Ji-sun even guessed that the forces behind Chujo were not small, and their base was likely not in Wuzue City. Not long after, Ji-sun returned to Wuzue City. He looked at the time. It was still early. Ji-sun's first thought was to go to the black market in Anyu Street first. With so many spoils in hand, he wanted to convert them into combat power, as much as possible, and buy some equipment. Ji-sun was careful all the way, and took the inner-city train to the Anyu Street black market in the North City. The last time, the Anyu Street black market was in turmoil. The Chao family's secret agents in the lower city were almost cleared out. Now that Governor Chao Sihai is dead again, the fourth son of the Chao family probably won't have time to cause trouble for him in the short term. Ji-sun was not careless either. Now when he goes to crowded places, he directly wears a clown mask. Then he entered the dim street. The good things he needed were hard to find in the ordinary market, and the spoils in his hand were very sensitive, so he could only find a way to sell them in the black market. The black market is called the black market because it is niche, high-end, and not visible. However, this time, he didn't expect the black market to be so different. The last time he came, the whole street was like a ghost street. The lights in the shops were dim, and the pedestrians were hiding their heads and showing their tails. However, this time, when Ji-sun just entered the street, he thought he had walked the wrong way. What the hell is this neon sign that flashes so fast that it blinds people? Looking again, the mysterious shanty-style shops before were eclipsed. On the contrary, there were more than a dozen newly renovated new shops with eye-catching signs. What's going on? Ji-sun stood on the covered bridge overlooking Anyu Street. I wanted to observe the environment, but I was suddenly confused. The shops on the black market before were more mysterious than each other. A wooden board with a random name on it was considered a sign, and they were more hidden than each other. Like an assassin with a hood covering his face, he seemed to be afraid that strangers would guess what he was selling. However, how could there be a store with eye-catching neon lights, like the more than 10 new stores in front of him? What? Bermuda Chamber of Commerce Branch, Martin Military Machinery Shop, Red Witch Potion Shop, Lawson Boutique Card House. These names don't sound like small workshops. Instead, they give people the feeling of a large chain supermarket. Ji-sun looked at the crowds of people rushing to the street like a market, and his eyes twitched. Is this still the black market? If I hadn't been here before, those familiar old shops would still be there. Ji-sun thought the black market had moved. After all, he was here to buy things, so it didn't matter what the black market looked like as long as the shops were still open. Could it be that there is a saying of going to market in the Anyu Street black market? With such doubts, he walked into the crowd. After walking for a while, and listening to the conversations of passers-by, he suddenly realized. It turned out that this was directly related to the great cemetery maze he had just come out of. Previously, the Chao family was appointed as the governor of Innocent City, so according to federal law, the noble lords have all the ruling and management rights of Innocent City. Therefore, the chambers of commerce and consortiums that came to Innocent City before were all on good terms with the Chow family. In order to ensure the monopoly of interests, not only are there few chambers of commerce, but also because the Chow family is too eager to control the gold-digging dock leading to the old continent, it has a very bad relationship with the major gangs in the lower city. This has led to the unanimous xenophobia of the major gangs in the lower city. Almost any foreign chamber of commerce that comes to open a store will have its transport vehicle robbed, its warehouse stolen, or its store smashed. Anyway, none of them can continue to operate. This also led to the original chaotic style of black eating black and black replacing black in the black market of Innocent City. However, 7 days ago, the situation changed suddenly. The news of Governor Chow Si-hai's attack spread throughout Innocent City like wings, and also spread to other lords of the rich mineral layer. The Chow family used some political means to obtain the development order of Innocent City, but they have not controlled the gold-digging dock for such a long time, which has already made other federal congressmen quite dissatisfied. Now Chow Si-hai couldn't even save his own life, so naturally no one believed that he had the ability to control Innocent City. After the parliament voted again, the Chow family of Longcheng could not withstand the pressure and opened up the exclusive right to operate Innocent City. But after the debate, no one got the exclusive right to operate. So it was open to everyone. As soon as this decree came out, the chambers of commerce and consortiums in the rich mineral layer swarmed in like hounds smelling blood. Now Innocent City is like a no man's land, and everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. After all, this place is connected to the old continent, which is known as the land of gold. When a large consortium enters a new market, the most favorite thing is naturally discounts and promotions. I heard that the market in the Hunters Guild on Grove Street is more lively, with hundreds of large stores newly opened. Even in the black market on Dark Rain Street, there are several powerful consortiums trying their luck. It doesn't matter if the black market is deep and the waves are strong. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. I heard that the Big Ivan's secret treasure shop, which has only been open for 2 days, is 20% off. If you purchase more than 100,000, you will be given a chance to draw a prize worth at least tens of thousands. I heard that a lucky guy won a silver breathing method worth over $1 million. These new shops have a wide range of products and are cheap. Not only are they cheap, but they are also honest. There are professional appraisers to assess the price, so you don't have to worry about being cheated. But these are all shops opened by the big tycoons in the rich or layer. Is there any conspiracy? Hee, who cares? Isn't this a good thing for us hunters? One buy and one sell, at least 30% more profit. I think we should open more of these shops. The streets are crowded with people. After all, discounts and promotions are not just for chatting, so people who have purchasing needs come all at once. There are naturally more people on the streets. The people in Innocent City are hostile to the federal nobles, but not to the merchants. Especially the merchants who don't have an official background. After all, merchants control the vast majority of social resources, factories, farms, transportation, etc. They brought cheaper medicine, food, daily necessities, and a large number of sophisticated equipment. This is a great thing for hunters. Moreover, the big business has a good reputation, and there is no need to worry about being robbed by the gangs and forced to buy and sell. Don't look at the gangs and criminals. They are all ruthless people who kill without blinking an eye. But it is often these people who care most about profit. Although the Order of Innocent City is under the control of several major gangs, they can't force everyone to buy high-priced items, right? For a while, the newly opened shop was very popular. After walking on Dark Rain Street for a while, Ji-sun already understood everything. Seeing that he had been trapped in the maze for a few days, such a big change had taken place in Wuzhui City. He also thought of something else. Before, Ji-sun was wondering who was so bold as to ambush and kill Governor Chow Si-hai. Normally, after Governor Chow died, whoever benefited the most would be the most suspicious. In other words, the several major gangs in the lower city of Wuzhui City had motives. After all, those people were the ones who were hostile to the governor's office. But now, looking at the situation, it is really hard to say. The biggest beneficiaries seem to be the political enemies of the Chow family, but it seems that the result is no different. The person who plotted to kill Chow Si-hai never showed up from beginning to end. Now it is not done by the gangsters, either. It is getting more and more interesting. Ji-sun thought of this. He doesn't care who is the lord. It's good to be lively. He also followed the direction of the crowd, wanting to see the newly opened shops. He worked hard to earn his money, so it was natural that the cheaper the things he bought, the better. He also liked to see the opening promotions of new stores. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of a newly opened store. There were already hundreds of people gathered here. In the past, I'm afraid there wouldn't be so many customers on the street. Ji-sun was in the crowd, and after observing the surroundings and not finding anything unusual, he looked at the shop window and saw that there were indeed many good things. And the onlookers, who watched the opening, obviously knew more. What is the origin of this Big Ivan's secret treasure shop? It sells the latest military machinery and equipment of the Federation, and the price is 20% cheaper than the market price. How much money did they lose in one day? Lose money? Not necessarily. Didn't you see that they took out the ancient relic? You can trade without leaking any treasures. Many people who have black goods come to sell them. I got a lot of good things today. I heard that this is a branch of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. The boss is very powerful. It is said that a lot of treasures were transferred from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters for the opening, such as black iron, silver breathing methods, and many secret methods of the Noble Legion. There are also skill training cards that can only be seen occasionally in auction houses, and even various treasures of gold quality. Ji-sun listened to others talking about this newly opened store, and chuckled in his heart. The shill was indeed a shill, but the news was also true. He had also heard of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. It made its fortune by coal mining hundreds of years ago, and now its business territory covers all walks of life. It is one of the real top chambers in the Federation. People in this world are not familiar with business routines. Ji-sun didn't find it strange at all. In the past, those wealthy capitals would enter new markets, spend hundreds of millions of dollars to occupy the market, and kill all competitors. Then they would dominate the market. The chaebol are well aware of this. Seeing this, Ji-sun knew that those small workshops in Wuzue City were about to undergo a major reshuffle. Can a small store be compared with a big supermarket? I have what others don't, I am better than others, and I am cheaper than others. Originally, there was another biggest difference between the black market and the ordinary market. That is, the bosses of the black market dared to accept some goods that others dared not to accept, and also dared to sell some goods that others dared not to sell. After all, there is a foundation of trust. For some bandits and plunderers who specialize in killing and robbing, the black market is a stable sales channel. Ji-sun came here this time to see if he could sell the hot goods in his hands. This kind of shady business is destined to be small, and can't be done openly. However, this shop Big Ivan broke this point, because there is an ancient relic placed at its door. It is a mechanical fortune cat that looks like it is made of brass. Ji-sun took a look and found that it was actually an ancient relic. Gold swallowing fortune cat detailed explanation. A second-level ancient relic can be used to identify the value of items after providing reference samples. The more reference samples, the more accurate the identification data. To use this relic, you need to feed it with precious metals. Ji-sun has seen many strange things in this world, and seeing this fortune cat, he doesn't find it strange. This relic is very suitable for the black market. When he saw the relic effect displayed by enlightenment, he immediately knew why so many people gathered in this store. Because if you want to sell those shady goods in the black market, you must find a trustworthy store, otherwise the probability of being robbed by the black market is very high. It also needs to be appraised. The price is what the appraiser says. The black market usually sells stolen goods at a very low price, and there is also the risk of being exposed. But the relic in front of you completely dispels all worries. No one needs to be judged during the whole process, and you can appraise it without showing your treasure. Just when Ji-sun was watching, a mysterious guy wearing a gas mask took a few cards of unknown names and placed them on the tray of the mechanical lucky cat. Listening to the creaking of gears, the lucky cat swallowed the cards in the tray into its big mouth. As if there was some magical operation process, in a moment, the light screen above the lucky cat's head showed that it was worth 350,000. The shop steward on the side had a bright smile on his face, and asked, "Is this customer satisfied with the appraisal price? If not, you can choose to terminate the transaction and return the goods." Seeing this number, the hunter who took out the card obviously couldn't hide his joy, and said repeatedly, "Satisfied, satisfied." If these things were sold in other black market stores, they could only be sold for 200,000 at most because of their sensitive origins. And this mechanical cat directly assessed its original market price. The deacon heard this and smiled. Deal done. The hunter got the money in a blink of an eye. The goods were not shown throughout the whole process, and the transaction was completed by relying on the mechanical cat's identification. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes also flashed. This mechanical cat gave him a big surprise. The most reliable shipping channel he could think of before was the Silver Star mysterious shop introduced by Dong Chi before. But even if there has been a transaction, the risk is still great. After all, If anyone now takes out so many spoils of the Frost Knight, even a fool can guess that they are from the Great Cemetery. The troubles brought by the 407 space are already enough. If it is involved in the murder of the governor of the Great Cemetery, Ji-sun estimates that he will become the #1 target of attention in the City of Innocence. A completely black box transaction is less risky than looking for anyone else. Moreover, this Big Ivan's secret treasure shop is new to the black market and will definitely not do anything to ruin its reputation. Seeing this, Ji-sun followed the crowd and walked over. He wanted to go to the store to see what was being sold. People kept going to the mechanical cat to sell things. Ji-sun didn't look much and walked into the store. As soon as he entered, he was amazed by the things displayed in the lockers. T3 Heavy Siege Mechanical Cannon price, 6.88 million Thunder-Breathing Method Silver price, 1.55 million Famous Weapon Lots Thunderstorm Greatsword price, 180 million Skill Hadouken. Ji-sun looked over and saw that the window was filled with samples, including machinery, cards, equipment, potions, and almost all the goods that hunters needed. The mechanical equipment are all products of well-known military factories in the Federation, not small workshops. Cards, potions, etc. all have anti-counterfeiting stamps from big manufacturers. All are high-quality products. And the prices are also very attractive. There is nothing in the window that is less than 1 million. In general, a shop with $1 million item is already considered a treasure of the shop. So what is the situation with this 180 million famous instrument? Ji-sun has been in the City of Innocence since he came here, and he has never seen such a luxurious scene. Are the chaebol in the city so powerful in this world? And when he saw the skill Hadouken, he was also very surprised. Moreover, this shop actually has a skill practice card for sale. Chapter 60. All these displayed in the window are samples. It's like setting a price anchor point, so that people can know the grade of this store at a glance. It's just to attract people's attention, and there is no expectation to sell it. For example, the two-handed sword with a price of over 100 million and flashing lightning. The various attributes look exaggerated, but the usage restrictions are also very large. The great sword of the 3rd level Frost Knight is only more than 100 kilograms, and this thing is more than 800 kilograms, and it also requires a very high affinity with lightning. I really don't know what physical attributes can be used to wield it freely. But even if it was just a gimmick, Ji-sun had to sigh that this Big Ivan's secret treasure shop was indeed financially strong. He had previously thought that he had already become a small fortune by collecting the spoils of a few Frost Knights this time. But once he entered the shop and saw the financial strength of this truly top-level chamber of commerce, he realized that he was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. It was like a mouse entering a rice warehouse, and for a moment, he didn't know how to describe the feeling of sighing at the treasure. He didn't look at those unrealistic things, but instead focused his eyes on the skill card. Ji-sun had obtained 2 skill cards in 407, 1 skill Advanced Firearm Specialization, and 1 skill Shadow Navigation. This was the 3rd one he had seen. He knew that skill cards were expensive, but he didn't expect them to be this expensive. This skill Hadouken costs 20 million? Ji-sun looked a little strange. The sample card displayed in the window was a rare long-range attack skill for melee professionals. But it was only a black iron skill card. And Shadow Navigation was a silver quality. How much would it be worth? No wonder Chujo said that this skill card was a good thing, and should not be sold. Ji-sun sighed in his heart. The people in Chongqing are richer than I thought. He had visited all the major markets in Wuzui City before, but he had never seen a physical skill card for sale. Hunters got it in the other dimension, and it was almost immediately bought by major chambers of commerce at a high price. This kind of card that allows people to directly master extraordinary skills has always been in short supply. The goods that ordinary people can access are actually defective products after the wealthy class has selected them. He thought he really couldn't buy it. Now it seems that he is not of the right class and the wrong channel. He came to Innocent City, which can be said to be the lowest level of this world. He has never seen the extravagance of the nobles. Now it seems that the real good things are in the hands of these top chaebols. Before he could look more, a blonde girl in a tight professional suit came over and asked with a smile, "What goods do you want to buy? The window only shows some samples. Our secret treasure shop currently has more than 100,000 kinds of goods in stock. It can be said that as long as you ask for something, we can provide it." Ji-sun said tentatively, "I need some skill cards." Skill cards are worth millions, and the blonde girl knew that a big customer had come. She smiled even more brightly, bowed slightly, and made a gesture of invitation. "Dear guest, please go to the private room to discuss in detail. Wendy will definitely provide you with satisfactory service." Ji-sun listened to this, glanced at it, and was slightly surprised. Can it really be bought? I thought it might be a gimmick for the opening. The girl was wearing a very sexy queen suit, and when she leaned over, her white and deep body was in full view. She didn't mind showing off her sexy figure at all, and smiled slightly, with a hint of charm between her eyebrows. Please go upstairs. Ji-sun looked at her, and admired her even more. The owner of the Big Ivan shop was also very good at VIP business reception. He was a business talent. Ji-sun followed the girl up to the second floor, and entered a small room blocked by a screen. The view is wide, but it can also protect the privacy of customers ingeniously. This decoration is obviously a lot of effort. He sat down. A waitress immediately brought drinks. Ji-sun did not intend to take off the gas mask, nor did he touch the drink. The blonde waitress named Wendy did not show any strange color at all. She took out a product catalog, gathered the hem of her skirt, and half knelt beside Ji-sun, and asked enthusiastically, "Sir, what kind of professional training card do you want?" Ji-sun looked at it, and secretly praised it in his heart. This girl professional quality is really high. Even though she was wearing a hunter outfit that looked worthless, she didn't show any disdain on her face. Just now, she only caught a glimpse of her outside. In this VIP room, she could really see the kneeling service and the proud standing. Perhaps it was a hidden benefit for big customers? Ji-sun didn't say anything. Her eyes swept through the product catalog and soon saw what she wanted. Her eyes froze. It's really there. The first card was a very ideal card. Skill Primary Combat Specialization Detailed Explanation, White Quality Skill Training Card. After fusion, master the primary Kangbato Military Combat Skills, LV1. Combat skills are almost all required combat skills for melee professions, and are also the most common skill cards. Priced at 1.8 million. The price is not cheap. Ji-sun's eyes stayed on the catalog for a moment longer, and the girl immediately caught it and asked, "Sir, do you want this training card?" Ji-sun didn't beat around the bush and said calmly, "Yeah." His current physical attributes are considered above average among card master apprentices, but attributes alone are not enough. Only excellent fighting skills can bring these attributes into play. Just like when he killed Captain Dongjio in the Great Cemetery Maze before, if he really wanted to fight, even if his physical stats were higher than his opponent, it would be hard to say that he could win. But it's not that easy to buy it. Hearing this, the girl smiled and said, "Okay, I have someone get it from the warehouse for you right away." As she spoke, she added, however, "Sir, skill cards are limited products in Innocent City. Our shop also has regulations that such products are not accepted for cash transactions. If you want to buy, you need to sell some items in this shop that are worth more than the cards. And one person can only buy 2 at most." The voice was soft and ambiguous. It was obviously a strict purchase limit, but it made people feel unhappy. When Ji-sun heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was not in a hurry to express his opinion. This was a disguised form of barter. He could understand why there was such a rule after thinking about it. Skill cards were in high demand and in short supply. If they could be purchased with cash alone, and there were opening discounts, then the store's competitors would definitely clear out these stocks that were easy to sell at the first opportunity. That's why there was this restriction. And this barter was also very clever. The hunters could take out items worth 2 million, which was also a rare treasure. Besides, this is Innocent City, where almost all the things are from the old world, and there are a lot of good things. This kind of business can attract popularity, and the store may not lose money. But if it can really be sold, it is good news for Ji-sun. He also happened to have spoils to sell, so it doesn't matter if it is bartered. The girl saw that he was calm and composed throughout the whole process, and felt that he was a generous guest. She didn't say anything more, and seemed to inadvertently put her large soft body against Ji-sun's legs, and introduced enthusiastically, "Please continue to look, maybe there are more things you like. Skill cards are only available for sale at the opening event. If you want to buy them later, you need to be a member of our store. You can earn points for lottery and accumulate membership privileges. The higher the level, the more benefits you can enjoy, and you can also order some top-level products and services. The top-level membership of our store is universal with the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Even legendary quality products are available." Ji-sun felt a little strange when he heard this. VIP membership points also have this system? Business Wizard. He also continued to read. There are dozens of skills in this product catalog, such as Elementary Lightning Technique, Elementary Rock Force Armor, Elementary Spell Power Shield, all of which are elementary skills, involving many card master professions. The prices all start at 1 million. By comparing them in this way, Ji-sun realized that his original advanced firearms specialization and shadow navigation were really rare and valuable. But there are reasons for their high prices. For example, although the breathing method is also precious, it can be sold repeatedly after all. The three major consumables of the Extraordinary are the Demon Mark, the Occupation card, and the Skill Training card. These three are all things that enhance the strength of the spell card master, and they are in short supply. Not to mention buying, only this Big Ivan shop sells them. I have never seen them in other shops. This is already the most wealthy treasure shop in the city that Ji-sun has seen. However, he scanned the catalog and found that there was no mid to high level skill card. Thinking about the girl's previous hint, it should be VIP privileges tourist. Only these elementary cards can be purchased. The Hadouken in the window, which requires advanced combat expertise to learn, is not in the product catalog. But for Ji-sun, a card player, it is completely enough. Soon, he saw the second one he liked. Skill Elementary Qigong Expertise Detailed Explanation, White Quality Qigong Master Practice Secret Card, After Fusion, Master Elementary Body Protection Hard Qigong, LV0, the thicker the spell power, the higher the body toughness blessing, priced at 2.7 million. PS Toughness is a comprehensive data of magic resistance, control reduction, muscle and bone strength, etc. In layman's terms, it means how durable it is. The higher the mana value, the higher the toughness blessing. The moment he saw the introduction of this skill card, Ji-sun immediately felt that it was very suitable for him. The mana value brought by the golden fragment breathing method is many times that of ordinary people. Isn't this Qigong just right? It is definitely the most suitable life-saving skill at present. Seeing this, Ji-sun didn't say anything more, and then he said, I just need these two cards. The blonde girl blinked her eyes at the sight. Okay, sir. I've asked someone to get your card. How do you want to pay? Ji-sun didn't hesitate, took out a cloth bag, and put a few storage cards in the bag. Go and appraise how much these things are worth. It contained nothing else, but a few sets of Frost Knight armor cards, and a great sword. One set of this thing is enough, and more is a waste. According to the market price, it should be worth several million. The girl smiled and said, Sir, please wait a moment. She said, and went downstairs with the things. The compartment on the second floor was cleverly designed, and you could see the mechanical lucky cat at the door. The girl took it down and put it on the tray, swallowed it, and the number quickly appeared, 6.4 million. Not only was it enough, but there was 1.9 million more.